And he was too vigilant, he never left any traces behind. Even if Heavenly Court wanted to find him, they were helpless and clueless. Like how humanity had immortal venerables and demon venerables that the variant humans could not resist, they went into hiding and left even primordial origin immortal venerable without options against them. Fairy Ziwei lacked crucial clues, she could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. That was the case when she was in Heavenly Court, until now, it was still true. Thus, she had to get help from Spectral Soul, hoping that this demon venerable's soul had some way to deal with him. But against this question, even Spectral Soul was silent for a while. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined by him personally, he had made an arrangement to sense the Sovereign Immortal body. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he lost his method. The connection was completely cut. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We temporarily can't find Fang Yuan, we have to force him to show up." "How?" "Fang Yuan is a solitary demon, he has no attachments at all. Even if he did have friends or family, with his cruel nature, if we threaten him, he will not appear." Old man Jing Yuan felt very troubled. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During Heavenly Court's battle, everyone saw the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate Gu through the killer move everybody's vision. "You will go spread the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Tell everyone in the world that Fang Yuan was able to reach rank 8 and destroy Fate because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture can annex immortal apertures to avoid tribulations and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Once in a while, Fang Yuan will have to annex immortal apertures to sustain his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will gain countless venerable inheritances. They will even possess the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They will be qualified to become a venerable and become invincible in the world." After pausing, Spectral Soul continued, "In that case, Fang Yuan will be an enemy of everyone. We also have to tell everyone about his current weakness, that he has no battle strength due to the Heaven Path Dao marks troubling him. If not, he would not have escaped immediately after refining the Gu. With everyone in the world helping us find him, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for a while, he cannot hide forever. Both of you will go and find the secret treasuries that I left behind afterwards. The cultivation resources that I did not need when refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu are kept there, they are not of low value. Using these resources, you can rebuild Shadow Sect and help me recruit more members. Fang Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan are all outside now. If we find them, we might find clues to Fang Yuan." Old man Jing Yuan and Fairy Ziwei quickly responded. Spectral Soul looked down at his feet, his gaze seemed to be piercing through the darkness and looking at the 5 regions. The 5 regions fused into one, heaven and earth chi is converging as chi tides form and spread around the world. If the heaven and earth chi does not fuse completely, there will not be peace. It will be as if the 5 regional walls are thinned and spread all over the 5 regions. Thus, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions will feel tremors in their immortal apertures as the 2 chi collide. They are forced to recuperate now. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer they need to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to lay low for a very long time. But you two are ex-Heavenly Court members, you had phantom apertures so you are unaffected by this. We need to make use of this time, work hard. As Master decrees. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jing Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. Then why are you still here? Master, please take care. We will take our leave. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jing Yuan left quickly. Chapter 1969. Black Heaven's Gu Immortals. Roar! Within Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was escaping in a hurry. This soul beast resembled a horse but had a human face. On its face now was terror and fear. The ancient soul beast was panicking and escaping in a random direction. Soon, its movements slowed down as its anguished cries became softer and weaker. After several breaths of time, it completely stopped in the sky, floating silently in the night sky. Soundlessly, its colossal body disintegrated as a Gu Immortal appeared. This Gu Immortal had a pale face and chest-length hair. He was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul grabbed the soul core, which was the soul path essence of the ancient soul beast. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed this soul core into his mouth and ate it like a candy, swallowing it after a few seconds. Without using a soul path killer move, I need to wait a while to digest it completely. Spectral Soul said unhappily as he snorted. After splitting up with Old Man Jing Yuan and Fairy Ziwei, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But for some reason, maybe due to bad luck or the extermination of life forms due to the chi tides, he met very few soul beasts. Until now, He had only met lone soul beasts or those that formed into groups of 5 or fewer. The quantity was so small that he even felt like he was not in black heaven. This efficiency is just too low. Spectral Soul continued his journey. If my attainment level was still around, I can find the soul beast armies with just my instinct. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape my detection. It is a pity I need to start over. However, Fate Gu is finally destroyed. Heavens cannot obstruct my path to becoming venerable again. After I succeed, I want to see who dares to obstruct me, even if it is a venerable. I will kill them. Oh! While Spectral Soul moved stealthily, a flash of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He finally found an army of soul beasts. He got closer and saw that this soul beast army had over 3 million members. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they had high quality. He had only taken a quick glance, but he already saw 6 immemorial soul beasts, and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill! The desire to kill emerged in Spectral Soul's heart as he was about to charge over, but he noticed something. This discovery was quite surprising. Why are there Soul Path Gu Immortals? There were 3 Gu Immortals controlling the Soul Beast army. 2 males and 1 female immortal. The female was at the center as the leader. She had a plain appearance and gray eyes. Her rank 8 aura was naturally emitted. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and armored, with strong arms exposed and soul beast markings on his arms. The other was tall and thin, holding a bamboo staff. The 3 immortals wore black robes of similar design. They were obviously from the same force. They are Black Heaven Gu Immortals. Spectral Soul soon discerned their aura. He snickered as he changed his earlier idea of charging in. He stealthily mixed in with the Soul Beast army. The 3 immortals controlled the Soul Beast army with much difficulty. The 2 males were showing signs of tiredness, sweat gathered on their foreheads. The rank 8 female immortal seemed to have rested earlier. She spoke at this moment. You 2 can stop. I will control the army now. Hearing this, the 2 male immortals let out sighs of relief. The thin ones started to bootlick her. And, only you can control a soul beast army of such a size. Even if the 2 of us cultivate for 8 lifetimes, we would not even reach half of your strength. The rank 8 female immortal looked at the male immortal with displeasure. If 8 lifetimes are not enough to reach my level, you should just end your own life. Ugh! The thin man knew that his bootlicking had backfired. He showed some awkwardness on his face. The female immortal sighed. You 2 are the most likely Gu immortals in the clan to advance further besides me. Now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, we are taking control of our own fate. The great era has arrived. The peaceful and quiet life of the past is long gone. You must have the spirit to work hard. If you do not have such an awareness, sooner or later our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be drowned by the tides of the era. And you have taught me a lesson. The tall and thin man nodded his head in succession. As for the male immortal at the side, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again and continued. The 5 regions were fused. The heaven and earth chi are merging, to the extent that chi tides swept across the whole world. Even black heaven and white heaven are not exempted. Wherever the chi tide reaches, heaven and earth will shake. Grotto heavens can no longer be concealed. Their positions will be exposed. This time, we as Gu Immortals of Black Heaven's Grotto Heavens are meeting to discuss how to face this situation. At that time, the 2 of you will be representing yourselves as well as our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Don't forget this. Yes, and don't worry, we will remember this. The 2 immortals responded respectfully. The 3 immortals did not know that Spectral Soul had already gotten near them. He heard their entire conversation without missing anything. So that's it. Spectral Soul realized. With the convergence of the heaven and earth chi, the grotto heavens concealed in black heaven and white heaven are affected too. The reason is the same as why the 5 regions Gu Immortals are forced to recuperate. But the 5 regions Gu Immortals are more affected while the 2 heavens are not as troubled. The Gu Immortals are still able to move around with difficulty. Within black and white heaven, many grotto heavens were hidden. Even Spectral Soul could not precisely count the number of grotto heavens here. This current change in the world was unprecedented. All of the grotto heavens were unable to hide anymore. They were like fish forced out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a perfect opportunity. He immediately continued to hide, following the 3 immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 immortals controlled the army of soul beasts and finally arrived at their destination. This was also a grotto heaven. The grotto heaven's entrance was open. Many people were already waiting outside. The commotion was not small. The soul beast army of millions that the three soul-pacifying immortals brought here was not exceptional at all, they were only superior to the norm. So our friends from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven have arrived. Seeing the three immortals, a Gu immortal flew out from a pack of night heavenly wolves. This Gu immortal had rank 8 cultivation level, he had a pair of sharp eagle eyes and had an appearance of a resolute character. Night heavenly wolf lord, you arrived early. The rank 8 female immortal from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven replied while smiling. Actually, we were late, Lady Coldash. Night heavenly wolf lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the Grotto Heaven entrance. Those variant human Gu immortals have entered already. I waited for you to enter together, otherwise, as lone rank 8 Gu immortals, we will be pushed aside. Lady Coldash nodded with a grim expression. We have gathered here today because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request. He is a snowman Gu immortal to begin with, he opened up his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven as well, this will definitely be dominated by variant human Gu immortals. Let's go in and see first. Lady Coldash quickly arranged for the 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the soul beast army. She only brought some immemorial soul beasts with her into the Grotto Heaven. Unknown to her, Spectral Soul had already possessed one of her immemorial soul beasts, he followed after them. Once they entered the Grotto Heaven, the temperature fell drastically, it was an icy world. Looking at the ground it was all white. The mountain stood tall, made entirely of frost crystals, this was very rare. At the peak of the Frost Crystal Mountain, there was a palace made of ice and snow. Lady Coldash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord arrived in front of the palace hall. They left their accompanying immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Night Heavenly Wolves outside, entering themselves. After Spectral Soul looked for a while, he successfully saw through the foundation of this icy palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the hall. There was a snowman Gu immortal sitting at the main seat. He had a squarish face and dignified demeanor. He was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than that, there were 3 rank 8 variant humans. They were Rockman, Hairy Man, and Eggman respectively. To think that in Black Heaven, variant humans are the superior force, they actually have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it for a moment before understanding why. After humans dominated the world, variant humans could not live in the 5 regions anymore. They were chased into the peripheries of the world to live pitiful lives. Black and White Heaven became their top choices to relocate and live. This place was extremely huge. Once their Grotto Heavens were concealed, even venerables would not be able to find them without sufficient clues. Thus, Black and White Heaven became the foundation of the variant humans they developed here. Even though human Gu immortals also explored both heavens, they only explored them to seek resources. Few rank 8 Gu immortals would place their Grotto Heavens within the Black and White Heavens. Human Grotto Heavens were different from variant human Grotto Heavens, the latter were taken care of by Heaven's will, their tribulations were weaker, but the former were different. As time passed, more and more human Grotto Heavens that were placed were destroyed, few could develop successfully. Meanwhile, the variant human Grotto Heavens were able to last a long time, their forces grew stealthily. The 6 rank 8 Gu immortals discussed for a long time. The 5 regions have become one, Chi tides rampage the heavens. Our Grotto Heavens will be exposed. I propose that we unite ourselves and resist the enemies of the 5 regions together. How will we resist them? Even though our Grotto Heavens are doing well, how can our resources compare to the 5 regions? Even if we all work together, we are not the match of the 5 regions humans. Moreover, we cannot cooperate sincerely with each other, we are of different identities after all. Everyone, don't worry, even though we are humans, our soul-pacifying ancestor was forced to live in Black Heaven, we have already broken all ties with the 5 regions. I'll be more straightforward, my Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose ourselves. After all, we have an immense enmity with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Friends. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you all only want to go on the defensive, do you not want to progress further? Now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, the reign of humanity has been disrupted. The 5 regions Gu immortals need to recuperate now, this is the best chance for us to take action. Because we were in Black Heaven, we became the least affected ones, we can move around with difficulty. If we don't make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what plan do you have? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed as he said with a grim expression. The 5 regions are huge, they have abundant resources, even if our Grotto Heavens are added together, we cannot compare to them. The world will definitely go into chaos, if we do not try to improve ourselves. When the 5 regions settle down, they will find a chance to eliminate us all. Only by taking this lead can we have a hope of survival. Chapter 1970. Heavenly Court's Dilemma. Lady Coldash flew first towards the entrance of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 rank 7s from Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven quickly went to receive her. And the tall and thin Goo Immortal asked in concern, "How was the discussion?" Lady Coldash shook her head lightly. At this time, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The two conversed for some time before parting ways. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord brought his wolf group along while Lady Coldash led her soul beast army, going back to their respective grotto heavens. Along the way, the 3 immortals conversed, not knowing that Spectral Soul was lurking around them. Spectral Soul had originally wanted to hunt the soul beasts, but after seeing this, he changed his mind. Just by the name of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, he could tell its foundation was Soul Path. Seeing that Lady Coldash and the 2 rank 7s were Soul Path Goo Immortals, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven must be a place filled with abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Let alone anything else, just the Soul Beast army that they controlled was a scrumptious meal to Spectral Soul. Chi tides rampage in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the Grotto Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven will not lay low. I can use this to my advantage and assault the other venerable forces and speed up my growth. Spectral Soul not only had to deal with Fan Yuan, there were also venerable forces like Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. Now that Fate Goo was destroyed, Spectral Soul was able to revive, the other venerables were also able to revive themselves. With Fan Yuan missing at the moment, Spectral Soul had to consider the whole situation. Even though his true nature was killing, there were many ways to kill. Using others as one's lethal weapon was also a high-level killing method, he was going to use it now. Lady Coldash and the rest did not know that their soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was currently targeted by a huge monster, Spectral Soul. Meanwhile, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to his Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many Goo Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven quickly greeted him. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord said, "Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wants us to form an alliance to resist the 5 regions. This is quite a difficult situation." Goo Immortal Yiji nodded. "It is quite difficult. In the current situation, Fate Goo is destroyed, the 5 regions merged, as the heaven and earth chi fuse together, chi tides rampage in the world, no grotto heaven can conceal itself. We are small and lone forces, when the 5 regions attack us, we will not be able to resist them. However, we do not need to fight the 5 regions, we are humans but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest are variant humans after all. The 5 regions are stronger than the 2 heavens, this is an obvious fact, why can't we join the 5 regions instead?" Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. "Yiji, you know me best, that is how I feel too. If we work with the variant humans, we will be considered spies of humanity. Even if the 5 regions do not want to attack us, if we ally with the variant humans, they will want to." Yiji frowned. "But we cannot join the 5 regions. Firstly, northern plains of the 5 regions is impossible. Secondly, the other 4 regions might not welcome us. And finally, if we join them, we will be attacked by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest." Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. "Indeed, that is why I made an agreement with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Coldash. We will advance and retreat together, we will combine the forces of the human Grotto Heavens here. As for which region to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Heavenly Court is the most appropriate. We can secretly contact them first." Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was an experienced leader. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, he was shrewd in politics. Nobody in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven defied his rule. Since he made a decision, the Goo Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to raise objections. Heavenly Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Ding Ling was currently the person taking charge. They failed to repair Fate Goo. Heavenly Court had undergone an intense battle, the damage was huge, even now, many areas were still in ruins. "This is a humiliation." Qin Ding Ling put aside the letter Gu as she rested temporarily. Her expression was calm but her eyes flickered with light. As memories surfaced in her mind, rage built up within her. After Red Lotus goal was achieved, Duke Long died while fighting and Fan Yuan retreated rapidly. But the 3 regions Gu Immortals wanted to destroy Heavenly Court, nobody backed off. At the moment of life and death, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerables method started to activate. All sorts of Rage Chi, Unlucky Chi, Grief Chi, and others plagued the 3 regions Gu Immortals. Their physical conditions weakened. This move was originally meant to deal with Fan Yuan, but limitless demon venerable blocked it for him. After Red Lotus plan succeeded, the battle between two venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion also concluded, with Limitless laughing as the two venerable silhouettes faded away. Without limitless power to restrict it, Primordial Origin's method started to work again. And the other good news was that even though Feng Jiuge turned on them, he only helped Fan Yuan to refine the goo. He did not do anything against Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was able to recover because of this and retaliate, maintaining their position in this difficult battle. The three regions' Goo Immortals had no choice, with Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as their foundation. They retreated gradually. After leaving Heavenly Court, some people wanted to loot Central Continent, but the first G-Tide happened at this moment. The immortal apertures of the three regions' Goo Immortals became unstable. They had to leave. Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals stopped chasing them. After witnessing Fang Yuan refine Destiny Goo in front of them, their morale and fighting spirit had fallen. After the battle ended, Heavenly Court, which was greatly damaged, tried to reduce its losses and take care of the aftermath. Duke Long died while Fairy Ziwei betrayed them for Spectral Soul. After Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals talked over it, they decided that Qin Dingling would be the new leader. During this period of time, Qin Dingling had been the one in charge, taking care of all the matters, big or small. Qin Dingling had a plain expression, but a fire was burning in her heart. The great Heavenly Court had actually lost. It was a complete loss. She was eager to make up for this humiliation, but logic told her to not act rashly. Because everything had changed, Heavenly Court was no longer the old Heavenly Court, the enemies were no longer the same, even the world had changed. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with the matters at hand. Oh? She held an information path Mortal Goo as her expression changed slightly. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was not willing to fight alongside the variant humans. He wanted to join the stronger side of the five regions. Among them, although Heavenly Court had lost this fight, it was still the number one human force for the last few million years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had grudges with Longevity Heaven. In the five regions, only Heavenly Court had the foundation to stand up against the vicious Longevity Heaven members. In this information path Goo Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also explained the ill intentions of the variant humans. Those of other races have such motives. Once Fate Goo got destroyed, these variant humans jumped out immediately. Qin Dingling snorted, deep killing intents rose in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this situation. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. With just one information path Goo Worm, she could not confirm if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was really trying to sincerely join them, or if they were scheming against Heavenly Court. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere, how should we deal with Longevity Heaven and the variant human forces of the Grotto Heavens? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord talked about the history of his ancestor truthfully in the letter. He did not conceal the grudges they had with Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling was slightly troubled. Heavenly Court was at an unprecedented level of weakness. Chi-tides rampaged in the world. Heaven and Earth Chi converged. The Heavenly Court Goo Immortals who had phantom apertures were even more mobile than the Goo Immortals in Black or White Heaven. But Heavenly Court could not move them. Firstly, most of Heavenly Court's members had limited lifespan. Secondly, they had to reinforce Star Constellation's will. Thus, a portion of Heavenly Court's members had to enter the immortal graveyard to hibernate, and help Star Constellation's will, to prevent her from being completely assimilated with Heaven's will. But in that case, Heavenly Court's battle strength would be far lower. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Ziwei was still around! Qin Dingling sighed, the worry in her heart intensified. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul. They left with him. The two of them knew a lot about Heavenly Court's secrets, together with the soul of a demon venerable. Who could underestimate them? Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before feeling the severity of this situation. She decided to discuss it with Zhou Xiong Xin and the rest. Zhou Xiong Xin suggested, "This is an important matter, but the situation is not very clear now. The 6 Goo Immortals including Night Heavenly Wolf Lord are merely the rank 8s of the Black Heaven above our central continent. What about the other 4 regions Black Heaven? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 Goo Immortals exist in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to go and investigate the 2 heavens myself." Zhou Xiong Xin cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture, and was not afraid of the heaven and earth chi convergence. Qin Dingling agreed with his suggestion. She chose to continue keeping in contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven while investigating the situation. Jun Shinguang took out an information path Mortal Gu, saying, "The list of names have been chosen. They are all Gu immortal seeds with great talent and aptitude. Most importantly, they are loyal to Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sections. But there is one person whom I need everyone's input and discussion on." Jun Shinguang's list contained the names of many Mortal Gu masters. They were all exceptional geniuses. Heavenly Court lost this battle and the immortal graveyard was even destroyed by Fan Yuan. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. With the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Heavenly Court decided to nurture new Gu immortals, disregarding the costs. Qin Dingling received the Gu worm and looked into it. There were many names on this list. Immortal Crane Sect recommended Sun Yuan Hua, Spirit Butterfly Valley recommended Shao Qi Xing, Ancient Soul Sect had Gu Ting, Heaven's Envy Manor had Wei Wu Shang. But at Spirit Affinity House's section, the list was empty without a name. Qin Dingling sighed as her expression turned complex. She knew about the person Spirit Affinity House nominated. It had to be Feng Jin Huang. But after the battle over fate, Feng Jiugu betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing. His daughter Feng Jin Huang ended up in an awkward position. She was originally Duke Long's disciple and the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But with the death of Duke Long and the destruction of fate, she was no longer certain to be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xiong Xian's concern was, if Heavenly Court continued to nurture Feng Jin Huang, and she betrayed them like her father, what would they do? Even though Feng Jin Huang was Duke Long's disciple, the disciple that he nurtured wholeheartedly spent 1,000,000 years to plot and destroy Heavenly Court's fate Gu. Would his second disciple Feng Jin Huang also inherit this great tradition? We will talk about this again next time. Chapter 1971. Struggle between Feng and Zhao. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land headquarters was situated here. Within the Blessed Land, there was an area called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Jin Huang was strolling in the valley, it started to rain. A drizzle. The rain was mild and quiet. Bathed in the rain, Feng Jin Huang slowed down subconsciously as she walked. The air was fresh with the smell of grass. All around her was a faint field of greenery. This rain did not feel cold. It was like jade, mild and calm. Feng Jin Huang knew that this was called quiet rain. When it rains, all sounds would be absorbed and the surroundings would be silent. Heaven and earth would be soundless. One would be able to hear their own heartbeats and breathing. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point that created quiet rain. This was why it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jiugu betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing, his wife, the mother of Feng Jin Huang, Fairy Bai Qing, requested to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She said she would not leave this place. Whenever there was quiet rain, the valley would have music that sounded like zither and flute. It was akin to Fairy Bai Qing's anguished cries of sadness. Feng Jin Huang had heard of this rumor and felt worried. She came to the valley to visit her mother. The quiet rain was drizzling. There was indeed the music of zither and flute being emitted. The sound of the zither spread out all around, like white clouds in the sky, ancient, melodious and pleasant to the ear. The sound of the flute, however, was high-pitched, fluctuating almost abruptly, like a fierce hawk flying across the sky, sharply piercing the wind, tearing the sky. At first, the sound of the zither resounded and the sound of the flute reverberated, alternating with each other, as if both sides were speaking, one sentence after the other. Then, the zither and the flute began to approach each other, and gradually merged into one another. The white clouds were misty, and the eagles were flying across the clouds. The two abrupt sounds of music merged together, creating an indescribable beauty. In the end, the sound of the zither and the flute become one and the same, forming a kind of mix. With the melodious sound of the zither and the clarity of the flute, it was unique and beautiful. Feng Jin Huang was enchanted by the beautiful sound of the music. She went deeper into the valley and managed to meet her mother. Fairy Bai Qing was sitting in a bamboo pavilion, with 2 Gu flying around her like white jade pearls. They were Sound Path Mortal Gu, Zither Gu and Flute Gu. When Feng Jin Huang entered the pavilion, the music slowly stopped. Fairy Bai Qing had already known of Feng Jin Huang's arrival. She turned around slowly. This demonic immortal unification song was composed by your father when we fell in love. It is the symbol of our relationship. I still remember the first time your father played it for me. He told me, Immortals and demons are one to begin with. Initially, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was known as Primordial Origin Demon Venerable by the variant humans as well. This song contains deep meaning and your father has been treasuring and not using it, but he played it during the Fate War. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Jin Huang fixedly. The list of names has been announced already. Feng Jin Huang nodded. I know. The last time the sect recommended me, there was no reply from Heavenly Court. This time, the sect put Sun Yao's name, and it was quickly approved by Heavenly Court. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly. Originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you to go there, but Li Juning and Su Hao got in the way. They ended up promoting Sun Yao instead. How do you feel about such an outcome, my dear daughter? Hee hee. Feng Jin Huang smiled slightly, her smile brilliant as a flower, bringing a bright sunshine to the bamboo pavilion for a moment. Mother, why do you have to test me on this? Ever since father betrayed and turned against Heavenly Court, I've already prepared myself. Right now, the situation is already not bad. My dream path Immortal Gu was not taken. Feng Jin Huang said. Fairy Bai Qing also smiled slightly at her words. It's not like there isn't any forceful seizure in the righteous path, but it's just that the act is often cloaked in a layer of righteousness and morality. It's already good that you have come to this level of understanding. However, don't worry too much. Your father left Heavenly Court but created Destiny Song. His outstanding battle strength is evident to the world. Heavenly Court and Spirit Affinity House will not dare to touch you. Feng Jin Huang revealed a look of displeasure. Mother, you don't need to make an explanation for father. Although I can understand father, I will not forgive him. For him to suddenly turn his back on Heavenly Court, and not even telling us beforehand, is simply abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him. Fairy Bai Qing laughed and shook her head, walking up to Feng Jin Huang and holding her hand. You misunderstand your father. That demonic immortal unification song, which he kept as a symbol of our love, has never been used for anything other than singing in front of me. But he used it during the Fate War to tell me that righteous immortals and demons are the same. His feelings for me had never changed, and even when he left the righteous path and returned to the demonic path, it wouldn't end the relationship of our family. Do you believe me? As long as I give out the slightest hint of inclination to leave Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to bring me away. He understands me well and knows that I do not want to become a demonic path member. Therefore, he gave us both the opportunity to choose our side freely. He didn't want his ideals to become a burden on us. Feng Jin Huang snorted coldly. Father would rather help Fan Yuan, the great demon, than help my master. It's true that master was stubborn and was always nagging about fate and all that, but he was ultimately kind to us and truly had my best interests in mind. Father was simply too cold and heartless. Mother, since you are fine now, I'll be leaving. Oh, you. Fairy Bai Qing sighed, but did not ask her daughter to stay. When Feng Jin Huang left Quiet Rain Valley, she met with two female Gu masters. One was beautiful while the other was cute. They were acquaintances of Feng Jin Huang. They were anxiously waiting outside the valley. After seeing Feng Jin Huang, they showed joy on their faces as they went to her. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over to find you. The beautiful woman was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry I did not want to snatch your opportunity. Sun Yao had a cute and round face. She was very anxious now. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were good friends with Feng Jin Huang. They had always followed behind her. But in the recent years, Feng Jin Huang followed Duke Long and went away to cultivate Dream Path. They did not meet much during this period. Feng Jin Huang laughed aloud and stretched out her hand to nudge Sun Yao's forehead. Oh, you've done well this time, so why are you apologizing? The nomination quota is just a small matter. Am I unable to become immortal without this funding? For me, becoming a Gu immortal is by no means an obstacle. It's just that I have to consider the kind of Gu immortal I want to become. But for you, this is a rare opportunity, so seize it well. After speaking to Sun Yao, Feng Jin Huang looked at Qin Wan. You've always been quite active and have good perseverance, but this time, when fusing with the Dao marks, why did you faint? If not, the nomination would have been yours this time. Qin Wan did not dare to retort. Senior sister, you are right, I have slacked off on my cultivation. No, that is not so, senior sister. Sister Qin Wan was injured at that time. She could not endure the ordeal and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's how it was. Feng Jin Huang nodded her head and said regrettably. It is indeed a great loss. Fan Yuan destroyed Fate Gu and refined it into countless Heaven Path Dao marks, which were dispersed to the people in the world. The more Heaven Path Dao marks you absorb, the more beneficial it will be in the future. Be it cultivation or developing the immortal aperture, it will benefit with no harm. But there's no harm in not having any, at best it's just an opportunity. What determines your achievements in life will still depend on your own talents and efforts. Yes, Qin Wan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Qin Wan bowed. Feng Jin Huang smiled again. Let's go, I will give you two some guidance. Qin Wan and Sun Yao revealed joyful expressions, the latter jumped around cheering. That's great, we haven't been together for such a long time. The three of them walked together, gradually leaving Quiet Rain Valley. Within the valley, Fairy Bai Qing retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you've grown up. Fairy Bai Qing had a relieved expression. Feng Jin Huang was very clear about her own circumstances, as well as Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sections. Towards Feng Jiuji's actions, she had her own opinion, but she was able to put it aside and make a clear judgment. She had a solid foundation of skills. Maybe your betrayal has hastened our daughter's maturity. We should let her walk on her own path. As a mother, all I can do is to wish the best for her. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and go overboard, I will not avoid conflict either. Fairy Bai Qing's expression turned cold. At the same time, on another mountain, Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity Houses Li Juning and Su Hao went to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become an immortal. She was assigned by Spirit Affinity House recently, and became the Affection Peak Lord. She was able to achieve what she had today thanks to the support of Su Hao and Li Juning, in addition to her own efforts. Zhao Lianyun was also guided by the two immortals during her Gu immortal cultivation journey and the management of her immortal aperture, so she was able to avoid many pitfalls. Zhao Lianyun remembered these debts in her heart, so when Su Hao and Li Juning visited her, she quickly came out of cultivation and attended to them personally. But hearing their request, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, you want me to use my status as the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Jin Huang and Fairy Bai Qing? Indeed, now is the best opportunity. Feng Jiugu betrayed us and caused Heavenly Court to lose and Fate to be destroyed. If we target them now, we will definitely win. Su Hao had a fierce expression. The hatred between him and Feng Jiugu had a long history. In the past, he had hated Feng Jiugu so much that he held back key information and intelligence, almost causing him to die. Feng Jiugu had a very strong stance in his political manipulation, ostracizing the couple to the fringe of Spirit Affinity House in this power struggle. Most of the time, the two immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Jiugu. They could only support each other with difficulty. For them, Feng Jiuji's betrayal was great news. It was worth celebrating. This. Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Jiugu has already betrayed Heavenly Court seniors. I know that you have grudges with him, but why do you want to implicate his family? Oh Lianyun, we cannot be too kind-hearted sometimes. Think about it. Think about the time you competed with Feng Jin Huang over the fairy position. Li Juning urged. If we do not use this chance, we will regret it in the future. You do not need to worry about it. I will tell you something. Our sect's nominee was originally Feng Jin Huang, but now she has been removed from the list. Seniors, people should let others off when possible. Zhao Lianyun explained. She was not willing to do that. Conflicts should be resolved and not deepened. Back then, when competing for the fairy position, both of them had used above-board methods. Feng Jin Huang had a deep background but did not use any unscrupulous ways to deal with her as well. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Jin Huang were competitors, Zhao Lianyun admired Feng Jin Huang's personality. She had no ill feelings towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her words. Back then, did the demon Feng Jiugu spare us? You are too kind for your own good, Lianyun. Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed to herself. She changed her words and explained. Seniors, we need to analyze this situation deeply. Even though the sect nominated someone else, Heavenly Court did not directly take away Feng Jin Huang's status. From that, we can see the attitude of Heavenly Court is still unclear towards her. Precisely because they are uncertain now, we need to deal the fatal blow and affirm their decision. The fight over authority will never cease. Only when a true victor is decided can there be peace. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She could only accept their request. There was no choice. She owed them a big favor after all. Even though she was unwilling, People had to do some things that they did not want to in this world. They had helped her greatly. If she rejected them, what would others think? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she was the current generation fairy, Spirit Affinity House still ostracized her. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would truly become a loner. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed. They promised her a huge reward. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After the two of them left, she continued her closed cultivation. The destruction of fate was actually great news to Zhao Lianyun. With this, Ma Hongyun's revival would be much easier and less troublesome. But Ma Hongyun's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun had to cultivate and raise her strength, to make preparations to save her beloved. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her own immortal aperture. Lianyun Blessed Land had 5,700 square kilometers of land. The rate of time was 1:13. The terrain was mostly grassland and plains. But after the Heaven Path Dao marks were absorbed, Lianyun Blessed Land started to change in many aspects. Firstly, the ground cracked to form huge trenches. Next, there was torrential rain as huge rivers were formed. The rivers overflowed and floods plagued the surroundings. After 3 days and 3 nights, the floods receded, leaving behind vast expanses of fertile mud. Small ditches and rivers connected to the main channel of the giant river, forming an elaborate and dense network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the transformation of her immortal aperture the entire time. She was dazed and greatly shocked internally. With Heaven Path Dao marks, the immortal aperture will transform and become closer to a truly balanced environment. Even though there are temporary losses, the potential and prospects will rise by many times. Zhao Lianyun had divine concealment from thieving heaven's true inheritance. She did not face calamities and tribulations. This was beneficial and also detrimental. Her immortal aperture development had always been a problem. But with the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, this problem was reduced greatly. If only I had more Heaven Path Dao marks! Sigh, what a pity that I only obtained 6.5 Heaven Path Dao marks, and they are all segmented too. I do not have a single complete Heaven Path Dao mark. How many Heaven Path Dao marks did Fang Yuan get? He was the person refining the goo. He was the closest to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed. She could not imagine it or find the answer, but she knew that the difference between her and Fang Yuan had been greatly increased again. Chapter 1972. Fang Yuan's Disaster Relief. Wake up, kid! Pingde groaned and barely opened his eyes to see a bearded uncle, slapping him in the face with a rough palm. Pingde was in a trance, and it was only then that he recognized the man in front of him. Uncle Emoli. He called out. Wasn't I sleeping on the camel? Pingde looked around. He could not help but be stunned once more. There was sand everywhere. The caravan was nowhere to be seen, leaving only him and Emoli. Both were in a messy state. Ouch! Pingde groaned as he realized he had bruises all over his body. Uncle Emoli looked at Pingde and sighed. You kid, I don't know what to say about you. You are so lucky. Many Gu masters fled desperately. They all died. You were deeply asleep but survived. However, if I hadn't discovered your faint breath in time and dug you out, I'm afraid you would have been buried alive. Uncle Emoli, you've saved me once again. Pingde grabbed both of Emoli's hands, saying gratefully. But what in the world had happened? It's a natural disaster. I've never seen it before. Uncle Emoli let out a heavy sigh. So, what about our caravan? Sigh, it's just the two of us now. What? Pingde could not help but stare with wide eyes and scream in his heart. How can this world be so vicious? There was a natural disaster with no warning. I just slept for a bit, and almost died again. My lord, what kind of world have I come to? It is simply a brutal and terrible place to live. At least we're still alive. Emoli knocked Pingde on the head. Kid, you don't look satisfied? To be alive after a natural disaster like that is the greatest of all blessings. Look at me. Moli pointed his finger at his chest. I've worked hard most of my life to own such a caravan. And now it's all gone. Look on the bright side, otherwise we won't survive until tomorrow. Sigh, it would be great if I could become an immortal. Immortal? There are immortals in this world? Emoli looked at Pingde. Did you forget everything? You forgot even immortals? Sigh, I'll explain in the future, let's leave first. Pingde followed Emoli as they left, heading towards the closest oasis. Pingde followed behind Emoli and asked with caution. Are there many disasters like this? Of course. Emoli said in a vicarious tone. It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. Sandstorms are the killers that visit often. Sometimes there are also flying blade hurricanes, and each gust of wind can condense into a huge wind blade that cuts everything wherever it goes. In addition to natural disasters, there are also vicious beasts. For example, we are in Wolf Desert. Desert wolves are most plentiful here. How? As Emily was saying that, a group of desert wolves suddenly emerged from under the desert. Wolves, wolves! Pingda jumped up in fright. Oh heaven, they're coming out from under the sand! So many heads, what do we do, uncle? Emily looked pale and cursed out loud. Damn it! Why weren't these desert wolves wiped out by the natural disaster? It was not strange. The Qi tides were the phenomenon of fusing heaven and earth Qi. It originated from the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao would not wipe out all life. There was a chance of survival in every situation. Emoli and Pingda were able to survive. Other life forms naturally had such an opportunity as well. The desert wolves emerged from everywhere, but strangely enough, although they spotted Pingda and Emoli, they did not come to attack. Instead they quickly assembled, howling and staring at the desert ground. Rustle, rustle. With a series of moving sand sounds, golden scorpions emerged from the ground. These golden scorpions were all the size of a millstone. Pingda watched with chills in his heart. The golden scorpion group and the desert wolf group were engaged in a brutal fight. Whenever a desert wolf was stung by a golden scorpion's needle, it would immediately foam saliva at the mouth, fall to the ground, and eventually die. On the other hand, the golden scorpions could not fight against the desert wolf's claws and teeth, and were often torn apart by the wolf's claws. The two groups of beasts fought, because they were weak in intelligence. They paid no attention to Emoli and Pingda who were close by. Pingda looked frightened and pale. This world was too dangerous. No matter which beast group won, they would surely still end up attacking the humans. We must break out. Emoli gritted his teeth with a firm expression. But uncle, we're surrounded by golden scorpions and desert wolves. Pingda wanted to cry. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Emoli said, about to move. Kid, can you fight? Huh? I can't, I have amnesia. These desert wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you have amnesia. Stay close to me and do your best to save yourself. There is at least hope for breaking out. Emoli said and laughed. If breaking out fails, you'll have to go fill the bellies of the beasts. But don't worry, you won't die alone, there's still me. Pingda could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would prefer to be buried alive. Emoli started to break out and Pingda yelled, Uncle, wait for me. He could only desperately follow behind Emoli. It was fine when they were still, but when they moved, they alerted the scorpion and wolf groups. Almost at the same time, there were several golden scorpions and desert wolves, one left and one right, attacking them. Emoli grunted and activated his mortal goo, but he only managed to repel two of the beasts before they got encircled by the groups. Breaking out has failed. Emoli sighed and gave up the fight. Pingda clutched his head and fell into despair. He stuttered. Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be they the mini 5 regions or the mini 9 heavens, chaos was everywhere. The entire place was in a commotion. Many southern borders mountains collapsed, the terrain became disorganized, many central continents river channels changed paths and caused torrential floods, many western desert had sandstorms everywhere that devoured cities and oases. Many northern plains. An intense snowstorm was blowing, a pure white flame, fluttering in the blizzard, attached itself to wherever it burned. This was the special fire immortal material, frost ice flame. In places where the ice and snow path Tao marks were dense, there would be a certain degree of probability that this special flame would be produced. Most of this flame was filled with ice and snow path Tao marks, but the heart of the flame had dense fire path Tao marks. We cannot let this frost ice flame spread everywhere. Snowman Gu Immortal Shuai was in charge of the situation. She tried to salvage it. She was tasked by Fan Yuan to manage Triple Sacred Mountain. She controlled the snow crystal formation and focused on the growth of the Snowman tribe's expansion. Frost ice flames started to spread on Triple Sacred Mountain. Once the flames grew to a certain size, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they were burnt to death while crying in agony. The snowmen were in chaos. They escaped and trampled on each other, causing unnecessary deaths. Amidst the raging chaos, only a handful of Snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, even with their cultivation, it was difficult to do anything against the immortal material Frost Ice Flame. Oh no, the Frost Ice Flame has reached the Ice Path crystal essence. Shui-Er's face turned pale, she became anxious. She had just now tried to save more of the snowman, and as a result, she had lost sight of this, allowing the Frost Ice Flame to appear in the Snow Crystal Formation. The Ice Path crystal essence was the core of the Snow Crystal Formation. Fan Yuan used the formation to spread out the frost energy created by the Ice Path crystal essence, that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowman. Shui-Er felt deep regret as she watched the Frost Ice Flame burn the Ice Path crystal essence, while being helpless against it. Shui-Er could not help but tear up and blame herself. The Snow Crystal Formation was entrusted to her by Fan Yuan. It was the foundation for the Snowman tribe's growth, but it was actually going to be destroyed because of her mistake. She felt that she had let down the snowman, she had let down Fan Yuan. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Fan Yuan! Shui-Er was stunned before happiness appeared on her face. Fan Yuan grabbed the empty space in front of him. All of the frost ice flames within the formation were drawn away. Fan Yuan suddenly grunted as his body shook. Pale white traces appeared around his body all of a sudden. From these pale white traces, Shui-Er felt a vast power that surged in heaven and earth. These are Heaven Path Dao marks! Oh heavens, there are so many Heaven Path Dao marks, he must have at least 1,000! Shui-Er covered her mouth in surprise. I will leave the rest to you. Fan Yuan smiled at Shui-Er as he brought the frost ice flame away with him and vanished on the spot. Shui-Er felt relaxed, but worry soon appeared in her heart. My dear fiancé has so many Heaven Path Dao marks, no wonder he went into seclusion after the Fate War and rarely fought. Sigh, I am so useless, I could not help him at all. I could not even defend this snow crystal formation. Fan Yuan appeared to help Shui-Er alleviate the crisis of the snowmen in many northern plains. He immediately went back to his secret room to continue his closed cultivation. When he was refining Fate Gu, Fan Yuan had the best position, because he was doing his best to absorb the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on his body. They were all complete and intact Dao marks. One could say that he was the biggest winner in this plan that Red Lotus created. But this benefit was too great, he could not process it in the meantime. The sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, that also meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven gained 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks all of a sudden. These Heaven Path Dao marks created a huge impact on Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The impact was in many different aspects, and had varying effects. They could be as large as mountains and rivers shifting, but also small like a changing tributary channel. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It focuses on the balance of living beings, they limit each other. Even in an extreme environment like the Snow Crystal Formation, the Heavenly Dao could alter it and create Fire Path Dao marks within the Ice and Snow Path Dao marks. Once the Frost Ice Flame spreads its destruction, many northern plains would be completely altered beyond recognition. Of course, if we ignore it, my Sovereign Grotto Heaven will benefit from this. We will create a complete ecosystem that has balance and good prospects in the future. However, this method consumes too much of my foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fan Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Gu was destroyed, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded, Fan Yuan no longer had any value to him. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed and used the Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Fan Yuan, to limit his growth speed. However, even though Fan Yuan saw through this, he had to take the bait. It was because Fan Yuan noticed that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was tampered by Spectral Soul. He needed the Heaven Path Dao marks to counter Spectral Soul's arrangements. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had been making use of Fan Yuan. It was evident from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fan Yuan also made use of Red Lotus. He used this Demon Venerable's plan to destroy Fate Gu, which was his biggest problem. He used Red Lotus' million-year plan to escape from the clutches of Spectral Soul's arrangement. Zhao Lian Yun allowed the Heaven Path Dao marks to make the alterations, but Fan Yuan decided to interfere with them. The Heaven Path Dao marks altered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He actively participated, resisting and cooperating with the alterations to preserve his Immortal Aperture's foundation. This cooperation and resistance gave Fan Yuan a lot of insight. Heaven Path was merciless and impartial. Human Path was putting up a resistance. These two intertwined in Fan Yuan's heart, shining in different radiance. Time is about right. A while later, Fan Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the sovereign immortal aperture. His main body arrived in the world of the 5 regions. He stood in Western Desert as he looked at a tree in front of him. This tree was not even 8 feet tall, the branches were short, thin and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow, the flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. It was the Thousand-Wish Tree. Around the Thousand-Wish Tree was Fan Yuan's immortal formation. Right now, he stored the immortal formation and took the Thousand-Wish Tree along with him. They were all sent into the sovereign immortal aperture. This action caused the storm to surge, a vast air current spread out to the surroundings. Fan Yuan did not care about this, he turned into a flash of light and flew into the sky. The air currents rampaged in the surrounding deserts, causing loud sounds to be emitted. Pingde and Emoli failed to break out, they were surrounded by desert wolves. Right when they were about to die, the air currents arrived. The desert wolf group went into chaos as they scattered and escaped. Pingde jolted. Another disaster! Emoli stared with wide eyes as he looked and laughed. Haha, we are saved! This is not a disaster, it is merely a normal hurricane. Let's go! Chapter 1973. Going after Fan Yuan. After the Qi tide passed, clouds were sparse in the sky. It was a refreshing sight. A yellow cloud flew high in the sky, sprinkling light sand behind it along the way. There was a female immortal sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a corpulent body, her belly was bulging, her entire body resembled a water vat. She was a member of Mo clan, a superforce in Western Desert. There was a title for her in Western Desert's Gu immortal world, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She felt beautiful for being fat, and upon learning of this title, she liked it so much that she publicly called herself this from then on. In time, even her original name was forgotten in place of this title. Huh! As the yellow cloud flew, Plump Lady suddenly had a change of expression, sensing something unusual. Thus, the yellow cloud slightly contracted and flew down diagonally, changing its course slightly before suspending in midair. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud and looked down at the giant pit beneath her feet. This giant pit was partially hidden by the wind blowing yellow sand and covering it, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was all too familiar with the landscape of the sand pit. This isn't a naturally formed sand pit, but rather an empty space left behind after something in it was drawn away. This aura. It's the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood. A Gu immortal had secretly made a move to steal an ancient desolate plant from here. Plump Lady snorted coldly as anger rose in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this place was Wolf Desert, the territory of Mo clan. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing the Mo clan. This ancient desolate plant must be quite valuable since it is able to hide and conceal itself from the detection of our clan. I'm afraid that it has already been discovered by some people long ago, but they just did not take it. Now that Qi tides is causing disasters, this person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that they would endanger this ancient desolate plant, and that's why they took it. Plump Lady secretly analyzed the scene and carefully examined it. The thief's actions were very clean, no obvious clues were left behind. Feeling disappointed, she had to use an information path Gu worm to inform the Mo clan, hoping that the clan would send good investigators to track down and capture this damn thief. And finally, Plump Lady used information path Gu worms to record the scene before leaving. She had a mission right now, she could not waste time here. As she flew along, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city at the center. The city walls were short, but the overall length was long. There were a huge number of mortals living in the city. It was Sandwolf City. Sandwolf City was one of the main cities of Mo clan. Plump Lady did not cover her tracks and flew directly from high in the sky to the City Lord Manor. There were already people at the City Lord Manor who were ready to receive her. When they saw the arrival of Plump Lady, they all fell to their knees and shouted, "We pay our respects to Revered Immortal! Get up!" Plump Lady stored the yellow cloud and stepped on the ground in front of everyone. "Revered Immortal, the arrival banquet has been prepared. It contains the best wine and delicacies of Sandwolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today." The City Lord spoke. Plump Lady, however, waved her hand. She was not interested. She only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to undergo closed cultivation. Also, I asked you to gather Goo Masters with aptitude and loyalty. How is it going?" "It's almost done. The vast majority of the city's Goo Masters have already been screened," the city lord replied quickly. "Very well. After 3 days I will take them away. Now you can go and attend to your own matters." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the city lord promised in succession. The door of the secret room closed slowly. Plump Lady activated the formation here with a wave of her hand. She looked exhausted as her divine sense probed into her immortal aperture. When she saw the scene inside the immortal aperture, she inevitably let out another deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a land of yellow sand and it was flat. At the heart of the desert, Plump Lady had carefully laid out more than 6,000 acres of sand farms. Her sand farms mainly produced 2 types of immortal materials. They were light sand and cold warm flowing sand. They were the main sources of goods that Plump Lady produced for a long time. But after the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 Heaven Path down marks. Her immortal aperture started to change. The landscape became uneven, more and more sand dunes were created. Furthermore, there was a trench, as if a knife had come straight down across the center of the desert, splitting the entire desert. Thousands of acres of sand farms were lost. "I don't have wisdom path methods to make deductions and restrain this kind of natural development. Unless I hire a wisdom path Goo Immortal to take action, but my assets are not enough, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps," Plump Lady lamented in her heart. Mo Clan had Goo Immortals that cultivated wisdom path, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if the relationship was close, the wisdom path deductions would still cost immortal essence. They could not work for Plump Lady for nothing, right? Therefore, there had to be a reward. Furthermore, I recently absorbed heaven and earth chi. My immortal aperture is unstable. Right now, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi had no obstruction and started to fuse. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was changing gradually. This caused the foundation of Western Desert Goo Immortals' immortal apertures to start differing from the heaven and earth chi of the outer world. When Goo Immortals absorbed this heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would be unstable. There would be tremors. The best way to deal with it was to cooperate with the change and continue absorbing and releasing heaven and earth chi. If one keeps themselves in closed cultivation, after the heaven and earth chi changes drastically, when they open the immortal aperture entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi, the tremors would be huge. The immortal aperture would suffer even more damage. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to reduce the losses caused by the heaven and earth chi to a great extent. Wisdom path was a difficult path while chi path had been declining for years. There were few chi path Goo Immortals left. Plump Lady was only having dreams that were not realistic. In the end, she consoled herself. Even though she did not have wisdom path or chi path methods, other Goo Immortals were like her. Thus, she was not left behind in the dust by the majority of them. But Plump Lady still felt intense danger in her heart. This was something that all of the 5 regions Goo Immortals were feeling. The 5 regions were unified. Everyone knew that life was no longer going to be peaceful anymore. Be they lone cultivators or super forces, they were making preparations for the huge battles in the future. This time, Plump Lady was tasked to go to Sandwolf City and bring back Goo Immortal seeds for Mo Clan to nurture. In fact, Mo Clan or Western Desert were not the only ones. All of the forces in the 5 regions and 2 heavens were making preparations now. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were quite peaceful. Super forces nurtured Goo Immortals while considering the provision of resources and their storage. But now, everyone was preparing for war. They were going to mobilize these resources. Thus, all of the forces focused on nurturing Goo Immortals than keeping resources. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough Goo Immortals, their enemies would get all of their resources if they were wiped out in the future. If they did not use up those resources beforehand, that would be too wasteful. Plump Lady looked at her sand farms in the immortal aperture while feeling heartache. She could not discard these farms. They were her only sources of revenue. They were her biggest financial support pillar. Plump Lady had to preserve them. The future was uncertain. She did not know how long the chi tides would continue, but she had to salvage them regardless. In the current world, I'm afraid only Fang Yuan will know how long these chi tides would last. He has spring-autumn cicada and can rebirth from the future after all. Plump Lady felt deep envy and admiration regarding this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand farms in her immortal aperture, fixing the goo formations inside. The area where the earth trench appeared could not be fixed. Thus, her 6,000-acre sand farm was split into two. If only I had an immortal goo formation! Plump Lady felt a bit of regret. Mo Clan also had formation path goo immortals. When she created the sand farm, Mo Clan's formation path goo immortal had asked her if she needed help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want to expose her immortal aperture, on the other hand, she wanted to save costs. After all, creating an immortal formation would use one of her immortal goo as the core. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal goo herself. Also, the payment of hiring the formation path goo immortal was not cheap. If I had created an immortal formation back then, my losses would be much lower. Sigh, how can anyone expect their own immortal aperture to be unsafe? Plump Lady thought of this and felt some envy towards the formation path goo immortal. During this period of time, he had been extremely popular with everyone. They were looking for him to create immortal goo formations around their immortal aperture's resource points to protect them. Plump Lady felt a little bitterness towards the earth path she cultivated. Earth path was skilled at changing terrain, but Western Desert had the most number of earth path goo immortals. Plump Lady's earth path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for cultivating a second path, Plump Lady did not even dare to think about such an absurd idea. She was already facing problems cultivating just earth path in terms of time and finances. Trying to juggle another path was courting death. Moreover, only those rare and exceptional inheritances could allow one to dual cultivate. For example, an inheritance left by Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long. After repairing her immortal aperture's sand farm, Plump Lady still had to buy some fertile sand. Sand farms nurtured sand using sand. Without enough sand-type immortal materials, the production would fall greatly. Plump Lady took out her goo worms and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had all sorts of news. A large number of wills were conversing as they interacted. Because of the huge change in the world, goo immortals could not move around now. On one hand, they had to absorb and release heaven and earth chi continuously to adapt to the main world. On the other hand, they also had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them continuously like Plump Lady. Cases like Zhao Lian Yun who ignored the damage caused were quite rare. Thus, goo immortals needed immortal materials or the help of goo immortals of other paths. Treasure Yellow Heaven became a very popular destination for them. Another chi tide happened over here. A lot of deaths occurred. When are these chi tides going to end? Damn it, my fisheries have all been destroyed. I hate the fact that we cannot move around. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer we need to adapt to the heaven and earth chi and keep up with the 5 regions transformation. The goo immortals sighed as they talked about the news of these chi tides. Other than that, there was Fan Yuan's arrest warrant. A mysterious force described Fan Yuan's circumstances. They were willing to pay a huge sum for his latest information. Fan Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. His sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. More terrifyingly, he could annex people's apertures to skip calamities and tribulations, increasing his cultivation level. But now, Fan Yuan obtained too many heaven path Dao marks. His strength had hit an all-time low. Whoever discovered his location would get a huge reward. The sovereign immortal fetus goo's secret was completely exposed. This was not Heavenly Court's doing. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan had released the arrest warrant due to Spectral Soul's orders. Too strong! This sovereign immortal body is too terrifying. It can cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fan Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8 great expert. Who can have such a great fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor this otherworldly demon? If I had his fortuitous encounters, I could achieve such great accomplishments as well. The goo immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. We cannot let him grow further. He can annex apertures. He is the enemy of all goo immortals. Let those experts handle him. I am just a minor character. Why would I ever encounter Fan Yuan? The reward is a huge amount of immortal materials. I wonder which lucky person will get them. Lucky person? Exposing the great demon Fan Yuan's location would be offending him. You call that lucky? We have all seen Fan Yuan's battle strength ourselves. Even if he is at his weakest, how weak can that be? No matter how weak a person is, killing an ant is extremely easy regardless. Even if I find his location, I will not dare to expose him. Plump Lady heard these discussions. She felt conflicting emotions within her. The information had been released in Treasure Yellow Heaven several days ago. It had received huge attention. It was the hot topic currently, without showing signs of dying down. Everyone in the world had seen the Fate War. Fang Yuan's performance was shockingly terrifying. The world knew about his pseudo-venerable battle strength. The title of the #1 demon in the world belonged to him. Nobody dared to contest this. Hopefully, I never meet such a person in my life. No matter how fat I am, my size cannot compare to such a huge demon. If I get involved in his matters, I will die without doubt. Plump Lady was quite aware of her situation. She was only enjoying the show as a spectator. But she did not know that she had once fought against Fang Yuan. In fact, the ancient desolate plant that was stolen earlier was taken by Fang Yuan. While Plump Lady entered closed cultivation, two figures in sorry states supported each other as they moved towards Sandwolf City step by step. The city guards did not chase them away. They could tell that these two were Gu masters. The guard walked towards them and extended his hand. Entry fee of 1 primeval stone per person. There's still an entry fee? One of the downcast Gu masters started with wide eyes. He was Pingde. The middle-aged Gu master that he was supporting was naturally Emoli. The two of them were saved by the air currents generated when Fang Yuan took the Thousand-Wish Tree. After exerting effort, they finally reached Sandwolf City. I have them. Emoli was already prepared. He took out 2 primeval stones and handed them to the guard. Pingde took a look at these 2 primeval stones. Along the way, he was taught by Emoli. He could now inspect his aperture. He found that he had 3 Gu worms. He even understood the value of primeval stones. It was used as currency but also as a way to replenish a Gu master's precious primeval essence. 2 primeval stones to enter a city. Pingde sighed. Uncle Emoli, I will return this sum to you. Emoli patted his shoulder. Let's go, kid. No matter how poor I am, I can still afford this fee. During this period, you should stay at my home. You are penniless and have no memory of this city. How can you live alone? Emoli had guided Pingde along the way. After finding that he knew nothing about Gu master cultivation, he believed the words that he was amnesiac. Uncle, thank you so much. You saved my life and even helped me this much. Don't say that. Emoli interrupted Pingde and brought him into the city. Emoli's house was at the central area of Sandwolf City. It was a huge house with a garden that had flowers growing in it. I am back. Emoli knocked on the door as his wife opened the door. You are finally back. Emoli's wife was a rank 2 Gu master. Seeing her husband, she was happy and surprised. I heard that Chi Tide appeared. I thought you. I was lucky and lived, but my caravan is completely ruined. Only the 2 of us survived. Sigh. Emoli sighed deeply. Being alive is the greatest blessing. Emoli's wife turned her eyes. Auntie. Pingde greeted after their conversation. Emoli's wife chuckled. Little lad, thank you for taking care of my husband along the way. Pingde's face turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was uncle who took care of me during this journey. Without his help, I would have died in the desert. As travelers outside, helping each other is necessary. Quickly come in. Emoli's wife was very welcoming. Emoli and Pingde had a rough journey, but they were finally safe now. After showering in Emoli's house, the 2 of them went to bed and fell sound asleep. After sleeping from noon to night time, Pingde was woken up by Emoli for a scrumptious dinner. After dinner, Emoli said to his wife, We still have some money left, even though my caravan was destroyed. As long as I am alive, I can rebuild a new caravan. But his wife had a hesitant look. I haven't told you this. I was hesitating. Thankfully, you returned alive. What is it? Emoli was curious as he asked. After you left, the city lords sent orders that they would select Gu masters that had a great aptitude and were loyal to Emo clan. Supposedly, this is an order from the higher-ups. They want to nurture Gu masters to become Gu immortals. Oh? There is such a thing? Emoli hesitated. The city lord put up a public notice. I went past the city gates quickly. I did not see it. Emoli's wife continued. Our son heard the news and wanted to sign up. Emoli laughed unconsciously. To think our son would have such aspirations, but he only has great aptitude. Emoli's wife laughed. Aptitude is not too important, loyalty to Emo clan is most important. If we show enough loyalty, our son might be selected. Emoli realized at once, asking, How much? Emoli's wife said a number. Pingde's mouth became wide open. Emoli's wife was very troubled. Even if we use all our remaining savings, it will not be enough. Husband, the decision is up to you. Amoli was silent for a moment before he resolved himself. I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer lazy and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. I will go and borrow shamelessly. I am sure we will gather enough funds. Husband. Amoli's wife was touched but felt worried as well. But our caravan was destroyed, I am afraid. Amoli smiled as he patted his chest, feeling confident. Don't worry, I am a rank 3 Gu master, my body is strong and my strength is intact. Everyone knows that I only need time. As long as my luck is not bad, I can recover from this loss. Chapter 1974. Creating an opening. The sky was light purple in color. Gathered in midair was a large area of gray clouds resembling thick fog, making the view of soul-pacifying grotto heaven quite unclear. But the layout of this place was good, even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it. He had disguised as a soul beast, he successfully infiltrated the grotto heaven. After many days, he finally found out a lot of information about soul-pacifying grotto heaven. This was a soul path grotto heaven. There were a lot of soul path cultivation resources here. It had at least 10 giant resource points. In history, it had once produced 2 rank 8 soul path immortals at the same point in time. It was a very rare situation. The biggest trait of soul pacifying grotto heaven was that it had a soul pacifying immortal killer move that influenced all lifeforms in this grotto heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and bring peace to Gu immortal souls. It had a huge supplementary effect in soul cultivation. There were 3 aspects in soul path cultivation: strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was using the water of Bewitching Lake. It was known as pacifying soul soup, the most delicious wine in the world. This was recorded in the legends of Renzu. The soul pacifying killer move in soul pacifying grotto heaven was created by mimicking the pacifying soul soup. Even Spectral Soul thought that the effect of this move was good. Within soul pacifying grotto heaven, soul beasts were the most plentiful of beasts. It had raised soul beasts to begin with. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions unified, in order to prepare for war, the Gu immortals of soul pacifying grotto heaven went outside to hunt and store more soul beasts. But the higher-ups with Lady Cold Ash as the leader still did not think this was enough. They sent even more Gu immortals outside to search for even more soul beasts. Thanks to the soul pacifying killer move, even if immemorial soul beasts went into soul pacifying grotto heaven, they would remain peaceful and would not rampage. After Ensun returned to the grotto heaven to rest for a few days, he received orders to go out and hunt soul beasts again. I am letting you command 3,000 soul beasts with 1 immemorial soul beast as the guardian, do your best. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash called for him. Ensun was the tall and skinny Gu immortal from earlier. He was the nephew of Lady Cold Ash, and also the Gu immortal with the best prospects to go beyond rank 7 in soul pacifying grotto heaven. Thank you for the concern, Aunt, Ensun said with difficulty. But such a huge soul beast group, I do not have the ability to command them. Lady Cold Ash waved her hand. My killer move can allow you to command this soul beast group with ease for 20 days. Ensun was overjoyed. He quickly thanked her. He understood that his aunt was helping in secret and taking care of him. Even though soul pacifying grotto heaven did not lack resources and had deep foundation, when nurturing Gu immortals, seniority mattered. Lady Cold Ash helped Ensun secretly, hoping that he would emerge victorious in the contest against Enchong and become the rank 7 Gu immortal who received the most support. She was his aunt after all. Ensun led the soul beast army and left soul pacifying grotto heaven, heading to Black Heaven for his hunt. For the next few days, his gains were little. He became a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Chi Tide passes, there would be many dead life forms. Their souls would be left behind and form more soul beasts. Ensun could not understand why this was not happening. Along the way, he did not meet many soul beasts, but he gathered a lot of Chi Path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul pacifying grotto heaven was a soul path grotto heaven. These Chi Path immortal materials were almost unusable. They could only be traded away. Ensun could not understand why, but Spectral Soul knew. It seems that after the Chi Tide passes, Chi Path Dao marks flood the area, causing other paths to be suppressed. Soul Path is no exception. It is hard to form new soul beasts. In contrast, Chi Path immortal materials are going to increase in numbers. They will be at an absurd number in the future. Spectral Soul saw the trend and felt a little strange internally. To think that Chi Path would regain its former glory. Chi Path had been declining. But with the current situation where cheap immortal materials get produced widely in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the abundance of resources would lower the cost of cultivation. It would create a trend of numerous cheap cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed Insun. He left Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven for his own objectives. He had already inspected Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, but he could not take action inside. Outside, it was a different story. However, Spectral Soul did not act immediately. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, after more than 10 days, Insun encountered a group of soul beasts that numbered to more than 1,000. I finally met some. Insun was overjoyed. He quickly manipulated the soul beast army to attack. A huge battle began. Initially, Insun had the advantage, but soon, he found that an immemorial soul beast appeared in the enemy's group. He quickly led out his guardian. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The 2 immemorial soul beasts fought intensely, creating a small battlefield for themselves. The enemy immemorial soul beast was much stronger than Insun had expected. His immemorial soul beast quickly fell into a disadvantage, about to be defeated. Insun was shocked. He quickly acted to help out his immemorial soul beast. Eventually, Insun paid a huge price of suffering injuries to exterminate the enemy immemorial soul beast. Insun felt regret that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast. He had tried many methods to subdue it, but he failed. He had no choice but to kill it in the end. After the battle, Insun counted his gains and losses. Despite his heavy injuries, he gained 800 soul beasts overall, among which were many ancient soul beasts. This should be enough. Insun let out a sigh of relief. These gains were sufficient. He did not let down Lady Coldash and her expectations. But right when Insun relaxed his mind, Spectral Soul struck at lightning speed, flying into Insun's body. Insun's face distorted as he shook intensely. After a while, he returned to normal. Spectral Soul came out of his body as Insun knelt down. I pay respects to Master. Spectral Soul nodded with a tired expression. He had an ability to enter a life-form's soul and forcefully modify it so that they would obey Spectral Soul from the depths of their soul with absolute loyalty. But there were many limitations to this. He could not use it casually. Back then, Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan when they were at their weakest. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan were in poor conditions then, while she had also been subconsciously influenced by him over time. Thus, in order to deal with Insun, Spectral Soul had to wait until he was at his weakest. The reason he caused this huge soul beast battle instead of directly attacking because he needed to deceive Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. Insun was a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was not easy for him to explore Black Heaven. There were investigative methods used on him. If anything happened to him, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven would react to it rapidly. After subduing Insun, I have an opening in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. Is Lady Coldash still far from my grasp? Hee. Spectral Soul chuckled. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could take control of it, and use it to interfere in the world affairs to accomplish his goals. I have already created my opening here. It is far better than hunting soul beasts myself. I wonder what breakthrough Fairy Ziwei has made already. At the same time, in a certain central continent valley, Fan Yuan, you cannot escape. Fairy Ziwei called out, using a purple meteor attack. The purple meteor landed on Fan Yuan as it pierced his chest, creating a gaping hole. Fan Yuan stared at Fairy Ziwei. He fell with a loud sound and scattered into smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Ziwei was prepared for it, she still felt tired seeing this. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan had already killed hundreds of Fan Yuan's clones. She immediately captured and stored the smoke that the myriad self-clone turned into. Next, she took out a sealed clone of Fan Yuan from her aperture. She instilled the smoke of the destroyed myriad self-clone into the sealed clone. Soon, the white smoke was absorbed by the clone. Its cultivation level rose again. These myriad self-clones were summoned by Fan Yuan during the battle in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had used the transportation formation to send them all over Central Continent. Fairy Ziwei was ordered by Spectral Soul to find Fan Yuan. After putting up the arrest warrant, all the information she received involved these clones. Fairy Ziwei had no choice but to pay them the reward as they had provided information. But she also went around laboriously to capture the Fan Yuan myriad self-clones all over the continent. If she left them unattended to, these clones would be the best concealment for Fan Yuan's main body. Fairy Ziwei also had another idea. What if Fan Yuan was hiding among these clones? This was not impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. When I capture one, I can use the connection to find the next clone. But Fairy Ziwei watched as the sealed clone of Fan Yuan rose in cultivation level. She felt worried. Fan Yuan's human path attainment level is so high. These clones can actually devour each other, and show such autonomy. Fan Yuan's strength is low because of two reasons. Firstly, the heaven and earth chi are converging and forming chi tides, immortal apertures are becoming unstable. Secondly, the heaven path Tao marks he absorbed are also like a seal. Among the different paths, human path is the most suitable for dealing with heaven path. Who knows how many heaven path Tao marks Fan Yuan gained? How long can they suppress him for? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the thousand-wish tree was planted in mini central continent. An immortal formation with the thousand-wish tree as the core was already set up. It started to activate now. Due to the influence of the heaven path Tao marks, sovereign grotto heaven had been encountering disasters and calamities endlessly, but even in this situation, Fan Yuan still spent effort to create and defend this formation. Good. After observing for a while, Fan Yuan smiled as he saw the formation working normally. This was a human path formation. The thousand-wish tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. With his formation path and human path attainment levels, Fan Yuan finally made such progress. The formation in mini central continent was the main formation. There was going to be 4 more human path subformations created in the other mini regions. I am trying to use human path to restrict heaven path. Let's see how well it works. Fan Yuan held high expectations for this plan. Chapter 1975. World Poetry Competition. Immemorial Black Heaven. They're here! And Sun shouted excitedly. Under his silent supervision, a soul beast army of 1,000 charged towards his ambush. Once they entered his range, and Sun activated his ambushing soul beasts, attacking all of the wild soul beasts from all sides. While Sun controlled the soul beast army, he activated Immortal Goo and unleashed all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves landed on them, the soul beasts on his side gained a boost in battle strength, speed, and defense to some degree. This battle lasted for several minutes, and Sun successfully killed 400 wild soul beasts while the rest were captured. Master! And Sun gathered a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and absorbed all of these soul cores into his body, starting to digest them. After last time when he secretly followed Sun and enslaved him, Spectral Soul managed to get his plan started. He secretly passed the profundities of soul path cultivation to Sun. According to the soul path immortal goo that Sun had, he personally created soul path killer moves for him. Sun's strength continued to rise. He took many missions to capture soul beasts. For this purpose, Spectral Soul created 2 methods. One could find out the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simplified immortal formation that could lure soul beasts after it was set up. With these 2 methods, Sun captured wild soul beasts with much higher efficiency. Each mission was completed to a high degree. Lady Coldash saw that her nephew did not let down her expectations but even went beyond that and shined brightly. She was very happy about it. Within Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Coldash was the only rank 8. She was naturally their leader. Below her were Chong and Sun. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his Grotto Heaven and invited them, Lady Coldash brought the 2 of them with her. She wanted to let them gain some experience, and also let them meet up with others to become acquainted with other Goo Immortals. When Lady Coldash was in the meeting in the Grotto Heaven, Chong and Sun stayed outside the Grotto Heaven and talked with the other rank 7 elites of other Grotto Heavens. But Lady Coldash did not know that Sun was already turned into Spectral Soul's slave. In fact, the entire Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, including herself, was currently targeted by Spectral Soul. Their future was bleak. The more missions he completed, and the higher the completion rate, the more advantage Sun would have in this competition. Lady Coldash could see this. The other Goo Immortals in the Grotto Heaven also noticed this. One day, Lady Coldash summoned Chong as she instructed. Since the last time Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch called for us to have a meeting, he was very active in asking the Grotto Heavens to work together. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans but only 2 rank 8 humans including me. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 Goo Immortal of Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. In this journey to Eastern Sea, you are representing Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. You will meet with Granny Skeleton and show our sincerity to cooperate. Yes. Chong replied, feeling bitter inside. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. By sending him on this mission, she was helping Sun to claim victory. He was going to become the nurturing target of soul-pacifying grotto heaven. If Sun performed similarly to himself, Chong would feel unresigned and angry. But Sun did really well, far better than him. Even Chong felt that he had no chance to win. He accepted this mission. He took some immortal materials from soul-pacifying grotto heaven's inventory as a meeting gift. After leaving soul-pacifying grotto heaven, he passed the heavenly wind-chi wall and arrived in the 5 regions. He concealed his traces and went from Central Continent to Eastern Sea. Next, he went through the heavenly wind-chi wall in Eastern Sea and to Granny Skeleton's area. When the regional walls existed, Goo immortals had a lot of trouble crossing regions. Many strong Goo immortals would choose to travel using the 2 heavens. But now that the regional walls had vanished, even a Black Heaven Goo immortal like Chong could travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven had a dangerous environment. It would be troublesome if one met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Chong had an immemorial soul beast hiding in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level after all. Especially now when the chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions Goo immortals had to recuperate. They rarely moved around. Thus, it was easy for Chong to travel. Along the way, Chong found that the 5 regions were facing huge disasters. The chi tides had caused much destruction. Regardless, he did not meet with any unexpected mishaps. He successfully arrived in Eastern Sea and went up to immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method left by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully went into Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed, the chi tides are surging. With the current changing world, if we do not cooperate, the future will be uncertain. We are all humans, we should work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not create problems for Chong, she agreed immediately. Granny Skeleton continued. However, in Eastern Sea's Black Heaven, variant human forces are more dominant. Lady Coldash wants us to cooperate. Why would Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch do nothing? He must be gathering the variant human forces of the other region's Black Heaven as well. Chong knew that Granny Skeleton would not say unimportant things. He quickly asked, Senior, what insight might you have? Granny Skeleton said, Since we are uniting the humans of immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you. I have contacted many people already. The response is quite good. Among them, there is one key person. We need your help to persuade them. Granny Skeleton paused and continued. This person is a rank 8 Goo immortal. He is known as Old Immortal Huayu. He controls profound literature Grotto Heaven. He has quite the reputation in Eastern Sea's White Heaven. If we can ally with this person, it will definitely bring along a number of White Heaven Goo immortals. We will save a lot of effort. Chong heard this and thought, going to meet Old Immortal Huayu was not part of his mission, but if he could accomplish this feat, he would have a chance to compete with Sun again. Thinking of this, Chong made his decision, saying to Granny Skeleton, Since Senior has already planned this, Junior will set out for profound literature Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton praised. Good, as expected of a member of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Huayu does not like to fight or kill, that is why he has little interest in an alliance. If you can succeed in this trip, I will reward you greatly. Chong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to immemorial White Heaven, meeting with Old Immortal Huayu. Even though Old Immortal Huayu had little interest in an alliance, Chong was representing Lady Cold Ash in this trip. The other party was also a rank 8 Goo immortal. Old Immortal Huayu did not dare to ignore them. He opened the door and invited Chong in. After seeing Old Immortal Huayu, Chong gave the speech that he thought up along the way, but Old Immortal Huayu was unmoved. My profound literature Grotto Heaven does not involve itself in worldly affairs. We are a neutral party. Even though we do not want to make an alliance, the two of us can still exchange resources. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven produced soul path resources. It was quite useful for profound literature Grotto Heaven. Seeing that he could not convince Old Immortal Huayu, Chong thought that this transaction was at least better than nothing. This was the first time they were interacting. After several transactions, wouldn't they get closer? With a deeper relationship, requesting for an alliance would be much better hopes. After saying goodbye to Old Immortal Huayu, Chong was asked to stay by another Goo immortal. Goo Immortal Hua Song attended to him. He said, You have traveled a long journey to come here. You should stay for a few days. During this period, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition. Many beautiful poems will be created and recited then. it is quite interesting to watch. And Chong had already heard from Granny Skeleton about the poetry culture of profound literature Grotto Heaven. All of their Gu immortals were scholarly and preferred literature works over beautiful women or wine. And Chong wanted to improve his relationship with profound literature Grotto Heaven. Even though he had no interest in poetry or recital, he could not refuse their kind invitation. He agreed to stay. The World Poetry Competition commenced. This was an unprecedented event. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had never held such a huge competition before. Thus, all sorts of talents gathered from all over Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Other than the talented scholars who wanted to display their abilities in the poetry competition, many people came here to watch the grand event. Thus, the capital city that was holding the World Poetry Competition became filled with people since a month ago. People moved on the bustling streets. Li Xiaobai and Teacher Jiang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds, Xiaobai. If you want to change your circumstances, this is the best chance. I understand your talent, you can pass the first 10 rounds, but the latter 8 will depend on your luck. Sigh, teacher cannot help you this time, we might even end up as opponents. Teacher Jiang sighed. This was a grand event. Teacher Jiang also wanted to participate and compete with the other talented scholars. After Li Xiaobai heard this, he held down the urge to roll his eyes as he thought. I am almost certain now that you will end up as my opponent, dear teacher. Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent into Profound Literature Grotto Heaven as a pawn to take over this Grotto Heaven. Initially, Li Xiaobai had a smooth sailing journey. He even received the affection of Su Clan's young miss, Su Qihan. As a result, Li Xiaobai became one of the 10 great scholars. He had a chance to become Su Clan's son-in-law. Next, while Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook as mountains collapsed and rivers flooded. The people in Li Xiaobai's group got injured while some died. They were trapped in the valley for months before Li Xiaobai managed to escape for his life. Because of this, he missed the opportunity and did not meet with the emperor. Without the emperor's decree, his 10 great scholar title was conferred to others. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Qihan but found that after hearing about his situation, she went to look for him and went missing as a result. Even now, she had not returned yet. After arriving in the capital city, Li Xiaobai encountered many setbacks. People tried to target him secretly. He offended officials or royalty without knowing it. He had a tough time. If not for Teacher Jiang's help, he would have ended up on the streets as a beggar. But he knew why. Even though my main body destroyed Fate Gu, our strong luck was almost completely expended in this battle. The result is that I as a clone also became really unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is the event created by Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to choose new Gu immortal seeds. Even though teacher does not know the details, he still chose to join. He is going to become my obstacle. I am so unlucky now, I will definitely face him. If I defeat him, this teacher might hate me for life. But this chance is too rare. If I do not use it to deal with the difficulties ahead, I will meet with more problems in the future. Chapter 1976. Li Xiaobai's Spring Poem. Lord Gu Masters, please come in. The waiter bent his back as he invited Hua Song and Enchong into the shop. This is a famous tea house of the capital city. It is very crowded. I have come here many times in the past. Hua Song transmitted as he explained to Enchong. The two had disguised as Gu Masters as they came to the capital city of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Enchong was more willing to observe the capital city from above the clouds. But since Hua Song had such interests, he could only accompany the person who invited him. I want a table on the 5th floor. Hua Song was very familiar with this place. The two came to the 5th floor. They entered the room and saw through the windows that the streets were bustling with people outside. The street with the bronze gate where the first round of the competition was held was completely packed with people. These are the current generation scholars of my Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. They are the hope of our future as well. Please observe. Hua Song sighed as he handed a rank 5 investigative Gu worm to Enchong. It could observe the target's talent chi. Enchong took a look and used it immediately, his field of vision changing immediately. He could now see the talent chi above the heads of countless scholars. These talent chi had all sorts of colors, some were taller than others. They all had different forms. It was an eye-opener. Since you have such a Gu worm to observe talent chi, what is the point of holding this competition? Enchong asked. Hua Song chuckled. You might not know, talent chi is like cultivation level. Even if one possesses a larger talent chi, they might not be able to use it properly in actual competition. Furthermore, this competition requires them to make poems on the spot. They cannot cheat. We want to test the upbringing of these scholars. Some who have abundant talent she might not have sufficient inspiration to create the highest quality poems. And Chong nodded. I see that the formations here are interlinked. They are able to amplify the creative thinking of the scholars? Hua Song nodded. Indeed, you are very perceptive. Within the immortal formation, scholars are able to display greater abilities than usual. They will make full use of their talents. As they spoke, the door was knocked. After getting Hua Song's permission, the waiter brought over an array of dishes and wine. 8 treasure duck, golden thread crispy sparrow, panda crab meat, they are all signature dishes of our tea house. Please enjoy the food. The waiter said. Hua Song gave the waiter 1 primeval stone as a tip before he left the room. Hua Song explained to Enchong. Envoy, even though the tea here is mortal tea, it was created by Lord Hua Yu in his youth. When he was still a rank 4 Gu master, he became the top scholar, and thus this tea was named by him as the top scholar tea. Oh? And Chong became interested now. This was the creation of a rank 8 Gu immortal in his youth. Then I will have to savor this well. And Chong drank it. He shut his eyes as he tasted the tea. In a daze, he felt a rush of excitement in his heart. It was as if he had attained success after decades of hard work. He finally gained the reputation and fame that he deserved. Life was at its peak. Good tea, good tea. And Chong praised sincerely. Even though this is immortal tea, it has a trace of human path ingenuity within it. During the Fate War, Central Continent's Heavenly Court used multiple human path killer moves with shocking power. The entire world knew about it. Thus, human path became renowned in the world. Everyone knew about it. While the 2 immortals were enjoying their tea, the bronze gate of the first competition ground opened slowly. The crowd of people waiting before the gate erupted into a huge commotion. It's opening! It's opening! Don't squeeze! Quickly let me in! The crowds charged through the gate. Li Xiaobai was among them, but he was at the back instead. He moved along with the people as he analyzed the rules of this competition. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds, each one has a question, everyone has to answer it. Regardless of how many people, their final product will be assessed and only half will be able to pass. Towards the later rounds, the numbers will continue being halved. Like this, once someone passes all 18 rounds, they will fulfill the condition. If someone fails once, they will have to return to the previous round. If they keep losing and fall out of the first round, they will be out. However, this poetry competition will last for 7 days. Everyone has 3 opportunities to try even if they get kicked out of the first round. This way, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will be able to pick the most eligible Gu immortal seeds. Even if someone makes a mistake, they will have a chance to try again. But if any scholar fails to perform throughout the 7 days, it will mean that they are not up to standard, they are not qualified to receive the Grotto Heaven's help to become an immortal. Li Xiaobai retracted his thoughts. He had already arrived at the first arena. The arena was large but packed with scholars. There were males and females, young and old, the number of people exceeded the thousands. This was just the first day. Li Xiaobai waited for another 15 minutes in the arena before all of the scholars had joined the first round. There was truly a sea of people, the liveliness was overwhelming. Thankfully, the first arena was an immortal formation space. It could expand casually and hold so many scholars without problems. Bang! 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 As the drums rolled, a voice was transmitted into the scholars' minds. World Poetry Competition, first question, spring, the time limit is 5 minutes. After saying that, the voice vanished. The first question is spring? Many scholars frowned while many scholars showed happy expressions. Li Xiaobai thought to himself. There are simply too many spring poems in existence. This question seems really easy. After all, most scholars would have some sort of verses related to this theme. Even though the World Poetry Competition requires the creation of poems on the spot, a person can easily modify existing verses to create their own new poems. But in reality, this question is quite the tough one. Li Xiaobai had an expression of deep thought. He knew that his poem was going to compete against the surrounding people. As long as he was stronger than half of them, he would progress to the next stage. Many scholars noticed this as well. Many people started to think, some sat down on the ground while others paced around with their arms behind their backs, some lowered their heads, muttering softly to themselves. Li Xiaobai's thought was, which poem do I use or steal? There were many spring-related poems in his memory. They were all amazing classics. But using a legendary classic from the start was not good. This would not allow Li Xiaobai to explain himself in the future. He did not have top-tier talent. if he took out a shocking poem now, he would attract suspicion. If his luck was good now, Li Xiaobai might take slight risks. But now that he was having bad luck, Li Xiaobai decided to play safe. While Li Xiaobai was thinking about it, many scholars already started to make their poems. Thus, all kinds of lights shining in all colors, weak or strong, appeared. Whenever the light fades from a scholar's body, they would have some gains. Some gained goo worms, some gained a rise in cultivation level, some recovered primeval essence, while others recovered from fatigue. This was the killer move known as assisting literary talents. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's creator, its original owner, had used this move before his death. Because of assisting literary talents, more and more scholars were encouraged to study. It eventually created the environment of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven where most people were scholars. Li Xiaobai decided on his poem. He coughed lightly before starting his recital. A moonlit night. Deep into the night the moon shines on half a cottage. Across the sky the Big Dipper lies, the Little Dipper tilts an incline. The warmth of spring is readily felt tonight. Through the green window screen, insects buzz and hum. After Li Xiaobai finished his recital, a light buzzing noise could be heard around him. His entire body shined in an intense green light. Whoosh! The scholars around Li Xiaobai felt an invisible pressure, as the green light forced them to move aside. A huge empty space was created with Li Xiaobai at the center. Such a strong light! A famed poem has appeared! To think that a famed poem would appear so quickly! I wonder who created it! Many scholars lost their train of thought. They all looked towards Li Xiaobai with admiration and suspicion. Li Xiaobai had a calm expression, but he was a little conflicted inside. Sigh, I went overboard a little, the effect was so eye-catching, I gained too much attention. He looked around, hoping someone would step up and take the attention away from him. As the green light entered his aperture, his cultivation level rose. Oh! A famed poem has appeared, let me go read it. At the tea house, Hua Song had a sensation. After reading Li Xiaobai's work, Hua Song nodded in satisfaction. Brilliant, brilliant! This Li Xiaobai is very young, but his poems are very mature. Normally, spring poems would use verses involving greenery or peach blossoms. But this poem uses another train of thought, using the night scene to conceal the spring light. It is quite interesting. The final verse must be created using Li Xiaobai's personal experiences. It has a refreshing, happy, and lively feeling. Poems take after the creator. This Li Xiaobai has a superb mindset. Hua Song praised it for a while, as if he had just eaten a delicacy of the world. He looked at Enchong as he smiled. I wonder what Amda thinks of this poem. Enchong felt a headache as he thought. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know what's so good about this poem. Sigh, he wants me to critique it, what should I say? Chapter 1977. Li Xiaobai's Inner Conflict. Li Xiaobai's expectations were not disappointed. After his recital, 3 more people stepped up. One was a strong man wearing a golden mask. He was shining in a glaring golden light. There was an old man wearing a cone hat. He was holding a cane as a green light moved around him. There was also a woman. She had a slim body and wore a pink dress. Her face was covered by a veil. After her recital, butterflies flew around her. It was a beautiful sight. These 3 had created famed poems on the same level as Li Xiaobai's Moonlit Night. Li Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief. This world has goo worms to assist with poem creation. Goo masters are also able to extend their lifespan and gain more experience in life. Thus, famed poems are more likely to appear than on Earth. On Earth, Moonlit Night was a rare creation. But in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, it would not be unmatched. Including Li Xiaobai, the 4 of them had their own territory as they looked at each other. The strong man, old man, and woman placed their gazes on Li Xiaobai. They knew each other, they had some sort of understanding towards their works, but Li Xiaobai was a newcomer. Who is this young man? His talent is not dense, how can he create such a famed poem? Interesting guy. Li Xiaobai's teacher, Teacher Jiang, also saw his student's performance. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, Li Xiaobai, it seems you are performing well today. Continue working hard. In the end, no accidents happened. Li Xiaobai moved to the next round and was teleported away. After he regained his senses, he arrived in another arena. This is the 5th round, scholars, please wait patiently. Li Xiaobai heard a voice in his mind. Li Xiaobai understood at once. So the advancement has differences as well. The poem I made is enough to pass 3 rounds and directly reach the 5th round. This is quite a logical rule. But this means that the Gu masters who reached this round are all people who created famed poems. Only half of these people can pass. The pressure has intensified now. Li Xiaobai looked around. He found two familiar faces. It was the strong man and the woman from earlier. After noticing Li Xiaobai's gaze, the woman nodded at him. She seemed to be smiling under the veil. Meanwhile, the strong man had an air of arrogance. After giving Li Xiaobai a glance, he started to shut his eyes and meditate. In the 5th round, there was only the 3 of them now. I wonder which round that old man went to. I should pretend to rest now. When scholars made poems, they had to think with all their effort, but he only had to select a suitable poem for his use. This was too easy, he had to conceal the fact. After waiting for several minutes in the 5th round arena, the second competition began. He had more than 20 competitors. Li Xiaobai felt a certain level of pressure in his heart. The theme of the second competition was travel. The time limit was the same as before. Travel? This question is the same as spring. It is so broad and easy to write, but creating a famed poem will be very hard. The strong man sighed to himself. The woman was thinking, I am not well versed in this, what should I do? Li Xiaobai was also contemplating. Which poem do I copy? After thinking for a while, he felt that he could not use a classic poem, the effect would be too overwhelming, but he could not use a bad poem. Otherwise he would fail to advance and be kicked back to the previous round. Li Xiaobai was a little troubled. It was not easy to gauge this situation. He knew his own ability, but he did not know about others. He did not know what sort of poem to use to win but not gain too much attention. In the 1st round, I went overboard. I should not try for first place now, Li Xiaobai told himself. He waited patiently. After a few minutes, some scholars already created their poems. After that, a few more started to recite their poems. Colorful lights appeared. Li Xiaobai sighed to himself, thinking, it seems that famed poems are not easy to create. These people did well in the 1st round, but currently, they are only performing at an average level. Li Xiaobai soon had an idea of the situation, but he did not start working. He was still waiting. As the time limit was about to be up, he finally saw some famed poems. One from the strong man. He recited a poem with great battle intent, resembling the march of horses and spears. His entire body was flickering with golden light. One could hear the clash of spears and blades. The second famed poem came from the woman. She created a gentle poem, describing a young lady looking outside her room's window, listening to the stories of travelers outside, imagining her own travel journey. It was quite impressive. All right, it is my turn now. Li Xiaobai coughed as he recited. Date flowers fall on the villagers' clothes. The sound of reeling carts heard from every household. Old men dressed in simple clothes sell cucumbers under the willow tree. Feeling drunk and drowsy from the long journey, the bright sun makes my throat dry. I thirst for a refreshing drink. I knock on the door of a mortal house, hoping to request for some tea. He had copied Su Shi's silk washing stream. After the recital, be it the strong man or the woman, they were evidently moved as they analyzed the poem. Good poem! This poem starts with description of the scenery and actions at the back. With the fusion of both, one can feel interested in the event. Even though he is writing about a scenery, he uses his voice to create an image. Compared to normal descriptions, this is very vivid. The emotional part is also very interesting. This kid might be a Gu master, but he is very polite and courteous. He does not barge into a mortal's house. He is truly a gentleman and has incomparable elegance. Reading his poem shows his nature. This young scholar is really promising. The surrounding scholars looked at Li Xiaobai with a different gaze now. Li Xiaobai let out a breath of air, pretending that he was extremely exhausted. After this round, I should be able to advance. Not just that, my performance was really good. I did not gain too much attention, but I also did not show inability. Li Xiaobai was quite satisfied with himself. After waiting for a while, the time limit was up. He became stunned. Most scholars failed to create a poem. This is the World Poetry Competition. I need to display my best abilities. If I use any inferior work, it would be too shameful. I did my best but could not create a satisfactory poem. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. This trip was worth my time. I got to hear 3 famed poems. Haha, in the worst case scenario, I might fall to the 1st round. So what? Goodbye. Those scholars that did not create a poem left in a carefree manner, while those scholars who made inferior poems showed shameful expressions. Li Xiaobai was calm on the outside but internally flummoxed. How can you guys act so graciously? Even though he advanced, he had gained too much attention again. Earlier, he was quite satisfied with the situation, but to think these scholars would be so useless. Humph, I had overestimated them. Li Xiaobai thought. There was nothing to say, he successfully advanced to the 9th round. After patiently waiting for a while, the people gathered. This time, there was less than 10 of them. Many of them were famous scholars, they knew each other and greeted politely. They were calm and elegant on the outside, but were all feeling nervous internally. At this point, the pressure of these competitors intensified again. I need to be stable, I cannot create a commotion again. Li Xiaobai clenched his fists, he kept reminding himself. But this time, his opponents all performed well, more than half of the Gu masters created famed poems. Li Xiaobai was the last one left. Li Xiaobai had a nervous expression, but he was calm internally. He recited the poem that he had already prepared in advance. With some flickering light, his cultivation level rose to rank 4, he gained a new Gu worm. This time, he planned meticulously. The poem he created was just borderline in the middle. He managed to advance successfully, but he was at the bottom of the batch. Right when Li Xiaobai was feeling happy. Cough! Someone coughed out a mouthful of blood. Ugh! Someone fainted on the ground. The strong man shook as he sat down with difficulty. The woman coughed for a long time with a pale expression. Only Li Xiaobai was left standing on the spot, unaffected. At once, everyone's gazes were on him again. This young man is very strong. Currently speaking, he has already created 3 famed poems. He did not get injured at all. It seems that he had not gone all out when he made his poem earlier. Impressive. After this competition, I need to befriend him. Li Xiaobai. He was speechless. Oh heavens, why did everyone overexert themselves? Wasn't it just a poem competition? Why were they risking their lives? He wanted to pretend to cough blood too, but it was too late now. He could not disguise himself anymore. Li Xiaobai had to continue moving to the next round with a plain expression. Chapter 1978. Human Path, Changing Luck. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Fan Yuan stood under the thousand-wish tree, looking up only to see a blazing light in the sky. There were specks and lumps, fading and flickering. It was truly a dazzling sight. Looking at the ground, sand and dust rumbled as wind was blowing wildly. Fan Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. His heaven path Dao marks were increasing in number. He had originally gained 3,000 or so Dao marks from the Gu refinement, but now, he was approaching 3,500 Dao marks. With the increase in heaven path Dao marks, the number of other Dao marks in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture was reducing in number. This scene reminded Fan Yuan of his time in Kray's Demon Cave. At the second lowest floor of Kray's Demon Cave, Fan Yuan saw the development of worlds. Countless worlds were destroyed as heaven path Dao marks formed. The heaven path Dao marks interlinked with each other or spread out themselves, forming new worlds. At this moment, even though the sovereign immortal aperture was not destroyed and turned into heaven path Dao marks, they were still modifying the various Dao marks within this immortal aperture. Of course, the heaven path Dao marks were not just increasing. Sometimes they fell in numbers. One heaven path Dao mark turned into many Dao marks of other paths, spreading throughout the world. Using the transformation of these Dao marks, in accordance with the heavenly Dao, the environment of the entire sovereign immortal aperture was modified. Like the scene that Fan Yuan was observing now, light was appearing in the sky. It meant that light path Dao marks were increasing in numbers. There was also wind and rumbling sand on the ground. It meant that wind path and earth path Dao marks were also increasing in numbers. If this goes on for a long time, the surroundings of the thousand-wish tree would turn into a barren desert. The trend was too obvious. Fan Yuan smiled coldly to himself. He had originally thought that the thousand-wish tree was meant to be planted in a desert, but now, even though he was not wrong, his understanding was distorted. The thousand-wish tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. It used human will to create fruits. It was most suited to be grown in a bustling environment like a large city or market filled with people. The more human will the better. However, the heavenly Dao did not want the thousand-wish tree to grow properly. It changed the heaven path Dao marks to create a blazing sun and a vast area of sand, to isolate it from the living people. In order to survive, the thousand-wish tree had to change its own traits to adapt to this difficult environment and live. But now that it was placed in Fan Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, the immortal formation created its own desert environment for it to slowly adapt and change. It would not be destroyed because of an unsuitable environment. But outside the immortal formation was a fertile land with lush greenery and warm sunlight. The immortal formation was not isolated. The Thousand Wish Tree's human path aura could be sensed by the heavenly Tao. But these heaven path Tao marks were not under Fan Yuan's control. They could not change according to the environment within the immortal formation. They modified the environment outside the formation to stop the Thousand Wish Tree's growth. Thus Fan Yuan learned about some things. The Thousand Wish Tree will finish growing in 300 years, flower at its 600th year and bear fruit at the 900th year. It will create exactly 1,000 fruits at that time. This is something that everyone knows as a fact, but now it seems this is not true. The Thousand Wish Tree is restricted by the heavenly Tao. Its actual potential is much larger. From now on, I will water it with human will. I will gradually change its habitat. Its production will definitely rise greatly. This was a future plan. Fan Yuan came to the Thousand Wish Tree today for another matter. At his will, Cooking Luck Pot revealed itself above him. Rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot was large as a basin. It was shining in golden and white light, sacred and royal. The pot had thick sides about the thickness of a thumb. There were 8 dragons at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. At the top of the pot, one could see Fan Yuan's exposed luck. It looked gray and damaged. Even though Cooking Luck Pot was only rank 7, unable to contain all of Fan Yuan's luck in this one pot, it was still possible to observe something from it. Fan Yuan's colossal luck was almost fully consumed in the Fate War. After the fight, his luck became very low. This was his third hidden threat, aside from the Qi Tide and Heaven Path Tao marks. Fate was constant while luck was variable. When one's luck was poor, it meant that unfavorable developments might happen. But now, Fan Yuan's main body had immense battle strength that was pseudo-venerable level. No matter how bad his luck was, he had the power to resist problems. This was not a big issue for the main body, but he was worried about the luck of his clones. Outside of Cooking Luck Pot were the luck of his respective clones. The Time Path clone's luck still resembled the river of time, but the water was no longer flowing smoothly. It was chaotic and the front of the river was cut off. It looked quite worrying. Jean Boudou's luck was originally a mature eagle spreading its wings and flying, but now the eagle had fallen into water. It was covered by flowing water that made things difficult for him. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a bright blooming flower. The flower was bright red and burning intensely in a red color. Within the flame, the petals bloomed. It might look like good luck, but the hidden threat was huge. He was basically playing with fire. He would die if he could not control the flames. Wu Shuai's luck was like a coiling dragon. 3 of its dragon claws were holding onto a dragon pearl each. One had the silhouette of Dragon Palace, one had countless ants in it, while the third pearl had the image of Di Zongxing. Wu Shuai had the strongest luck among them, but he was surrounded by blade and sword qi, approaching from all directions. Fan Yuan's main body had poor luck. His clones were in even worse states. Fan Yuan had sensed his clone's problem long ago. It was not that he did not try to resolve it, but his methods failed. The Heaven Path Tao marks restricted him. Whenever he tried to use a killer move, they would interfere and cause his killer move activation to fail. Even if he succeeded, the power of the move would be greatly lowered. But this time, it should be different. Bright light flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes. Fan Yuan multitasked, manipulating the formation around the Thousand Wish Tree while also activating Cooking Luck Pot. The Thousand Wish Tree's branches continued to shake. Bright rainbow light shot out of the formation, entering Cooking Luck Pot. Cooking Luck Pot started to modify the luck of his clones. The surrounding world started to rage with intense winds and fierce lightning. Heaven Path Tao marks appeared one by one. Some were all over the place while others appeared on Fan Yuan's body. The way of heaven was to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. The way of humans was to take away deficits while magnifying surpluses. With the help of the human path immortal formation, Fan Yuan forcefully made modifications of certain degrees to the luck of his clones. The Time Path clone's river luck stabilized and became smoother. Jean Boudou's eagle luck started to shed its feathers in the water. It seemed like it was turning into a fish, adapting to the environment. Li Xiaobai's flower luck started to crystallize under the intense flames. It no longer had a threat of turning to ashes. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai's dragon luck still remained in a coiling state. There was no change to the luck. The surrounding blade and sword qi, however, became much weaker, turning from dense smoke to light smoke. This meant that there would still be a fight, but the scale of the battle would be much smaller than before. The problem of the clones is settled. The truly troublesome thing is the Heaven Path Tao marks. Fan Yuan could increasingly understand the deeper intentions of Red Lotus as time passed. Chapter 1979. Merman Court's Vicious Guest. Eastern Sea, Merman Imperial Court. The sound of instruments was complemented with delicious wine and food. At the grand banquet, the three female immortals leading the Merman Imperial Court sat on the main seats as they entertained an unexpected guest. Good wine, good music, and even better dance! The guest drank his wine in one gulp as he slammed the cup on the table, laughing loudly. He had a square face, he was muscular and strong, his skin was snow white, his eyes and hair were icy blue in color. Rank 8 aura permeated from his body. He was a snowman goo immortal from Black Heaven's Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. It was the current generation Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ever since the last meeting of the Black Heaven forces, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly contacted Central Continent's Heavenly Court, while Lady Coldash contacted the human experts like Granny Skeleton. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not stay motionless. His target was not White Heaven or Black Heaven, but the 5 regions instead. Thus, he went to Eastern Sea and approached the Merman Force. Eastern Sea's Merman Force had 3 leaders. They were all mermaid immortals. They were called Lian Kexian, Yu and Xianning Si. Even though this was the first time the 3 female immortals were seeing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, seeing that he was a variant human rank 8 goo immortal, they held this banquet to welcome him. Upon hearing Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's praise, Lian Kexian smiled and replied, "Thank you for the praise. These dancing goo masters all are the hope of our Merman tribe, our goo immortal seeds. It is their honor to be praised by you, Immortal Monarch." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed again. "Pardon my insolence, but if these merfolk are the hope of your tribe, I'm afraid you are going to be wiped from existence soon." These words made many of the merfolk's expressions change. The dancing merfolk even became disorganized for a moment. Lian Kexian remained smiling. "We already understand your intention in coming here. We are not going to be provoked by your words. For countless years, Mermen have lived in Eastern Sea peacefully and harmoniously. We have been neutral all along. We will not participate in any conflict outside." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shook his head. "Preposterous! Who does not want to live in peace? But in history, such peace can only be gained through conflict and war. The Merman race received the help of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. That is why you could live like this until now. In the entire 5 regions, only you are still a superforce among the variant humans. But we have all seen the Fate War already. Fate has been destroyed, the 5 regions have merged, the world is changing right in front of our very eyes. With disasters and calamities, conflict will ensue and last for a long time. Your Merman Imperial Court wants to stay out of this? How long has it been since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died? How much influence does he still have to protect you?" Lian Kexian had a grim expression. She could not rebuke him. Yuzi snorted coldly beside her. "We have more than 10 goo immortals and Immortal Goo House floating reputation boat. How is it completely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's credit that we are able to develop to today's scale?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded. "I have heard of your floating reputation boat long ago, but so what? It is just a rank 7 Immortal Goo House. You have many goo immortals, but do you have a single rank 8 goo immortal?" "Not a single one." Forget about everything else. If I want to attack you now, can anyone stop me?" The 3 mermaids had cold expressions. Xianning Si said, "Immortal Monarch, if you want to fight, you can attack now. We will show you the power of our Merman race." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly waved his hand. "Don't misunderstand, I am not trying to become enemies with you. We are all variant humans, in the current world where humans dominate. I want us to cooperate. Variant humans are friends, not enemies. I am here to seek an alliance. How can I possibly fight you? I understand why you do not want to cooperate. But think about this. As long as I spread the word that the 3 of you have invited me here and show signs of wanting to join up with Black Heaven's variant human forces to resist the humans, what will happen?" The 3 mermaids looked at each other. They all had grim expressions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke gently, but he had a tough tone. It was a forceful cooperation. If they rejected him, he would spread rumors and lie that the merfolk want to join him. At this time, the Fate War was known to everyone. The things that Duke Long said to Fan Yuan exposed to the world that variant humans were going to rise up. Once this news was spread out regarding the Merman Imperial Court and the variant humans, it would raise the paranoia of the humans. They would become a public enemy. By then, with the usual behavior of humans, they would form into an allied army and eliminate the Merman Imperial Court first. The human forces had been wanting to take down the Merman Imperial Court long ago. They were only restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence. If the Mermen wanted to harm the humans, regardless of whether anyone believed this lie, they would use it to deal with the Merman Imperial Court. The Merman Imperial Court would be forced to resist. They would only be able to survive if they worked with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch or other equally powerful alliances. Thus, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's objective had already been fulfilled. The three mermaids were troubled. They knew about the trend of the world. They were actively choosing goo immortal seeds and nurturing them. They were mermen, they were variant humans. This status placed them in an awkward spot all along throughout the eras. During the 5 regions chaotic war, they would be in an even worse position when everyone was paranoid. Thus, the merman tribe felt a strong sense of danger. The 3 mermaids did not have much ambition, they only wanted to preserve their members during this new era. Thus, they did not want to antagonize Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, but they did not want to side with this ambitious leader and wage war on the humans either. Seeing that the mermaids were silent, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled again. "How about this? We are all variant humans, I do not want to force you. Let's make a bet." The 3 mermaids looked at each other. Yuzi asked, "What bet?" "We will have a 3-round competition, no matter what methods your tribe uses. As long as you can defeat me in 1 round, I will forget about the suggestion to make an alliance. I will leave without exposing anything about your tribe or spreading any rumors. But if I win all 3 rounds, it will mean that your merman tribe is just too weak, unable to even defeat a rank 8 goo immortal like me. You will be in great danger anyway. You should work with me to ensure that your tribe survives the tides of time." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said slowly. The 3 mermaids had no choice, they nodded and agreed to this bet. In the first round, the 3 mermaids went all out, gathering the goo immortals of the tribe and creating the battle formation, Merman Wave Sacred Spiritual Formation. Good formation, it can actually trap enemies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a look and praised it. "Immortal Monarch, do you dare to enter?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch laughed loudly. He went into the formation and attacked several times. The tides turned into ice and shattered, allowing him to escape easily. The Merman Goo Immortals suffered backlash. They were either lightly or heavily injured. They all had grim expressions. "It is a pity you do not have any rank 8 expert controlling the formation," Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch critiqued. During the second round, the Merman Imperial Court used their Immortal Goo House floating reputation boat. After 100 rounds of fighting, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch claimed victory again. The 3 female mermen went into anxious discussions. "Only the 3rd round is left, what do we do? If we lose again, we will need to cooperate with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. What do we do? Why don't we use that?" Xianningsi suggested. Lian Kexian and Yuzi were stunned. They shook their heads. "No, we cannot use that, the influence is too large. Even without Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's rumor, we will become the target of everyone. Our tribe will be exterminated. If we do not use that, what will we do? Do we request help from Eastern Sea's human forces?" "No, we are all affected by the Chi tides now. Why would those humans come here to help us? Even if they come, the price will be too large." "Oh? I thought of someone. Why don't we ask Goo Tribe's leader for help?" Xianningsi asked. Lian Kexian sighed, denying this possibility. He is Goo Tribe's leader, even though he has rank 8 cultivation level. He is a beastman that is in seclusion. We have a good relationship with him, but if we ask him for help, that will be making things difficult for him. Furthermore, he might not defeat this Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Yuzi's eyes suddenly brightened. "I thought of someone. This person might be able to help us. He might even win against Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch." "Who?" "Indeed, at this point in time, who can help us?" Yuzi blinked as she said, "Did you forget, there is currently a great expert at Goo Tribe's headquarters." "Oh, him." Lian Kexian suddenly realized. "Brilliant, I will contact Goo Tribe's leader now. We will ask Lord Wu Shui for help." Xianningsi said that as she rapidly got to action. Chapter 1980. Admitting Defeat. Eastern Sea, Goo Tribe's blessed land. A grand palace was stationed here. The whole palace shined with slight orange gold light and was richly decorated. The pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. It was the rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Dragon Palace. Within Dragon Palace, dream realms were spread out. In other Immortal Goo houses, nobody would dare to do this. But although Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Goo House, It had Dream Path Immortal Goo and was not at risk of the Dream Realm corroding it. In front of the Dream Realm, Fan Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, had his eyes shut. His body was here, but his soul was inside the Dream Realm, continuously exploring it. Within the Dream Realm, Wu Shuai was the disciple of a medical clinic. He was trying to learn their skill. A young man with broad shoulders and a thin waist stepped into the clinic with a valiant aura. The young man had quite the status. The old doctor who owned the clinic had to attend to him personally. "Doctor, ever since I won the fight last time, I have been feeling that my body has some lingering issues," the young man said. The old doctor chuckled. "Come, I will check your pulse." "Check my pulse?" The young man frowned, having a perplexed expression. The old doctor said slowly, "This is a unique investigative method from my hometown. It can inspect illnesses. As a person's heart continues to beat, their blood will flow through their veins and create pulses. Through my specially created healing goo worm, I can inspect your pulse and find out the cause of your illness." The young man had a surge of admiration. Worthy of an experienced doctor. "I've heard that heaven has heaven veins, earth has earth veins, and humans have human veins. Does this method to inspect the pulse make use of a human vein to target the cause of the problem?" "Ha ha ha, that is precisely so. Extend your hand." The old doctor smiled. The young man extended his hand. The old doctor placed his finger on his wrist, closing his eyes to inspect it. A moment later, the old doctor opened his eyes. "This is indeed an illness, but it is not obvious on the outside. This is quite vicious. You were hit by a phantom path method." The young man nodded. "Senior is completely right. My opponent was a goo master specializing in phantom path. I was hit by his attack, and although I did not suffer injuries, it still felt weird. Usually at night, I could undergo activities with more than 10 of my concubines, but now, I get extremely tired after engaging with one. Also, my waist often aches and my body feels hot. I perspire a lot when I sleep. I even feel dizziness at times." The old doctor nodded. "This phantom path method is quite wicked. It targets your kidney. In other words, you have kidney deficiency. Phantom path is troublesome indeed. What should I do now?" the young man asked. The old doctor replied, "I will prescribe you some medicine. Take it for a month. During this month, you should not engage in bedroom activities." The young man had a difficult expression. "Senior, can you use goo worms to heal me directly?" "If I have to hold it for a month, I'll go crazy." The old doctor shook his head. "Phantom path methods alternate between reality and illusion. We need ample time to deal with it. Even though my medicine is not a healing goo worm, it is not far from an actual goo recipe. It can definitely treat your problem. Other than this method, it will be hard to cure you. Unless you can find a doctor who has greater skill than me, he might be able to resolve your issue." The young man sighed. "Senior is the greatest healer I know. I will follow your prescription." The dream faded away. The exploration was successful. Human vein. Wu Shuai's soul returned to his body. He was still savoring the true meaning in this dream. This dream realm gave him the true meaning of two paths, phantom path and human path. Fan Yuan's human path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but phantom path was only at ordinary. His main body still had the corpses of many heavenly court goo immortals. They had phantom apertures. But earlier, his phantom path attainment level was too low. Even with wisdom goo, he could not deduce the profundity of phantom path. After the Fate War, all of the dream realms were given to Wu Shuai to explore. These dreams were all obtained from Etian Mountain by Fan Yuan. Even though a portion were used in the Fate War, a large amount was still left. After Wu Shuai left Heavenly Court, he returned to Eastern Sea and stayed in Goo Tribe's blessed land. Other than opening his immortal aperture's entrance to draw in heaven and earth chi, he kept in closed cultivation, exploring dream realms to gain more true meaning, to raise the attainment levels of his main body's many paths. Currently, my main body needs human path attainment level. After this exploration, even though we did not gain much human path attainment level and are still at Grandmaster, it should be of some help to my main body. Wu Shuai started to rest, preparing for his next dream realm exploration. He saw that there was an information path mortal goo from Goo Tribe's leader in the hall. Goo Tribe's leader would not bother me with trivial matters. Something important must have happened. Wu Shuai retrieved the information path mortal goo and checked it. Oh, a rank 8 snowman goo immortal called Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is finding problems with the Merman Imperial Court? In the letter, the three mermaids promised that as long as Wu Shuai taught this evil visitor a lesson and forced him away, they would thank him with rewards. Gu tribe's leader also used a polite tone to subtly request for Wu Shuai's help. Of course I will help. Wu Shuai smiled lightly. He had a portion of Fang Yuan's 500 years of memories. Wu Shuai learned that in the previous life, when the regional walls vanished and the 5 regions united, there were Qi tides too. The 5 regions Gu immortals were forced to recuperate. During this period, the forces in the 2 heavens came out and acted arrogantly for some time. To think that I would have a chance to interact with these grotto heaven forces. This is a great opportunity. For my main body's plans, I should do my best. Bam! The door of Dragon Palace opened. Wu Shuai came out of his closed cultivation. At the banquet, the fragrance of wine spread, but the atmosphere was very grim. The 3 mermaids had cold expressions while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled at them. The song and dance had ended, the hall was silent. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch drank a mouthful of wine as he asked, I wonder if you have already decided on who to send for the final round? The 3 mermaids' expressions turned darker, but at this time, they received a letter. Their faces glowed with joy. Xianningxi said, Since Immortal Monarch is eager, let's start the 3rd fight. Good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch placed down his wine cup. How will we do this final fight, do tell me? We have invited someone to go against Immortal Monarch. Lian Kexian said, This lord has arrived already, prepare yourself, Immortal Monarch. Yu Zi smiled coldly. After a few breaths of time, following the mermaid immortals, Wu Shuai stepped into the hall. Who wants to fight me? Wu Shuai asked, his voice reverberating in the hall. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw Wu Shuai and his expression changed. His casual and carefree attitude was no more, he said in shock. You! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had gained a lot of information about the Fate War. Wu Shuai was one of the stars that shined. Everyone in the world knew about him now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch understood at once why the 3 mermaids had such confidence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart sank. He knew about Wu Shuai's strength. There was little hope in beating him. But in this situation, he had no choice but to ask. Greetings, Wu Shuai, to think that you are in the Merman Imperial Court. I wonder where Fang Yuan is? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. I gained Fang Yuan's help to revive. We were merely working together to resist Heavenly Court earlier. You are my opponent? Go ahead and attack. Wu Shuai had a lofty expression. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was angry. His expression turned cold. Wu Shuai, you have rank 7 cultivation level, but your tone is very arrogant. Wu Shuai smiled. Whose tone is more arrogant? In terms of seniority, I am someone from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's era. When I died of old age, your grandfather was not even born yet. You! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes. What? You came to look for problems with the mermen. Let's not waste time. Wu Shuai stared. Not attacking? Then I will make my move. Saying so, he waved his hand, and Immortal Gu House flew out. Dragon Palace? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's pupils shrunk. He watched as the Immortal Gu House came crashing towards him. He was not a transformation path. Great expert, he could not resist this famous Immortal Gu House head-on. He quickly dodged. The 3 mermaids did not expect Wu Shuai to act so quickly. He attacked with no warning. Xianningxi quickly urged. Senior Wu Shuai, this is the Merman Hall. If you are going to fight, it would be better to do it outside. Boom! Dragon Palace expanded again. The entire Merman Hall was blown apart. As dust clouds rumbled, the mermaids and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch flew out pitifully. Dragon Palace rose to the sky as Wu Shuai stood at the door, looking down at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Don't run, little fellow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart was pounding from the sudden assault. His throat felt dry. Wu Shuai, you are a senior. Don't rely on the power of the Immortal Gu House if you have guts. Oh, is that so? Wu Shuai snickered. The 3 mermaids felt something amiss. Yu Zi quickly shouted. Senior Wu Shuai! These are the headquarters of merfolk. If you are going to fight, please do it outside. Before she ended her sentence, with a loud sound, Di Zhangxing was released from Dragon Palace by Wu Shuai. Roar! The evil dragon roared, creating colossal waves. Its body was like a huge mountain, squeezed within the blessed land. Its dragon tail waved as several mountains and valleys were flattened. Countless merfolk scrambled and ran away, screaming in chaos. The 3 mermaids were stunned. They did not know what to do. Come, fight. Wu Shuai crossed his arms as he said to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with a plain tone. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the Grand Palace and the huge vicious evil dragon. He felt that he was very insignificant. Even as a snowman who was extremely resistant to cold, at this moment, he felt a deep chill flowing down his spine. After being quiet for some time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists and said, "Senior, you are very powerful. Junior admits defeat. Senior has won this battle." The three mermaids were silent. Wu Shuai only had rank 7 cultivation level now, but nobody felt strange that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was admitting defeat to him. Even without Dragon Palace, just the evil dragon alone could slaughter Heavenly Court's 2 transformation path experts and survive the attack of countless Gu immortals. During the Fate War, Di Zhangxing had only lost to Feng Jiuge and Duke Long. "Humph, little fellow, you are quite smart." Wu Shuai chuckled as he stored away Di Zhangxing and Dragon Palace. "Next, let's talk about the alliance." Wu Shuai descended and said this. "Senior Wu Shuai!" The three mermaids were shocked. "What? You still think you can isolate yourselves from everything?" Wu Shuai's eyebrows were raised. He spoke in displeasure. The three immortals did not dare to rebuke him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was overjoyed. To think that there would be a turn of events, he stammered. "Say, Senior, you mean to say?" Wu Shuai patted his shoulder. "Come, let's talk in the hall." Chapter 1981. I will be the alliance leader. Leader. Because of Wu Shuai's interference, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had to admit defeat. He had originally thought that his plan to ally with the merman had failed, but to think that Wu Shuai had the same intention as him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the Merman Imperial Court made a bet. The loser won while the winner lost. After the battle, Wu Shuai used the Merman Imperial Court to hold a talk with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Their discussion got more animated. The three mermaids' expressions turned grimmer. Wu Shuai heard that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already gathered the Grotto Heavens for a meeting. He immediately requested to join them and even urged Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to gather the remaining forces for a second meeting. In Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's plan, the second meeting was going to happen much later, but Wu Shuai was urging him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought, "With Wu Shuai's reputation, I can use it to my advantage. It is possible to push the meeting forward without issues." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch knew that even if they gathered the Grotto Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven, there would still be a huge internal threat. Among these forces, there was a small group of human forces. He wanted variant humans to lead the alliance, thus, he had been looking for allies aggressively during this period. He had already contacted all of the variant human forces that he knew. Even the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea was visited after all. If he knew that Gu tribe was at the bottom of the sea, he would visit them too. But with this Dragon Man great expert Wu Shuai that everyone knows, even if the human faction gathers more people, they cannot match his influence, right? Wu Shuai attacked Heavenly Court as a Dragon Man and ended up as the victor. This result gave him huge prestige and reputation. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thus held the second meeting in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The group was even bigger now. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch has arrived. Blitz Cloud Heavenly Immortal has arrived. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother has arrived. Green Forest Great Sage has arrived. Many rank 8 great experts of the variant humans came. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man. He was covered in thick golden fur. Blitz Cloud Heavenly Immortal was a feather man. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was an old female Inkman. Green Forest Great Sage was a mini-man. His entire body was covered in a green light. This was the first time these 4 variant human Gu immortals had attended the meeting. As for the human rank 8 Gu immortals, other than Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Coldash, there were also newcomers. Light Path Cultivator Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Wood Path Cultivator Black Locust and Earth Path Female Immortal Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. There were only 5 human rank 8s but almost 10 variant human rank 8s. Even though Lady Coldash tried to get more people to join, they were still unable to match the variant humans. In fact, this gap was widening. After a long discussion, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch announced, "We invited everyone here today. Other than to discuss the matters of the world, there is also another important matter. Let me introduce you to a senior great expert." Everyone followed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's hand gesture and looked towards the person. Wu Shuai walked out from behind the veil. Under everyone's supervision, he sat down on the main seat. "This is?" The immortals were shocked. "So it is Wu Shuai." A variant human rank 8 who was close with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly said. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed a look of displeasure. Call him Senior Wu Shuai. The very inhuman rank 8 had an embarrassed expression. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's gaze, he changed his sentence. Junior greets Senior. With this adjustment, all the other immortals had to call Wu Shuai Senior. Good. Wu Shuai nodded in satisfaction. Seniority is important, but I would rather everyone call me Alliance Leader instead. Alliance Leader? The immortals looked at each other. Wu Shuai laughed. Indeed, now that grotto heavens are exposed, the 5 regions Gu immortals will attack us. They have not done anything now because of the Qi tide, they cannot move around yet. We need to strengthen and help ourselves. We can only form an alliance to have any hopes of resisting the 5 regions. Since ancient times, the most capable person will become the alliance leader. I have observed that nobody here can match me. If anyone does not agree, you can challenge me. Before anyone could respond to Wu Shuai's words, they heard a dragon roar. Di Zhangxing's colossal body was exposed to everyone, blocking out the sun. Next, an immortal Gu house flew out of Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. It was small and delicate. It floated in his palm while shining with radiance. It was a miniature dragon palace. Wu Shuai looked at the dragon palace in his palm before turning to the immortals. Threat was clearly shown in his eyes. The immortals' expressions turned ugly, somewhat silent. They were furious but did not dare to say anything. Even though Wu Shuai had rank 7 cultivation level, everyone knew about the might of Dragon Palace and Evil Dragon. If everyone cooperated, they might have a chance against him. But the grotto heavens were not close with each other. This was unlike the 5 regions where super forces interacted and conflicted with each other. They were familiar with one another. The black and white heavens were huge and dangerous. Forces rarely met with each other, not to mention any cooperation. Ha! Seeing no objection, Wu Shuai laughed loudly as he called out. You are still not accepting your alliance leader? The immortals were silent. The atmosphere was heavy. A moment later, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up and cupped his fist at Wu Shuai. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch greets Alliance Leader. Good, good. Wu Shuai pointed at him. You will be the Vice Alliance Leader. Next, he looked at the other Gu immortals with a vicious gaze. The evil dragon shook its body outside, causing winds to form and clouds to scatter. Seeing this, and with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's initiative, all the immortals had to acknowledge Wu Shuai's status with a cold tone. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat and looked at the Gu immortals. I know what you think. You acknowledge my alliance leader position because of the situation, but I am really not trying to force you. This is a very rare opportunity for us all. It is likely our only chance to resist the 5 regions. If we do not use this chance, when the 5 regions go after us and our grotto heavens get encircled, regret will do us no good. However, at the rate your discussion is going, when can you take action? By the time you come to an agreement, the Qi tides will be over already. Without a strong leader like myself to unify the grotto heavens, how can we take action swiftly? Wu Shuai spoke with a harsh tone, but he made good sense. The Gu immortals' expressions became less hostile. Alright, enough of the useless talk, let's discuss our next target to attack. Wu Shuai continued. This time, even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt surprised. Lord Alliance Leader, isn't it too early to attack now? Black and white heaven are too huge. There are still many grotto heaven forces that we have not gathered yet. We can't wait anymore. As long as we succeed in our attack and create a commotion, these people will approach us themselves. This is how the hearts of the people work. Wu Shuai waved his hand and said. The immortals fell into silence. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had to continue asking. Then, in Lord Alliance Leader's opinion, which place is most suitable for us to attack? Heavenly Court, of course. Wu Shuai answered without hesitation. Heavenly Court? The Gu immortals shouted in astonishment. Heavenly Court is weak now. We did not retreat of our own accord earlier. As long as we take down Heavenly Court, the 5 regions will be shaken. Who would dare to target us? Wu Shuai laughed loudly. This is not wise. Heavenly Court has immense foundations. It is not a place we can target. Lord Alliance Leader, please reconsider. The immortals shook their heads. Nobody agreed. Humph, cowards! Wu Shuai smiled coldly in displeasure. Then we will go after Divine Emperor City. This immortal Gu house is known as the largest immortal Gu house. It is made from combining Divine Being Palace and Emperor City. It has a huge significance to Heavenly Court. It is the gathering spot of the human vein. It is the land-based Heavenly Court. If we can obtain it, it will be a huge blow to Central Continent. We can even gain a rank 8 immortal Gu house. And also Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Lady Koldash pondered. Since Divine Emperor City is so important, if we attack it, we will infuriate Heavenly Court, the whole of Central Continent will resist and attack us. Since we are going after them as well, what difference is there compared to attacking Heavenly Court directly? Of course there is a difference. If these people are all lured to Divine Emperor City, we can send another group to attack Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai raised his eyebrows. The immortals heard this and broke out in cold sweat. He still wants to attack Heavenly Court after all. Doesn't this mean that the group attacking Divine Emperor City will end up as cannon fodder? Senior Wu Shuai is too aggressive, he wants to go against Heavenly Court no matter what. Wu Shuai had a look of displeasure. What? You do not dare to attack Divine Emperor City? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had an ugly expression, he spoke like he had constipation. Please reconsider, Lord Alliance Leader, Wu Shuai waved his hand, saying unhappily. Enough, I don't want to hear more excuses. How about this, let's get rid of Eastern Sea's Xia clan first. Wu Shuai finally exposed his true motive. Southern Border had Xia clan, Eastern Sea also had Xia clan. These Xia clans were not the same but they were similarly super forces. Wu Shuai had a huge appetite, his first target was a super force. If he mentioned this earlier, he would face the objection of the immortals. But his first two targets were Heavenly Court and Divine Emperor City. The immortals found that compared to them, they could accept this target, Eastern Sea's Xia clan, more easily. Wu Shuai continued to analyze. Eastern Sea's Xia clan has the weakest foundation of all the super forces. They are at the bottom of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces. Not just that, Xia clan is at the easternmost part of Eastern Sea, the location is remote, it suits our needs as a base. And even better, the territories of Xia clan and the Merman Imperial Court border each other. The Merman Imperial Court is our ally now, they can provide us a lot of help. Saying this, Wu Shuai did not give anyone the chance to speak. I have decided. Our target will be Xia clan. Faced with such a domineering alliance leader, the immortals were quite displeased. But under the pressure of the evil dragon and dragon palace, they had no choice. And most importantly, they were forced by the situation. They knew that if they did not use this opportunity well, if they did not gain an advantage now, the 5 regions would not let them off in the future. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, this alliance leader position should have been yours. Are you really going to let him have it? After this meeting, some Gu immortals were not satisfied, they hinted towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled coldly to himself, he replied. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, the winds howl around the highest peaks. This Lord Wu Shuai is helping us charge forward as the vanguard, so what if I give him the alliance leader position? We have now gained the help of both the evil dragon and dragon palace. If our plan fails in the future and the 5 regions Gu immortals come after us, we can put the blame on Wu Shuai and get away ourselves. Chapter 1982. Xia Clan's Catastrophe. Eastern Sea. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area. The surface of the sea was like a smooth mirror without waves. Even when winds howled, the seawater remained unmoving. Xia Clan Gu Immortal Xia Jingqing was stationed here. Reflecting Shadow Sea Area was a giant resource point. It produced dark path and rule path cultivation resources in large quantities. Even though Xia Clan primarily cultivated water path, these resources could be traded for huge profits. Xia Jingqing was in closed cultivation now. Suddenly, alarms rang in the formation around him. Is there an ancient desolate fish attacking the territory again? Xia Jingqing initially thought that the sea beasts were causing chaos. He flew out of the formation. But next, his entire body shook as he realized. Enemies are attacking! 3 rank 7 Gu immortals charged towards him together. Xia Jingqing quickly activated the defensive formation. At this time, there was a loud explosion as the formation shattered. A hairy man Gu immortal carrying a huge hammer was covered in golden light as he charged into the formation, causing destruction. Xia Jingqing spat out a mouthful of blood, looking fearful. He immediately realized that the 3 immortals earlier were a distraction. This person was their main force. A rank 8 hairy man Gu immortal? Xia Jingqing knew that he was not their match. He quickly transmitted to the clan as he activated the inner immortal formation, teleporting himself away. At the next moment, he was transported to somewhere 1,000 li away from the formation. Ha ha, he was transported here after all. Great wisdom, very impressive. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch praised. Great wisdom Immortal Mother shook her head. If not for Lord Alliance Leader's precise information, how could I have made such accurate deductions? Xia Jingqing took a look and felt despair. There were 2 variant human Gu Immortals here, they both had rank 8 cultivation level. Since when did rank 8 Gu Immortals become so common? 3 variant human rank 8s! Xia Jingqing could not believe it, he gritted his teeth. Who are you people? Why are you going against our Eastern Sea Xia clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could not be bothered to talk with him, he waved his hand, his killer move was unleashed. Xia Jingqing only had rank 7 cultivation level, how could he resist a rank 8 killer move? He was instantly frozen in ice. Eastern Sea Xia clan's headquarters, Hot Springs Blessed Land. Oh no! A strong group of enemies attacked. Reflecting Shadow Sea is lost. Even though Xia Jingqing used the immortal formation to escape, we have lost all contact with him. Xia Jingqing's call for help had reached Xia clan. Most of Xia clan's Gu Immortals were gathered in the headquarters. They did not expect such bad news to appear out of nowhere. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Xia Jingqing sent information that there are both human and variant human Gu Immortals among the enemies. Among them is a rank 8 hairy man. Where did these people come from? I'm afraid they are forces from Black and White Heaven. During the Chi Tide rampage, Grotto Heavens are all exposed. To think there are still so many variant humans left, they even came to create trouble for us. This is somewhat understandable. If they do not grasp onto this chance, when the Chi Tides subside, the 5 regions will investigate the Grotto Heavens of Black and White Heaven. If we find any variant human force with rank 8 Gu Immortals, we will exterminate them. Back then, even Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find all of the hidden variant human Grotto Heavens. But now that the world has changed, these variant humans are forced to expose themselves. Xia clan's Gu Immortals were not flustered, even though the information said that there was a rank 8 variant human Gu Immortal, they still had an immortal Gu houses to resist the enemy. But soon more bad news came. Light Ripple Sea and Shooting Fish Sea were also taken down by these variant human Gu Immortals. The Xia clan Gu Immortals defending the 2 resource points were even weaker, they did not even manage to send any information over before losing contact. Xia clan's Gu Immortals were furious. We need to teach these variant human Gu Immortals a lesson. Mere variant humans dare to bully us humans superforces. Whom the heavens would destroy, they first make mad. These variant humans have gone insane. First Supreme Elder, let us mobilize both immortal Gu houses and kill them all. Yes, our clan's 3 Gu Immortals have fallen into their hands. We need to save our clansmen and take revenge for this humiliation. The Gu Immortals were filled with fighting spirit, they requested to fight. Xia clan's first Supreme Elder was Xia Ruiji. Hearing the Gu Immortals' words, his face was dark. He shook his head. It is not wise to attack now. We lost 3 resource points at once, these are all important places, we have powerful immortal formations protecting them. It is not normal that we lost them so quickly. Our clan does not have rank 8 Gu Immortals defending us. If we mobilize both immortal Gu houses, our headquarters will be severely weakened. Right now, we are close to completing the human sea, we cannot be complacent. In my opinion, we should defend ourselves fully until we complete human sea. By then, our foundation will rise greatly, we will be one of the top Eastern Sea forces. By then, dealing with the variant humans will have much greater effect. Even though Xia Ruiji only had rank 7 cultivation level, he had high reputation. After hearing his words, Xia clan's Gu Immortals felt that it was logical, they no longer had such a strong desire to fight. But at the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted as an immortal Gu house broke through the defensive barrier, entering Xia clan's public blessed land. Eastern Sea Xia clan, today, you will face extermination. The door of the immortal Gu house opened as Wu Shuai and the other Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals appeared. Xia clan saw this group of enemies, fear and shock became plastered on their faces. Dragon Palace? Wu Shuai. So many variant human rank 8s, oh heavens! Xia clan's Gu Immortals turned pale, they were immensely fearful. But Wu Shuai did not give them time to accept reality, he waved his hand. Attack! Thus, at the next moment, the rank 8s around him charged down and attacked. Seeing this terrifying scene, Xia clan's Gu Immortals felt their vision turning dark, some almost fainted on the spot. Such a group completely overwhelmed and dominated Xia clan's Gu Immortals. Xiao clan did not have a single rank 8, while Wu Shuai had more than 10. How could they fight? My Xiao clan's blessed land is not heavenly court. Why are there so many rank 8 Gu immortals attacking us? Xiao Reiji mumbled. Facing such a strong foe, he felt despair. The enemies are too strong, we must retreat. At this time, female immortal Xiaoying shouted at the Xiao clan immortals. Xiao Reiji shook as he gritted his teeth. Go, we will leave, let's get into the immortal Gu houses. Xiao clan had 2 immortal Gu houses, they were both rank 7. One was whale fishing boat, the other was Golden Star Tower. You want to leave? Not so easy. None of you will escape. The variant human Gu immortals attacked quickly, unleashing a myriad of attacks. The explosions resounded heaven and earth. At the crucial moment, Xiaoying dodged an attack, managing to enter Golden Star Tower. But she did not escape, she steered Golden Star Tower and went in front. Everyone leave, I will block them. Golden Star Tower charged relentlessly, using killer moves. Golden stars shot out everywhere, the variant humans quickly dodged them. The remaining Xiao clan Gu immortals found the chance and went into whale fishing boat, escaping their headquarters. Chapter 1983. You have a problem with me? Even though these variant human Gu immortals have rank 8 cultivation level, their battle strength is not high. Only Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is passable. As for Eastern Sea's Xiao clan, even without a rank 8, they can rely on rank 7 immortal Gu houses to put up a fight. Wu Shuai stood near the door of Dragon Palace. He looked at the battlefield and observed the fight. He did not make a move. Earlier, when attacking the 3 resource points, due to the difference in cultivation level, he could not tell. But in the current deadlock, he sensed many details. Wu Shuai analyzed. He quickly realized the reason. The variant humans were able to survive until today, and develop well because of the help of Heaven's will. Heaven's will was disrupted by Star Constellation's will. It could not make Fate Gu show the sign of variant human supremacy. But Heaven's will could still influence calamities and tribulations. Tribulations were the biggest obstacles in the rise of a Gu immortal's cultivation level. The more prosperous humanity was, the more help Heaven's will would provide to the variant human Grotto Heaven forces. The difficulty of tribulations that these variant humans faced was many times simpler than normal human Gu immortals. In fact, even for the human Gu immortals in Black and White Heaven, because they were at odds with the 5 regions' human forces, they were also given some special treatment. This was thanks to Heaven's will. There were clear historical records about this. Back then, variant humans ruled the world as overlords. Heaven's will thus affected Fate Gu and showed the revelation of humanity reigning supreme. On one hand, Heaven's will aided primordial origin and helped him to become an immortal venerable. It also took care of the humans, helping humanity develop and grow. On the other hand, Heaven's will also influenced the variant humans, dividing them and causing them to undergo intense internal conflict. They greatly weakened themselves. And because the 2 heavens are too huge, with each heaven having the total area of all 5 regions, there are so many rank 8 Gu immortals in Black and White Heaven. Other than the group I brought here, a small group are still left in the 2 heavens. Wu Shuai thought about this as he started to move. Dragon Palace slowly activated. Xiaoying, who was inside Golden Star Tower, became anxious. It was very tough to deal with these rank 8s now. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she could not last long. Even if the battle tilted in the enemy's favor at the next second, it would not be surprising. Good, Lord Wu Shuai is making his move. I'm looking forward to it. It is a pity that our Grotto Heavens have no immortal Gu houses. Only after fighting can we see that they really are the foundation of a super force. The rank 8 Gu immortals had excited expressions. They were anticipating his action. But under everyone's gaze, Dragon Palace flew away from the battlefield. The rank 8 Gu immortals were stunned. What was going on? At the next moment, Wu Shuai's icy voice could be heard. If more than 10 rank 8s cannot deal with one rank 7 immortal and a rank 7 immortal Gu house, what is the point of your existence? The rank 8 Gu immortals were tongue-tied, they could not respond. Eventually, they could only watch as Dragon Palace flew away. Oh no, he is flying towards Human Sea. Xiaoying saw this, her heart jumped. Xiao clan felt very suspicious. How does Wu Shuai know that our Xiao clan's base contains Human Sea? No, Human Sea is very deeply hidden. Maybe he just wants to find some resources. Wu Shuai left the battlefield. He went to the top of a certain lake. He stopped Dragon Palace's movement. Human Sea should be here. Wu Shuai's eyes shined with bright light. He activated his method. A mystical light shot out from his palm, piercing hundreds of feet of lake water, reaching the bottom. Next, the mystical light spread out towards the entire lake surface. The water evaporated, turning into mist and dispersing. One could hear countless human voices from the dense white fog. The voices of people became louder, the white fog turned into human silhouettes as they flew around in the sky. At once, Dragon Palace was surrounded by white fog. Countless silhouettes moved around Dragon Palace like ghost phantoms. There were tens of thousands of them. Come! Wu Shuai willed. The fog quickly gathered and condensed into white lake water that flowed into Dragon Palace. The commotion created was huge. The two parties fighting in the battlefield could see it clearly. Wu Shuai actually went to collect loot while we are fighting with our full effort. The fog is very special. It emitted dense human path aura. It must be a great treasure for Wu Shuai to retrieve it personally. Don't fear, as the alliance leader, how can Wu Shuai not lead by example? How can he gain our acceptance otherwise? He will definitely give a portion of the white fog to us later. The rank 8 Gu immortals conversed with each other. Xia Ying's heart sank to rock bottom. Wu Shuai actually knows about the existence of human C. In fact, he has a method to take human C away. How can this be possible? The plan of constructing human C was only known to us Xia clan Gu immortals. We kept it as a secret all along. Even if Xia Jingqing and the rest were captured by Wu Shuai, only our first Supreme Elder knows how to retrieve human C. How can he find an alternate method so quickly? To think that the current human C is still incomplete. Wu Shuai looked at the white fog in Dragon Palace. It was still showing human figures and shadows from time to time. It was creepy but quite amazing as well. Two different types of images had fused together in a natural way. Wu Shuai smiled. He did not mind it. To replenish human C, he only needed to kill enough humans. Because of the main body's information, Wu Shuai knew that human C was the work of Xia clan for many years. They were attempting to create a human path secluded domain in secret. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, human C was dazzling and impressive. It helped Eastern Sea's Xia clan to rise up to the top. But it was still far from an actual secluded domain after all. In the future, Southern Borders Chai clan gained some key comprehension from human C. They started to create a similar artificial secluded domain, Human Mountain. Wisdom Path Gu immortals of that time had deduced that if Human Sea and Human Mountain were fused together into one, they could form an actual secluded domain of heaven and earth. Human Mountain and Sea is too far away, but just Human Sea alone is sufficiently helpful to my main body. Wu Shuai was quite happy. The most important thing was Fang Yuan's main body after all. The current biggest obstacle of Fang Yuan's main body was the restriction of Heaven Path. This was Red Lotus' scheme. Fang Yuan was trying to find a way to break out of this predicament. He found that Human Path was a countermeasure. Even though the Thousand Wish Tree was a Human Path ancient desolate plant, it could not match the numerous Heaven Path Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan placed his sight on the Human Sea of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fang Yuan did not need to go personally. His clone Wu Shuai was able to head there and retrieve Human Sea easily. After Wu Shuai stored Human Sea away, the battle had also concluded at the other side. Xia Ying was unable to escape in the end, but many of the rank 8s were injured as well. The one who defeated Golden Star Tower was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Lord Alliance Leader, you took the chance to take the Human Path treasure. That's not fair, right? As the immortals gathered at the door of Dragon Palace, an anxious rank 8 Gu immortal questioned. Wu Shuai glanced at him as Dragon Palace used its killer move, Dreamy Light Smoke. The rank 8 Gu immortal who spoke was unguarded. The smoke easily swept him away into Dragon Palace before he was even able to say another word. The immortals were stunned and fearful. Who else has a problem with me? Wu Shuai crossed his arms, looking at the immortals. He only had rank 7 cultivation level. He was surrounded by a group of rank 8s. But the rank 8 Gu immortals looked at each other. They were pale and chose to keep silent. They did not dare to say a thing. Chapter 1984. Wu Shuai's political skills. Facing Wu Shuai's aggressive stance, the Gu immortals of the two heavens lowered their heads. They did not dare to look at him directly. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this. He cheered internally. Wu Shuai's actions would cause him to lose the support of everyone. However, he also felt envious. When would he gain such huge battle strength to make everyone lower their heads in front of him? After a while of silence, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up at an appropriate timing, saying respectfully, Lord Alliance Leader, dear allies, the most important thing now is to go after the remaining Xia Clan members. Most of Xia Clan's Gu immortals have escaped using whale fishing boat. If we do not chase them now, it will be too late. Yes, yes. The immortals nodded. They started discussing this topic. Many people casted gazes of gratitude towards Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. His words had undeniably given them a way to escape the embarrassment. Ha! Wu Shuai laughed loudly. Chase? Why must we chase them? Wu Shuai continued. We were able to take down the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia Clan. It was because we acted quickly and caught them off guard. From now, it will be difficult if we want to expand our territory. The whole of Eastern Sea and even the righteous paths of the 5 regions will become very cautious now. But if we allow this group of Xia Clan Gu immortals to escape, they will invite members of Eastern Sea's righteous path to try to recover their territory. This way, those Eastern Sea righteous path members will need to leave their territories and come here to seek death. Isn't that great? The immortals were stunned. They nodded in unison, agreeing that Wu Shuai's analysis was sound. Lord Alliance Leader is very knowledgeable. It is natural that we cannot compare to him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch ingratiated. But Wu Shuai had a grim expression. I don't care about all of these Eastern Sea super forces. There is only one person I am wary about, Qixi Ancestor. This old man can fight evenly with Duke Long. He had once held the Qixi banquet. He also did not help Fan Yuan nor Heavenly Court during the Fate War. His stance is very important now. It is likely that the righteous path will convince him now to fight against us. Of course, it is not strange if he chooses to continue staying in seclusion and not face us. I let these Xia Clan members go. I am also trying to probe Qixi Ancestor's intentions. The Gu immortals of the 2 heavens heard Wu Shuai's words. They nodded as their expressions turned dark. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took a glance at Wu Shuai, he thought. Wu Shuai is Wu Shuai after all. He cannot be underestimated. He has both wisdom and political skills. It is just that he does not feel the need to use tricks against us. But he quickly thought. Qixi Ancestor's attitude is very ambiguous. He had once worked with Fan Yuan and went against Duke Long, but later they reconciled. On the other hand, he also held the Qixi banquet. He welcomed Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Jun Xingguang, while also letting a demonic Gu Immortal sell Blood Path Immortal Gu in public. All right. Wu Shuai waved his hand, breaking the immortal's train of thought. We chase Xia Clan away. It is time to split the loot. Thus, the atmosphere changed instantly. Everyone got excited. Eastern Sea was the richest of the 5 regions. As an Eastern Sea superforce, Xia Clan had ownership of many resource points. Their inventory was filled. These assets of Xia Clan were split up by Fan Yuan and given to the Gu immortals. Each of them gained a considerable sum of wealth. The Gu immortals of the 2 heavens smiled. They felt extremely happy. The 5 regions are so rich. This is merely the foundation of one Eastern Sea superforce. It is already so much. Xia Clan is useless. If my Grotto Heaven had such resources, we would be far stronger than now. And what surprised the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens was that Wu Shuai took a much smaller portion of the gains that they had expected. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a change of thought. He quickly said to the surrounding Gu immortals. Everyone, listen to me. We gained so much loot because of Lord Alliance Leader. He was the one who guided us towards victory. Without his information and plan, how could we take down Xia Clan so easily? But currently, Lord Alliance Leader is taking the smallest portion of loot. This is not fair to him. The Gu immortals were stunned. They looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a look of sincerity and admiration. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch deeply in the eye. I am a lone person. I do not need much in cultivation resources, nor do these resources suit me. If I need anything in the future, I will definitely take them. Since I have distributed this loot already, I will not take them back. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, your words reminded me of something. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Wu Shuai spoke. This subordinate is here. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch cupped his fists, showing a respectful attitude. Wu Shuai smiled. You are quite good. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly bowed. To receive such compliments from Lord Alliance Leader, it is my greatest blessing. Wu Shuai nodded. Of course, my leadership is the greatest blessing that all of you have. As for you, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance Leader, you should not get the same amount of loot as the rest of the allies. I will make the decision. Shooting Fish Sea will belong to you now. Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly raised his head, feeling shocked. Wu Shuai laughed. I said you'll get it, just take ownership of it. Don't worry. I am here to back you up. If anyone dares to make problems for you, if you dislike anyone, just tell me, I will take care of them. Wu Shuai said this as he looked around, his dragon eyes emitting an aggressive light. The Gu Immortals all turned away, not daring to meet his gaze. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch obtained a giant resource point, but he felt no joy internally. He looked at Wu Shuai, seeing that seemingly smiling face, he could not help but shudder in a chill. As expected of the Dragon Man who once ruled his race, I underestimated him. This old monster must have realized my intentions. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch noticed this, his back was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to cause Wu Shuai to lose even more support from the rest of the people. But Wu Shuai had made use of his action and acted this way. It made all the other Gu Immortals feel that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not happy with his gains. He wanted to use his status and the Alliance leader's dominance to gain more benefits. After all, if the Alliance leader gets more benefits, wouldn't it be logical if the Vice Alliance leader also got more loot? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, you are not thanking me? Wu Shuai stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, showing a smile filled with deep meaning. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shuddered in his heart as he gritted his teeth and said with a hoarse voice, This subordinate thanks Lord Alliance Leader. Seeing that he had submitted, Wu Shuai did not feel any happiness, he was actually quite disappointed. The Gu Immortals of the two heavens had been in seclusion for too long, due to their identities. They did not dare to move around or compete against each other. Without competition, they could not be trained well. Even if heavens will help them, Gu Immortal elites could not be nurtured. Wu Shuai looked at the Gu Immortals of the two heavens. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was the only one with passable battle strength and attitude. The rest of the rank 8s were simply a disgrace to other rank 8 Gu Immortals. It was no wonder that in Fan Yuan's previous life, these people did not manage to create any big commotions. Chapter 1985. Truly incredible. While Wu Shuai and the rest were splitting up the fortune of Xia Clan, the atmosphere inside Whale Fishing Boat was grim and sad. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? The enemies are too powerful, there are more than 10 rank 8s, there was no way we could defend our headquarters. Especially their leader Wu Shuai. If we retaliate, there is little hope of success. Sigh, it is a pity that Xia Ying and the rest sacrificed themselves. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals were furious and helpless, they felt that the future was bleak. Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder Xia Reiji snorted coldly. I don't care who the enemy is, be it Wu Shuai or the rank 8 Gu Immortals of the two heavens, they should not have taken our Xia Clan's territory. They will not stay arrogant for long. We are going to get help from Eastern Sea's righteous path. So be it if they are human Gu Immortals. But they are mostly variant human Gu Immortals with Wu Shuai leading them. We have already kept a copy of the battle scene, it is the best evidence against them. Eastern Sea's righteous path and even the 5 regions' righteous path will not allow this group of variant humans to grow stronger and larger. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals heard this, they recovered a bit of their morale. Seeking reinforcements was the only way out, but the important thing to consider was which clan to approach. Xia Clan was situated at the easternmost area of Eastern Sea. Towards their west was the Merman Imperial Court, towards the southeast was Tang Clan, and towards the northeast was Xia Clan. These 3 were not good targets to request for help. The 3 of them were directly connected to Xia Clan in territory. Xia Clan's relationship with the Merman Imperial Court was best, but they were variant humans. Even though there were no mermen in the battle earlier, Xia Clan did not dare to take the risk. As for Tang Clan and Xia Clan, these 2 clans had conflict with Xia Clan during normal times. If they went to ask these 2 clans for help, Xia Clan's Gu Immortals would not want to face their mockery. After a round of discussion, Xia Clan's Gu Immortals moved in Whale Fishing Boat. They carefully went past the Merman Imperial Court, approaching Shin Clan, which was further west, for help. But because of this, their journey became much longer. During Xia Clan's journey to seek help, information that they were invaded by Gu Immortals of the two heavens spread like wildfire in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It shook the world. There are so many rank 8 Gu Immortals among the variant humans. Is this information reliable? It is nothing strange. Be it Black Heaven or White Heaven, each of them is as large as the 5 regions together. These damned variant humans are hidden too deeply. They are too daring, they dare to wage war on our human forces, they are courting death. The thing that makes me angrier is that among these people, there are human goo immortals. What are they thinking? They are betraying their own race. At once, all of the goo immortals in the world discussed this matter. Shin Clan was no exception. The letter requesting help from Xia Clan had already reached Shin Clan. This was an important matter. Shin Clan's first supreme elder, Shin Somxing, called all the goo immortals for a meeting. The reason why Xia Clan is asking our Shin Clan for help is obvious. There is no need to explain it. But should our Shin Clan help them? Everyone tell me your view. Shin Somxing said. The enemy is too strong. Why must our Shan Clan face such a strong foe alone? Remember that Wu Shuai has Dragon Palace and Di Zangxing. He even possesses Dream Path methods. Their battle strength is too overwhelming. That's right, and even more worrying is that Wu Shuai has a relationship with Fang Yuan. Nobody knows how good their relationship is, but we know that they are close. If we target Wu Shuai, we might cause the great demon Fang Yuan to come after us. Shin Somxing nodded. You are correct. He did not show any change of expression. During the Blue Dragon Whale trip, he had cooperated with Fang Yuan. But because they worked in secrecy, even Shin Clan's goo immortals did not know about it. Shin Somxing could preserve his clan's reputation as a result. I feel that we cannot refuse to help Xia Clan. Xia Clan is also a member of the Righteous Path. They came all this way to ask us for help. If we do not agree, what would Xia Clan think of us? What would Eastern Sea think of us? What would the whole 5 regions think of us? I agree, this is not just a conflict between us humans, this is the battle between humans and variant humans. If Shin Clan does not show a clear stance, the people of the world will accuse us of our inaction. Shin Somxing nodded. This is correct too. But the enemy is too strong, they have more than 10 rank 8s and even Wu Shuai leading them. Even if we have Ancestor Shinshang here, we cannot resist such a group of enemies. After the Fate War, Shinshang went missing after going insane. Even though Shin Clan wanted to find their ancestor Shinshang, they did not succeed. The entire world was watching now. It was likely that news in Treasure Yellow Heaven had spread from Xia Clan themselves. Xia Clan was using this method to force Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces to help them. With the entire world watching, Shin Clan had to help Xia Clan. But Wu Shuai's group was simply too powerful, they were too terrifying. Even though Shin Clan was a superforce, against the allied forces of 2 heavens, it still felt very wary and unsure. Elders, I have a plan to resolve this problem. Ren Xiaoping spoke. After returning from the Blue Dragon Whale trip, Ren Xiaoping became Shin Clan's external supreme elder. Ren Xiaoping was a person who followed the rules and kept a low profile, but now that they were in this situation, if Shin Clan falls and chaos descends, he would also be implicated. Ren Xiaoping continued. Wu Shuai has very high strength, but in this current Eastern Sea, there is another ancestor capable of resisting the evil dragon. You mean to say that person in Qi Sea? Someone's eyes brightened up. Indeed, Qi Sea ancestor. Ren Xiaoping nodded. Good plan, let's do that. Shin Somxing laughed and clapped, deciding on the spot. For the next few days, Xia Clan arrived in Shin Clan. They wanted to borrow strength to reclaim their territory. Shin Somxing came out to speak to them. They attended to Xia Clan's members warmly. But when asked to fight against Wu Shuai, Shin Somxing said that he had too little strength. He suggested that they should gather more Righteous Path forces. Currently, Qi tides were surging everywhere. Almost all the 5 regions' goo immortals were recuperating and resting. They did not dare to move abruptly. Thus, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path could not use much of its strength now. But Shin Somxing suggested that Xia Clan should inform Qi Sea ancestor of this situation. They should request for the ancestor to uphold justice for them. Shin Somxing copied Xia Clan. Before they asked Qi Sea ancestor for help, they already published the news in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, the entire world's attention went to Qi Sea. Almost all the goo immortals were waiting to see Qi Sea ancestor's response. All the human goo immortals were hoping that Qi Sea ancestor would step up as the senior of the rank 8s. The person who resisted Duke Long on equal footing, he had the responsibility to lead them. But many people were pessimistic about it. Because Qi Sea ancestor was a secluded cultivator, he had an ambiguous relationship with the Righteous Path and Demonic Path. He had even worked with Fang Yuan before. From this aspect, there was quite a chance that Qi Sea ancestor would not entertain these worldly affairs. Qi Sea ancestor's response was rapid. He announced in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There are those of other races having such motives. First there was primordial origin, now there is Qi Sea. We will not let these variant humans with ulterior motives bear roots here on our soil. Once he said that, the world resounded with praises. Chi-Si ancestor, you are truly incredible. Chapter 1986. Heavenly Court's Tactic. Heavenly Court. The damage caused during the Fate War was starting to recover. Having collated their losses, they really had suffered a huge setback. Discussion Hall. Qin Dingling sat at the main seat as she looked around, observing the Gu Immortals and their wills. Most of the Heavenly Court members had gone back to hibernating in the Immortal Graveyard. More than half of the Immortal Graveyard was destroyed by Fan Yuan, but Heavenly Court still had sufficient members left. These members had little lifespan remaining. Rather than dying of old age, they could display greater value by hibernating in the Immortal Graveyard. What worried Qin Dingling was that even though these Gu Immortals went back into slumber, she did not receive any sort of message from Star Constellation's will. It was as if the Fate War caused Star Constellation's will to suffer a huge loss. This made already become Qin Dingling's greatest worry. Star Constellation's will could interfere with Heaven's will, but Heaven's will was also able to assimilate Star Constellation's will. If she lacked support and got assimilated by Heaven's will, it would be a huge nightmare to humanity and Heavenly Court. But Qin Dingling came here and gathered the Immortals for a meeting. It was not because of Star Constellation's will. Chi tides are rampaging. The two heavens are making a move. Wu Shuai is leading an allied army of the two heavens and has already taken down Eastern Sea's Xia clan. Now Xia clan has requested for Chi-Si ancestors' help. The two sides are opposing each other. What do you think we should do at this key moment? Qin Dingling asked. She was a luck path Gu Immortal. She did not cultivate wisdom path like Fairy Ziwei. Thus, when faced with this matter, Qin Dingling could not make a resolute decision. She needed to discuss it with the other Gu Immortals. Undeniably, the allied army of the two heavens is made up of variant humans, enemies of our Heavenly Court. We need to exterminate them. In this aspect, Chi-Si ancestor is quite a responsible person. Right now, the conflict between Wu Shuai and Chi-Si ancestor is akin to the conflict between humans and variant humans. But the truth is, whoever wins between them is not the key. The most important element is someone else, Fan Yuan. Indeed, be it Wu Shuai or Chi-Si ancestor, they are both related to Fan Yuan. Wu Shuai claims that he has only cooperated with Fan Yuan. He has revived after 1,000,000 years, aspiring to grow the Dragonman race once again. As for Chi-Si ancestor, he had once made an agreement with Fan Yuan. He went against Heavenly Court but changed his mind later when Lord Duke Long gave him half of the Chi Path true inheritance. During the Fate War, Chi-Si ancestor did not show up at all. It showed that Lord Duke Long had made a wise decision. I have a different opinion. Chi-Si ancestor can likely be Fan Yuan's disguise. In the past, we did not think of this because Fan Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but now that we know about the secret of the sovereign immortal body, it is likely that Fan Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level then, and disguised himself as Chi-Si ancestor. Don't forget that during the Fate War, Fan Yuan destroyed the Qi Wall with a Qi Path method. His Qi Path method is called Unlimited Qi-Si. It is the signature method of Qi Xiang of the heavens, surveying 5 Xiangs in the past. But the Qi Path methods that Chi-Si ancestor used against Duke Long were very different from Unlimited Qi-Si. It is quite unlikely that the two of them are the same person. But we cannot rule out this possibility. Speaking of which, Wu Shuai is much more suspicious than Chi-Si ancestor. He might not be a disguised Fan Yuan, he could simply be Fan Yuan's clone. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fan Yuan definitely has a portion of Spectral Soul's foundation. And a method Spectral Soul excels in is creating split souls. That was how he created Shadow Sect single-handedly. The Immortals discussed among themselves. Qin Dingling was hesitant, she felt a huge headache. The Immortals had their own viewpoints, nobody could convince the other. In the end, Qin Dingling had to make the decision after all. Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before sighing. Everyone, listen to me. Fan Yuan has familiar face, he can disguise as different people. Even though we need to be wary of this, we cannot ignore other possibilities just because of our suspicions. Wu Shuai might be Fan Yuan's clone, Chi-Si ancestor might be Fan Yuan's disguise, these are possible truths. But at the same time, there is also the possibility that they are not that closely related to Fan Yuan. We cannot create enemies everywhere just because of this, forget about Wu Shuai, but for Chi-Si ancestor, we cannot give up on winning over Chi-Si ancestor just because of this possibility. Can't we try to make him an ally of Heavenly Court? Fan Jing heard this as he hesitated and asked. Senior Qin wants to recruit Qixi ancestor? Qin Dingling nodded. Lord Duke Long has passed away while Feng Jiugu betrayed us. Our heavenly court desperately needs a pseudo-venerable capable of holding this situation. In the past, Senior Duke Long used Primordial Origin's true inheritance to gain Qixi ancestors' friendship. Even though he did not agree to join us, he had not shown up during the Fate War either. The immortals fell into silence. Qin Dingling's current plan was Duke Long's former plan. In the past, in order to repair Fate Gu, Duke Long wanted Qixi ancestor to stay out of the conflict. But now, Heavenly Court needed someone with pseudo-venerable battle strength to support them. Currently, even though there was peace, the truth was that the rampaging Qi tides and Heaven Path down marks were forcing most Gu immortals to stay inactive and recuperate from the damages caused. They could not take action. But once the Qi tides subside and Fan Yuan manages to refine the Heaven Path down marks, by then, the strongest person in Heavenly Court would be Qin Dingling. Could she resist the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions with ill intentions? Could she block Di Zongxing? Could she block Fan Yuan? Heavenly Court knew about this threat. In history, they had also recruited Gu immortals of the other 4 regions. The obvious example was Wan Zihong. This female immortal was once a demoness of Western Desert. Heavenly Court had recruited her to join them. As long as one was a human, Heavenly Court could be magnanimous towards them. I am not against winning Qixi ancestor over. But before that, we need to clarify his true relationship with Fan Yuan. That's what you say, but right now, Qixi ancestor might not even feel any threat from our Heavenly Court. Haha, I think that for him, the attraction of Primordial Origin's true inheritance surpasses everything. Fang Jing volunteered. Currently, the conflict between Qixi ancestor and Wu Shuai is our greatest opportunity. We can investigate and find out the truth from this. Of course, no matter the outcome, we cannot spare the Gu immortals of the 2 heavens. Since we already have Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord as our insider, I am willing to lead a group to Eastern Sea and exterminate these variant human Gu immortals. Fang Jing was the current owner of Demon Judgment Board, even though he had rank 7 cultivation level. With this board, he could fight against most rank 8 Gu immortals. Due to the influence of Qi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals could not move around. But Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were different. Most of them had phantom apertures. They were not restricted by this. Right as Fang Jing spoke, another Gu immortal volunteered to join the group and head to Eastern Sea, in order to kill these variant human Gu immortals. Even though Heavenly Court lost, their motives and actions still followed the basis of defending humanity. Qin Dingling smiled. I got it. Why must we go to Eastern Sea? Wu Shuai is there right now. We can use him to probe Qixi ancestors' background. Let's go to the 2 heavens and exterminate those Grotto Heaven forces. We will uproot the allied army of the 2 heavens from their bases. Chapter 1987. Qi harvests fruit. Heavenly Court is Heavenly Court after all. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord looked at the information path Gu worm in his hand as he sighed to himself. As he had expected, Heavenly Court really went ahead to deal with the 2 heavens alliance. Earlier, he had predicted that such a situation would occur. Those who live in a society have to follow its rules. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had to join the 2 heavens alliance. Otherwise, his Grotto Heaven would be attacked until it was destroyed. But joining this force only helped to delay their own destruction. When the 5 regions counterattack, the 2 heavens alliance would break apart. There would be huge casualties. None of these allies would be spared. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven would also face a calamity by then. From the start, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord had made up his mind to defect to the 5 regions. This was for his own sake, and also the future of the entire Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Thus, he took a risk and went to approach Heavenly Court. As the situation progressed, Qixi Ancestor went against Wu Shuai and Heavenly Court sent a secret group to attack the headquarters of the 2 heavens variant humans. Since Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord decided to defect, Heavenly Court's Qin Dingling sent him a secret letter, asking him to be their spy and cooperate with Heavenly Court in this battle. Heavenly Court did not disappoint me after all. Even though they lost in the Fate War, despite everything, they still uphold the righteousness of humanity. They think for the whole of the human race without caring about sacrifices or benefits. Such grandness resonated with Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Because he was a human Gu immortal. Compared to Heavenly Court's magnanimity, be they Qixi Ancestor or Wu Yong, they were simply too petty. Even Northern Plains Longevity Heaven was the same. What was the mindset that giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind? Hereditary monarchy. Even if Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Longevity Heaven had no grudges, he would not go to and attempt to join them. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord did not hesitate. He immediately replied that he was willing to cooperate with Heavenly Court. According to their agreement, the moment Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor collide, Heavenly Court would use the chance to attack. If these two do not fight, then a month later, Heavenly Court would still take action. It will depend on Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor now. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord waited in anticipation. Other than Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, countless forces and Gu immortals were also paying attention to the situation in Eastern Sea. Southern Borders Wu Yong was one of them. If Qi Si Ancestor loses, the Varian human forces will definitely expand their territory, they will develop rapidly like a growing snowball, they will become a huge threat to the 5 regions. If Wu Shuai loses, the Varian human forces will gather together in a defensive manner, this will be good news to the humans of the 5 regions. But that is not what I want to see. Wu Yong was an ambitious person. He wanted the world to be chaotic. The more conflicts there were, the more opportunities he had to try to reap benefits from the situation, to strengthen himself until he reached the top of the world. Thus, he felt deep hatred towards the Qi Tides. Because of the Qi Tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals had to forcefully recuperate. He lost the chance to completely take down Heavenly Court. It was a real pity. Lord Empress Wu Ji and the others have revived. What do we do now? At this time, Wu Bachong came to report the news. He was the 2nd Supreme Elder of Wu Clan. He was an old and experienced man. After Fate Gu was destroyed, the most evident change was that revival methods became very easy to use. Earlier, Gu immortal seeds like Empress Wu Ji had died on Etian Mountain. But now, Wu Clan's Gu immortals revived them all. Wu Yong nodded. These people are the hope of our future. They have experienced ample setbacks and training as Gu masters. When they become Gu immortals, they will definitely be elites among their peers. Impart them the method of immortal ascension and make ample preparations. Ensure there are enough resources. I want Wu Clan to gain more than 10 Gu immortals in the next few years. Yes, Lord. Wu Bachong did not question this decision. In the future, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there would be a long-lasting struggle. It would not be settled quickly. By then, all of the different forces would need to compete using their foundation and long-term planning. There is another matter regarding Qi Path, Wu Bachong said as he handed Wu Yong an information path Mortal Gu. Wu Yong looked into it, and quickly browsed through the content. This information path Mortal Gu contained the information of all sorts of Qi Path immortal materials. They had all appeared as a result of the Qi Tides. It seems that Qi Path is about to flourish again. Does this Qi Harvest fruit really have such great effects? Wu Yong sighed as he asked at the end. Wu Bachong nodded. Currently, many Gu immortals have used it already. It is precisely so. This fruit is the essence of Qi Path and the fusion of the 5 regions Qi. It is not normal. By placing it into one's immortal aperture, it can turn into turbulent Qi flows that can hasten the transformation of the heaven and earth Qi. Whoever can get more Qi harvest fruits will be able to get through this period of inactivity more quickly. Then collect more of this immortal material. Also, sort out and make a list of the clan's inventory, collate a Qi Path inheritance. We are going to use it and try to cultivate Qi Path Gu immortals. Wu Yong instructed. Yes. Wu Bachong answered. Wu Clan was specialized in Wind Path. They did not have much foundation in Qi Path. But such a huge force would naturally have accumulation in Qi Path to some extent. If they could put together many incomplete inheritances into a proper inheritance, they might be able to nurture 1 or 2 Qi Path Gu immortals. Of course, even if these Gu masters became Qi Path Gu immortals, they would not be promising in terms of future achievements. But since Wu Clan had to make up for their deficiency in this aspect, these Gu masters could only sacrifice their future potential and become Qi Path Gu immortals. Southern Border Luo Clan. 3 Gu immortals went deeply into Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. I broke through. Luo Ran was excited. His skin tone was white and he had a cold expression. He was a Luo clan general famous in Southern Border, having peak rank 7 battle strength. When the entire world was resting and recuperating, Luo Ran secretly brought 2 Gu immortals from Luo clan and explored Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. He did not care about the changes in his own immortal aperture. His hard work and efforts were not in vain. They finally broke through the difficulties and had a smooth journey ahead. As they explored deeper, they arrived at the center of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. To think that the Qi Tides would cause a change in Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, allowing us to progress more smoothly in here. Luo Muzi felt deep emotions about this. Let's hurry up, the Qi Tides are rampaging in the world now. Chiju Grotto Heaven will only stay concealed for a short period of time. We need to find Chiju's true inheritance before anyone else finds us. With this true inheritance, our Luo clan will be able to adapt to this great era and obtain the initiative. Luo Haoze's eyes shined with bright light. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Qixi ancestors suddenly appeared, creating countless chi waves that moved towards the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia clan openly. Come! Wu Shuai sensed it from far away. He smiled as Dragon Palace moved. He controlled Di Zhangxing and fought bravely against the enemy. A huge battle that concerned the whole world erupted all of a sudden. Chapter 1988. Wu Shuai fights Qixi ancestor. Rumble! With a thunderous sound, intense tremors filled heaven and earth. Endless chi waves surged out. Dragon Palace shined with radiant lights as it retreated continuously. Qixi ancestor did not pursue it. Many layers of chi waves stacked around his body, like an impenetrable fortress. Both sides fought for an entire day and night. They exchanged blows, but neither party could do anything to the other. All around the battlefield, countless eyes were watching. Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and even lone immortals came here to watch the fight. Naturally, there were also Gu immortals of the two heavens. Senior Qixi ancestor is truly powerful. His methods are grand and imposing. Wu Shuai's attacks all ended up useless. Hua Clan First Supreme Elder Hua Kaiyun sighed to herself. Beside her, Qin Yuan said, "But Wu Shuai is not to be underestimated. He merely has rank 7 cultivation level but is able to evenly match Qixi ancestor." Hua Kaiyun sighed. Wu Shuai was reborn. He is also an old monster. The immortal Gu House Dragon Palace that he controls is really powerful. If not for it, he would not be Qixi ancestor's match. While the two conversed, a loud dragon roar resounded. A huge demonic dragon that seemed like a mountain range appeared on the battlefield. It could be seen from a gigantic distance away. Oh heavens, such a terrifying giant dragon! This must be the #1 immemorial desolate beast in the world? This is Di Zhangxing. I am shocked just by simply watching it fight. I cannot muster any battle intent against it. I can't imagine how the Gu immortals fighting against it felt. Wu Shuai finally let out the evil dragon. This proves that Qixi ancestor has forced him to his limit. The following fight is the crucial part. All of the Gu immortals watching this fight were shocked. Many of them had not participated in the Fate War, they only watched it through the killer move everybody's vision. They saw the battle but did not experience it personally. Their personal experience now was naturally creating a different feeling. The evil dragon roared as it charged towards Qixi ancestor. Qixi ancestor snorted coldly, his voice reverberating over the surroundings. He clapped both hands as an immortal killer move was unleashed. Qi currents surged like a tsunami. Di Zhangxing charged forward, but as it crashed into the qi currents, its movement halted. Di Zhangxing twisted its body and wanted to progress, but the qi currents were endless. The great power could not be defied. It was forcefully suppressed on the ground. Seeing this, the observing Gu immortals gasped. Qin Yuan, Hua Kaiyun, and Shen Songxing cheered as expressions of joy appeared on their faces. As for Zhou Xiong Xian and Jun Xinguang, who were sent here by Heavenly Court, they became stunned, quickly looking at each other. Thinking about the Fate War, the two transformation path great experts of our Heavenly Court could not stop the rampaging evil dragon, they were suppressed by it. To think that Qixi ancestor is able to stop it. Jun Xinguang was stunned. Zhou Xiong Xian squinted, he assessed Qixi ancestor from afar. His information path methods had been used already, seeking to collect information from the entire battlefield as the fight progressed. Zhou Xiong Xian analyzed. Qixi ancestor is an expert who fought evenly with Lord Duke Long. It is not strange that he can resist evil dragon Di Zhangxing. But his new killer move seems to have some elements of the primordial Qi wall in it. Lord Duke Long once gave half of primordial origin's true inheritance to Qixi ancestor. To think that he has already innovated upon it after the Fate War had just ended to create a brand new Qi wall killer move. Jun Xinguang blinked. Does this mean that during the Fate War, Qixi ancestor was in closed cultivation to comprehend this new killer move? Zhou Xiong Xian could not deny it. We cannot be sure yet. But at least for now, Qixi ancestor's methods are very different from the Qi path methods that Fang Yuan possesses. Saying this, Zhou Xiong Xian sighed. Qixi ancestor's origin is too mysterious, he is too deeply concealed. We have not even found any past details about him. Beforehand, we could use the River of Time to trace his origin and find out his past identity. But after Fate Gu's destruction, the River of Time has become extremely dangerous. It is filled with vicious waves. Even if a time path great expert enters, they will be in great danger. We cannot enter it anymore. Other than time path, there was still wisdom path. But regrettably, Fang Yuan destroyed the majority of the immortal graveyard while Fairy Ziwei defected to Spectral Soul. Heavenly Court faced an unprecedented lack of wisdom path experts. Boom! An overwhelming amount of chi waves crashed down with heaven-shaking might. The evil dragon roared. It tried to move its mountain-like body, but Chi-Si Ancestor continued to suppress it from above. Chi-Si Ancestor's moves gave an unrivaled atmosphere. His every action contained the power to overturn mountains and seas. The great evil dragon was not his match. The human Gu immortals cheered to themselves. At this moment, Chi-Si Ancestor's reputation rose greatly in the 5 regions. When the 5 regions' Gu immortals could not fight, when humanity was at its weakest, Chi-Si Ancestor had emerged to resist and defeat the variant humans. This was really satisfying to all the human Gu immortals. This is the action of a true man. Even though Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not come personally, he had sent a Shi Clan Gu immortal to witness this battle themselves. Wu Yong was in southern border. Upon seeing this, his heart sank as he pondered. When we attack Eastern Sea in the future, this Chi-Si Ancestor will be a huge obstacle. Qin Dingling was guarding Heavenly Court with a complex emotion. In the past, Heavenly Court would be the one standing up during such situations, fighting on the front lines, but this time, Chi-Si Ancestor took Heavenly Court's place and shouldered the expectations of the human race. Even though Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were still suspicious about Chi-Si Ancestor's identity and his connection to Fan Yuan, after this battle, their impression towards him had undoubtedly improved greatly. While the human Gu immortals were feeling happy, the Two Heavens Alliance felt solemn. All the Gu immortals were fearful. How can this be? Even after using Di Xing, we cannot turn the situation around? The humans are really strong. This is the foundation of the 5 regions. We chose to invade them so abruptly. We were simply too hasty. Even if we do not take action, these humans will still go after us. For the last few million years, they have been treating us variant humans like so. Indeed, we can only have any hope of surviving by taking the initiative. We cannot interfere in a battle of such a level, Sai. We can only hope that Lord Wu Shuai can claim victory. The variant human Gu immortals continued to converse. Their expressions were grim as their gazes turned uncertain. There were many rank 8 Gu immortals among them. They had high cultivation and generally were characters of ancestor level in their respective grotto heavens. But after witnessing this terrifying battle, nobody dared to participate. Chi-Si Ancestor, you have been arrogant for too long. Right at this moment, Dragon Palace rose up. Wu Shuai's voice came from within. The immortals watched as Dragon Palace flew towards Chi-Si Ancestor like an orange-gold meteor. Chi-Si Ancestor's chi currents surged and blocked it, but the effect was mild. Dragon Palace rode the waves and advanced further, charging with great momentum. A Dream Path killer move was used. A trace of smoke shot towards Chi-Si Ancestor. Be careful! Seeing this, many human Gu immortals shouted while feeling very anxious, despite knowing their voices could not reach the battlefield. Right now, Dream Path was invincible in the world. Chi-Si Ancestor had to dodge the attack as he retreated. This time, Wu Shuai gained the upper hand. The variant humans quickly became overjoyed while the human Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Chi-Si Ancestor was not hit by the Dream Path killer move. That was an ideal outcome. The battle between Chi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai concerned all of the Gu immortals in the world. Each clash shook people's souls. It would directly affect the future of the 5 regions. As the two sides continued to fight, the immortals heard loud noises from the west. The loud sound came imposingly, with an unstoppable aura like a torrential flood. The Gu immortals heard this and quickly shifted their gazes. They saw that chi tides were approaching the battlefield from far in the horizons. During this crucial battle, the chi tides actually came to wreak havoc. Quickly retreat. If we get hit by the chi tides, our immortal apertures will tremor and result in lots of losses. What about this battle? The Gu immortals were stunned. This was an unexpected development. Jun Xinguang's expression sank. Oh no! Chi-Si Ancestor is an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. He is restricted by the chi tides. The situation will be severe. But Wu Shuai is a new Dragonman Gu immortal. After the refinement path modification, he is less affected. This information came from Duke Long. During the Fate War, Duke Long secretly used Dragonman extermination but could not end Wu Shuai's life. Back then, he specially told them about this. Humans alike dragons was the goo refinement method created by Duke Long. It could turn humans into dragon men. The first generation dragon men were created by this method. Heavenly Court had Duke Long's information and also the method humans alike dragons. They could easily deduce a portion of Wu Shuai's foundation. Thus, when they learned that Wu Shuai was leading the Two Heavens Alliance to invade Eastern Sea, they were not surprised that he could fight. Zhou Xiong Xian gritted his teeth. Qi tides are a Qi tide catastrophe. Qi Si ancestor is a Qi path great expert. He definitely has an advantage in dealing with it compared to us. Now, let's see how he deals with this change. It will be the turning point of this battle. Qi Si ancestor, even heaven is not helping you. Let's see how long you can last in the Qi tide. Wu Shuai shouted excitedly. He moved Dragon Palace to assist the evil dragon as they attacked ferociously. This sight made the human goo immortals grit their teeth as they retreated. Many prayed in their hearts. Senior Qi Si ancestor, you must persevere. At the next moment, Qi Si ancestor laughed loudly. Wu Shuai, you fell for it. I was waiting for you to fall for the bait. As he said that, the Qi waves turned around, like a blossoming flower returning to a bud. They encased Qi Si ancestor and Dragon Palace before condensing into a dot, vanishing. In the battlefield, only evil dragon Di Zhangxing was left growling and roaring. What battlefield killer move is this? At the crucial moment, Senior Qi Si ancestor actually trapped Wu Shuai in a battlefield killer move. This is too amazing. So Qi Si ancestor had been plotting all along. Wu Shuai is trapped in a Qi path battlefield, isolated from the evil dragon. He is at a disadvantage now. That might not be true. Qi Si ancestor's Qi path battlefield is going to face the rushing Qi tides. If the battlefield is destroyed, Qi Si ancestor will suffer backlash. He might end up in a disadvantage too. Now, it will depend on whether Qi Si ancestor is able to break into Dragon Palace first. If not, when his Qi path battlefield is destroyed, Wu Shuai will gather with the evil dragon. Qi Si ancestor will be in huge danger. The goo immortals on both sides were very worried. They could not personally watch such a crucial battle. Not only that, they had to retreat away from the Qi tides, otherwise their losses in the immortal aperture would be huge. Right as everyone was thinking about the Qi path battlefield and how intense the battle would be, Wu Shuai and Qi Si ancestor were relaxing and drinking wine in Dragon Palace. Other than wine, there was also food. Fan Yuan's clone and his main body were in harmony. The atmosphere was relaxed. Wu Shuai clone gave the incomplete human seed to Fan Yuan's main body. After receiving it, Fan Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai clone started to discuss their plans for the future. Chapter 1989. Demon Judgment Board Lord. To think that the Qi tide would come at such a crucial moment. Prince Feng Xian wore a golden cape. He sighed in pity. Beside him was a female immortal of heavenly court. She was by Tseng Shui, she said with deep meaning. Isn't that a good thing? Besides them, Guyu Fangjing was also here. These three Gu immortals were currently inside Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board. They were not in Central Continent, they had entered Immemorial Black Heaven. Guyu Fangjing's expression changed slightly. He knew the deeper meaning that Bai Tseng Shui was pointing out. He could not help but think back to the instructions and arrangements that Qin Ding Ling gave him before leaving Heavenly Court. You and Guyu Fan Yuan were born together and counter each other. You are the arrangement of the heavenly Tao. Even if Fan Yuan changes his body, this relationship will not change. Precisely so, you will lead the expedition this time. Bring Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui to launch a sneak attack on the headquarters of the variant human grotto heavens in the Two Heavens. Qin Dingling cultivated luck path. She placed great importance on Guyu Fangjing. Knowing that the lucks of Guyu Fangjing and Fan Yuan were tightly connected, she could sense that they countered each other. And facts proved this. Qin Dingling's awakening, the discovery of the Dragon Man blessed land, they were all variables that suppressed Fan Yuan. Right now, Heavenly Court lost in the Fate War, Duke Long died, Feng Jiugu betrayed them, the immortal graveyard was destroyed, while star constellations will had no response. The great Heavenly Court was at its weakest moment for the last 1,000,000 years. Qin Dingling temporarily led Heavenly Court. She naturally had to make use of all the available strength to defend themselves and resist enemies. Thus, the stronger Fan Yuan was, the more focus Qin Dingling placed on Fangjing. In order to nurture Fangjing, Qin Dingling spared no expense on immortal materials. She even let him lead this expedition to train his leadership skill. Fangjing was not a youngster anymore. He knew that this was an unprecedented opportunity that was rarely seen in thousands of years. Even though Heavenly Court lost, their foundation was still unfathomable. With such a huge organization supporting him, he had to grasp it. Fang Jing still had rank 7 cultivation level now. He had not reached the condition to join Heavenly Court, thus, his rank 7 blessed land was not handed over to them. The truth was, Qin Dingling needed him to grow stronger, thus, even when he becomes a rank 8 Gu Immortal in the future, as long as he still had room for improvement, Qin Dingling would not make him give up his immortal aperture. After all, the Gu Immortal's growth would almost completely halt after getting a phantom aperture. See nearby is right. Currently, with Qixi Ancestor and Wu Shuai stuck in battle, it is our best opportunity to launch an attack. Let's go now. Gu Yu Fangjing spoke as he acted swiftly. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was immediately activated. It turned into a blood-colored meteor that pierced through the Grotto Heaven wall with a loud sound, entering Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven directly. The 3 Immortals and Demon Judgment Board looked at Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. It had a beautiful scenery of lush mountains and flowing rivers. Inkmen lived here harmoniously, they had peaceful lives, there were many people here, it was a flourishing habitat. A thick blood-red light spread out rapidly from Demon Judgment Board, spreading throughout the world. The essence of an Immortal Gu house was Immortal Killer Moves. It was constructed using Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu. According to the different Gu worms used, with different structures, Immortal Gu houses had their own specialties. Demon Judgment Board had great might, it showed a solid performance during the Fate War. It was able to fight directly and managed to survive the war. This showed that Demon Judgment Board was one of the top rank 8 Immortal Gu houses in the world. At this moment, Demon Judgment Board was unleashing an information path ability that had not been used in the Fate War. Wherever the blood-red light went, all sorts of information gathered into Demon Judgment Board like a waterfall, before entering the minds of the 3 Immortals. Prince Feng Xian frowned, showing a look of hatred and disgust. The Ink Men here actually captured humans secretly and exploited them as slaves. They truly deserve death. These variant humans should all die. Let's kill these ones here and soul search them first. But Bai Tsungshui shook her head. These are just mortals. Even if we soul search them, they would not know many secrets of the higher-ups. We should give them a taste of their own medicine. Let's enslave them all and sell them as slaves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Not only can we replenish Heavenly Court's reserves with this, it can also display the authority of our Heavenly Court. Fang Zheng frowned on the inside. He had once lived for many years in Langya blessed land with the hairy men due to Fang Yuan. He experienced the culture of the variant humans. Even though these Ink Men treated humans as slaves, he was still unwilling to kill the innocent. But Fang Jing did not rebuke the 2 Immortals. Instead he said, "These mortal Ink Men are not important. The key now is to rapidly kill the Inkman Gu Immortals here. Let's take a look at this list of the Demon Judgment Board." A new list on the Demon Judgment Board appeared. The names of the Inkman Gu Immortals inside Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven were clearly written on it. "Let's go!" Fang Jing shouted resolutely. Activating Demon Judgment Board, they followed the connection to rapidly find the closest Inkman Gu Immortal. This Inkman Gu Immortal had already sensed something amiss. He secretly went to gather with the other Inkman Gu Immortals. Seeing the approaching Demon Judgment Board, he flew desperately. But how could his speed match a rank 8 Immortal Gu house? Ah! With a pitiful cry, this Inkman Gu Immortal was directly killed by the charging Immortal Gu house. Blood-red light captured his soul. It was brought to the 3 Immortals. The 3 Immortals quickly used Soul Search to gain lots of precious information. Within this Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, there were many Ink Men and cities. The biggest city was at the center of the Grotto Heaven. It had the largest number of Inkman Gu Immortals gathered there. Of course, at this moment, there were still a few Inkman Gu Immortals scattered outside. "Demon Judgment Board Lord, what do we do now?" Bai Tsungshui asked Fang Zheng. Fang Jing did not hesitate. "We will immediately attack that immortal city." Demon Judgment Board tore through the sky with outstanding speed, reaching the immortal city in a moment's time. During this period, the Inkman Gu Immortals of the Grotto Heaven had already gathered. "Heavenly Court! We have no grudges with each other, but you launched a sneak attack on us. Can you still consider yourself righteous?" Within the immortal city, an Inkman Gu Immortal shouted. Prince Feng Xian laughed heartily. "Heavenly Court upholds the justice of humanity. Your entire Inkman group is full of evil demons. You deserve to be purged by everyone. What's the point of arguing with them?" Fang Jing acted more directly than Prince Feng Xian. He sent Demon Judgment Board to crash down on them. The Inkman Gu Immortals gritted their teeth and shouted, "Then you will have a taste of our Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's main formation." At once, fog appeared and dyed the sky pitch black. Demon Judgment Board entered the fog and could not find its directions. It was completely trapped. Not only that, the dense black fog was seeking to infiltrate the immortal goo house Demon Judgment Board. Fan Jing did not fluster. He first tried to use killer moves to probe it. Lumps and lumps of blood flames spread out. Wherever they went, black fog dispersed, but soon, the black fog seemed to have adapted. It devoured the blood flames aggressively. Fan Jing tried to attack several times, but he failed each time. Demon Judgment Board flew around the place but could not find any opening. It could not fly out of the black fog. After thinking for a while, Fan Jing used the strongest method in Demon Judgment Board, causing wanton destruction everywhere. After a few minutes, a large amount of immortal essence was expended. Fan Jing saw the black fog dispersing as they saw daylight again. But the immortal city was already blown to bits. The surrounding 1,000 li were in ruins. Countless lifeforms died from Demon Judgment Board's attacks. The defending Inkman Goo immortals were mostly dead. Only one was still alive, holding his final breath. He looked at Demon Judgment Board with a gaze of deep hatred. He gritted his teeth. How laughable! The great heavenly court is actually using blood path methods. You slaughtered these innocent people with no sense of guilt in your heart. You are truly the most vile demons of the demonic path. Prince Feng Xian snorted coldly, replying in disdain. Blood path is only a method. When used on you, it shows humanity's righteousness. The owner of our great wisdom grotto heaven will not let you off. The Inkman Goo immortal said before dying. It's over? The person who caused this situation and claimed victory, Fan Jing, stared with wide eyes in disbelief. Bai Tsengxue knew how he felt. She smiled. Board Lord, you think this is the Fate War, where intense fighting would happen that persists for months? Fan Jing heard this and had a realization. He sighed. So that's it. The Fate War was at the peak of the world in terms of battle strength. After Fan Jing participated in it personally, his impression of fights between Goo immortals was elevated to a great degree. Right now, he was fighting against rank 6 and 7 Inkman Goo immortals using the rank 8 immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board. He realized it was so easy. It was too simple. Then, what do we do now, Board Lord? Prince Feng Xian asked. Fan Jing pondered before answering. Right now, the owners of these variant human grotto heavens are with Wu Shuai in Eastern Sea. Since we already won this fight here, we still have time to attack the other grotto heavens. This assault is a great chance. We need to make good use of it. Senior Bai Tsengxue, stay here, guard the place and collect our loot. For the sake of the ordinary Inkmen, Fan Jing did not let the more racist and violent Prince Feng Xian stay here. He chose Bai Tsengxue. Bai Tsengxue and Prince Feng Xian looked at each other, seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Fan Jing's performance as the leader of this trip was quite commendable. Be it his decisions or mindset, he was dependable and had the aura of a great general. Then I will stay here. Please be careful yourselves, Bai Tsengxue expressed. Fan Jing nodded with a solemn expression. Senior, don't worry, I will not underestimate the enemies. I have not forgotten the most important point, that is the actions of Wu Shuai's force. Bai Tsengxue felt relieved upon hearing these words. They took their leave. Eastern Sea. The Qi tide had just subsided. The Dragon Palace with a damaged appearance crashed into Xia Clan's headquarters. Oh, Lord Wu Shuai is back. What was the result of the battle? Lord Alliance Leader, you got injured? The variant human Goo immortals entered Dragon Palace. They saw Wu Shuai, who had a pale expression and was covered in bloodstains. Qi ancestor is formidable. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Wu Shuai coughed out mouthfuls of blood. The variant human Goo immortals were pale, overwhelmed by fear and panic. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Don't worry, I used up a major portion of human C and unleashed human path methods. That Qi ancestor is also severely injured. The variant human Goo immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out the battle had ended in a draw. Right at this time, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Oh no! My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was attacked. It is in imminent peril. Chapter 1990. Wu Shuai's Healing. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's words shocked all of the present variant human Goo immortals. Soon they reacted to the news. We need to save them, these are our headquarters. Great Wisdom, do you know who invaded your grotto heaven? Heavenly Court. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had a dark expression, gritting her teeth in hatred. The invading Goo immortals used Demon Judgment Board. It is a Heavenly Court rank 8 immortal Goo house. This cannot be faked. Humph, so it is Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is simply too shameless. They actually attacked without a proper declaration of war. Heavenly Court is an organization made by demons to begin with. The past's primordial origin, Immortal Venerable, was the biggest demon in the world, far beyond Fang Yuan in fact. These are the records that our races have clearly left behind. While the immortals berated Heavenly Court, there was a sudden sound as Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Wu Shuai as she called, "Lord Alliance Leader, please help us uphold justice." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother knew in her heart that she had no ability to save it. Just that Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board alone was an obstacle. That was not including the hidden Heavenly Court Rank 8 Gu Immortals and Demon Judgment Board. Wu Shuai acknowledged her words. Great Wisdom, no need to worry, stand up first. He seemed to have a livid expression, but he did not find this strange at all. Heavenly Court's actions were within his expectations. During the 500 years of his previous life, Heavenly Court had similarly done such an invasion. Wu Shuai said resolutely and solemnly, Great Wisdom is one of us. Now that Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is attacked by Heavenly Court, we need to save it. Not only that, we need to take revenge for the damage that Heavenly Court has caused to Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. We will not let this go. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother felt relieved. She stood up shakily. She already had the appearance of an old woman. At this moment, she looked even more pitiful as she asked, When will we set off? Wu Shuai pondered. This is a huge matter. We need to make plans first. We cannot panic and lose our rationality. We need to save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, but we also need to defend our Eastern Sea Xia clan territory. Even though I fought evenly against GC Ancestor this time, Eastern Sea's righteous path will not let this go. They will retaliate. We worked hard to gain this territory. We must defend the fruits of our labor. Thankfully, we did not use any mermen earlier. In the following battle, the Merman Imperial Court can support us secretly as spies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stood up from the crowd at this moment. Reporting to Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to defend Xia Clan's headquarters. If the Eastern Sea Righteous Path attacks, I will do my best to defend this place. They will not pass until I die. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's words were very heroic and grand, but in his heart, he was trying to avoid conflicting with Heavenly Court. There were many variant human Gu immortals with similar thoughts. They all sighed now. They had been too slow. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made a move before them. Among them, some of the variant human Gu immortals who were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt happy internally. If Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch defended the base, they would definitely be chosen to stay with him. After all, he could not defend the location alone. Very good. Wu Shuai nodded. He looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with admiration. Ice Crystal, you are very strong and have a vigilant nature. You are a powerful general in our alliance. I will be assured if you are defending it. After I recover from my injuries, you will defend Xia Clan's territory for me. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard this and became anxious. You all are talking so much, but why is nobody talking about the departure timing? She started to urge again. Lord Alliance Leader, fellow allies, there is no time. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven's crisis is at hand. We need to save it immediately. Wu Shuai sighed. After this battle against GC Ancestor, not only are my injuries severe, the healing is very troublesome. I need a lot of immortal materials to heal my physical body. The reason is because my Dragonman body is different from Duke Long. I modified it and innovated upon the original version. When refining this body, I used a lot of rare immortal materials and paid a huge price. My healing will also require the same cost. Regrettably, I lack a lot of immortal materials now. I need to make purchases in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had also heard rumors regarding the humans-alike dragon's method. She did not suspect his words as she asked, May I ask Lord Alliance Leader how many immortal materials you require to heal your injuries? We can provide it. Wu Shuai listed out the materials for her. After hearing his words, all the variant human Gu immortals took in sharp breaths. The price was too huge. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was tongue-tied as she gasped. To think that Lord Alliance Leader's body is so valuable and expensive. Wu Shuai smiled but did not speak. He only glanced towards Gu Tribe's leader. Gu Tribe's leader immediately said, I can testify for this. Many of my people have turned into dragon men. We expended far more immortal materials than this. This was a lie, but Gu Tribe's leader and Wu Shuai were very close. Because he was an Eastern Sea rank 8, his words carried huge trustworthiness. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had naturally suspected that Wu Shuai was extorting them, but she did not dare to question him. The situation was not within her control. After hesitating for a while, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother gritted her teeth as she said with difficulty, "Lord Alliance Leader, I am willing to fund and contribute the immortal materials to help you recover quickly." The variant human Gu Immortals quickly took action, gathering the immortal materials. Wu Shuai accepted the immortal materials but shook his head. "Even with all the immortal materials, I need at least 3 days and 2 nights to heal." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother heard his words and almost fainted on the spot. She was extremely anxious. She was about to speak, but Wu Shuai waved his hand. She could not say anything. Because at the next moment, Wu Shuai added, "As the Alliance leader, no matter which of your headquarters get attacked, I will definitely save them. Heavenly Court is our common enemy. But the situation is indeed tough now. How about this? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, as the Vice Alliance leader, lead a group of people to save them in Black Heaven first. Try your best to preserve the foundation of Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven." "What?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared with wide eyes, showing a difficult expression. To think that this matter still ended up being delegated to him, he quickly thought about it but found that he could not refuse. He gritted his teeth. "I will go. But I am too weak and powerless. I do not want to ruin the expedition. I would like to borrow Lord Alliance Leader's Dragon Palace. With it, I can definitely complete my mission." But Wu Shuai shook his head. "I cannot lend Dragon Palace. I need it to heal my injuries." "Is that so?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wanted to speak. But Wu Shuai's expression changed as he said grimly, "Everyone, the situation is urgent now. We cannot talk about it further. Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven is only the first target. Will your Grotto Heavens remain untouched? You need to save yourselves. Were I not the Alliance leader, when faced with this situation, would you surrender to them? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, I order you to go save them immediately. You can choose 5 people here to go with you." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. He could only lower his head and accept the order. He chose 5 Gu Immortals from among the people here. They were all rank 8 Gu Immortals. These were all leaders of forces close to him. There was no choice. Resisting Heavenly Court to save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven was too dangerous. He did not want to get into trouble from internal strife. However, right when they were about to move out, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suddenly froze as she said dejectedly, "It's too late. My Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven has been completely taken down by Heavenly Court." The Gu Immortals gasped in unison. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother fell to the ground as she knelt before Wu Shuai, sobbing, "Please take revenge for me, Lord Alliance Leader. My tribe has been doing its best to collect the fragments of the Qiankun crystal wall. We have more than 50% now. If we can find another 10%, we will be able to excavate the racial inheritance of our Inkman race." Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly exposed the racial inheritance of her tribe. The intention was obvious. She was trying to use benefits to lure Wu Shuai. After hearing about the racial inheritance, the other Gu Immortal's eyes started to shine. At this moment, another Gu Immortal shouted in panic, "Oh no, my Grotto Heaven is being attacked by Heavenly Court. Quick, quick! Go and save it!" Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch imposingly. "This is an urgent matter, aren't you setting off?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He brought a number of Gu Immortals to return to immemorial Black Heaven. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and another pitiful Gu Immortal went back to reinforce the invaded Grotto Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also went there. Within Dragon Palace, less than half the Gu Immortals were left. The remaining Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. Most of them were shell-shocked. After all, they could be the next target at any time. Wu Shuai ignored them. He ordered them to defend Xia Clan's base as he shut the door of Dragon Palace, attending to his injuries. These variant human Gu Immortals are truly not our match, hee. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was among the Gu Immortals. He was the only person here who had peace of mind. All these Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals don't have any interaction during normal times. They even guard against each other and think that they should keep more secrets to themselves. With such precaution against each other, how can they make any change? Even if they work together, they are still a disunited bunch. My decision to join Heavenly Court was right after all. After this matter, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was even more sure of his intention to work for Heavenly Court. After parting with the Immortals, he secretly informed Heavenly Court of this expedition. Wu Shuai had created the Two Heavens Alliance Agreement, there were restrictions upon it naturally. But the information path down marks on Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had already been removed by Zhou Xiong Xian and the others, thus, even though he was a traitor, no backlash had occurred. In Heavenly Court's central Great Hall, Qin Dingling soon received news of this. She thought about it but did not inform Eastern Sea's righteous path. Instead she told Fang Jing. Fang Jing was already about to take down the second Grotto Heaven. The remaining Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven were still well hidden. Fang Jing was anxious to find them. After thinking about it, he decided to ask Prince Feng Xian to stay here and clean up the situation. He would bring Demon Judgment Board to the third Grotto Heaven and assault it. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Qixi ancestor had a pale expression. He sat at the main seat as he looked at Xia Ruiji and the rest. The representatives of Eastern Sea's righteous path forces were all here. Qixi ancestor looked at Xia Ruiji as he asked. In this battle, I had the upper hand at first, but that Wu Shuai actually managed to use a human path method. This method was very powerful. It could create countless flying human figures. According to Wu Shuai, this is the foundation of your Xia clan. Is it an artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth? Chapter 1991. Ancestor is righteous and mighty. After Xia clan first Supreme Elder Xia Ruiji heard Qixi ancestor's question, he became shocked. After a while, he answered vigilantly. Reporting to ancestor, my Xia clan was indeed creating an artificial human path secluded domain. It is called Human Sea. But this secluded domain does not have any offensive power. The reason why we created it was to deal with the future chaos and have a method to revive our Xia clan Gu immortals. Xia Ruiji spoke vaguely, but he did not lie. The reason why Xia clan was creating Human Sea was to revive their Gu immortals. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fan Yuan remembered that when Xia clan's Gu immortals died outside, they were not truly dead, they could revive from Human Sea. Although their immortal Gu and immortal aperture's accumulations would be lost, they would still retain their cultivation level and immortal aperture itself. Eastern Sea's Xia clan gained a huge reputation because of this. For the following period of time, they invaded southern border. Southern border's Gu immortals fought against Xia clan. Over time, they learned about Xia clan's background and foundation. Eventually, Chai clan mimicked Human Sea and created their own human mountain secluded domain. Qixi ancestor stroked his beard. It seems that the reason why Wu Shuai led the two heavens Gu immortals to invade your Xia clan was because of this Human Sea secluded domain. All of the present Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xia Ruiji frowned as he muttered. Was my Xia clan invaded because information got leaked and the allure of the Human Sea secluded domain caused enemies to attack? But this Human Sea secluded domain has not been completed yet. Qixi ancestor had a grim expression. If Wu Shuai did not have a complete Human Sea secluded domain, does that mean that after he completes it, he will have an actual Human Sea and his human path killer move will be even stronger? Xia Ruiji smiled. Ancestor, don't worry. The creation of Human Sea originated from an ancestor of my clan. It was refined by generations of descendants. Wu Shuai does not know of its profundity. If he tries to complete it, Human Sea will only dwindle and shrink. Qixi ancestor shook his head. Wu Shuai is an old monster of the past. He made use of Fan Yuan's power to revive successfully. This person is too scheming and crafty. He takes action with certainty. Each time he strikes, he is resolute, and will always make great gains. Since he knew about your Xia clan's Human Sea secluded domain, he might also know a way to complete it. Xia Ruiji's smile became more forced. This possibility is not likely. Only the top 3 supreme elders of my clan know about the creation method of Human Sea. Right now, they are all here. Don't tell me we have a traitor among us? Qixi ancestor sighed. It might not be a traitor. Don't forget that Wu Shuai controls Dragon Palace, which has dream path killer moves. He might have targeted you in your dreams. This. Xia Ruiji's smiling expression froze entirely. If it were any other path, Xia Ruiji would still feel some confidence. But against dream path methods, he could not be certain. Lord Xia Ruiji, friends from Xia clan. At this time, a Tang clan Gu immortal spoke. Should you still be hiding it? You should tell us the creation method of Human Sea. Let us refer to it and find out a weakness of Wu Shuai's human path method. Xia clan's Gu immortals were stunned. The creation method of Human Sea was the deepest foundation of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. How could they expose it like this? Tang clan's Gu immortal was merely after Human Sea himself. Tang clan's member chuckled. Pardon my words, but friends from Xia clan, what are you still waiting for? Your territory has been lost. You want to create a brand new human sea secluded domain from scratch? Do you know what the most important thing is now? When Ancestor and Wu Shuai fought, it ended in a draw because of that human path killer move. As long as we can deduce this human path killer move, would we have to fear Wu Shuai and his army? By then, wouldn't you get back your homeland? Xia clan's Gu immortals gritted their teeth in anger. Tang clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. They bordered Xia clan and had much conflict in usual times. Thus, they decided to make things difficult for Xia clan at this moment. However, even though they were causing problems intentionally, their words made sense. This was something even Xia clan's Gu immortals had to admit. Xia Reiji thought about it before making up his mind. The method to create human sea is our Xia clan's secret. We will not announce it publicly. I am only willing to contribute this human path essence to Ancestor alone. Qixi Ancestor got injured from fighting Wu Shuai. Xia clan's hopes were all on Qixi Ancestor now. Because the two heavens were led by Wu Shuai, Eastern Sea only had Qixi Ancestor able to resist the evil dragon and dragon palace collectively. Xia Reiji was trying to gain Qixi Ancestor's favor now. He was making plans for his own clan. But Qixi Ancestor shook his head. I am only asking this to confirm the situation. Your Xia clan can keep this human sea creation method. I have no foundation in human path. Even if I get it, I cannot deduce Wu Shuai's methods. Xia Reiji became anxious and wanted to speak, but Qixi Ancestor waved his hand to interrupt. Xia clan does not have to worry. Wu Shuai is a dragon man. The Two Heavens Alliance is also made up of mostly variant humans. They are public enemies of the 5 regions. If they invaded the other 4 regions, so be it. But they chose Eastern Sea after all, so as a human, I will resist these variant humans with all my effort. Ancestor is righteous and mighty. The Gu immortals present called out in unison. Qixi Ancestor added, but now I have injuries from the battle. I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. As for Wu Shuai, his injuries are more severe. He will not take action during this period of time. There is no need to worry. Qixi Ancestor paused before continuing. When I recover, I will need you all to cooperate and gather an army to fight against the Two Heavens Alliance. We will listen to Ancestor. With Ancestor leading us, Eastern Sea has nothing to worry. Without Ancestor, Eastern Sea would have suffered great losses already. It is truly Eastern Sea's blessing to have Ancestor defending it. This is the blessing of the people. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals continued to flatter him without stopping. But Xia Reiji had a worried expression. He and Xia clan's members were currently homeless. During this period, they could not reclaim Xia clan's territory. Where were they going to go now? Qixi Ancestor smiled lightly. Before we attack, friends from Xia clan, you may stay in Qixi as guests. Xia clan's Gu immortals instantly became overjoyed. Xia Reiji cupped his fists and thanked. Xia clan will remember Ancestor's warm hospitality. We will definitely repay you in the future. The other clan's Gu immortals looked at Xia clan's Gu immortals with different expressions now. Other than disdain and sympathy, they also felt envious and jealous. Was this Xia clan's fortune after a disaster? They were able to stay closely with Qixi Ancestor. As time passes, their relationship would deepen. They would be able to gain the backing of a great expert. If they knew the truth, who knew what expression they would show? After finishing their discussion, Qixi Ancestor went to recuperate in closed cultivation. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals also went back to their bases to make preparations for the upcoming battle. Mermaid Lian Kuxian was feeling nervous at the moment. The Merman Imperial Court had already joined the Two Heavens Alliance, but Wu Shuai did not expose their identity. They were currently spies sent to gather information. Feeling the cold breeze in the sky, Lian Kuxian calmed down slowly as sorrow emerged in her heart. Now it seems that Eastern Sea will be peaceful for this period of time without any fighting. But this is the calm before the storm. Sigh, during the battle in the future, I wonder what action my Merman Imperial Court should take. Lian Kuxian was one of the 3 immortals in charge of the Merman Imperial Court. She had high status and authority. But now she felt helpless and fearful. The 5 regional walls vanished. Everyone knew that the 5 regions were going to become chaotic and turbulent. But the chaos had just started. Lian Kuxian already felt like she was in treacherous waters. Her future was bleak and dark. She could not see the light or hope of survival. If she was careless, then the entire Merman Imperial Court would even get completely devoured. After hearing the report, Shen Songxing learned of Qixi Ancestor's decision. It seems that Eastern Sea is currently led by Qi ancestor after all. Shen Songxing sighed. If ancestor Shenshang returned, it would be different. Letting a secluded cultivator lead the entire righteous path. Shen Songxing shook his head. He had ambition. He wanted Shen clan to be the overlord of Eastern Sea, as the #1 force. Different from the other righteous path clans, Shen clan had Shenshang. He was someone who could compete with Qi ancestor. But Shenshang's whereabouts were unknown. Shen clan had searched for him with full effort, but they made no discoveries. Shen Songxing felt a huge headache regarding this. Oh ancestor, where in the world are you? At the same time. Divine Emperor City, Painting Path World. Hong Yi and Yifan walked side by side on the bustling street. At the corner of an alley, a group of muscular men surrounded a person as they kicked and punched. Stop! Hong Yi could not watch anymore. He quickly stopped them. After seeing the situation, Yifan was also furious. Are you guys really hitting him? So many of you are bullying one beggar? The group of muscular men turned around. Stupid kids, don't meddle in others' affairs. This lunatic is courting death. He scared my young master's precious horse to death. My clan's young master also fell to the ground. We will not rest until we beat him to death. Hong Yi sighed. You went overboard. Boom, boom, boom. Hong Yi and Yifan made their move. The group of muscular men were sent scrambling and escaping. The beggar was curled up on the ground. He was covered in bruises. His body shivered as he muttered nonsensical phrases. He really is insane. Hong Yi sighed. Sigh, even if he is crazy, he is still human. He did not mean to scare the horse, right? Yifan also felt some pity. Come, let's help him. We can't leave him here like this. The two brought the beggar into a secluded alley as they got him a few buns, placing it beside him. After that they left. What they did not know was, after they left, the beggar regained his sanity. Where am I? Damn it, the black fire wreaked havoc. I went mad again. This beggar was the person that Shen clan had been desperately trying to find, Shenshang. Chapter 1992. Foundational Pillar of Human Path. People on the streets moved continuously. Shops on both sides had bright signs and attractive banners. Wow! This is the world inside the painting. It is incredible. Everything seems so real. Sun Yao's body shook as her vision widened. After entering the painting, she could not help but shout in amazement. The surrounding people looked towards this young lady with perplexed gazes. But Sun Yao did not notice it. Her eyes were wide open and shining as she looked around, filled with curiosity and excitement. Sun Yao was a Spirit Affinity House Gu Master. She was chosen as a Gu Immortal Seed by the sect and was given much assistance. Spirit Affinity House's original nominee was Feng Jin Huang, but because of Feng Jiuji's betrayal, Qin Ding Ling hesitated. Spirit Affinity House thus changed their nominee. Sun Yao took over Feng Jin Huang's position. However, the sect's nurturing was different from what she expected. Spirit Affinity House only told Sun Yao about the background of this painting before sending her in. Sun Yao moved around the different shops on the streets, having a lot of fun. She had grown up in Spirit Affinity House. She only had senior brothers or sisters around her. They were all cultivators, and according to the rules of the sect, they did not interact with the outside world very much. Everything that happened here was very exciting and interesting to her. She spent primeval stones to buy many sticks of candy. She ate them as she looked around. She saw paper-cutting artists in the alleys, where pieces of red paper were quickly transformed with scissors into lifelike butterflies and flowers. She went into the theater to enjoy the opera. She saw the people with their painted faces, their exaggerated dresses, and their long, high-pitched singing. She stopped at a corner of the street, and saw two strong men putting up a performance of smashing rocks on their chest. Suddenly, she was tapped on the shoulder. Sun Yao turned around and saw a young man, with a squarish face and an honest appearance. Before Sun Yao could open her mouth, this young man with an honest and righteous air smiled sheepishly and said, "Are you from the 10 great ancient sects?" Sun Yao suddenly stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother, you too?" The young man then nodded his head and introduced himself with cupped fists. "I am Chen Dejiang of Wind Cloud Manor." "So it's Senior Brother Chen." Sun Yao was shocked. She returned the greeting in succession. Chen Dejiang was the current generation #1 disciple of Wind Cloud Manor. Sun Yao had already learned of his name before this. Sun Yao had the feeling of seeing a celebrity. When Chen Dejiang had first gained fame, she was nothing more than a follower of Feng Jin Huang. Like Sun Yao, Qin Dejiang was a recommended candidate from Wind Cloud Manor and was sent to the world of the painting. The two of them met in a strange place, and even though it was only the first time they met, there was a natural closeness between them. Senior Brother Qin, I wonder what other arrangements the sect has made by sending us here for training? Sun Yao inquired. Qin Dejiang shook his head. I don't know anything about that either. I originally thought that by entering here, I would be able to get guidance on the next step of my cultivation. I didn't expect that the sect would not have any arrangements. The two of them had a fruitless conversation and decided to travel in companionship. Give me some food, please. Our mother hasn't eaten for 3 days. Please give some money, please help us. My father is gone. I am selling myself to raise money for his funeral. I beg for your help. The two wandered aimlessly into a street, but all they saw were starving people. There were many yellow-skinned people leaning on the corner wall. Many people were begging, cupping their hands or holding up broken bowls. Pedestrians on the street, on the other hand, were in a hurry and avoided them, rarely stopping to give alms to anyone. How is this happening? They are just 2 streets apart. Sun Yao was greatly surprised when she saw this scene. Qin Dejiang analyzed. This is the painting world of Divine Emperor City. Every major scene that happened in the history of Emperor City is merged into one painting. It looks like this is what happened in Emperor City during one of the famine disasters of history. Sun Yao couldn't help but overflow with sympathy. Senior Brother Qin, even though they are only people in the painting and not real existences, they are so pitiful, I still want to help them. Qin Dejiang was impressed by Sun Yao's words. He smiled readily. This might sound funny, but I also have the same idea. Why don't the two of us act together? Awesome! Sun Yao jumped at the chance and agreed to do so. The two of them contributed money and effort, not only giving out primeval stones, but also purchasing porridge, buns, and other food to deliver to these beggars. Kind people! Thank you, benefactors, we will never forget your act of kindness. Benefactors, please allow me to follow you too in return for your kindness. The people in distress were grateful and appreciative. Just then, a shrill voice cut in. What are you guys doing? When Sun Yao and Qin Dejiang turned their heads, they saw a Gu master wearing a white robe with a jade belt at his waist. His posture was as straight as a sword. An air of arrogance could be felt between his brows as he walked towards them. So it's Brother Shao Qixing of Spirit Butterfly Valley. Qin Dejiang greeted with cupped fists. Sun Yao gasped. Shao Qixing was also a well-known figure, she said in a panic. Spirit Affinity House's Sun Yao greets Brother Shao. Shao Qixing sized up Sun Yao. Are you the candidate of Spirit Affinity House this time? It seems that Feng Jin Huang has indeed been suppressed. This is not surprising at all. Her father has openly betrayed Heavenly Court. This outcome is only natural. As soon as this was said, Sun Yao frowned. Senior Sister Feng wouldn't care about these things. Hee, she is indeed arrogant. Pity, what a pity, a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Shao Qixing revealed a mocking smile. You guys are actually helping these beggars again? They're not real people, why are you doing this for? No reason, we just feel like helping them. Qin Dejiang smiled. Hee, sympathy. Shao Qixing shook his head in disdain. That means you don't know the importance of this journey, you're wasting your time here. Oh? Qin Dejiang's eyes lit up. What does Brother Shao know? Shao Qixing looked at Qin Dejiang. There is no harm in telling you. This painting world is so vivid because it is the effect of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. We were all nominated by our sects to be trained by Heavenly Court and sent here for further nurturing. As I'm sure you've noticed, there are also Gu masters cultivating here, but they cultivate mainly human path. What the sect wants is for us to cultivate human path. We will strive to ascend to become immortal using human path as our main path. Although this world is not real, the cultivation of human path is not fake. All the human path Gu worms we get from here can also be taken outside and used. So that's how it is. Sun Yao's eyes widened, but soon she expressed some doubt. But why didn't the sect tell me? Qin Dejiang, on the other hand, simply asked. Where did Brother Shao learn about this inside information? Shao Qixing smiled slightly. He puffed out his chest and said proudly. Even Spirit Butterfly Valley has not informed me of this inside information. I had gone to ask my great-grandfather to find out. Qin Dejiang nodded understandingly. Seeing that Sun Yao was still puzzled, he explained. Brother Shao has a noble status and a wealth of knowledge. His great-grandfather is Lord Gu Immortal Shao Baihong. Oh, so that's how it is. Sun Yao's gaze towards Shao Qixing changed again. Alright, I have to head to the military base now and join the city guards. I've already investigated it. Only city guards can get Soldier Goo, Sergeant Goo, Lieutenant Goo, Captain Goo, and others. These human path goo worms are very useful. They can build a strong foundation in our human path cultivation. We should go together. We can take care of each other. Xiao Qixing suggested again. But Qin Dejiang shook his head. Brother Xiao, go first. I'm not done helping the beggars here. Xiao Qixing looked at Qin Dejiang and nodded. You're still the same as before, so what about you? He looked at Sun Yao. Sun Yao hesitated and shook her head as well. No, Senior Brother Xiao, I plan to help Senior Brother Chen. Ha! Xiao Qixing laughed as he showed a smile with deep meaning. Then I will not disturb the two of you in your good work. He left straight away, laughing coldly in his heart. These two idiots have no idea what kind of opportunities they are missing out on. Xiao Qixing could not help but recall the words that his great-grandfather had instructed him. O Qixing, this trip into the painting world is an unimaginably great opportunity. If possible, you can even inherit Genesis Lotus True Inheritance and become the Lord of Divine Emperor City. You must do your best to grasp this opportunity. Remember, you must hurry up. You are only the first batch of candidates. Heavenly Court will also arrange for some rank 6 Gu Immortals to enter next. These people are also elites that Heavenly Court is focusing on nurturing, but the Qi tides have not settled yet and they are all still resting and recuperating. After you enter the painting world, you will have to race against time and try to establish an early advantage so that you can deal with those Gu Immortal opponents in the future. Don't be afraid, these Gu Immortals can only follow the rules in the painting world. Inside it, Immortals and Mortals are basically equals. Xiao Qixing's heart beat rapidly every time he recalled these words. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Of course he wanted to grasp it. Sun Yao and Qin Dejiang did not know the inside story, so Xiao Qixing wanted to coax them to help himself out. It was a pity that these two actually wanted to do good deeds. They were really not qualified to work with him. Xiao Qixing saw through this and was unwilling to waste precious time and energy on them. We brought steamed buns and porridge. Eat slowly and don't choke. Sun Yao placed a bowl of porridge and steamed buns in front of Xinshang. Xinshang was still covered in injuries and resembled a beggar, sitting in the shade at the corner like a stone statue. Sun Yao also did not pay attention to it. After all, there were many such silent beggars. She did this to help others, not for the sake of listening to some words of gratitude and praise. Xinshang's eyes contained bright light as he looked at Sun Yao, who was close to him, and also at the back of Xiao Qixing, who was about to disappear in the distance of the street. These people are all Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal seeds. In order to face the tides of the Great Era, Heavenly Court has made long-term plans. Xiao Baihong is too short-sighted and doesn't even know that he has harmed his own great-grandson. Sun Yao and Qin Dejiang were previously kept in the dark, but now, although they learned some of the inside story, they still upheld their nature and acted according to their desires. These two will definitely benefit greatly if they continue, Xinshang thought to himself. Although these three people were transmitting their conversations, they could not hide it from a character like Xinshang. Xinshang sighed in his heart. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement is truly vast and grand. I really admire him. In history, the greatest human path true inheritance is the Legends of Renzu. Even though this book seems shallow, it is profound to the limit. Only a small group of people can actually comprehend its true essence and create human path killer moves. However, to establish a path, these killer moves are too few and rare. They are like the moon beyond the clouds. Normal people cannot reach them. Even though human path has such great potential, it has no foundation set upon it. It is unable to develop until now. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created this painting world. He used the scenes of the mortal world for the past million years to derive the foundations of human path. He is making an immense contribution towards the development of human path. He is truly the foundational pillar of human path. The human path developments here are also very helpful to me. I wonder what happened when I was in a state of madness. How did I end up in here? It is a pity I cannot contact Fang Yuan's Fang Dichang clone. What is happening over on his end? Xinshang was the one who had previously collaborated with Fang Dichang and successfully unraveled the Venerable's human path methods, adding a significant weight to tilt the balance of the battle and the fate war. Xinshang knew that Fang Dichang had refined Divine Beam Palace before. He had a large level of authority over it. If they could collaborate once again, it would benefit both of them. Chapter 1993. Fan Yuan within the mist. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini southern border. In a valley, Shi leaned over to check out the stone mushrooms within the valley. If these stone mushrooms were in good condition, they would be 5 feet tall, shaped like a small tree with a cover like an umbrella. However, these stone mushrooms were short, just like stumps left behind after a tree was cut down. And instead of a healthy gray stone color, their bodies were covered in a distorted multicolored color, and one could tell at a glance that they were not normal. These stone mushrooms are ruined! After Shi finished his inspection and confirmed this, his expression was quite ugly. Although his cultivation was only rank 6, he was valued by Fan Yuan and arranged to lead the Rockman tribe in mini southern border. Shi held Fan Yuan in high esteem and was dedicated to developing the Rockman tribe, in order to live up to Fan Yuan's expectations. This stone mushroom field was a medium-sized resource point that he had personally constructed for the sake of the Rockman tribe. In order to build this resource point, Shi had specifically requested many immortal materials from Fan Yuan's Time Path clone as the initial investment. At that time, he even vowed and guaranteed that there would be desirable returns. As a result, reality was like a slap in the face of Shi. What is happening? I clearly followed the records of the tribe to carefully cultivate the stone mushrooms without any mistakes. Shi was very confused. A few days ago, these stone mushrooms were all growing normally and everything was fine. But after a few days had passed, these stone mushrooms had become like this. How can I explain this to Lord Fan Yuan? Shi furrowed his brows and sighed. At this moment, light flashed and Fan Yuan's will was transmitted over in midair. The will was solid and lifelike. Shi gasped and immediately bowed. Subordinate pays respect to Lord. Fan Yuan's will waved his hand. I already know about your situation here. The stone mushroom field was destroyed. No one can blame you. It was a natural disaster. You should go back for now. Another batch of immortal materials will arrive in a while, and you can just build a second stone mushroom valley. Shi was overjoyed and thanked him, but also wanted to say something. Fan Yuan's will revealed an understanding smile. Are you thinking of asking what caused these stone mushrooms to be destroyed? Shi nodded. Lord is perceptive. I would like to ask if these stone mushrooms can still be recycled in some way. It would be a pity to just throw them away. The initial investment in building the stone mushroom valley was huge. It was certainly nothing in Fan Yuan's eyes, but in Shi opinion, it was an astronomical investment. Together with the effort and time he had invested in this place, he did not want to see all his efforts go up in smoke. But Fan Yuan shook his head. You don't need to think about the details. If I can solve it, you will have no worries. If I can't solve it, it's useless for you to know. As for these stone mushrooms, none of them can be used. Even if they are used as materials to refine goo, they will only cause more harm instead. You can leave now. Yes, my lord. Shi took his leave respectfully. He was worried in his heart. Why do we have such a big problem? According to his tone, it may not be possible to resolve the matter? Shi left, only Fan Yuan's will remained in this valley. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. He scanned the entire valley first. The countless stone mushrooms in the valley had become twisted objects, the originally smooth surface forming countless creases. The colors were bright, like a gathering of poisonous creatures, giving people a sense of terror. This was of course just the appearance. In Fan Yuan's eyes he could see that the original earth path Dao marks in these stone mushrooms had been disrupted and washed away. Many different Dao marks from other paths, including wind path, lightning path, poison path, dark path, fire path, and so on, were added instead. Because of this, these stone mushrooms could only be discarded as waste material. At least currently, Fan Yuan had no means to utilize them. Heaven's will. Fan Yuan's will suddenly sneered and discovered Heaven's will lurking in the valley. With a loud sound he transformed into a field of clouds and mist that covered the entire valley, pursuing and intercepting Heaven's will. A confrontation between wills soon came to an end. Fan Yuan was victorious. He had managed to completely clear the Heaven's will lurking in this place. But of course, the price paid was not small. After his will had gathered again, it was no longer as lifelike as before, but illusory as a shadow, giving the impression like it was going to fade away at any moment. Fan Yuan sighed. This victory only resolved the problem but not its fundamental cause. A new problem would occur again. The Stone Mushroom Valley was not just an isolated case. Recently, there had been Heaven's will lurking all over the sovereign immortal aperture, many resource points had been destroyed. Fan Yuan's main body had obtained more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, as he was the person refining Gu, managing to destroy Fate Gu for good. These Dao marks did not belong to him, and were imposed on him. The Heaven Path Dao marks transformed on their own, causing the various environments of the sovereign immortal aperture to change, becoming more and more balanced and stable. In the long run, this change would naturally do more good than harm, greatly increasing the development potential of the sovereign immortal aperture. However, if one looked at the immediate future, it would cause Fan Yuan to suffer heavy losses. Fan Yuan was not a superforce, all his possessions were in the sovereign immortal aperture. A great loss in this foundation of his would definitely affect his battle performance. Fan Yuan did not want to fall into the trap of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He had been working hard to command the humans and variant humans in the Grotto Heaven, constantly fighting against natural disasters. At the same time, he had successfully retrieved the Thousand Wish Tree and the Incomplete Human Sea, using Human Path to restrict the Heaven Path effects. With such a two-pronged approach, the situation of Sovereign Immortal Aperture was greatly improved. However, Fan Yuan did not expect that the natural development of the Heaven Path Dao marks would produce Heaven's Will after some point. The Heavenly Dao was impartial, it had no malicious intent against Fan Yuan. Changing the environment was just a natural step of development. But this was not the case for Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will was produced from the Heavenly Dao, it was more flexible and resourceful. The Heavenly Dao was unable to eliminate Fan Yuan, the otherworldly demon that affected the balance of the world, so Heaven's Will went one step further and began deliberately destroying the various resource points in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Heaven Path Dao marks could transform into other paths, so Heaven's Will use this ability to completely disrupt the Dao marks of the various resource points, turning them from orderly to a complete mess. Stone Mushroom Valley was just one of them. I have the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation, but the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is too huge. The Heavenly Dao is constantly deriving new changes. It can produce Heaven's Will anywhere in the entire Grotto Heaven. It is too difficult for me to clear out all this Heaven's Will. Even if I do my best, the efficiency is low. Fan Yuan was clear that the way to settle the fundamental cause was to directly refine these Heaven Path Dao marks, so that they truly belong to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and himself. But what the method to go about it was, he had no idea. He had never heard of anyone cultivating Heaven Path before. The only known way was to use Human Path methods to suppress Heaven Path. Fan Yuan thought for a long time and found two possible ways out. The first one was Emperor City. Emperor City was carefully arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has now become the sacred land of Human Path. If I can obtain it, I will definitely be able to greatly restrain the Heavenly Dao. The second way was in Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave was set up by Limitless Demon Venerable in his later years. The 8th layer contains the derivations of the Heavenly Dao. In Crazed Demon Cave, the demonic sounds are rampant, driving lifeforms mad. All kinds of immortal materials turn into trash as Dao marks are messed up. The situation is exactly the same as the stone mushrooms and other resources. If I can grasp all the secrets of Crazed Demon Cave, I should be able to improve my situation. But these were two dangerous options. Emperor City was located in the center of Central Continent. If Fan Yuan were to go there, he would definitely have to fight Heavenly Court. With his current strength, he would be able to defeat Heavenly Court. However, Fan Yuan's fear was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had schemed against him, causing him to lose his clone Fan Dichang. When using luck inspection earlier, he did not find Fan Dichang's luck. It was likely that he had perished. The likelihood of his death was great. Red Lotus Demon Venerable also schemed against him. If not for the Heaven Path Dao marks, how could Heaven's Will be produced in Fan Yuan's immortal aperture? Of course, Red Lotus was also plotting against Spectral Soul. The Heaven Path Dao marks were both dangerous and also a fortuitous encounter for Fan Yuan. It was also his protection. At the least, Spectral Soul could not use his hidden methods because of these Dao marks. If Fan Yuan wanted to take Emperor City, he would have to face the methods of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As for Crazed Demon Cave, it was also filled with danger. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had promised to join the fate war to Fan Yuan, but during the battle, none of them had shown up. Fan Yuan had tried to contact them, but they had completely vanished. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave that caused the 3 crazed demon eccentrics to mysteriously disappear? Fan Yuan guessed that Longevity Heaven might have taken action. Fan Yuan realized that the consumption of Wisdom Goo was part of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's scheme. Giant Sun's single attack also made Fan Yuan realize that he was keeping some trump cards after all. Now that Fate Goo was destroyed, it was possible for Venerables to revive. If Fan Yuan went to Crazed Demon Cave, it was likely that he would need to face the methods of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. There was one more thing that worried Fan Yuan. There were changes happening in the River of Time. Ever since the destruction of Fate Goo, the water of the River of Time had become extremely violent, vicious and dangerous. Even if Fan Yuan used Myriad Year Flying Warship, he could only barely enter the river and last for a moment before having to return to the 5 regions. He was unable to explore it for long. Fan Yuan understood the reason. In the past, the River of Time could move forward smoothly because everything was fixed, everything moved according to the path set by fate. No matter what existed, they had a specific trajectory of life experiences. This was why Time Path Goo Immortals could often predict things by watching the downstream segments. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to plot the destruction of Fate Goo by observing the downstream events and learning many secrets of the future. But now, once Fate Goo was destroyed, everything no longer had a fixed path and could change at will. As a result, the River of Time has become extremely violent, everything has become turbid and chaotic. With such a change in the River of Time, Spring-Autumn Cicada could no longer be used for the time being. Before, Spring-Autumn Cicada could move through the river because the water was gentle. Now that the river had become violent and chaotic, once Spring-Autumn Cicada was activated and entered the river, it would definitely be smashed to pieces by the river water. Unless Fan Yuan developed some other killer move that could use Spring-Autumn Cicada. Although the river water is troublesome, it's actually not a big problem. What I'm really worried about is still Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He's the one who had built the Stone Lotus Islands in the River of Time. I don't know what other arrangements he has in the River of Time. Fate Goo was destroyed at long last. Fan Yuan had finally gotten free of the sword of Damocles hanging above his head. However, the journey ahead of him was filled with mist. He was walking in a dangerous valley. Within the mist, which area could be explored? Which area would lead to a cliff? Would his path to eternal life, his lifelong ambition, be hidden within the mist? If it existed, where would it be? Chapter 1994. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch fights Fangjing. In immemorial Black Heaven, a group of Goo Immortals were traveling stealthily as they flew continuously. These Goo Immortals had outstanding cultivation level. They were all rank 8 variant human Goo Immortals. The leader was a Goo Immortal with pale skin and blue hair. He had a grim expression. It was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had received orders from Wu Shuai to reinforce the headquarters of the Grotto Heavens, to resist the invasion of Heavenly Court. Along the way, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's heart was filled with worry. This is not the same as my expectations. I made Wu Shuai the alliance leader so that he would be the vanguard. But in the end, to deal with Heavenly Court, I was the one sent out instead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had the intention to reject this order, but the situation back then did not allow him to use any excuses. Wu Shuai suffered injuries against GC Ancestor. In a way, he was indeed used by us to resist GC Ancestor. As the Vice Alliance leader, I need to put in some effort too. It makes logical sense for me to reinforce them in Black Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to face Heavenly Court directly. Regardless of win or loss, he would become an eyesore from Heavenly Court's perspective. Currently, he wanted Wu Shuai to attract the attention of the enemies. But the world was not as simple as he thought. Society was vicious to everyone. Right now, he was pushed forward as the vanguard. I am truly unable to go against the tides. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed deeply to himself. He definitely had to go save them, but the way to go about it was something that he could determine himself. Vice Alliance leader, we found a large number of Goo Immortals ahead. The investigative Goo Immortals suddenly spoke. They are our allies. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch nodded in response, unsurprised. Go meet with them. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch regretted his Vice Alliance leader position, it was already too late now. He could only take full advantage of the authority he had. Before setting off, he had already used his status as Vice Alliance leader to order the remaining Grotto Heaven forces to help each other out. In order to chase away Heavenly Court, they had to contribute their strength. The two groups of Goo Immortals gathered. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at the reinforcements. He felt rage building internally. Chaotic Rock Grotto Heaven sent an immemorial rock monster, Rotten Egg Grotto Heaven sent 6 Eggman Goo Immortals. They could form the Ancient Battle Formation, Rotting Smell Vicious Cloud Formation, while Strange Hair Grotto Heaven brought an incomplete Immortal Goo House, Black Emperor Building. These 3 Grotto Heaven forces that were close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch brought their trump cards along with them, but other than them, the other forces were simply not putting in effort. Especially those human forces, they only dispatched several rank 7 Goo Immortals without much sincerity. The enemy is right ahead, but these Grotto Heaven forces are still trying to preserve their strength. Sigh, Grotto Heavens are too far apart, we do not have much interaction normally, even if we cooperate, it is only due to external pressure. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's anger soon turned into helplessness and dejectedness. In that case, I should conceal my own strength too, let's just put up a superficial show. After all, the people I brought amount to quite a force already. Heavenly Court was powerful, if possible. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not want to face them head-on. He knew his own limits. If he really charged forward fearlessly, he might not return alive. While Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was thinking about this, his expression changed as his eyes widened, almost spewing fires of rage. The other Goo Immortals saw Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression and turned around. Someone asked, "Vice Alliance Leader, what happened? Have Xia Clan's headquarters fallen?" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. "Xia Clan's headquarters have Lord Alliance Leader, how can they fall? My Grotto Heaven has been invaded by Demon Judgment Board, my tribe's Goo Immortals are currently fighting them to the death. We need to reinforce them now." This Great Wisdom Immortal Mother was still thinking of saving her Grotto Heaven. She was hesitant. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch stared at her. "Your Grotto Heavens have already fallen into the enemy's hands, the outcome has been decided. But my Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven is still resisting them, there is hope. We need to return to reinforce them immediately. If anyone does not help, I will report it to Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai." Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made use of Wu Shuai's name, and because the variant human Goo Immortals close to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch expressed their support, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, and the rest had to follow this order. The Immortals did not conceal their traces anymore, they flew towards Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven with their fastest speed. The Grotto Heaven entrance opened as Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch flew in anxiously, while the rest followed. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was already in chaotic battle. Demon Judgment Board flew around like a meteor, slaughtering everything in its path, totally unstoppable. The rank 6 and 7 Snowman Goo Immortals in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven were nowhere to be seen. They were controlling the formation to unleash a blizzard on Demon Judgment Board, but the effect was very minimal. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shot out a sharp blood-red light that landed on the control area of the formation. The Snowman Goo Immortals quickly put up their defenses. The blood-red light seemed to be reflected by a mirror as it changed directions and shot elsewhere. Boom! There was a loud sound as heaven and earth shook. The blood-red light exploded as the sky turned red. For the radius of several thousand li, the snowy and icy plain got completely obliterated. "Ah, my blizzard icy plain!" Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch saw this and became overwhelmed with anger. This icy plain was the largest gathering spot of this snowman race in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Now that it was destroyed, nearly 10 million ordinary snowmen died a terrible death. The blizzard icy plain carried special significance to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch personally. His coming-of-age ceremony was held in this blizzard icy plain. Back then, his father had brought the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch to the periphery of the icy plain. "You are an adult now, my son. The icy plain you see here is the location of your trial. You need to survive 7 days here to pass the trial. You will be qualified to become a Goo Master and awaken your aperture." The young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch looked at this vast plain and felt lost. Fear appeared in his eyes. His father observed his expression and said, "Fear is normal because you might likely die here. The trial is fair, you need to experience the danger of death in order to be qualified to become a Goo Master. Even as a Goo Immortal, I cannot protect you from this, I can only give you a suggestion." "What is that?" the young Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. "It is too difficult to live alone in the icy plain for 7 days, there is barely any hope." His father shook his head. "But there are many snowman tribes in this icy plain, if you can follow the traces to find them, they will protect you. But I don't know these people." The young Ice Crystal was worried. His father explained meticulously. "Don't worry, the snowman tribes will protect every person who is stranded, because these people will end up protecting the entire race in the end. They will definitely help you, my son, if you succeed the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will need to protect our entire race. This is how a snowman lives. As expected, the young ice crystal survived for 3 days and nights in the icy plain, chasing after the traces of snowman tribes. At the moment of life and death, he crawled his way to a hunter's tribe near the periphery and was discovered, managing to survive. The tribe took him in and healed him for free, welcoming him to become a member of their tribe. Even though the young ice crystal left in the end, his experiences in that tribe were deeply etched into his heart. It affected him for the rest of his life until now. After he became rank 8 and inherited the title of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, becoming the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he developed the blizzard icy plain and made the sparse icy plain grow abundant with resources. The lives of the snowmen living in it improved greatly. Their numbers increased gradually. But now, it was all ruined. All ruined by a killer move of a strong foe that affected the entire blizzard icy plain. Not only were Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's efforts ruined entirely, his memories also became just memories now. He could no longer find them in real life. Anger and hatred rose in his heart, burning intensely. For a moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became silent. He took in a deep breath. The air in Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven was always so cold. It was still extremely cold now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly remembered his father's teachings. The tribe will definitely help you, my son. If you succeed in the trial, regardless of your achievements, you will need to protect our entire race. This is how a snowman lives. Indeed. It is time for me to protect my race. Rumble! At the next moment, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura erupted, creating an intense blizzard as he charged towards Demon Judgment Board. All of the Goo Immortals behind him were shocked. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was actually so courageous. Reinforcements from the 2 heavens are here. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Guyu Fangjing took in a deep breath as his expression turned grim. Many people had arrived, among which were various rank 8 Goo Immortals. Guyu Fangjing was only rank 7, but he was not flustered. All of his battles before this had tempered his own confidence and determination. But the bigger reason was also the fact that he had absolute confidence in the rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Demon Judgment Board. You created a grand commotion, but can you fight Demon Judgment Board? Guyu Fangjing smiled coldly. Instead of using any killer move, he directly used Demon Judgment Board to charge ahead. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gritted his teeth. He was forced to retreat. He was an Ice and Snow Path Goo Immortal. He did not cultivate Transformation Path or Strength Path. How could he resist an Immortal Goo House with his body? Let's join the battle too! Quick, work together and help Vice Alliance leader. The 2 Heavens Alliance shouted and attacked at once. Seeing this, Guyu Fangjing moved Demon Judgment Board away to retreat from them, pulling some distance agilely. Blood-red light flickered in Demon Judgment Board. Killer moves were unleashed. The immemorial rock monster became slower. The Eggman Goo Immortals were covered in blood. They had to save themselves instead of assembling the ancient battle formation. The incomplete Black Emperor building from Strange Hair Grotto Heaven was also waiting at the back, not daring to contest Demon Judgment Board directly. The other Goo Immortals were even less useful. Even though there were many rank 8 Goo Immortals, they were all scared about losing their lives, only using long-ranged killer moves instead. Once the enemy got close, they would prioritize escaping first. It was a disunited bunch. This phrase appeared in Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's mind. He felt angry and anxious. Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven had nothing to do with them. They would not risk their lives for it. The only person that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch could rely on now was himself. I can only use that move now. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch made up his mind. Master, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group is about to lose. Should we help them? Soul Path Goo Immortal and Sun asked Spectral Soul secretly. On this occasion, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven sent him here. Spectral Soul came along and lurked in secret. They fought like this despite having so many rank 8 Goo Immortals. The 2 Heavens Alliance is a joke. Spectral Soul laughed. No need to be anxious. That Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch has other tricks up his sleeve. Let's wait for now. Chapter 1995. Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch floated in the sky. His aura surged continuously as his clothes fluttered with the wind. Around him, countless traces of frost energy gathered, whipping up a storm. Such power surpassed ordinary rank 8 killer moves. Once Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch succeeded in activating it, the power would definitely shake heaven and earth. Fang Jing sensed this. He wanted to use Demon Judgment Board to obstruct it. Let's lend Ice Crystal a hand. Stop, Demon Judgment Board! The goo immortals of the two heavens were not that useless after all. They quickly went ahead to block Demon Judgment Board. At once, all sorts of killer moves were unleashed. It was like a display of fireworks. Demon Judgment Board was obstructed by the bombarding killer moves, but at the crucial moment, a flash of blood-red light shot out, about to land on Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was still activating his killer move. He did not move. At the crucial moment, Ensign opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance, and let out an immemorial soul beast. The immemorial soul beast moved quickly, standing in front of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and blocking the blood-red light entirely. With a loud sound, an explosion occurred. The immemorial soul beast growled in pain. Half of its body was destroyed. It fell towards the ground. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately looked towards Ensign with gratitude. The aura on his body was calming down. He had evidently passed the most dangerous moment. His killer move preparation was already done. Immemorial soul beasts have no blood. Demon Judgment Board's blood path killer move had little effect. Ensign was very excited as he said, Master, if not for your reminder, I would not have been able to block this blood-red light. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch would have been in trouble. No. Spectral Soul analyzed. The killer move that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is using contains deep profundity. During the activation process, he gains an increased level of defense. Even if he was hit, he would only be injured. The killer move activation would not fail. Heavenly Court. I'll let you have a taste of my race's unique killer move, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch shouted as all of the aura surging around him became completely concealed. At the next moment, his entire body exploded and spread out into countless frost lights. The frost lights shot out with extreme coldness. Everywhere they went, air would freeze into ice crystals before falling to the ground. Fang Jing felt something amiss. He wanted to activate Demon Judgment Board, but how could his speed match the frost lights? Almost at the same moment, Demon Judgment Board got hit by countless extreme ice crystal lights. Crack, crack. Every crystal light that hit Demon Judgment Board turned into a small piece of ice attached to Demon Judgment Board. Countless crystal lights shot towards it from all directions. Demon Judgment Board had nowhere to dodge. Instantly, layers of ice started to form all over it. Fang Jing's heart sank. He activated Demon Judgment Board and used the killer move to melt the ice layers. But his speed could not match the rate at which the freezing was occurring. Very soon, ice that was 5 feet thick formed all over Demon Judgment Board. Oh no, the thicker this ice layer is, the greater the effect of the frost lights that land. Discovering this, Fang Jing turned pale with shock. This move was unavoidable from the start. It was quite powerful, but its true strength came much later. The longer it dragged on, the stronger this move would be. Fang Jing quickly tried to move Demon Judgment Board, expending the remaining rank 8 Immortal Essence to activate Demon Judgment Board's strongest killer move. Blood-red light spread out. A layer of ice quickly melted. Next, the frost lights seemed to react. They quickly went towards the area that Fang Jing was trying to break out from and made Demon Judgment Board's ability much weaker. The Goo Immortals were all stunned. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch is actually so powerful. He actually sealed Heavenly Court's rank 8 Immortal Goo House Demon Judgment Board with his own strength. This is incredible. What is the name of the move? Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. At once, all of the immortals muttered the name of this killer move, engraving it to their heart. This is the unique killer move of the snowmen from ancient times, hee. To think that they have actually obtained a racial inheritance already. Spectral Soul who was inside Ensign laughed lightly. Ensign understood after hearing this. So this is a move from the snowman racial inheritance. No wonder it is so strong. Wait, no, can ancient killer moves still be used in the current era? The world now is very different from the past. Wouldn't such antique moves be outdated already? Spectral Soul chuckled. Back then when variant humans ruled the world, they had countless killer moves. Those moves that were specially chosen to be kept in their racial inheritances are naturally more outstanding in many ways. Taking this Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin for example, its core is not an immortal goo but the variant human using it. Spectral Soul's depth of knowledge was not ordinary. He had once searched countless souls in the door of life and death. Many of these souls came from the olden antiquity or remote antiquity era, some were even from the immemorial antiquity era. Thus, Spectral Soul had a lot of information about these eras. Even though his attainment levels had all fallen to rock bottom, his memories were still intact. Like what Spectral Soul said, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was somewhat similar to Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind Killer move. When using Unlimited Wind, Wu Yong would expend his own wind path down marks. As for Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin, not only would it consume Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's ice and snow path down marks, it would also cost him his lifespan. As the core killer move of the Snowman Gu Immortals, Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was not very affected by the progression of eras. At the same time, any other race's Gu Immortals could not use this move even if they had it. Fan Zheng's forehead was already covered in sweat. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch displayed battle strength that far surpassed Fang Ling's expectations. The Great Demon Judgment Board was actually sealed in ice. There was little hope of escaping. Even if Fan Jing wanted to fight Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, he had no way to do so. Because Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already turned into countless frost lights, this was the superiority of Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. Seeing as Demon Judgment Board was about to be completely sealed in ice, at this time, a phoenix cry could be heard. Following a loud sound of crashing waves, Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui arrived. It turned out that while fighting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Fan Jing had already informed Heavenly Court's Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui. Bai Tseng Shui was originally cleaning up the battlefield. She could leave immediately. As for Prince Feng Xian, he gave up some gains there and rapidly came to reinforce Fan Jing. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals saw Demon Judgment Board which was trapped. They shouted as one unleashed torrents of golden flames, while the other sent out huge waves. The ice was attacked from the inside and outside. It could not last any longer as the external layer of ice quickly cracked. Demon Judgment Board which was inside got ready to retaliate. The two Heavens Gu Immortals saw this and wanted to attack, but Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui suppressed them instead. Even though they had many more rank 8s than Heavenly Court, it did not matter. In Gu Immortal battles, numbers were not the most crucial. Even though the two heavens had many people, they could not cooperate. Their killer moves often interfered with each other. About half of their strength was limited because of this, even before they hit any enemies. But if they were to fight alone, they would be fearful and cowardly. They would focus on preserving their own lives, unwilling to take any risk or get into danger. Of course, the other reason was that Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui were elite rank 8s with excellent battle strength. They were able to become Heavenly Court members. They naturally surpassed other rank 8s. The situation was in a deadlock. Spectral Soul acutely sensed that the ice layer was weakening. He instructed Sun. Quickly let out the Soul Beast army. Lend your immortal Gu to me now. Yes, master! And Sun did not hesitate. He quickly followed the instructions. The Soul Beast army came out and attacked. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui did not care about them at first. They used two killer moves in succession, but the Soul Beast army split up and moved fluidly like water, dodging most of the killer moves' effects. Next, from the Soul Beast army, 3 immemorial Soul Beasts flew out to attack Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui. As the two sides fought, the immemorial Soul Beasts were naturally unable to resist the two Heavenly Court Immortals, but the immemorial Soul Beasts had the army to support them. At crucial moments, killer moves would help them out as well. Even though Bai Tseng Shui and Prince Feng Xian had the upper hand, the Soul Beast army successfully restrained them. They could not help Demon Judgment Board like before. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's frost lights began to regain their footing. This Soul Path rank 7 Immortal is quite talented. I will go kill him. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui communicated. The former moved as he spit fire, creating a path within the Soul Beast army as he charged towards Sun. Sun turned pale with fright, shouting, "He is coming, protect me!" The two Heavens Gu Immortals knew that Enslavement Gu Immortals were most vulnerable to direct attack. They quickly responded. Prince Feng Xian charged without stopping. He broke through all of the obstacles, but because of these obstructions, Sun managed to pull some distance between them. You cannot escape. Prince Feng Xian smiled coldly as he charged again. Spectral Soul would not personally take action in this public environment. He controlled Sun's body to retreat while using the other Gu Immortals to obstruct Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian's advancement was ferocious. The two Heavens Immortals were all shocked by his aggressiveness. But Bai Tseng Shui shouted, "Feng Xian, quickly kill him!" Prince Feng Xian gritted his teeth. He did not expect Sun to be so hard to catch. At this time, the Frost Light successfully trapped Demon Judgment Board again. The thick ice coffin sealed the rank 8 immortal goo house at its center. Oh no! Seeing this, Bai Tseng Shui and Prince Feng Xian's hearts sank. Seeing that heavenly court side was in danger, at this time, heaven and earth shook, chi currents surged as the world roared. Chi tide again! Spectral souls snorted coldly. Ice crystal grotto heaven had already been broken through when Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui attacked. It was connected to the outside world. At this moment, chi tides surged in the outside world, instilling into the grotto heaven harshly. The chi tides implicated the battlefield. Wherever it reached, people fell to the ground. Ice crystal grotto heaven's defensive immortal formation could not last any longer. It shattered. Many snowman goo immortals fell into mortal danger. The frost light around Demon Judgment Board flickered as it hesitated for a moment. But immediately, the ice crystal lights shot towards the snowman goo immortals as they turned into countless ice tubes that protected them. But this way, Demon Judgment Board's pressure lifted greatly. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui saw this and quickly made their move, breaking the remaining ice layers and saving Demon Judgment Board. The two immortals went into the immortal goo house. Demon Judgment Board left the battlefield rapidly while resisting the turbulent chi tides. Chapter 1996. Big or small, chi harvest fruit. The grand chi tides soon filled up the whole of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul sighed deeply. This was really a pity. He wanted the two sides to fight to their deaths before he reaped the rewards. Devouring goo immortal souls was much more helpful than absorbing soul cores after all. But his scheme was ruined by this chi tide. I do not have Dang Hun Mountain, I lack guts goo, I can only devour soul beasts and soul cores. But this takes time to digest, it is not like guts goo which can directly raise my soul foundation. Why the coincidence? Not long ago, when Chi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai fought, a chi tide appeared. This time, another chi tide showed up. Thinking about this, Spectral Soul had a realization. Don't tell me that fighting between goo immortals will attract chi tides? Spectral Soul was only making a guess, he was not certain. It is a pity that my chi path attainment level is just ordinary. Otherwise, I will be able to come to a conclusion. He had soul search and soul devouring methods, but these methods could not directly raise attainment levels. The only way to instantly raise one's attainment level was through absorbing true meaning. The attainment levels that Spectral Soul had at his peak were all gained through actual cultivation from the memories he had soul searched. It was not easy to reach that level. Forget it. And Sim performed well this time. With such achievements, he might likely receive Wu Shuai's audience. By staying in his body, I can get closer to Wu Shuai. There might even be a chance to enslave Wu Shuai and take Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul's current plan failed. He quickly came up with a new plan. He had a deep desire towards Dragon Palace which contained Dream Path Immortal Goo. Amidst the surging chi tides, frost lights gathered into Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's aura was weak, his face was pale, the price to activate Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin was very high. But he had almost single-handedly sealed Demon Judgment Board, he was the biggest contributor to this victory. The two Heavens Goo Immortals came to visit him, their gaze was different from before. Strength was the determining factor towards one's status. Undeniably, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch who had Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move far surpassed the other rank 8 Goo Immortals of the two Heavens in battle strength. Even though I saved Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, our race's unique killer move was exposed. Even though he forced Heavenly Court to retreat, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was not happy. Right now, he could only console himself that this move was very hard to counter, it could still be his trump card for the time being. Friends, I am not injured, I only need to rest. I hope everyone can help to protect my Grotto Heaven. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch said. Sure. We are all part of the Two Heavens Alliance, this is not a problem. Everyone, we will do our best to defend Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The Goo Immortals of the Two Heavens resisted the surging chi tides in the Grotto Heaven, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch focused on repairing the hole created in the Grotto Heaven's aperture wall. Even though the chi tides were powerful, with the cooperation of all the Goo Immortals, they soon settled down. Because they had taken action swiftly, the chi tides did not cause much losses to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Vice Alliance Leader, take a look, we found something. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother flew over to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with some unexpected news. A moment later, the Immortals of the Two Heavens also arrived at the area. They saw a fruit that was the size of a hill floating in the air. This fruit was translucent, It was completely formed from heaven and earth chi. It was shaped like a gourd, or a peanut. This is a chi harvest fruit? After the chi tides appeared, people often found these chi harvest fruits produced. If Gu immortals get them and use them in the immortal aperture, they can rapidly soothe the heaven and earth chi and hasten the progress of the heaven and earth chi fusion. But ordinary chi harvest fruits are just as large as a horse carriage. Why is this chi harvesting fruit so huge? The two heavens immortals discussed but could not come up with an answer. Master, is this really a chi harvest fruit? And Sun asked Spectral Soul. If it is, isn't this ice crystal grotto heaven benefiting from a disaster? As long as it absorbs this huge chi harvest fruit, will ice crystal immortal monarch's immortal aperture be modified completely? He will no longer be affected by the chi tides? This is a chi harvest fruit indeed, but whether it is a blessing or a disaster is unknown for now. Spectral Soul chuckled to himself. As expected, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch tried to take this chi harvest fruit, he was shocked to find a deeper secret. Oh no! Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression turned even more pale. This chi harvest fruit is still growing. It is absorbing my grotto heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow further. If I take it away now, it will cause a huge commotion in the grotto heaven, living beings will die, and an even more turbulent chi tide will appear. The immortals gasped. After getting Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's permission, they quickly used investigative methods. We cannot let this chi harvest fruit continue to grow. Who can help me get rid of this hidden threat? I will not be stingy on rewards. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a solemn expression. But the Gu immortals looked at each other. They were all helpless. Almost everyone could pull out the chi harvest fruit by force, but that was harmful to Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. Its foundation would be affected. And according to their deductions, directly destroying the chi harvest fruit would create a new chi tide that would create a second chi harvest fruit later. This way, to get rid of this threat permanently without harming Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, the difficulty was very high. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother suggested. We can't do it because we do not cultivate chi path. But what about Lord Alliance Leader? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had a look of worry. He sighed deeply. Right now, we can only ask Lord Alliance Leader for help. Wu Shuai soon received Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request for help. My memories are limited. I did not know that the chi harvest fruit would become like this. Maybe the main body knows more things. Wu Shuai quickly reported the information that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch gave him to Fan Yuan's main body. Oh? The hidden thread of the two heavens grotto heavens have been found. This is much earlier than in my previous life. Fan Yuan's main body naturally knew about this. In the 500 years of his previous life, the two heavens Gu immortals had also worked together. They attacked many places and caused a lot of trouble for the 5 regions. Due to the chi tides, the 5 regions Gu immortals were greatly restricted. But the two heavens Gu immortals were able to move around. They were less affected by the chi tides. Furthermore, when Gu immortal battles reach a certain level, chi tides would occur. Even though the two heavens Gu immortals had low battle strength, with the help of the chi tides, they could defeat the 5 regions Gu immortals. But good times did not last long. Soon, the two heavens Gu immortals found that chi harvest fruits started to appear in their own grotto heaven headquarters. These chi harvest fruits used the grotto heaven's heaven and earth chi to grow. They were like stubborn pests. If left unattended, they would grow endlessly and eventually destroy the entire grotto heaven world. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch fought against Heavenly Court and caused the chi tides to appear in his grotto heaven. That is the reason why chi harvest fruits appeared earlier than the previous life. Fan Yuan sent the information to Wu Shuai. Suddenly, he had a thought as he gained a burst of inspiration. Wait. Maybe I can use these chi tides to deal with heaven's will. His situation was really bad now. The main problem was the heaven path Dao marks. He could not refine them in the short time, while these Dao marks generated heaven's will. The heaven path Dao marks had no ill intentions towards Fan Yuan, but heaven's will wanted to kill him. It tried all sorts of ways to destroy his sovereign immortal aperture. And worse was that if Fan Yuan did not get rid of the heaven's will, after accumulating to a certain level, even if the sovereign immortal aperture remained shut, the grotto heaven's will could resonate with the 5 regions' heaven's will and expose his identity. Once Fan Yuan's location was exposed, if he stayed in Qi Si, his cover as Qi Si ancestor would be blown. However, it was difficult for Fan Yuan to get rid of heaven's will. The sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Fan Yuan did not know where to start. He could not predict the natural developments of the heavenly Tao. He could not know where heaven's will would be created. I should try to let the chi tides rampage in my sovereign immortal aperture. Like a washing machine, they might be able to cleanse all of the heavens will away. As Fan Yuan thought about it, he found that this was a very possible idea to execute. It seemed dangerous, but it was possible to use the two threats against each other. With his Chi Path and Wisdom Path foundation, it was a realistic solution. Of course, whether this method could succeed or not, until it was used, Fan Yuan could not know for sure. If only I still had Wisdom Goo, that would be great. Wisdom Goo provided unlimited inspiration. With the light of wisdom, Fan Yuan could quickly and efficiently develop a killer move that could make use of the Chi tides. At the same time, in Shiju Grotto Heaven. This is the center of the Grotto Heaven! Luo Clan's 3 Goo immortals were all injured. They reached this place after much difficulty. What? What an incredible Chi harvest fruit! Luo Muzi was lost for words. The other 2 immortals were filled with shock. According to the 3 immortals' deductions, the center of Shiju Grotto Heaven should contain the most valuable thing in the entire Grotto Heaven. At this moment, the 3 immortals saw that there was a tiny and exquisite Chi harvest fruit here. It was extremely vivid. The surface had flowing lights that flickered dazzlingly. It was the size of a gourd, but it contained genuine rank 9 immortal material aura. It had surging waves of vitality resembling the ocean. It pressed down on the hearts of the Luo Clan Goo immortals. This Chi harvest fruit is not ordinary at all. It contains deep secrets. We need to research upon it. Strange, Chi harvest fruits are produced by the Chi tides. Why is it hidden by demon immortal Chi Ju and kept here? Unless he predicted that in the future there would be disasters like the Chi tides? Take action. Luo Clan's 3 immortals were talking when suddenly, they heard a shout. Several variant human Goo immortals showed up and attacked. Luo Clan's 3 immortals were caught off guard. They were swept into a battlefield killer move instantly. Oh no, an ambush! Someone else found Shiju Grotto Heaven? Who are you? Luo Clan's 3 immortals shouted. The leader of the variant human Goo immortals was about the size of a thumb. There were translucent wings behind him. This was a mini-man Goo immortal. Humph, Luo Clan immortals, I, Xiao Hejian, found this place 20 years before any of you. The mini-man Goo immortal smiled coldly as he said, Attack, kill them all. Chapter 1997. Both sides seek reinforcements. Days later, in the headquarters of Southern Borders Wu Clan. Wu Yong stood at the peak of a mountain. He slowly opened his eyes. In front of him were 3 mortals. They were all tied on a wooden pole. They were all unconscious. Immortal killer move, farewell friend wind. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. His preparations were completed. He unleashed this peculiar killer move. Without the emergence of any unique wind, the 3 mortals in front of him started to disintegrate, their skin, flesh, and bones scattered with the natural breeze. In an instant, even the clothes of these mortals vanished. Nothing was left. Wu Yong showed a satisfied smile at last. During this period, he had modified Farewell Friend Wind. The results were quite good. Farewell Friend Wind was a wind path killer move with human path effect. It originally needed the user to touch the target's body and say some parting words. But now, these limitations were all modified by Wu Yong and removed successfully. Even though the current Farewell Friend Wind still needed the user to become friends with the target before usage, the range had greatly increased. It was much more usable now. Wu Yong had lost a lot of his wind path down marks during the Fate War from using the killer move Unlimited Wind, and his foundation fell. But during this period of recuperation, he made some gains instead in terms of comprehension. His wind path attainment level rose to a new level. Because of that, he could modify Farewell Friend Wind. Wu Yong was not just satisfied with modifying Farewell Friend Wind. The rise in his attainment level also meant a comprehensive rise in power. Farewell Friend Wind was just one of the aspects. Next, I will modify the other killer moves, and even clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. After modification, my battle strength will rise back to normal. It can even surpass my former level. Right when Wu Yong thought about his future, an information path Goo worm flew towards him. Wu Yong took it and read the information. His brows rose as he showed a surprised expression. He was originally going to stay in closed cultivation for some time, but after receiving this information, he halted his plan. Returning to his guest hall, he met with the 2 Goo immortals that were looking for him. These 2 Goo immortals had the same clothing. They wore deep green short-sleeved shirts and long black pants. They also had jade-colored leg bindings. Any Goo immortal familiar with Southern Borders Goo immortal world would know that this was Luo Clan's signature attire. Of the two Luo clan Gu immortals who came, one was an old man with a bitter expression, another was a middle-aged Gu immortal with a pale face. He was evidently injured. Luo Zhu pays respects to Lord Alliance leader. Luo clan's two Gu immortals saw Wu Yong and immediately paid respects. The Southern Alliance was created long ago. Wu Yong was the leader of this alliance. Of the two Luo clan immortals, Luo Ran was a general of Luo clan. He was a space path expert with peak rank 7 battle strength. He was an arrogant person. As for Luo Zhu, he was a person of authority. He was the current first supreme elder of Luo clan. These two were so respectful to Wu Yong now, it was clear that they needed his help. Wu Yong nodded. We can sit and talk. After the two Luo clan Gu immortals sat down, Wu Yong asked directly, What is the matter with Qiju Grotto Heaven? Luo Zhu breathed in deeply before explaining the entire situation. In summary, when a Gu immortal of Luo clan explored White Heaven using an immortal Gu house, he discovered Qiju Grotto Heaven by chance. Luo clan had been exploring it for many years. Finally, with the help of the Qi tides, they made a breakthrough and entered the central area of Qiju Grotto Heaven. But when they were about to obtain Qiju's true inheritance, they were ambushed by variant human Gu immortals. The three Luo clan Gu immortals exploring it were caught off guard. The situation did not look good. Thankfully, their leader was the space path expert Luo Ran. He used his trump card and escaped with the other two immortals. The variant human Gu immortals did not let them go. They pursued these three Luo clan immortals. After Luo clan was informed, they immediately sent their immortal Gu house to reinforce them. The two sides fought intensely at the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Even though those variant human Gu immortals did not have high battle strength, their leader, the mini-man Gu immortal Xiao Hejian, was very outstanding. At the same time, the variant human Gu immortals had an immortal Gu house too. Luo clan was forced to escape back to southern border pitifully. After passing the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall, the variant human Gu immortals were afraid that southern border's Gu immortal world would gang up on them. They gave up on the pursuit. Luo clan's immortals were defeated. They returned to recuperate in their headquarters, feeling angry and helpless. After discussing for some time, they felt that they could not obtain Qiju Grotto Heaven themselves. They should get the help of other forces. After hearing their explanation, Wu Yong understood the situation. Due to the rampant Qi tides, the Grotto Heavens and the Two Heavens are exposed. This created the Two Heavens Alliance. The alliance mainly comprises variant humans. They have Wu Shuai as their leader. This group of variant human Gu immortals that defeated Luo clan must have a close relationship with the Two Heavens Alliance. The Two Heavens Alliance first occupied an area in Eastern Sea. Wu Shuai fought with Qi ancestor. After that, Heavenly Court attacked them. Their Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced Demon Judgment Board to retreat, creating a huge commotion. If Luo clan looks for Ho clan or Yao clan, even though they are super forces, they cannot deal with the colossal Two Heavens Alliance. When the situation aggravates, they will still have to look for me in the end. Thus, they came to me from the start. Thinking so, Wu Yong smiled, promising them, Our southern border's righteous path is united. Now that Luo clan has faced a setback, as long as you are part of the Southern Alliance, we will help you out. As the leader of the Southern Alliance, I, Wu Yong, will lend my strength as well. Luo clan's immortals quickly responded. Alliance leader is righteous and mighty. But there was no joy on their faces. This concerned a huge treasure like Qiju's true inheritance. Wu Yong was sure to agree to help without doubt. The important things were how to get true inheritance of Qiju. How would Luo clan and Wu clan cooperate? If they obtained the true inheritance, how would they split it? Those were the true details to discuss. While Luo clan's immortals and Wu Yong were negotiating, Wu Shuai also received the audience of a Gu immortal. The one asking to see me is a mini-man Gu immortal named Xiao Hejian? Wu Shuai squinted. Yes. The reporting Gu immortal explained. This immortal has extraordinary strength. His reputation is long established. Even though the Gu immortals of the Two Heavens do not interact much with each other, we have all heard of this Xiao Hejian. His strength is likely on par with Vice Alliance leader. The Vice Alliance leader was naturally Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch used his Immortal Sealing Coffin Killer move to defeat Heavenly Court. His reputation surged. Everyone in the Two Heavens Alliance knew about it. What is the reason for his request to meet me? Wu Shuai asked purposely. This subordinate does not know. The reporting Gu immortal lowered his head. He says that he has a huge fortune to give to Lord Alliance leader. He wants to join our Two Heavens Alliance. Wu Shuai smiled. In the past, he did not know, but after the main body sent him some information of the previous life, he learned about this person. This Xiao Hejian was quite a formidable figure in the 500 years of his previous life. He was indeed an expert among the variant human rank 8 Gu immortals. He was able to contest Heavenly Court's members evenly. Speaking of which, in the 500 years of his previous life, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not have much reputation. In terms of battle strength, Xiao Hejian and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch were on the same level. Even though the two Heavens Gu immortals were not very outstanding, they still had several incredible experts. If not for this, they would not have caused problems to the 5 regions in the previous life. Xiao Hejian explored Shiju Grotto Heaven. He probably got into a conflict with Luo clan. Now that the Southern Alliance was created in advance and Luo clan suffered a loss, they would definitely find their allies. They might approach Wuyong. Xiao Hejian has several Grotto Heaven forces allied with him, but how can he resist the Great Southern Alliance? Thus, he came to me. By joining my Two Heavens Alliance, not only can he protect himself, he can also use my strength to resist the Southern Alliance and obtain Chiju's true inheritance. But this Chiju Grotto Heaven is a dangerous area. In my previous life, Chiju Grotto Heaven self-detonated, killing countless Gu immortals in the process. The Two Heavens Alliance also suffered a huge setback from this. The losses were so severe they never recovered. Wu Shuai guessed that Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch died during this Chiju Grotto Heaven explosion. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have stayed so low profile the entire time. Considering this, Wu Shuai smiled coldly, thinking, "This Xiao Hejian is crafty. He wants to borrow our strength and use us to kill his enemies. Since he wants my help, let's have a good negotiation with him. Go." Wu Shuai stopped thinking about it as he sat on his main seat, telling the Gu Immortal, "Tell Xiao Hejian to come in." Chapter 1998. Exploring Chiju's Grotto Heaven. The sky had a unified color. It was a sight of bluish jade. Great winds howled, killing intent gathered. Two immortal Gu houses faced each other. One was a majestic palace shining in golden light. It was elegant and grand. This was Dragon Palace. The other was a 2-story bamboo building. It was filled with vitality and looked delicate but exquisite. This was Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. The 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses contained many Gu immortals inside them. Wu Shuai sat at the main seat with 2 rows of Gu immortals from the 2 heavens below him. On his left was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others, while on his right was the recently joined Woodpath Great Expert, Miniman Gu Immortal Xiao Hejian. As for Lady Coldash, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, and others, they were mixed among these 2 groups. Not long ago, Wu Shuai met with Xiao Hejian. After some negotiation, they set off for Chiju Grotto Heaven. On the other side, Southern Alliance's Wuyong also knew the importance of speed. He quickly mobilized Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, bringing Wu clans and Luo clans immortals to immemorial White Heaven. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was much faster than Dragon Palace. Wuyong left later but arrived earlier, yet Chiju Grotto Heaven could not be easily entered. While Wuyong and the rest waited, Wu Shuai arrived with Dragon Palace. The 2 sides met in White Heaven. They immediately got into a deadlock. "Wuyong!" Wu Shuai spoke within Dragon Palace, his voice resounding in the battlefield. "Chiju's true inheritance is in front of us. Why don't we each send 3 people out to fight? The winner will be the side which has 2 victories. They will get the true inheritance, while the loser gets the Grotto Heaven. How is that?" "Wu Shuai, why are you being so cowardly now?" Wuyong snickered from within Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. "Let the person fortunate enough under the circumstances get Chiju's true inheritance. Let's fight for it using our respective abilities." As he said this, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building shot out like a rainbow, piercing into a certain opening within Chiju Grotto Heaven. Wuyong had waited for a long time. He finally found an opportunity to get inside. Even though Wuyong brought Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building with him, and had Wu clans and Luo clans elites around him, in terms of scale, he could not match Wu Shuai. Not just in quantity, but the quality of their high-end battle strength also differed greatly. If they really used the rules Wu Shuai set to determine a victor in one unknown combat, Wuyong's side would be disadvantaged. Furthermore, when Gu immortals fight, heaven and earth chi would be disrupted, chi tides would appear. By then, the 2 heavens Gu immortals would be less affected, their advantage would rise again. Wuyong was a formidable leader. How could he let his side fall into a disadvantage from the start? "Lord Alliance Leader, there is no time to waste, let's set out." Xiao Hejian urged anxiously. Wu Shuai looked at the openings in Shiju Grotto Heaven. Even though these openings varied in size, they were all milky white in color, formed from moving qi currents. Earlier, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had gone through the largest opening to get inside Shiju Grotto Heaven. After looking at it for a while, Wu Shuai understood some of its profundity. These openings vary in size, they are increasing in numbers. I'm afraid this is the immortal aperture entrance of Shiju Grotto Heaven. Fan Yuan's main body and clones had varying amounts of memories, but they shared the same attainment levels. Wu Shuai also had the main body's qi path attainment level. He could see it more clearly than others. Just these holes alone made Wu Shuai's eyes brighten as he felt some comprehension. Normally, immortal aperture entrances are closed, only used to connect the inside world and the outside. Shiju Grotto Heaven's entrance is unique. It is the most efficient way of maximizing the effect of that connection between worlds using the immortal aperture's entrance. I wonder what gains I can make inside. Thinking so, Wu Shuai's curiosity rose as he moved Dragon Palace towards the openings. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Shiju Grotto Heaven was destroyed by self-detonation. It greatly affected the Two Heavens alliance and caused it to falter in the future. Many rank 8 Gu immortals died during this event. Shiju Grotto Heaven was dangerous. This was also why Fan Yuan did not take the initiative to explore it before the Fate War. But now that Shiju Grotto Heaven was exposed, with an alluring true inheritance of Shiju inside and Dragon Palace's protection, Wu Shuai also had nothing urgent to attend to. He could put effort into this now. Dragon Palace got past the narrow opening, rapidly arriving inside Shiju Grotto Heaven. The immortals saw that all around them, there were white-colored qi currents that surged and moved. Shiju Grotto Heaven's structure is quite special. It is not like ordinary grotto heavens. There are white qi currents everywhere. These qi currents form into tunnels, and countless tunnels turn this grotto heaven into a maze. It is like the intestines of a giant. We need to get through these tunnels quickly and find the correct path to the central area. Shiju's true inheritance is hidden there. Xiao Hejian explained when they got in. All the immortals inside the palace listened attentively. Xiao Hejian did not say everything he knew earlier. To prevent Wu Shuai from leaving to snatch the true inheritance alone after getting the information, he had kept many secrets. He promised Wu Shuai that he would explain the situation after they arrived. Dragon Palace moved around in the white qi current tunnels, quickly reaching a crossroad. On the left and right were two paths. They were identical in size and shape. How do we determine the correct route? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked. Xiao Hejian replied. I cannot be sure about it either. We need to test the paths. The only rule here is that the closer we get to the center, the more valuable the monsters and resources within the qi current tunnels. At the most central area, the qi harvest fruit has reached rank 9 level. What about Luo Clan? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked another crucial question. Luo Clan does not have a more accurate method either. In fact, their exploration speed was far slower than us. It was because of the qi tides that they gained an opportunity to get past many difficulties and reach the central area rapidly. Looking at our previous progress, my tribe was extremely close to Shiju's true inheritance. We were just 2 obstacles away. Xiao Hejian sighed. He felt somewhat of a pity regarding it. The immortals heard this and relaxed slightly. In that case, even though they came inside first, in terms of advantage, we have the upper hand. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother analyzed. Don't be careless. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is much faster than us. Wu Shuai said plainly. He chose a random path and moved Dragon Palace along it. Along the way, the qi current tunnels became wider and taller. Many qi path living beings were in them, creating special living environments that were isolated from each other. Roar! Suddenly, a group of qi monsters emerged from the thick tunnel walls surrounding Dragon Palace. These qi monsters had all sorts of strange forms, resembling bulls, goats, fish, or birds. However, their colors were similar, being close to orange-yellow. These are qi monsters created from luck qi, Xiao Hejian said. Even though there are no immemorial qi monsters, they are quite troublesome to deal with. Without luck path methods to protect us, if we kill them, our luck will fall. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. At the next moment, a gush of smoke flew out from Dragon Palace. Wherever it went, all of the luck qi monsters were swept away, suppressed within Dragon Palace. Xiao Hejian was stunned, but he soon reacted as he said respectfully. A dream path killer move, truly worthy of Dragon Palace. As they continued, they saw an immemorial chi monster. It was pitch black like a whale, its body was colossal. Xiao Hejian had a grim expression. Be careful, this is an immemorial chi monster created from hard chi, thankfully it is sleeping now. I'd suggest that we detour around it, let's not. Boom! At the next moment, Dragon Palace accelerated and crashed into the immemorial chi monster. Dragon Palace shook intensely, but the immemorial chi monster was pierced through. It retaliated in anger. Dragon Palace charged and crashed into it again, and again. The immemorial chi monster broke apart, turning into lumps of black hard chi. Next, Wu Shuai stored the hard chi in his palace. You can all split the spoils. Wu Shuai kept most of the gains and passed the rest to the Gu Immortals. Alliance Leader is mighty. All hail Dragon Palace. Subordinate thanks Lord Alliance Leader. With Lord Alliance Leader here, so what if they have Wu Yong? At once, the Immortals expressed their gratitude as all sorts of praises erupted. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch smiled as he looked at Xiao Hejian, saying with deep meaning, try not to be shocked at these minor situations, it will cause us to lose face. Xiao Hejian had to nod in acknowledgement, but he still felt deep shock internally. Even though I saw the Fate War, I can only see how powerful Dragon Palace is after witnessing it in action personally. If Dragon Palace is so strong, what about Duke Long, Fan Yuan, and Feng Jiuge? At once, Xiao Hejian's emotions became rather complex. On one hand, the stronger Dragon Palace was, the more hopeful he was. But on the other hand, as a great expert, seeing such a difference between them and seeing such a powerful existence made him feel some dejectedness. Along the way, wherever they went, Wu Shuai took all of the loot that they could gather. Qiju Grotto Heaven was really the land of treasures for Chi Path. It was like the Chi Sea of ancient times. Not only were the Chi Path resources here in huge quantities, they also varied greatly in variety. There was basically anything one needed here. Wu Shuai purposely displayed his might to intimidate Xiao Hejian. As a result, he exposed more secrets. According to him, when exploring this place, he found a Chi Breath Peak. Qiju Grotto Heaven actually had such an extinct Chi Path resource, but regrettably, Xiao Hejian only took a glance at it. He did not have the ability to take it. This is the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven? Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had just arrived at the destination. Before Wu Yong could rejoice, his pupils shrunk. Humph, they weren't slow at all. Behind clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Dragon Palace arrived. At the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven was a huge hollow sphere. The sphere had many chi pillars that interweaved with each other, creating countless tunnels. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Dragon Palace entered this area. It was like two flies had entered a beehive. The chi pillars continued to move around, some were fast while others were slow, they even affected each other. Under Wu Yong's control, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building moved carefully and avoided the chi pillars, taking sharp turns along the way. These chi pillars are special, they are at least rank 8 immortal materials. We cannot touch them easily or unnecessary problems will occur. Xiao Hejian quickly said. This place was not suited for fighting. Thus, in order to kill the 3 Luo clan immortals, Xiao Hejian had arranged a battlefield killer move. But in the end, Luo clan's Luo Ran was a space path Gu immortal. He brought the other 2 immortals away by piercing through the battlefield, using this special terrain to get free from Xiao Hejian and the rest, escaping. No need for such trouble. Wu Shuai waved his hand. At the next moment, a dragon roar was heard. The evil dragon descended. Boom, boom, boom. The evil dragon charged ferociously. Wherever it went, chi pillars broke and shattered. It created a path for Dragon Palace to move along from behind it. Wu Yong frowned. Xiao Hejian's mouth was open. He became dumbstruck. Chapter 1999. Qiju Shi. Great. Lord Alliance Leader is so powerful. This is the power of our 2 Heavens Alliance. The morale of the immortals within Dragon Palace surged. They quickly cheered. Evil Dragon charged ahead with an unstoppable might. Dragon Palace followed behind it casually. This Dragon Man brute! The eyelids of Luo clan's first supreme elder Luo Zhu were twitching as he gritted his teeth. The 2 clans Gu immortals within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building felt immense pressure. Evil Dragon was charging relentlessly like a mobile mountain range. In comparison, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was very delicate and small. And most importantly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had to dodge the chi pillars. Its advancement route was long and winding. But Evil Dragon moved forward in a straight line without obstruction. The distance between them was shortening. What do we do now? The Southern Alliance's Gu Immortals turned pale. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Wu Shuai uses strength to suppress others. He is making full use of his advantage. If I were him, I would do the same. Everyone, after the Fate War, not only was Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building fully repaired, I even strengthened it further. We can block Di Zangxing for a period of time. Even though they are strong, we do not need to bother with them. We just need to get Chiju's true inheritance before them. Lord Alliance Leader is right. The Immortals nodded in agreement. Any sort of conflict had its goal. Wu Yong could clearly see that their objective was Chiju's true inheritance. Whoever gets it would be the winner, even if they suffer some losses while competing, so what? But the evil dragon was really too strong. It was the immemorial desolate beast with the strongest battle strength. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens there were less than 5 people who could fight this evil dragon head-on. While Wu Shuai and Wu Yong were chasing after their goals, a 3rd rank 8 immortal Gu house stealthily arrived outside Chiju Grotto Heaven. It was Demon Judgment Board. Demon Judgment Board was controlled by Fang Jing. Not only did Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui come along, even Che Wei, who had recovered from his injuries, and Information Path great expert Zhou Xiong Xian were here. Fang Jing took the initiative to attack the 2 heavens previously. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch forced them away, their gains were still huge. Prince Feng Xian and Bai Tseng Shui obtained abundant loot from plundering the 2 grotto heavens. Even though Fang Jing lost in battle, he had only lost some reputation of Heavenly Court. They did not lose benefits. Heavenly Court was originally not sure of Chiju Grotto Heaven's event. After all, Immemorial White Heaven was huge. Even during the Chi tides when Chiju Grotto Heaven exposed itself, Heavenly Court could not find it immediately. But don't forget that night Heavenly Wolf Lord under Wu Shuai had submitted to Heavenly Court. The fact that Xiao Hejian joined the 2 Heavens Alliance was not concealable. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord learned of Chiju Grotto Heaven's secret, and informed Heavenly Court as a result. Demon Immortal Chiju was very famous in history. He was a terrifying great expert who opposed limitless demon venerable. Especially when he cultivated Chi Path. In the current environment where Chi tides surged, all new Chi Path resources were emerging in huge quantities continuously. The 5 regions' forces wanted to research more into Chi Path. Heavenly Court was no exception. Even though they had Primordial Origin's true inheritance, if Heavenly Court could gain Chiju's true inheritance, it would mean that other forces could not get it. With this difference, Heavenly Court would have a great advantage against others. Thus, Fang Jing did not rest for long. He received Qin Dingling's orders and brought 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals to move to White Heaven using Demon Judgment Board, arriving at this place. This should be Chiju Grotto Heaven, but what is going on? Fang Jing had just arrived, but he saw a shocking change. He saw countless holes appearing. Milky white chi currents surged endlessly as they moved around. The many new openings started to connect the Grotto Heaven to the outside world. These openings increased in numbers and continued to surface. There were too many of them. This would be a fearsome sight to others. After more than 10 breaths, a huge silhouette of Chiju Grotto Heaven appeared. On the surface, there were countless white chi currents surrounding it. Within the chi currents, there were countless holes breathing in and out. The surrounding air was sucked into the Grotto Heaven by a terrifying formless force. As for the loud noise that it created, the Heavenly Court Immortals felt deafened all of a sudden. A huge change is occurring in Chiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong might have fought in the Grotto Heaven. What to do? Prince Feng Xian and the rest looked towards Fang Jing. He was still their leader in this expedition. Fang Jing felt pressured. The choice in front of him was a difficult one. At this moment, he fell into hesitation. What should he choose? At the center of Chiju Grotto Heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Chi pillars continued to break and shatter as noise erupted endlessly. The evil dragon destroyed everything in its path, but such a sight did not last long. After the chi pillars were destroyed, they turned into strong chi currents that intertwined together, surrounding the body of the evil dragon as they pressured it, trying to attack and kill it from all directions. The evil dragon roared, but its speed continued to fall. It was facing an unprecedented pressure from ahead. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Dragon Palace were not having an easy time either. These chi currents were like tsunami waves that constantly attacked. These 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses were like small rafts trying to float in this treacherous storm. Huge chi currents collided and caused the 2 immortal Gu houses to shake. Sometimes, the immortal Gu houses even spun around on the spot. There was a shot of deep blue chi current, clear jade dripping wind. Tiny bamboo building quickly tried to dodge it. But the deep blue chi current was too large and fast. Clear jade dripping wind. Tiny bamboo building exerted all of its strength before leaving and escaping after 3 breaths of time. Lightning chi! Southern Borders Gu Immortal gasped. I've never seen such colossal lightning chi. This quality is on par with rank 8 immortal materials. Lightning chi could only be collected during stormy weather. It was not hard to collect lightning chi, but high-rank lightning chi immortal materials were very rare. Rank 8 lightning chi was even rarer. If the situation were not so urgent, Southern Borders Gu immortals would want to collect the lightning chi. This is all Wu Shuai's fault. By causing rampant destruction, Qiju Grotto Heaven has gone into a berserk state. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth. Wu Yong's expression turned dark. Qiju's true inheritance is our primary goal. The lightning chi from earlier caused clear jade dripping wind. Tiny bamboo building to lose some gu worms. Wu Yong quickly replenished them. These immortal materials had incredible dense Dao marks. This environment was very dangerous. If there were wind path chi current immortal materials, clear jade dripping wind. Tiny bamboo building would have an incredibly good time here. The change in Qiju Grotto Heaven's situation made the environment much more dangerous, but on the whole, Wu Yong's situation had actually improved. Because clear jade dripping wind. Tiny bamboo building suffered much less obstruction compared to Wu Shuai's side. Dragon Palace was much slower than clear jade dripping wind. Tiny bamboo building. There were sharp blade chi, black hard chi, dark death chi. All sorts of chi currents were all at rank 8 level. Wu Shuai gritted his teeth as he drove Dragon Palace forward, resisting them by force. The evil dragon was left in the dust already. Its body was too big, it was resisted by at least 10 air currents or more, it could no longer be of use here. This is the foundation of Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. He had the disadvantage now, but the situation had not been decided. The 2 Heavens Gu immortals were also speechless at the moment. If not for Dragon Palace's protection, who would dare to travel in this dangerous place? Many rank 8 Gu immortals felt their own weakness and insignificance at this moment. Demon Immortal Qiju is truly worthy of being the person who rivaled Limitless Demon Venerable in the past. The 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses did not give up, they moved towards the center with much difficulty, trying to obtain Qiju's true inheritance. But outside the Grotto Heaven, Fan Jing no longer had to hesitate. Let's retreat first and observe the situation. Fan Jing ordered. Demon Judgment Board quickly retreated. Prince Feng Xian and the rest were silent, they agreed with this decision. Because right now, a change occurred again, raging chi currents appeared all over the place, a new chi tide had begun. Fighting during a chi tide would cause the Gu immortals to suffer backlash, even Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were no exception. It seems our earlier deduction was right. The heaven and earth chi in our immortal apertures differ from the outside world, thus be it opening the immortal aperture entrance, or fighting intensely, when it hits a certain level, a new chi tide will occur. Demon Immortal Qiju is a 5 regions Gu immortal, because of his foundation, now that his immortal aperture's entrance is basically wide open, along with the fight between Wu Shuai and the Southern Alliance inside, they created a gigantic chi tide. Let's watch by the side and try to reap some benefits from the outcome. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals conversed as they kept a close eye on Qiju Grotto Heaven. The powerful chi tide went through the openings and rapidly entered Qiju Grotto Heaven. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong instantly felt huge pressure as the wild chi currents became even stronger. Even though the rank 8 immortal Gu houses were powerful, these chi currents made them helpless. They were often blown away to random places. Bang! 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 As the 2 immortal Gu houses approached the center, they started to hear loud thumping sounds. What is going on? What chi currents are causing these sounds? No, this is someone's heartbeat. Quickly look. The 2 immortal Gu houses arrived at the center of Qiju Grotto Heaven. All of the Gu immortals saw this sight. At the point where all the countless chi currents merged was the eye of the storm. This place was completely tranquil and safe. In this tranquil environment, there was a tiny and delicate chi harvest fruit. It continued to absorb the surrounding chi currents. Countless chi currents of all types got absorbed into the chi harvest fruit, and their traits were assimilated, becoming a part of the fruit. Different from the previous situation, there was the form of a baby inside the chi harvest fruit. The chi harvest fruit was like a woman's womb. A human baby was curled up inside, growing and getting larger by the second. What is happening? What in the world is going on? This is a monster. It is actually absorbing rank 8 immortal materials endlessly to strengthen itself. It is about to be born, quickly stop it. The immortal's expressions changed. Wu Shuai wanted to unleash the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke, but the Qi Harvest fruit seemed to have sensed it. It shook and self-detonated. The baby was successfully born. He had tiny arms and legs like he was malnourished. At this time, the silhouette of a concave land appeared above his head. This concave land contained deep profundities. It gave off a rank 9 aura. But this aura was far more perfect and refined than the incomplete human sea that Wu Shuai had previously. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. The baby raised his arms. He seemed to be using both arms to carry the silhouette of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. She! He shouted out in a long tone. At the next moment, all of the surrounding Qi currents moved into the silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth like river tributaries returning to the ocean. The Qi currents moved with incredibly shocking speed. Within a few breaths of time, all of them went into the mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth. Wu Shuai and Wu Yong could not even sense a single Qi current around them anymore. In the sky, only the baby and the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu houses were left. We're outside again. Luo Zhu found himself in the outside world. No, the whole of Qiju Grotto Heaven turned into Qi currents and got absorbed by him. Wu Yong was unable to conceal his shock. Everything was unexpected in this situation. He felt like he was used. This was someone's scheme. Who are you? Wu Shuai shouted from within Dragon Palace. The baby had grown into a boy. He breathed in deeply. The silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head went into his nose. Next, he looked around and saw Dragon Palace and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He also found the hidden demon judgment board. The boy smiled as he started to recite. Climbed mountains to seek immortality, danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light, dark Gu lurk in heart. A dream like golden jade, thousands of years of loneliness. 5 regions and 9 heavens, everything is in one breath. As he recited, his voice was young but his tone was aged. Who else can I be? Yours truly, Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju? The immortals were all shaken. Wait, if he is Demon Immortal Qiju, then the secluded domain of heaven and earth from earlier, it is she from the legends of Renzu? Within Demon Judgment Board, Zhou Xiong Xian suddenly had a thought. The legends of Renzu had 2 very mysterious secluded domains of heaven and earth. There was little description regarding them. One was who, the other was she. Note, breath written as Qi in Chinese. Chapter 2000. Might of the Demon Immortal. Demon Immortal Qiju. The mysterious Gu Immortal stated his own identity. The entire place went silent. The 3 sides Gu Immortals were shaken. According to history, Demon Immortal Qiju was someone who had been evenly matched with Limitless Demon Venerable in battle at some point. Wu Shuai, who was inside Dragon Palace, frowned. He realized many things. It seems that in my previous life, Demon Immortal Qiju failed to revive. Otherwise, there would not have been 0 information about Demon Immortal Qiju's revival. There are 2 possible reasons. One is that Fate Gu was not destroyed then. The second is that Spectral Soul succeeded in refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. From all the signs known, he had already infiltrated Heavenly Court and gained complete control of the situation. He would not allow someone like Demon Immortal Qiju to revive. Thinking of this, Wu Shuai snorted coldly as he willed. Roar! At the next moment, the evil dragon moved. Earlier, because of the countless Qi currents obstructing it, the evil dragon was covered in injuries. But now that the whole of Qiju Grotto Heaven was absorbed by Demon Immortal Qiju using an unthinkable method, the evil dragon regained freedom. It charged towards Demon Immortal Qiju with imposing aura again. Once it moved, wild winds started blowing. The evil dragon's colossal body was like a moving mountain range, engulfing heaven and earth. Forget about Demon Immortal Qiju's tiny child body, even the great dragon palace could not match the evil dragon's body. Come. Demon Immortal Qiju's vision was filled by Di Zhangxing. He was not flustered, instead he smiled calmly. He did not dodge, he directly extended his small hand towards Di Zhangxing. Immortal Killer Move, Great Qi Grasp. With a loud sound, endless white Qi currents shot out of Demon Immortal Qiju's body, forming a giant hand with 5 fingers. The hand was only the size of an immortal Gu house at first, but it slowly inflated to the size of a hill. 3 breaths of time later, the entire Qi current hand had expanded to the size of the evil dragon's head. But the milky white Qi current hand continued to grow. Di Zhangxing had already reached it. Bam! The two sides collided, but out of everyone's expectations, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Qi current hand was easily destroyed in one move. Di Zhangxing did not slow down, continuing to pursue Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge, he continued to face Di Zhangxing casually. Di Zhangxing only charged for a few seconds before slowing down. It growled loudly like it was in great pain. My great Qi grasp can form and scatter at will. It can grab mountains and seas if it takes form, but it can also invade organs when it scatters. How will you deal with it? Demon Immortal Qi Ju stood arrogantly and said. The immortals were shocked. Demon Immortal Qi Ju used one move to subdue Di Zhangxing. He had true pseudo-venerable battle strength. Another demonic path expert. Sigh, with the destruction of Fate Gu, the world will go into chaos. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had died more than 1,000,000 years ago. That source of chaos Fan Yuan gave him the chance to revive. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Heavenly Court's immortals gritted their teeth. They had ugly expressions. After the Fate War, the righteous path fell while the demonic path surged. Duke Long, who was the pillar that held up Heavenly Court, died. Feng Jiuge, whom they entrusted their hopes to, betrayed them, while Fan Yuan, who was the culprit behind the destruction of Fate, still remained scot-free. And now, there was this Demon Immortal Qi Ju. There were sad cries as Heavenly Court's Gu immortals realized that the future of the 5 regions and 2 heavens became much bleaker now. They did not even think of recruiting Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Although in history, he had opposed Limitless Demon Venerable, there was also no possibility that he would ever join the righteous path. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, just the demon in his name, stated the obvious. After all, the saying goes, there are only wrong names, not wrong titles. Xiao Hejian, what are you really up to? You created such a huge enemy for our 2 heavens alliance. Within Dragon Palace, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly shouted. Xiao Hejian could not rebuke him. His face turned pale. He felt a lot of lingering fear but also relief. He was relieved that he joined the 2 Heavens Alliance, otherwise, with just himself, he would have become the sacrificial lamb of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival already. This is a scheme, I am a victim too. Xiao Hejian voiced his innocence. This is a scheme, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's scheme. At the same time, Wu Yong sighed within clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Luo Zhu sighed deeply. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is a Qi path cultivator, but he actually predicted the events 1,000,000 years into the future? What sort of level did he reach? Wu Yong frowned slightly. He looked through clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building towards Dragon Palace. He could understand Demon Immortal Qi Ju's arrangements, but he had some doubt in his mind. Did Wu Shuai know about this secret? Now that Wu Yong recalled it, Wu Shuai had been controlling the evil dragon to create destruction all over the place. Was it because he was straightforward and wanted to use brute force, or was he purposely trying to destroy Demon Immortal Qi Ju's arrangements? Evidently, it was because of the evil dragon's rampant destruction that Demon Immortal Qi Ju was revived ahead of time. Wu Yong was a formidable person with a sharp mind. The more he thought about it, the more he suspected Wu Shuai's actions. It is possible that Wu Shuai knows about Demon Immortal Qi Ju's existence. After all, he has some sort of relationship with Fan Yuan, and Fan Yuan possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. Wu Yong thought of Fan Yuan. Did Fan Yuan come here? Inside Demon Judgment Board, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were guessing. Fan Yuan was a person who had been reborn. If he knew about the secret of Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival, he might likely hide somewhere to make his move. Precisely because of this concern, Demon Judgment Board did not take action. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was also waiting for something to happen. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not want to let them off. Today is the wonderful day I revived. Come, let me see what methods the Gu immortals of this current era have. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had the appearance of a boy, but his tone was that of a man proud of his experience. He actually attacked again. At once, milky white Qi currents gushed out, filling the world with a tsunami. Heavenly Court, the Southern Alliance, and Wu Shuai's side were all enveloped. Humph! Old scoundrel Qi Ju, don't be too arrogant. We are not afraid of you. We are just wary that Fan Yuan might be hiding somewhere. Wu Yong spoke, using clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to retreat immediately. Fan Geng's voice resounded from Demon Judgment Board. Precisely. Demonic Path Senior, even though you are famous in history, you cannot compare to the #1 demon in the current world, Gu Fan Yuan. This person destroyed my heavenly court's fate Gu. Without him, you would not have revived. Fan Yuan? I will remember this name. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stretched his arms, Qi currents shooting out rapidly. But none of you will escape! He was like a bottomless hole, constantly shooting out milky white Qi currents. These Qi currents were unique. Ordinary immortal killer moves could not destroy them. At once, 3 rank 8 immortal Gu houses fell into a predicament, their speeds fell drastically. Wu Shuai snorted, he controlled Dragon Palace to advance instead of retreating, attacking Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly. Good, someone with actual guts. A trace of smoke flew out of Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not dodge it, he was hit by the smoke, instantly disappearing. Wu Shuai had a perplexed expression, he was like a fisherman spreading his web. He used all his strength to cast the web, but in the end, he only caught some bubbles without any fish. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's body appeared again, this time, he was far away. He looked at Dragon Palace deeply with an expression of wariness. Good, I'll remember this. He gave up on Dragon Palace, he went to attack Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building and Demon Judgment Board instead. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building emitted wild winds while Demon Judgment Board shot out powerful blood-red lights. They both displayed their might. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's moves were mostly grand and wide-ranged, he managed to suppress the 2 immortal Gu houses. After more than 10 rounds, bright light shined in his eyes as he shouted. Good, 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 to think that people have already created Wind Path and Blood Path, this is truly exciting. I did not waste my effort in arranging for my revival in this great era. Other than you people, who else is there in this world? Demon Immortal Qi Ju asked. Wu Yong smiled coldly. Ignoring anyone else, Eastern Sea has quite the formidable person. He also cultivates Qi Path, his battle strength is definitely higher than yours. He stays in Qi Sea, he calls himself Qi Sea Ancestor, he is the undisputed leader of the current Eastern Sea Righteous Path. Oh? There is a Qi Path cultivator? Back in my day, Qi Path was already declining. To think that it would still linger until today. Very good, it seems I will need to meet him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed loudly in joy. Wu Yong continued. Other than Qi Si Ancestor, there is also a sound path demonic immortal named Feng Jiuge. He has also defeated the evil dragon in one move with much greater ease than you. In the battle earlier, he betrayed Heavenly Court openly and now his whereabouts are unknown, but Heavenly Court does not dare to release an arrest warrant for him. Feng Jiuge? Good, I'll remember him. Anyone else? Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyes shined. Wu Shuai interrupted at this moment. Get past us first, old man. As he said that, Dragon Palace flew over again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly as he pointed. Lower Qi. Milky white Qi currents gushed out and caused Dragon Palace to fall in altitude. At this time, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building carried a storm with it as it charged towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju pointed another finger. Upper Qi. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was swept away by the Qi currents, flying upwards uncontrollably. Demon Judgment Board arrived in front of him. Demon Immortal Qi Ju stretched out 2 fingers as he pointed at this house. Upper Lower Breathless Qi. Demon Judgment Board erupted with a loud sound as it stayed stationary in midair. The Gu Immortals inside had changes of expressions, the immortal essence that they tried to instill became choppy. This rank 8 immortal Gu house was like a dying old man who could not take proper breaths at this moment. Juniors, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Go and spread the word, tell Fan Yuan, Qi Si Ancestor, and Feng Jiuge that I will visit them soon. They can't hide from me. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had just said this when his figure vanished, he did not appear anymore. All of the immortals were wary now, after getting rid of the remaining milky white Qi currents. They confirmed that Demon Immortal Qi Ju had truly left the scene. Do we pursue him? Someone within Dragon Palace asked. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Where did he go? Why don't you tell me? The Gu Immortal who asked turned pale, he lowered his head, not daring to say another word. Let's retreat. Wu Yong smiled, not forgetting to salvage the morale. Even though we did not have much gains this time, fighting against someone like Demon Immortal Qi Ju is worth the trip after all. Sigh. After Fan Yuan comes Demon Immortal Qi Ju. I really do not know which great expert will revive next. Fang Jing was filled with worries. He mobilized Demon Judgment Board to quickly leave the battlefield. Chapter 2001. Recruiting Qixi Ancestor. Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived. He suppressed Heavenly Court, Southern Border, and the two heavens. News of this battle soon spread in the entire Gu Immortal world. Everyone in the world was shocked. To think that Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived. The world is really going into chaos. I wonder how many great experts will revive next? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was able to revive. There's no reason the Venerables cannot, right? Oh heavens! No wonder they said Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be the strongest Venerable in history. Being able to emerge as a Venerable in this terrifying era means they have to be incredibly strong. While countless Gu Immortals made their guesses, the three parties involved were actively recuperating. Dragon Palace. Sigh, I thought that I would be able to obtain Qi Ju's true inheritance, to think that it was a trap. Now that Demon Immortal Qi Ju has revived and we actually offended him, what do we do now? It is all Xiao Hejian's fault. He caused our Two Heavens Alliance to fall into this awkward position. Most of the variant human Gu Immortals looked towards Xiao Hejian with animosity. Xiao Hejian smiled coldly. He knew that this was the act of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, attempting to suppress him. He had just joined the Two Heavens Alliance, but because of his great strength and reputation, he was already threatening Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch status. This was the cause of the animosity from the opposing faction. Have you all said enough? At the main seat, Wu Shuai snorted coldly in displeasure. Instantly, Dragon Palace became silent. All the immortals shut up. At this point, Xiao Hejian showed a shameful expression. He bowed to Wu Shuai, saying in a tone of sincerity, "Lord Alliance Leader, I am at fault." But before he continued, Wu Shuai interrupted. "Enough, keep quiet. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju comes, we have the Evil Dragon and Dragon Palace. What is there to fear? The most urgent matter now is the Qi Harvest fruits in your grotto heavens." Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived using a Qi Harvest fruit. This thing clearly contains secrets and profundities. We have not explored it sufficiently. How are we going to get rid of the Qi Harvest fruits in your grotto heavens? If we do not act quickly, your grotto heavens will be in danger. Indeed. Lord Alliance Leader is right. My grotto heaven has already started producing a Qi Harvest fruit. This fruit is absorbing the heaven and earth Qi of my grotto heaven. It cannot be removed by force. The same situation is happening in my grotto heaven. Right now is not the time to take revenge on Heavenly Court or defend against Demon Immortal Qi Ju. The most important thing is to get rid of the Qi Harvest fruits in our grotto heavens. At once, all the immortals in the palace changed expressions as the topic was shifted to the Qi Harvest fruit. However, this talk bore no fruit. The palace soon became shrouded in an atmosphere of panic and fear. Even Xiao Hejian was the same. Even though his grotto heaven had not produced any Qi Harvest fruits yet, at this rate of development, it was only a matter of time. Even Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch did not have the mood to compete with Xiao Hejian. His Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven's Qi Harvest fruit was the largest. He was in the greatest danger. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also showed a bitter expression. His grotto heaven was not spared either. A Qi Harvest fruit was growing in it. Even though it was still small now, it was growing at a terrifying speed. But Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was much less anxious than the rest. If the Two Heavens Alliance cannot resolve it, I can get help from Heavenly Court. At this crucial juncture, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord felt that his decision to join Heavenly Court was extremely wise. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord had a lot of expectations towards Heavenly Court. After all, the first generation Heavenly Court Immortal King was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was a Qi Path cultivator. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord secretly informed Heavenly Court about this as he sought help from them. Heavenly Court had sent Fang Jing and the rest to Qi Ju Grotto Heaven, but Demon Judgment Board did not enter it at all. He did not know what happened inside. After getting Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's information, Heavenly Court learned the truth. Qin Dingling placed huge emphasis on Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival using the Qi Harvest fruit, as well as the disaster occurring in the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. This was because Heavenly Court was not exempted. A Qi Harvest fruit was also growing in it. She immediately summoned the immortals to research and think of countermeasures. Heavenly Court had deep foundations. Even after the Fate War, it was still the #1 superforce in the world. Especially when they had Primordial Origins Qi Path True Inheritance, they had a huge advantage in Qi Path. They were at the peak compared to all others. And most importantly, Heavenly Court's research into Heaven Path was quite extensive. They had great results. Back then, even limitless demon venerable was after their heaven path findings, he made the bet with star constellation. Heaven, earth, and humans all have veins, humans have human veins, the earth has earth veins, and heaven has heaven veins. The two heavens grotto heavens are all situated on the heaven veins, thus they benefit greatly and the grotto heavens are nourished by the heaven veins, producing even more resources. However, the world is changing now as chi tides are produced. Chi tides appeared because of the unification of the 5 regions, the earth veins are becoming one. But the truth is, heaven veins are also merging into one, although the change is not very apparent now. Heavenly Court's immortals found that the whole of heaven and earth was fusing into one. The 5 regions were just the start, the 2 immemorial heavens would start fusing together later as well. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were all separated originally, their heaven and earth chi were not the same. But with the fusing of the heaven and earth chi across all regions, chi tides would emerge as the places where they merge. Wherever the chi tides go, abundant chi path immortal materials would be produced, chi harvest fruits were the quintessence of them. The reason why the 2 heavens grotto heavens produced chi harvest fruits was because they were situated on the heaven veins, they were facing the brunt of the initial impact. That is to say, as long as these grotto heavens relocate away from the heaven veins, they will resolve the problem of the chi harvest fruit? Qin Dingling asked. Theoretically yes, or at least, once they move away from the heaven veins, the growth of the chi harvest fruits in the grotto heavens will stop. Heavenly Court's immortals answered. Qin Dingling frowned. Once grotto heavens are placed, they are hard to relocate, unless one has some special method to move them around. Our heavenly court is too big, it has the foundation of primordial origin immortal venerables immortal aperture along with the future generations of venerables, and countless immortal apertures of heavenly court members. How can we relocate heavenly court? Heavenly court became silent, they fell into deathly silence. Maybe. Demon immortal Qi Ju has a method? Breaking the silence, Fang Jing spoke. Qin Dingling's eyes shined with bright light. That was true, the possibility of this was high. Since demon immortal Qi Ju was able to revive using a Qi harvest fruit, his understanding regarding Qi harvest fruits should surpass everyone else. But to get him to cooperate with Heavenly Court, how hard would it be? According to historical records, demon immortal Qi Ju will definitely not cooperate with Heavenly Court. Rather than him, we have a higher chance of getting Qi Si ancestors' cooperation. Indeed, we cannot resolve Heavenly Court's crisis alone. To get rid of this Qi harvest fruit calamity, we need a Qi path great expert. Duke Long had once given Qi Si ancestor half a portion of primordial origin's true inheritance. During the Fate War, Qi Si ancestor did not show up, he kept his promise. There is still hope of our cooperation now. But Qi Si ancestor has some relationship with Fang Yuan. In my opinion, this is a small matter. Ever since Qi Si ancestor appeared, all his actions state one motive. He wants to be the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path, be it the Qi Si banquet or the resistance of the Two Heavens alliance, they show it clearly. His actions do not align with Fang Yuan's interests, even if they cooperated before. It is not our problem. Can our heavenly court settle this ourselves? It will be too difficult. Ever since the immortal graveyard was destroyed, star constellations has not shown up once. If we can cooperate with Qi Si ancestor, we might even be able to get him to join heavenly court. We really lack someone with pseudo-venerable battle strength now. Qin Dingling sighed as she made her decision. Let's try it then. Chapter 2002. Fragment of Shi. Immemorial White Heaven. Aurora lights moved in the air dazzlingly. Eastern Sea Rank 7 Gu Immortal Qing Huizi flew around in the sky of Aurora lights, unleashing immortal killer moves to continuously retrieve these Aurora lights. After gathering the rainbow lights in his hands, he turned them into balls. The balls were then sent into his immortal aperture and buried in Cloud's soil. After some time, these Aurora light balls would grow and sprout, becoming seedlings. By using lightning water and magnetic sound to water them, flowing light fruits would grow on them. Flowing light fruits were a rank 6 immortal material, formed from extremely dense lights, having all kinds of color like red, brown, yellow, green, black, blue, purple. Qing Huizi did not only pluck the flowing light fruits, he had his unique plantation methods. Precisely so, he was one of the 3 main sellers of flowing light fruits in Treasure Yellow Heaven. With the Qi tides weakening the heavenly wind Qi wall, I can also get past them and explore immemorial White Heaven for immortal materials. This is my fortuitous encounter. Qing Huizi sighed to himself. Aurora lights were very common in the 2 heavens, they were produced abundantly. Qing Huizi collected these aurora lights personally. It caused the cost of producing flowing light fruits to fall greatly. He could earn a huge profit. As Qing Huizi collected the aurora lights, he paid attention to the heavenly wind chi wall below him. He did not have the strength to survive long in immemorial white heaven. He could not even break the heavenly wind chi wall. Thus, he needed to pay attention to it constantly. Once the hole created by the chi tides start to close up, he would need to return to Eastern Sea. It was no joke. If Qing Huizi got distracted and got trapped in immemorial white heaven, with his strength, he would not last until the next chi tide. He would die in this dangerous immemorial white heaven. One could say that Qing Huizi was risking his life to get these aurora lights. But Gu Immortal cultivation was not easy. Even as a rank 7 Gu Immortal, Qing Huizi needed to take risks to support his livelihood. Right at this time, Qing Huizi heard a voice. Next, winds blew and clouds shook. Qing Huizi was shocked to find out that the heavenly wind chi wall below him was being pulled away by a terrifying formless force. In a few breaths of time, the surrounding tens of li of heavenly wind chi wall got sucked into the whirlpool at the center. What is going on? Qing Huizi was overwhelmed by fear and shock. Is that an immemorial desolate beast? But I've never heard of any immemorial desolate beast with such strength. The heavenly wind chi wall vanished entirely. A secluded domain of heaven and earth that had a concave appearance could be seen. Next, the silhouette of the secluded domain of heaven and earth went into the nose of a Gu Immortal who resembled a boy. Qing Huizi saw this boyish Gu Immortal. His entire body and mind shook. He felt like cold water was poured on him, into the depths of his despairing heart. Ah, Demon Immortal Qi Ju! Qing Huizi fell into deep despair. Why am I so unlucky? I only wanted to collect aurora lights, but I ended up encountering Demon Immortal Qi Ju. The Battle of Qi Ju Grotto Heaven had happened recently, but it could not be hidden. The world knew about it already. Even though the killer move everybody's vision wasn't around for all the Gu Immortals to witness the battle themselves, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's appearance and methods were widely spread already. In the Gu Immortal world, there were a few people publicly recognized as terrifying beings that had to be avoided at all costs. The number one person was Fan Yuan. This demon had countless methods and outstanding strength. He did things without any regard or concern. He was ruthless and cruel. Even Heavenly Court had no choice against him. Wu Shuai was also on the list. He was the leader of the Dragon Men, owner of Dragon Palace which enslaved Di Zhangxing. He bore deep grudges towards humanity. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was a newly added person. As for Heavenly Court and Qixi Ancestor, because of their factions, they would not bully the weak, thus they were not on this list. After Qing Huizi saw Demon Immortal Qi Ju, he recognized the demon. He stared in shock, frozen on the spot like a statue. Demon Immortal Qi Ju frowned as he looked at his palm. His palm was tiny and smooth, his body was still small like a boy. Thinking about his revival, Demon Immortal Qi Ju felt angry and annoyed. If he had some more time, he would revive perfectly and have the body of an adult. But the evil dragon caused great destruction in its movement. He had to revive in advance. It caused his body's growth to be halted. His potential was limited. After absorbing this heavenly wind chi wall, he finally recovered some losses from the intense battle earlier. After resting, he was going to set off again. Junior, come here. Demon Immortal Qi Ju looked towards Qing Huizi and called out. Qing Huizi shivered. He went towards Demon Immortal Qi Ju with a bitter expression, fearing for his life. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly. He stretched out his finger as an eerie qi current flew out. The qi current quickly surrounded Qing Huizi's body. He wanted to resist subconsciously, but Demon Immortal Qi Ju shouted, "Don't move!" Qing Huizi gritted his teeth, not daring to move at all. He gave up on struggling. He let the qi currents enter his body and move around his soul. After some time, Demon Immortal Qi Ju absorbed all of the qi currents that entered Qing Huizi back into his own body. Instantly, he received a vast amount of information. He gained a much deeper understanding of the current era. This is truly a wonderful era filled with great excitement. Interesting. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's eyes shined as he spoke in amazement. Next, he instructed Qing Huizi. Hand over your goo worms. Qing Huizi's lips twitched. For an instant, he wanted to resist, but soon, logic took over his mind. He obediently handed over all of his goo worms to Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This action made Demon Immortal Qi Ju reassess him. After taking away these goo worms, Demon Immortal Qi Ju inspected all of them. he only took a few glances at Qing Huizi's light path immortal goo before he placed his focus on those exceptional mortal goo. Especially goo worms like Soul Search Goo, demon immortal Qi Ju was very interested in them. At the end, he even returned the light path immortal goo to Qing Huizi. Qing Huizi was very surprised. Demon immortal Qi Ju smiled. Junior, you are not stupid enough to resist me. Who do you think I am? Why would I be greedy and take your trifling immortal goo? Scram now. Qing Huizi was in disbelief before it turned into deep joy. Junior will never forget Senior Qi Ju's magnanimity. Ha ha ha, I searched your soul, why is there a need to thank me? Demon immortal Qi Ju laughed. Go ahead and hate me, I don't care. Even though this era is great, in the entire world, in the absence of the Venerables, there are few people who I can take interest in. Even though I lack immortal goo, I have not sunk down to the level of snatching light path immortal goo. I want to take some Qi path immortal goo. Qing Huizi instantly had a thought. Senior, you want to go to Qi Si? But at the next moment, demon immortal Qi Ju waved his sleeves impatiently. Qing Huizi was surrounded by Qi currents, and could not move. He was sent flying by the movement of the Qi currents. Demon immortal Qi Ju snorted. He did not look at Qing Huizi, he flew towards the direction of Qi Si instead. I wonder how powerful this Qi Si ancestor is, hee. I hope his Qi path immortal goo will not disappoint me. Demon immortal Qi Ju carried great confidence as he went towards Qi Si. He flew in the sky of Eastern Sea. He was surrounded by Qi currents as he moved rapidly across various sea areas. He did not conceal his traces, causing huge waves along the way. The commotion shook the surroundings. His demonic might was exposed in full view. Along the way, he met several Eastern Sea Goo immortals. These people scrambled in panic as they escaped. Oh! Halfway through his journey, demon immortal Qi Ju's expression turned to shock as he stopped his movement. He felt a movement in his secluded domain of heaven and earth. Don't tell me? Demon immortal Qi Ju was slightly stunned. He thought of something as joy appeared on his face. He temporarily put aside the plan to head to Qi Si. He changed directions and went southwest instead. After some time, he arrived at a sea area. The sky here had many white clouds, shrouding his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was blazing, the sunlight could not penetrate the cloud layers. It only made the place brighter. The surface of the sea was calm, but inside it were countless currents. These currents were of all types and forms. They interlinked with one another. They moved in this sea area with absolutely no rhythm or pattern. Without the defensive methods of a Goo immortal, mortal corpses would be torn to shreds in the currents instantly. It was the turbulent flows sea area. After inspecting it closely, demon immortal Qi Ju became quite happy. Wonderful, wonderful. This sea area must have a fragment of Shi. That is the reason why it can create such turbulent currents. To think that my luck would be strong after reviving. I'll retrieve this fragment first and absorb it before going to find that Qi Si ancestor. Thinking of this, demon immortal Qi Ju plunged into the sea, vanishing from plain sight. Chapter 2003. Qi Ju suppresses Qi Si. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The disasters were still ongoing. The situation was slowly moving towards the abyss of doom. Fan Yuan's losses were severe. In order to save his resource points, he had already deployed the variant human and human Goo immortals in his immortal aperture to different areas. They were tasked to take care of the resources, and they were even given mortal Goo that could be used to detect Heaven's will. Along with Fan Yuan's time path clone and main body working together to get rid of the newly created Heaven's will, he managed to save all the large resource points in the sovereign immortal aperture. However, as long as the Heaven Path Dao marks were not refined by Fan Yuan, they would continue to produce endless Heaven's will in increasing quantity. Even though Fan Yuan was using his full strength, he could not stop the situation from aggravating further. He could only barely protect his resource points now, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too huge. Resource points were only a small part of it. In most areas, Heaven's will was produced, moving towards the respective resource points like a huge army. Fan Yuan knew that this situation was at its most crucial point now. He could no longer cleanse all the Heaven's will. In order to prevent the Grotto Heaven's will from linking with the 5 regions, he had to create an isolated secret space in Qi Si, to prevent Heaven's will from detecting him. As for the external situation, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's revival was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. Demon Immortal Qi Ju said that he would go and meet Qi Si ancestor. He was not joking. There were both internal and external problems. Now, it will depend on the effectiveness of this immortal formation. Fan Yuan's concentration was invested into this rural path formation. This formation was situated in mini blue heaven, it floated on its own, it was a modified version of the 5 regional limit formation. Fan Yuan had wisdom path attainment, he knew long ago that the situation would progress like this, he made preparations in advance, and tried to come up with countermeasures early. Not long ago, he gained some inspiration and decided to mimic the chi tides to deal with the heaven's will in his immortal aperture. And this rural path formation was the fruit of his research. Rank 8 immortal essence was already piled up at the side, stored into the immortal formation. With Fan Yuan's thought, this huge formation that covered the range of more than 10 li started to activate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The formation created huge winds, as the sounds of the wind resounded in heaven and earth, countless chi currents appeared from the formation, as if the entire sky was covered in steam, it was completely white, one could not see anything. The formation suddenly emitted profound light. The profound light landed on the white chi and pushed it like a giant hand. At the next moment, 30% of the white steam chi moved forward like a gushing fountain. The profound light entered the white chi and modified it, causing the scattered white chi to become more concentrated. Finally, the white chi that was pushed out turned into a chi tide as it swept towards the southeast direction firmly. Along the way, the chi tide was like a brush that cleaned up the surrounding heaven and earth chi in its path. In terms of strength, the chi tide that Fan Yuan created could not compare to a true one. But its strength was quite amazing already, it could easily take the lives of mortal Gu masters. This was also why Fan Yuan set up the formation in mini blue heaven, it was to prevent an accident from slaughtering countless lifeforms, it would cause him a huge loss. After moving for an hour, this chi tide almost reached the aperture wall boundary of mini blue heaven. Fan Yuan inspected the results. He found that the heaven's will that he had specially arranged here was all cleanly removed, not a trace was left. Furthermore, along the path that the chi tide moved, heaven and earth chi were well blended, it was peaceful and calm. Fan Yuan let out a breath of air, this was good news. With this formation, he could finally get rid of the huge problem of heaven's will. This carried huge significance to him. If he could not get rid of heaven's will, he would be trapped inside Chi Si's formation to prevent his location and identity from being exposed to heaven's will. The pressure that was weighing down on Fan Yuan dissipated to some extent. Now that he looked at the Chi tide again, he felt that he had a deeper understanding of it. Chi tides are created because of the differences in heaven and earth chi. It is like how water flows down a cliff to create a waterfall. The chi tides are similar, because of the disappearance of the regional walls. With the unification of earth veins, the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions merge and cause chi tides to appear. In the future, when heaven and earth chi becomes the same in all 5 regions, there will no longer be any chi tides. As for the 5 regional walls, the truth is, they are all chi tides in essence. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions were different, thus at the intersection points of these regions, there would be disparity in the heaven and earth chi. But because the earth veins were different back then, the heaven and earth chi could not fuse together like now, they eventually gathered and formed into dense regional walls. Gu immortals suffer backlash when using killer moves in the 5 regional walls, it was similar to being in the chi tides. The reason was that their own heaven and earth chi differed from those in the regional walls. As for the 5 regional walls that Tao Zhu researched on for his entire life, they were simply just chi tides. However, his research was focused on the aspect of rural path. His main result was 5 restriction profound light chi. From this name alone, it showed a connection to chi path. Fan Yuan had Tao Zhu's true inheritance, he had half a portion of primordial origin's true inheritance. Along with Qi Xiang's foundation and his own chi path attainment level, he had immense foundation. Fan Yuan quickly made some progress and obtained gains. Next, I will need to modify this formation slightly and scatter the subformations all over the aperture. I will send out chi tides to eliminate heaven's will. The problem of heaven's will has been settled, but the refinement of heaven path Dao marks is still a huge problem. But Fan Yuan had to put this problem aside for now, because he had to guard against demon immortal Qi Ju, who was coming for him. The identity of Qi Si ancestor was very valuable. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan tried his best to conceal it, he did not expose any clues that they were the same person. In order to preserve his Qi Si ancestor identity, Fan Yuan's main obstacle now was demon immortal Qi Ju. On one hand, Fan Yuan used the formation to settle his internal threat, on the other hand, he waited patiently for demon immortal Qi Ju to arrive. According to Fan Yuan's deductions, demon immortal Qi Ju was going to come here for a fight during this period of time. After waiting for some time, one day, a change occurred above Chi Si. White Chi waves surged in the sky. They were grand and unceasing, pressing down on Chi Si with immense force. Within the Chi waves, demon immortal Chi Ju's boyish figure could be vaguely seen, filled with demonic aura. Soon, his young but confident voice resounded. Junior Chi Si, I, demon immortal Chi Ju, have come here for you. Chi Ju, what is the matter? Fan Yuan appeared, activating Chi Si's formation as he stood on the surface of the sea, looking up and speaking. Demon immortal Chi Ju chuckled. I have just revived. I do not have my immortal goo now. I heard that you are the sole Chi Path great expert at the peak of rank 8. I have come here to borrow some goo. Ha ha ha, borrow goo indeed. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. He could feel the arrogance in demon immortal Chi Ju's words. The immortal goo are with me. Whether you can get them will depend on your abilities. Demon immortal Chi Ju laughed as his young face showed deep battle intent. Good. Junior, I like your personality. Face this move of mine. Immortal killer move, great Chi grasp. Instantly, a milky white Chi current hand flew out like a small mountain, pressing down on Fan Yuan. This was the move that made Di Zongxin cry out in pain. It was incredibly profound, able to scatter or take form. Goo immortals could not deal with it easily. Fan Yuan breathed in deeply. He had a calm expression that showed no anxiety. He extended his hand and he pushed forward. Rumble! A Chi wall that was 100 li long soared up into the sky. It was grand and magnificent. The Chi wall collided into the hand. The hand was forced to retreat. It could not stop the Chi wall from flying up. Demon immortal Chi Ju smiled lightly. He pointed his finger as the Chi current hand scattered, attempting to infiltrate the Chi wall in the form of countless currents. But the attempt failed to do anything. Fan Yuan's Chi wall was not only huge, it was densely packed. Demon immortal Chi Ju had no way to penetrate it. Demon immortal Chi Ju's expression changed at this moment. This is a powerful Chi wall. What is the name of your move? Fan Yuan said frankly. I created this move specially for you, Chi Ju. I have not named it yet. Do you have any good suggestions? Demon immortal Chi Ju squinted uncontrollably as bright light shined in his eyes. The fact that Chi Si ancestor had just created this move was scarier than him having this move for a long time. This meant that Chi Si ancestor had very high Chi Path attainment level. He could observe the battle situation and modify his own Chi Path killer moves successfully to deal with his enemies. Demon immortal Chi Ju did not know that Fan Yuan was focused on modifying the 5 regional limit formation. This Chi wall killer move was merely a small part of his effort. Even though Fan Yuan lost wisdom goo, he still had abundant wisdom path methods. As the Chi wall continued to rise into the sky, the milky white Chi currents that filled the sky had to retreat further upwards. By the time it reached demon immortal Chi Ju, the Chi wall suddenly transformed. It turned into 2 hands, one black and one white, clapping together from the right and left directions. Demon immortal Chi Ju did not dodge. He allowed the black and white hands to grab him. As the hands started to exert pressure, at the next moment, there was a loud voice coming from within the hands. She! Both hands were instantly absorbed into the silhouette of a concave secluded domain. This time, it was Fan Yuan's turn to be shocked. He keenly sensed that the secluded domain of heaven and earth above demon immortal Chi Ju's head was more complete than the last time he saw it. Demon immortal Chi Ju knew that ordinary methods could not work against Chi Si ancestor. He directly used his trump card. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shi. Fan Yuan tried to use his methods. All sorts of Chi Path killer moves attacked demon immortal Chi Ju, but Shi Land would absorb them all. It was like a bottomless hole. Fan Yuan could not fill it up no matter what. With Shi Land above his head, demon immortal Chi Ju had the advantage he could not lose. He even started to critique Fan Yuan's Chi Path killer moves casually. This pair of black and white hands is a nice concept. By including yin and yang Chi, you can use the attraction force of the two to amplify the power of this move. Your Chi Path defenses are also quite impressive. Every single thread of your clothes is made of wind Chi. Are you trying to mimic the heavenly wind Chi wall? It is a true pity. If it were before, you would still be a threat to me. But regrettably, I have recently dismantled the turbulent flow sea area and also completely fixed Chi Land. With this, I can counter all Chi Path methods in the world. Junior Chi Si, you are no exception. How is it? May I borrow your immortal goo now? The reason why demon immortal Chi Ju gained his reputation was because of this. It countered all Chi Path methods in the world. All Chi Path killer moves would be absorbed by Shi Land. unless the killer move could surpass the limits of Shiland. But the problem was that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had already fully repaired Shiland. It experienced a qualitative change in battle strength. In a way, it was easier for him to deal with Qi-Si ancestor than Wu Shuai, who controlled Dragon Palace. Chapter 2004. Heavenly Court's Reinforcements. Turbulent white Qi covered the sky above Qi-Si in a chaotic fashion. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stared down at Qi-Si ancestor while emitting a grand demonic aura. The phantom image of Shiland appeared in its full glory above his head, placing him in a highly advantageous position. Junior Qi-Si, is my cultivation enough to borrow Gu from you? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju said again. Fan Yuan felt heaviness. The previous exchange of moves had already allowed him to understand many details about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. There was no need to mention the various killer moves possessed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. His trump card was clearly the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Shiland. With this secluded domain of heaven and earth, he could counter all Chi-Path Gu immortals in the world. If it were other paths, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju would not have such huge dominance. But Qi-Si ancestor's main cultivation happened to be Chi-Path, and was thus suppressed heavily. This showed Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's nature. He might be domineering in his actions, but he was not stupid. He knew how to play to his advantage. Thus, after he revived, he did not continue fighting with the three sides and chose to retreat wisely. He then completed his Shiland along the way and increased his battle strength. Now, he appeared in front of Qi-Si ancestor and demanded to borrow Immortal Gu. The moment he gains rank 8 Chi-Path Immortal Gu, his strength would definitely soar and firmly hold its position at the peak of the present age. With just Qi-Si ancestor's methods, Fan Yuan was indeed not Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's match, but he was not panicked. Fan Yuan always took action after planning first. He had already known of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's threat and modified Qi-Si's formation. As long as he retreated into the formation, he would be able to resist for some time. If Demon Immortal Chi-Ju charged into the formation, Fan Yuan could detonate this large formation and create an opportunity to retreat. Speaking of it, Fan Yuan had obtained this detonation method from Fan Dichang. Back then, Fan Dichang set a trap for Fan Yuan in Divine Being Palace. He wanted to sacrifice Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Swan Bujin by detonating the Immortal Gu house inside Divine Being Palace, and thus break through the impasse and refine Divine Being Palace in one move. Fan Yuan saw through the scheme and captured Fan Dichang. After soul searching, he obtained the method of Immortal Gu house self-detonation. He then modified the method and arranged it in Qi-Si's formation. The self-detonation would be extremely powerful, even if it did not threaten Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's life. It could obstruct him for a period of time. Fan Yuan was very confident about this. But if Fan Yuan used the formation's self-detonation to retreat, the value of this Qi-Si ancestor identity would fall sharply. To preserve this identity, Fan Yuan intentionally restrained himself from using many Chi-Path methods during the Fate War. Even unlimited Qi-Si was used just once. Were Fan Yuan to retreat, it would mean Qi-Si ancestor was defeated by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. From then on, Qi-Si ancestor's reputation would fall greatly and his appeal to Eastern Sea would lower sharply. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju frowned slightly. He had spoken twice, but Qi-Si ancestor did not respond. His patience reached the limits. He snorted and was about to continue attacking when a blood-red ray of light suddenly pierced through the skies and shot right towards his face. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju dodged quickly and turned around to see Demon Judgment Board appear in the horizon. Heavenly Court, you again! Demon Immortal Chi-Ju sneered. I am not looking for trouble with you, but you are instead trying to provoke me. After such a heavy defeat in the Fate War, what confidence do you have to act like this? Heavenly Court defends humanity's righteous path. Our actions are not because of confidence but because of our beliefs. A reply came from inside Demon Judgment Board. This was not Guyu Fangzheng's voice, it was a female voice. Fan Yuan's heart shook slightly when he heard the voice. Qin Dingling came personally? So the reinforcement shown by my luck actually refers to her. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed his finger towards Demon Judgment Board. Chi currents surged and transformed, rapidly gathering into a lump. In an instant, hundreds of milky white Chi spheres shot towards Demon Judgment Board like meteors, creating a series of explosions. Demon Judgment Board's momentum stopped and shook violently from the explosions. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was about to say something when his expression changed suddenly. He quickly withdrew and moved away from his spot like lightning. The previous blood-red ray of light shot by Demon Judgment Board actually turned around to attack him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju evaded the blood-red light, but he did not expect golden light to shoot out from this blood-red light. The golden light condensed rapidly into a huge golden scissors above Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's head. Crack, crack. The golden scissors cut Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's head repeatedly, but the attacks seemed to be in vain. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, however, paled suddenly. This is a luck path method! He quickly activated investigative killer moves and immediately felt a loss. Damn it, these golden scissors are cutting my luck! Demon Immortal Chi-Ju put great emphasis on maintaining his luck. After his revival and later dismantling Turbulent Flow's sea area to replenish Shi Land, he had already consumed a lot of his luck. The attacks of the giant scissors were making things worse. Chi-Si, Heavenly Court, I will remember this. If there is a chance in the future, I will settle it with both of you properly. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's voice resonated throughout the area. After this sentence, he immediately entered milky white chi currents that filled the sky and left the battlefield rapidly. Retreating again? Gu Yu Fangjing, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, was somewhat stunned. On the contrary, other Heavenly Court members looked solemn. Qin Dingling sighed and explained to Fangjing. This is the terrifying thing about Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. He always maintains his calm and has a clear judgment of the situation. We can only give him some trouble, but in the current situation, Chi-Si Ancestor would not just stay on the sidelines. With Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's battle strength, it won't be difficult for him to oppose our joint attacks. But the battle will be intense, and his plan to borrow Chi Path Immortal Gu has no chance to succeed. So he directly chose to retreat to preserve his strength. Fan Zheng immediately realized. I understand. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju is a person from 1,000,000 years ago after all. He has just revived and doesn't have much contact with new paths. Against Demon Judgment Board's Blood Path attack and your Luck Path Golden Scissors, he prioritized on dodging them. When he gets familiar with these paths and modifies his killer moves, it will be much more difficult for us to confront him. That is correct. Qin Dingling nodded. Let's get out and have a talk with Chi-Si Ancestor. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals filed out with Qin Dingling taking the lead and Gu Yu Fangjing following closely behind. They put away Demon Judgment Board of their own initiative, demonstrating Heavenly Court's sincerity. Thank you for helping this old man get through this danger. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. Qin Dingling was wearing a golden armor and a cape, and in combination with her tall body, wide shoulders and long legs, she emitted heroic aura. But this heroic aura was different from Feng Jinhuang's. It had a natural nobleness to it that felt like it was innately above others. But right now, Qin Dingling had a smile on her face as she showed the initiative to get close to Fan Yuan. She spoke. Ancestor, if not for your injuries, how could Demon Immortal Chi-Ju be so rampant? Moreover, I saw that you were calm throughout the battle. You definitely have some trump cards up your sleeves. We might even have to ask for your understanding and to not blame us for interfering. These words were so polite that Fan Yuan felt like it was similar to a warm spring breeze. Heavenly Court's attitude was different compared to his previous life. At that time, Heavenly Court was oppressive and gave no way out for others. But in this life, Heavenly Court's leader took the initiative to treat others warmly. After the Fate War, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's attitude was completely different from before the war. Before the Fate War, Heavenly Court had Fate Gu and possessed huge advantages. But now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Heavenly Court's strength had diminished sharply. On one hand, they were actively recuperating, while on the other hand, they took the initiative to make alliances. Chi-Si Ancestor became a goal in Heavenly Court's eyes and was the best ally for them. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju wanted to find an expert to spar with. Naturally, he would first look for Chi-Si Ancestor. After all, be they Fan Yuan or Feng Jiugu, their traces were vague and hard to find. However, Chi-Si Ancestor stayed in Chi-Si and could be found easily. Since Heavenly Court wanted to ally with Chi-Si Ancestor, they naturally wanted to use Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. After all, adding icing on the cake cannot compare to offering help in times of need. Heavenly Court helped Chi-Si Ancestor ward off Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. It was not a casual action but was planned for a long time. It was not only Fan Yuan who had been waiting patiently for Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, Heavenly Court was also the same. Friends, please come in. Let this old man prepare a simple feast to express some gratitude. Fan Yuan led the Heavenly Court Immortals into Chi-Si's formation. He prepared a feast and hosted the Heavenly Court Immortals. During the banquet, the Xia clan immortals who were staying as guests were also invited to join. The Xia clan immortals were grateful towards the Heavenly Court immortals. They had a very enthusiastic attitude. They had seen demon immortal Qi Ju's fight with Qi Si ancestor. They felt very worried. Their territory was already seized by Wu Shuai, so they could only put the hope of regaining their territory in Qi Si ancestor. If Qi Si ancestor was defeated or died, it would be a cruel blow to all the Xia clan members. Thus, Heavenly Court helping Qi Si ancestor was like helping them. When Qin Dingling saw the Xia clan immortals, she immediately expressed her sympathy and condemned the Two Heavens alliance. She even promised she would certainly fight against this large variant human alliance. This attitude made Xia clan have an even better impression of them. The face of Xia clan's first supreme elder even reddened with joy. This was different from the empty words of the other Eastern Sea superforces. Heavenly Court had truly taken actions. Previously, Demon Judgment Board carried 3 immortals and attacked the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Every Gu immortal in the world knew of this. Qin Dingling inquired about Xia clan's recent situation. All the Xia clan Gu immortals replied. They were hosted well by Qi Si ancestor, and would always be grateful. It was just that they had a worry about when they could return to their home. Qin Dingling realized Qi Si ancestor's intention. He is raising his reputation. His ambition is truly big. Qin Dingling was happy to see this. As long as Qi Si ancestor had greed and ambition, they would have the foundation to cooperate. Fan Yuan naturally did not invite the Xia clan Gu immortals to join the banquet for no reason. Through Qin Dingling's attitude towards the Xia clan Gu immortals, Fan Yuan was even more certain of Heavenly Court's purpose in coming here. At the same time, he was also making this native force, Xia clan, serve as a witness. After all, as an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, having close ties with Heavenly Court would lower Qi Si ancestor's authority in Eastern Sea. After a few rounds of wine, Fan Yuan took the initiative to speak. Friends from Heavenly Court, you helped me today. This old man shall remember this favor. If Heavenly Court has any trouble in the future, I am willing to contribute my strength to Heavenly Court. This was a clear gesture. Heavenly Court's immortals were spirited when they heard it. Qin Dingling put down her cup slowly and looked at Qi Si ancestor with a smile as she finally got to the main topic. To tell the truth, Heavenly Court is indeed facing some issues currently. We came to ask for ancestors' help. Oh? Please explain. Fan Yuan asked straightforwardly. Qin Dingling did not mention the matter of the Qi harvest fruit emerging in Heavenly Court. Instead, she handed over an information path mortal Gu to Qi Si ancestor. Fan Yuan probed with his consciousness and was immediately moved. The content of this information path mortal Gu was the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. Chapter 2005. Cooperating with Heavenly Court. The moment Fan Yuan saw this remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, he had a thought. It was not related to the true inheritance. Should I use this chance to capture these Heavenly Court Gu immortals in one fell swoop? This thought was very attractive. Qin Dingling was currently the temporary leader of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court would definitely receive a huge blow if they lost her. Gu Yu Fangjing was arranged by Heaven's will and was a crucial character to restrain the otherworldly demon Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan killed him, he would be free from this shackle. The accompanying Prince Feng Xian, Bai Tseng Shui, and the rest were also pillars of Heavenly Court currently. If they were gone, it would be a great disaster to Heavenly Court and the whole of Central Continent's righteous path. But thinking about it, Fan Yuan gave up on this idea. His current strength was not complete, and he could not maintain his battle strength because of the Heaven Path down marks. On the surface, the Heavenly Court immortals were conversing happily and looked relaxed. But how could they not be on guard in Qi Si ancestor's domain? It was just that they pretended to be relaxed to show their sincerity and friendliness. Even if Fan Yuan activated Qi Si's formation, the Heavenly Court immortals would definitely take out immortal Gu houses immediately and defend. Were he to attack the Heavenly Court immortals right now, whether it resulted in victory or defeat, Fan Yuan's Qi Si ancestor identity would be met with heavy scrutiny. In truth, Fan Yuan was willing to cooperate with Heavenly Court. Even though Heavenly Court tried all methods to create difficulties for Fan Yuan and attempted to kill him, even forcing him into near-death situations, as long as there were enough benefits that were useful for him in pursuing eternal life, Fan Yuan was not conflicted over cooperating with Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court wanted to cooperate with Qi Si ancestor for their own benefits. Fan Yuan would also similarly receive huge gains from cooperating with Heavenly Court. There was no need to mention the long-term benefits. Merely Fan Yuan forcing back demon immortal Qi Ju with the help of Heavenly Court was enough to guarantee the value of this Qi Si ancestor identity. At the same time, Heavenly Court also took the initiative to give the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to him. Fan Yuan was rather moved as he held the information path Mortal Gu. Back then, he had spent much thought and effort to scheme for this Qi path true inheritance. Duke Long was shrewd. Leaving Heaven's method could reduce his lifespan, but he pretended it did not work and used half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to successfully stabilize Qi Si ancestor. The remaining half was held firmly by Duke Long and Fan Yuan was unable to get it. Fan Yuan did not hold any hope, but who could have thought that after the Fate War, he would actually obtain the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance through Qin Dingling. In the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the triple Qi retraction Fan Yuan coveted was recorded. Qin Dingling cannot be underestimated. Fan Yuan sighed in his head. Without even mentioning any requests, Qin Dingling directly handed the remaining half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance to Qi Si ancestor. The courage needed for this move was truly immense. Qin Dingling's and Heavenly Court's sincerity was shown fully. If Qin Dingling knew I was Fan Yuan, I wonder what expression she would show? Duke Long helped the enemy previously, and now Qin Dingling continued this trend. Were Qin Dingling to know the person in front of her was the greatest culprit of the Fate War, and she had personally handed the true inheritance to him, she might cough blood from anger. I genuinely feel your sincerity. What troubles do you have? I will use all my strength to help Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan stored the information path Mortal Gu in his aperture. He already guessed Heavenly Court's troubles. Qin Dingling let out a sigh of relief as she saw Qi Si ancestor putting away the information path Mortal Gu. What she had been worried about was that possibility of Qi Si ancestor not agreeing to help. After all, Qi Si ancestor had been a secluded cultivator who did not care about things that did not concern him. Maybe the information given by the reborn Fan Yuan made Qi Si ancestor realize that if he were to continue his secluded cultivation, Heavenly Court would look for trouble with him, so he changed his way of doing things. Qin Dingling did not know how Heavenly Court became enemies with Qi Si ancestor. But since Qi Si ancestor believed Fan Yuan's words, it was clear Fan Yuan had provided enough evidence. This was a mess that they were not responsible for. With the destruction of Fate Gu, the future had changed. Heavenly Court was unable to find out anything about it. Qin Dingling could only rely on the current situation to infer and deduce. It was normal for Qin Dingling to have some worries. After all, Qi Si ancestor had a hostile relationship with Heavenly Court before and had only turned neutral because of Duke Long's mediation. Right now, to recruit Qi Si ancestor, Qin Dingling had to take out something that Qi Si ancestor would not be able to refuse. Qi Si ancestor accepted Primordial Origin's true inheritance, and immediately showed a firm attitude of helping Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling was very relieved. Her scheme did not end here. Primordial Origin's true inheritance was only bait. Qi Si ancestor would require suitable Qi Path Immortal Gu to activate the killer moves recorded in it. And these Qi Path Immortal Gu were all in Heavenly Court's treasuries. These were the chips to tempt Qi Si ancestor later on. Perhaps we can still use Demon Immortal Qi Ju's pressure to push Qi Si ancestor to join Heavenly Court. This inspiration emerged in Qin Dingling's mind but was temporarily suppressed. She began to explain the issues Heavenly Court was facing. Fan Yuan stroked his beard as he ascertained his guesses. Just like he predicted, the Qi harvest fruit appeared in Heavenly Court as well. With Duke Long's sacrifice and the Immortal Graveyard's destruction, Heavenly Court no longer had a Qi Path expert to stabilize the situation, thus it was very difficult for them to resolve the issue of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling handed Primordial Origin's true inheritance straightforwardly and also hoped this true inheritance could help Qi Si ancestor in dealing with the issue of the Qi harvest fruit much more quickly. Fan Yuan thought for a bit and nodded. I will handle this matter of the Qi harvest fruit. But I have no methods to deal with it now, and need to be in closed cultivation for some time to research Primordial Origin's true inheritance. At this moment, Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder suddenly said, Lord Ancestor, you are injured and have to recuperate first. Your safety not only concerns Eastern Sea but is also related to maintaining the overall situation of humanity, and the variant humans. He was worried and afraid that if Qi Si ancestor were to collaborate with Heavenly Court, Xia Clan's matters would be pushed aside. Qin Dingling smiled. You don't have to worry, I am going to talk about the Two Heavens Alliance now. Wu Shuai is currently a huge demon and also a sinner who invaded Heavenly Court, we absolutely won't let him develop. We came here to ask for Ancestor's help as well as to deal with this variant human force. After a slight pause, she continued. Heavenly Court is willing to take out immortal materials to finance Ancestor and Xiao Clan, to help you reclaim your lost land. In the future battles, if necessary, Heavenly Court will send reinforcements to lend a hand in fighting against the variant human races. Ah! Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder exclaimed in shock and bowed. Heavenly Court is righteous and worthy of being the number one force of humanity. I am extremely grateful. The whole of Xiao Clan is immeasurably grateful. Qin Dingling chatted with Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder for a while, deepening their relationship quickly. Heavenly Court lost the Fate War, but it did not lack resources. It only lacked manpower. In this trip to Eastern Sea, Heavenly Court wanted to entice Qi Ancestor, while also targeting Xiao Clan's Gu Immortals. Roping in a native force of Eastern Sea would establish their foundation in the future 5 regions chaotic war. This was a long-term plan. The unfortunate thing was that Heavenly Court and Xiao Clan's Immortals did not know Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor were the same person in essence. This was truly a huge secret that would shock the world. Fan Yuan nodded without hesitating. I will never let the Two Heavens Alliance exist in Eastern Sea. I will certainly drive them out and exterminate them thoroughly. Qin Dingling raised her hand. In my view, the Two Heavens Alliance has human forces as well. It is just that the Two Heavens Alliance is being firmly controlled by variant humans currently. These human forces are not different from us. We are all humans. We should stick together and unite. So, there is no harm in splitting them first before we take action. Fan Yuan immediately understood the meaning. Could it be that some human forces in the Two Heavens Alliance have already surrendered to you? Qin Dingling shook her head. It is not like that. We were able to capture a rank 8 Gu Immortal. She is called Granny Skeleton, the current owner of Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven in the Two Heavens. Granny Skeleton was persuaded by Yan Chang's words and wanted to join the Two Heavens Alliance. But halfway in her journey, she was ambushed and captured by Heavenly Court. Naturally, it was Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord who provided this information. Lady Koldash wanted to unite the human forces in the Two Heavens and fight for authority in the Two Heavens Alliance. She had already made Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord one of her helpers, but she could have never expected Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord to have already sided with Heavenly Court. Granny Skeleton? Fan Yuan paused a bit before asking. Is this person here right now? Qin Dingling shook her head. My Heavenly Court uses virtuous means. We let her go after persuading her for some time. The eyes of Xiao Clan's first Supreme Elder opened wide at these words. He felt some worries regarding Heavenly Court's naivety but did not speak up. Fan Yuan, however, looked at Qin Dingling with deep meaning and smiled. Looks like Granny Skeleton is a crucial character, and the key to tempt her to join us should lie on the Qi Harvest Fruits matter. Qin Dingling laughed and raised her cup in praise. Ancestor, you have discerning vision. The issue of the Qi Harvest Fruit appeared in Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven as well. If we can solve this issue, we can rope in Granny Skeleton and other human forces. Good plan. If we can rope in these human forces, it would be their loss and our gain. This will be a great blow to the Two Heavens Alliance, and there is even a chance they will disintegrate. Those of other races have different motives. The human Gu Immortals in the Two Heavens are of the same race as us. As long as we show enthusiasm and sincerity, it should not be difficult to recruit them. Xiao Clan's Immortals smiled and conversed, some clapped and laughed. The atmosphere of the banquet became increasingly lively. Fan Yuan had a smile as he observed the Gu Immortals' expressions from his seat. If they knew their enemy had already known of their plan before they even implemented it, how would they feel? Fan Yuan's gaze moved around before finally stopping on Qin Dingling's face. Although she only cultivates luck path, her leadership is up to standard. At her level, she should have reached the level of being proficient in mimicking other paths too. Ordinary wisdom path rank 8s are also not superior to this. Of course, there is still a large gap between her and Fairy Ziwei. Chapter 2006. Shadow Sex True Members. Central Continent. This Qi Harvest Fruit is mine. Get lost. You wish. The Qi Tide had just passed. A group of Central Continent lone immortals was fighting fiercely for around 10 Qi Harvest Fruits. To Grotto Heavens, the Qi Harvest Fruits that emerged inside them were a huge calamity. But the Qi Harvest Fruits that were left behind after the Qi Tides were precious treasures coveted by every Gu Immortal. It had already been a while since Qi Tides appeared. The 5 regions Gu Immortals were fully aware of the excellent effect of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Gu Immortals did not need any Qi Path attainment. As long as they obtained Qi harvest fruits and crushed them in their aperture, they could greatly improve the harmonization of heaven and earth Qi, thereby gaining freedom of action earlier than other Gu immortals. Just as the immortals were fighting, a snowy ray of light pierced through the skies, shooting towards them. The ray of light was sharp and fierce, shooting right towards a Gu immortal. This central continent Gu immortal was only rank 6. He sneered when he saw that the ray of light looked fierce but only had rank 6 aura. He activated his defensive killer moves. Bam! The ray of light struck the Gu immortal and pierced through him. How? The struck Gu immortal's eyes were wide open, his expression filled with disbelief. Both sides were rank 6, so why was there such a huge gap? Who is it? Could it be Snow Demon? The remaining 2 central continent Gu immortals were also rank 6. They were pale with fright when they saw the Gu immortal whom they had been fighting at a deadlock with die immediately. The 2 immediately thought of a mysterious demonic immortal who had emerged recently. This person appeared often to fight for Qi harvest fruits and was very vicious. The 2 retreated quickly, not daring to fight. That snow ray of light ignored them and moved straight towards its goal, looting the Qi harvest fruits. After the snow ray obtained them, it left immediately with extreme vigilance. After moving for a few minutes and using various concealment methods, this snow ray of light stopped in a nameless valley. The snow dissipated and the Gu immortal's appearance was revealed. Who else could it be but Bai Ningbing? After the Fate War, Bai Ningbing was left outside and was not recalled by Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing temporarily obtained freedom and did not want to return to Fang Yuan's side, choosing to cultivate alone. Over this period of time, she was extremely active and had seized many Qi harvest fruits, using them in her immortal aperture. These Qi harvest fruits she obtained would have negligible effects on Fang Yuan's rank 8 grotto heaven. But to Bai Ningbing's rank 6 blessed land, the effects were conspicuous. Bai Ningbing originally possessed Future Self, and could achieve peak rank 7 battle strength. But after the Fate War, the lower streams of the River of Time became violent, Future Self thus lost its effect. Bai Ningbing's battle strength returned to its original rank 6 level. After I get a few hundred more Qi harvest fruits, I can battle with all my strength for 2 hours. Bai Ningbing used the seized Qi harvest fruits while estimating inwardly. Suddenly, her heart jolted as she sensed something wrong. She immediately shot out of the valley. But it was already late. A purple light barrier trapped her rapidly, directly creating an independent space that was isolated from the outside world. This is an immortal battlefield killer move! Bai Ningbing frowned. Who is it? Come out! Clap, clap, clap. Following resounding claps, Fairy Ziwei revealed herself. She looked at Bai Ningbing with a smile. You actually sensed me activating this battlefield killer move. Worthy of a genius chosen by Fan Yuan. It's you! Bai Ningbing immediately recognized Fairy Ziwei and her heart sank. The enemy was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while her strength was only at rank 6. She might still have some hope to resist if she had Future Self, but the current difference in strength was too big, it made her helpless. Fairy Ziwei fixed her eyes on Bai Ningbing, asking with interest. How did you sense it? I did not see you using any special investigative methods. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold as ice as she replied. It was only an instinct. You already put an ambush beforehand and waited for me to take the bait. Fairy Ziwei chuckled. You took action too many times recently, the clues are all with me, so it is not a difficult thing to deduce when you will make a move and where you will retreat to. Did you actually discover the danger with only your intuition? My immortal battlefield killer move did not leak any aura when it was activated. At this time, another figure appeared not far behind Bai Ningbing. It was Old Man Jingyuan. Old Man Jingyuan coughed. Lady Ziwei, this is caused by human qi. Although Bai Ningbing did not use any special investigative method, she has robust human qi. We must have agitated her human qi when we tried to trap her, which made her sense it intuitively. Bai Ningbing snorted and took on a combat stance. You talk too much, let's fight, Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's smile became even brighter. You are wrong, Bai Ningbing, we are not representing Heavenly Court, but Shadow Sect. We did not come to kill you. What? Bai Ningbing was astonished. You sided with Fang Yuan? Old Man Jingyuan chuckled. This junior Fang Yuan stole the position of Shadow Sect's leader. We are representing the true Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing's mind shook as she guessed the truth. Spectral Soul has revived? You want to find trouble with Fang Yuan through me. What do you think? Join us, don't you want to get rid of Fan Yuan and free yourself from all the shackles? Fairy Ziwei enticed. Bai Ningbing sneered and stared deeply at Fairy Ziwei. Of course I want freedom. But what is the difference between joining you and siding with Fan Yuan? I will be even more restricted with you people than with Fan Yuan. She noticed what was wrong with Fairy Ziwei and old man Jing Yuan. They were clearly enslaved by Spectral Soul. Standing with Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing had the feeling of being an ally at least. But if she joined the Shadow Sect in front of her, then she would only be Spectral Soul's slave. Fairy Ziwei nodded. But you don't have a choice, do you? Old man Jing Yuan added. Surrender or die, choose. Bai Ningbing's silence did not last long. After a few breaths of time, she nodded. I will join you. Old man Jing Yuan approached and patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder. This is a wise choice. Relax, we will deal with your Information Path Alliance agreements. But your Dragon Man status is somewhat troublesome. It was Fan Yuan who helped you change that. The Dragon Man method he used probably went through many changes. It will be very difficult to get rid of this within a short period of time. No worries, I am already used to it. Bai Ningbing said indifferently. She was restricted by Fan Yuan first, then she entered Shadow Sect and was controlled by old man Yan Shi. Later, she returned to Fan Yuan's side again, transforming into the new Dragon Man. Now she was clamped down by Fairy Ziwei. Bai Ningbing was right, she was already used to it. Almost at the same time, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. And this is the soul core I obtained recently, it is extremely strange, please appraise it. And Sim respectfully bowed and handed over a soul core. Lady Coldash took this soul core and observed it carefully, her expression becoming increasingly strange. She had seen countless soul cores, but this soul core gave her a feeling which she had never felt before. Just the dark light circulating on the soul core's surface was beyond ordinary. Suddenly, the soul core transformed into dark lightning that struck Lady Coldash's face. It quickly infiltrated her body and imprisoned her soul. Lady Coldash's body was tense, and when she reacted, she had already fallen to her own relative's trap. And Sun Yu! Lady Coldash had been concerned with her nephew and Sun, and nurtured him wholeheartedly. She had never expected to be betrayed. Lady Coldash struggled before she stood up abruptly. And Sun was given a great fright as he stepped back quickly. But at the next moment, Lady Coldash's energy dissipated and sat down again. She groaned as dark light filled her eyes. Soon, she could not struggle any more and stood up silently. Sim prostrated on the ground. Subordinate pays respect to master. Spectral Soul's voice came out from Lady Coldash's mouth. This body is quite good, I shall use this for now to get close to Wu Shuai. Spectral Soul did not have guts goo, so he could only devour soul cores and digest them slowly. Over this period of time, he had already recovered some strength, and immediately made a move on Lady Coldash. After he had succeeded, it meant the whole of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had fallen into his hands. Chapter 2007. Target: Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Roar! A huge, mountain-like immemorial soul beast with two horns on its head was howling. But it was not showing its might and dominance, but madly struggling to flee. Its tail was grabbed by an ordinary hand. Then, an extremely terrifying absorption force spread out from the palm. There was a whirring sound resembling a wild hurricane as the immemorial soul beast was absorbed completely by the hand within a few breaths of time. The owner of that hand let out a burp. It was the rank 8 soul path expert, owner of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Coldash. Her eyes were pitch black and threads of black smoke coiled around her body. After a while, she stopped the killer move, the black smoke around her whole body were restrained, and nothing looked out of place from the outside. But in fact, her body was already possessed by Spectral Soul and her soul had been devoured. Spectral Soul sighed. I am full again. He got much more freedom with Lady Coldash's identity. Over these days, he was actively devouring immemorial soul beasts, increasing and recovering his strength rapidly. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. Devouring immemorial soul beasts was not like consuming guts goo after all. Spectral Soul needed to digest them. Otherwise, the immemorial soul beasts would corrode his soul, make him lose his rationality, and finally turn into a deformed soul monster. The first choice in strengthening the soul was of course the guts goo from Danghun Mountain. There was no need to digest them, and they could be absorbed almost instantly. The more Spectral Soul yearned for Danghun Mountain, the more he wanted to find Fan Yuan and kill him. Where exactly did this rascal Fan Yuan go to? Spectral Soul thought of Fan Yuan, and could not help but narrow his eyes. Fairy Ziwei had already informed Spectral Soul of the information she had gained from Bai Ningbing. This was great news to Spectral Soul. Fairy Ziwei had found clues of Ing Wuxia. As long as they got hold of Fan Yuan's subordinates, they would have enough clues to deduce Fan Yuan's location. Fan Yuan obtained so many Heaven Path Dao marks and has been missing since the Fate War. His situation must be dismal. This is the best chance to capture him. Spectral Soul had been venerable. He queried himself and got the conclusion that even when he was at his peak, it would have been a difficult task to refine so many Heaven Path Dao marks. Let alone the current Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was strong, but he was not a venerable after all and had a limited understanding of the Heaven Path Dao marks. But I can no longer count on the arrangements I left in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Spectral Soul understood that Heaven Path Dao marks developed naturally. The hidden arrangements he left behind were essentially Dao marks and were certain to be transformed by the Heaven Path Dao marks. His methods would not be effective after they were transformed. If they were effective, why would Spectral Soul have to go through such trouble to search and capture Fan Yuan's subordinates? He would have already gone to kill Fan Yuan. After half a month, I can devour an immemorial soul beast again to recover my strength. Just as Spectral Soul was planning, he suddenly received a message. Spectral Soul immediately revealed joy. Wu Shuai is convening Rank 8 Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance to discuss an important event. Lady Cold Ash is also summoned. Great! Wu Shuai is acquainted with Fan Yuan. He might even be Fan Yuan's clone. I might be able to lure out Fan Yuan's main body if I enslave him. Spectral Soul immediately moved out of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven under Lady Cold Ash's identity and rushed towards the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. In the public Blessed Land, he smoothly entered Dragon Palace and saw Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai was sitting on the main seat while the other people were divided into 2 rows. On his immediate left was Vice Alliance leader Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On his right was the recent addition, Rank 8 expert Xiao Hejian. Below them were leaders of various variant human forces. The human Grotto Heaven owners were arranged further back. For instance, Lady Cold Ash's position was almost close to Dragon Palace's door. The political state of the Two Heavens Alliance was clear from these seating arrangements. Variant humans were dominant and had most of the authority, while human Gu Immortals were firmly at a disadvantage. It was not that they did not resist, but they were helpless. After all, Wu Shuai had a Dragon Man identity, and it was natural for him to be closer to other variant humans. If I kill all of them, how much of my strength can I recover? Spectral Soul looked around with killing intent surging in his heart. Sensing her gaze, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord who was standing opposite her nodded slightly, showing goodwill. Spectral Soul had already obtained all of Lady Cold Ash's memories. This Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, maybe I can make a move against him first. This human Rank 8 Gu Immortal soul is much more suitable for my recovery. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord thought. This Lady Cold Ash can be used. My contribution regarding Granny Skeleton came from her. After this discussion, I should find her to drink tea and probe her intention. If I can rope her into Heavenly Court's side, my contribution will be even bigger. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's thoughts were normal. In his opinion, the previous Lady Cold Ash did not lose hope and wanted to unite other human forces to counter the current alliance situation, raising the human forces' position in the alliance. But right now, her plan was already useless. Granny Skeleton did not come at all. And with Heavenly Court already proceeding to the next plan, that was, to split up the whole Two Heavens Alliance, Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord saw his chance to make much more contributions. Just as Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and Lady Cold Ash were scheming, Wu Shuai spoke. I think you should all know why I convened everyone this time. That's right, it is about the Chi Harvest Fruit disaster. Chi Harvest Fruits have appeared in most of your Grotto Heavens. These Chi Harvest Fruits absorb the Heaven and Earth Chi in the Grotto Heaven to strengthen themselves, directly harming the Grotto Heaven's foundation. But ordinary methods cannot get rid of these Chi Harvest Fruits. A rash move will only harm the Grotto Heaven's foundation. Today, I gathered everyone to try to collectively think of a good solution. After Wu Shuai spoke, the immortals began to offer their suggestions. Over this period of time, most of them had racked their minds and were completely focused on this problem. These immortals might lack combat proficiency, but their foundations were instead stable and solid. Thus, they suggested many methods. However, although there were many methods suggested, which were truly effective, no one could guarantee or be certain. None of them cultivated Chi Path as their main path. There were a few who cultivated Chi Path on the side, but their attainment was low and could not be counted upon. There are many methods, let's try them one by one. There should be a way to resolve this issue. So, what we need to do is to try these methods continuously. Who is willing to try it first? Wu Shuai summarized and asked. Dragon Palace immediately fell into silence. No one wanted to be the guinea pig. It was extremely crucial to clear up the Qi harvest fruits. It was like a heart surgery, a slight mistake and it would be the end of the Grotto Heaven. Even if they were fortunate and the Grotto Heaven survived, its foundation would be heavily damaged and there would be massive losses. These Gu immortals are really pitiful. Fortunately, I have already sided with Heavenly Court. Although Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord showed a worried expression, he was calm. He had been informed by Heavenly Court that they had already found a solution to the Qi harvest fruit issue. So he was not the least bit worried. But in fact, Qin Dingling only said that to stabilize Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord and make him more loyal. It is both hard and easy to resolve the Qi harvest fruit. Spectral Soul naturally knew some methods but he did not mention them. His current thoughts were filled with how to attack Wu Shuai. He could not make a move now with so many people present. But how could he find a chance to be alone with Wu Shuai? The biggest obstacle is still this Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul was somewhat wary. Dragon Palace, in essence, was an enslavement path immortal Gu house. Spectral Soul was not afraid about this. What he was worried about were the dream path methods of Dragon Palace. Even Spectral Soul had to be vigilant regarding this. Once he was captured by dreamy light smoke, he would immediately be defeated. Wu Shuai saw the immortals becoming silent for a long while. He already knew their thoughts. He smiled. Since no one is willing to give it a try, we should find other people to try. There are many Grotto Heavens in the two heavens. There are still people who have not joined us and are harboring unfathomable thoughts. The Gu immortals' eyes brightened. They felt the Alliance leader's idea was simply too great. Thereupon, the immortals resounded in agreement. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others even bootlicked Wu Shuai. Which Grotto Heaven do you think is suitable? Wu Shuai asked. At the next moment, various opinions emerged and a large number of targets were mentioned. The one which was mentioned the most was Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Hua Yu was a human with powerful strength, as well as high prestige that allowed him to influence many of the surrounding Grotto Heaven forces. If Wu Shuai could get rid of him and incorporate Profound Literature Grotto Heaven into the Two Heavens Alliance, there would be countless benefits. Chapter 2008. All destroyed. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Xiao Bai here will do. In the small path between mountains, Teacher Jiang stopped and spoke to Li Xiao Bai. Li Xiao Bai showed sadness and reluctance. I was able to survive in the capital city all thanks to Teacher's guidance and help. I will engrave this kindness in my heart and never forget it. But after this separation, I wonder when I can see Teacher again. You. Teacher Jiang sighed and patted Li Xiao Bai's shoulder, encouraging him. Although you lost in this world poetry competition, your poems have already spread far and wide. Everyone knows your talent is worthy of the title of a great scholar. Moreover, Su Qihan has already returned. The capital city is the arena for you to display your talents. Go back. Teacher will look forward to your performance. Li Xiaobai bid farewell to Teacher Jiang with eyes full of tears. Li Xiaobai rode a horse through the mountain path that was covered with trees while pondering about his future. He lost in the world poetry competition, although his earlier performances were exceptional. Like he had expected, he ran into Teacher Jiang in the later stage. This made Li Xiaobai fall into an awkward situation. If he won against his teacher, his morals and character would be criticized and there would definitely be a tide of hateful remarks. Li Xiaobai had wanted to use his next chance to continue passing through the stages. But he kept on running into his teacher again and again. Teacher Jiang was also helpless. In fact, he also did not want to succeed by stepping on his own student. But he had to grab onto every chance because he had also probed the biggest meaning behind the world poetry competition. Li Xiaobai ran into Teacher Jiang time and again. His hands were tied and he eventually lost the competition. Although he felt pity about this, Li Xiaobai felt thankful as well. My previous performances were too exceptional and even excessive. If I were to succeed like this, there would definitely be a detailed investigation done on me. Even if I pass the investigation, because I don't have a good background and am not a renowned person, I am very likely to be schemed against. Many people are coveting this opportunity to become an immortal. How could they let it fall into a minor character's hand? The World Poetry Competition selections looked extremely fair, but in fact, where there were people, there would be conflicts of interests and many deals going on behind the scenes. Just look at the list of candidates that passed the World Poetry Competition selection. They were either influential officials or renowned people. Even the so-called dark horses have extraordinary roots and background. It doesn't matter that I am not selected in this World Poetry Competition, there will be a second selection in the future. Even if there is no second World Poetry Competition, don't tell me I cannot become an immortal by relying on myself? What smell is this? It is so fragrant. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, a delicate fragrance broke his train of thoughts. This fragrance was really pleasing and smelled like the inky fragrance of a book. Li Xiaobai was immediately curious. How could there be such a fragrance in this mountain's forest? He rode the horse and followed the fragrance to its source. After riding for a while, dense bush blocked the path ahead. Li Xiaobai had no choice but to get off the horse and continue on his feet. The fragrance became increasingly strong as Li Xiaobai moved deep into the forest. He knew he was going in the right direction and was getting closer to the source of the fragrance. Finally, he brushed aside some leaves and found a pine tree. This pine tree was covered with pine cones, and these pine cones were releasing the dense book fragrance. And on the branch of the tree, there was an exquisite and unique brown tree house. Is someone living here? A mountain hermit? Li Xiaobai carefully approached and called out. I am student Li Xiaobai. I accidentally passed through here and took the liberty to pay a visit. Please don't blame me, sage in the mountain. But there was no sound from the treehouse. Li Xiaobai called out several times, but there was still no reply. Seeing that there seemed to be no one in the treehouse, he walked towards the pine tree. When he reached the pine tree, Li Xiaobai made another discovery. The treehouse was not constructed on the tree, but was integrated into the tree, like it had directly grown from the tree. Li Xiaobai wanted to enter the treehouse to probe, but after circling around the tree, he found that the treehouse was completely integrated, with only windows but no doors. What do I do? Li Xiaobai thought and subconsciously placed his hand on the tree trunk. Suddenly, the bark let out crisp sounds as it transformed. In an instant, a spiral staircase appeared around the tree trunk that moved towards the treehouse. And a door appeared on the treehouse as well. Li Xiaobai only hesitated for a bit before stepping on the stairs and walking to the treehouse. There were 3 rows of bookcases in the treehouse that were standing against the 3 walls. In the compartments of the bookcases were many dew worms. Book fragrance spreads, talented scholars smell. Book house inheritance shall be left to the fated. At this time, information was transmitted to Li Xiaobai's mind. Li Xiaobai inspected it and felt joyous. So this is an information path inheritance. Although it is only a Gu Master inheritance with no immortal Gu, there are various rank 4 and many rank 5 Gu worms. There is also detailed cultivation instruction, forming a complete system which suits me. Speaking of which, my luck has been improving recently. Looks like my main body has already stabilized the situation. This inheritance was a peak-level Gu Master inheritance. Not only did it have many Gu worms, the pine tree itself was an exceptional mortal Gu house, book house. Li Xiaobai stored book house and returned back the way he came. He smoothly found his horse and hurried back to the capital city. At the peak of the mountain, 2 figures were standing. One immortal and one mortal. The immortal was Huasong, the mortal was rank 5 Gu Master Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang had witnessed the whole process of Li Xiaobai obtaining the inheritance, and was extremely grateful. Teacher, many thanks for helping my student. It turned out that Teacher Jiang's teacher was Huasong. Huasong smiled. He is your student, according to the relationship, he is my grand disciple. He belongs to our faction, how can I ignore him? When the World Poetry Competition started, I already noticed him. He clearly had the strength to pass the stages, but because he ran into you, he chose to limit himself. I had been hoping for you two, teacher and disciple, to succeed in passing the competition, but his luck seems to be quite bad. He ran into you again and again during the crucial rounds and was finally eliminated. I am at fault. Teacher Jiang lowered his head. Ha! Huasong patted Teacher Jiang's shoulder. You are really outstanding for being able to teach such a superb student. If this Li Xiaobai had disregarded his teacher for fame and defeated you in front of everyone, I would have punished this kid severely. But he prioritizes this teacher and student relationship. His character is excellent. Although he failed this time, there is no harm in it. It is this child's fortune to be noticed by teacher. Just that, teacher, why didn't you? Teacher Jiang hesitated. Huasong sighed. Although I am the host of the World Poetry Competition, if I were to act in favor of my personal gain, I would be criticized by other Gu immortals and lose my reputation in front of old Lord Huayu. Moreover, Li Xiaobai is still too young, he lacks tempering. If he suddenly became an immortal, it might lead to misfortune because of this good fortune. He should still continue to accumulate experience in the mortal world. A jade stone is useless if it is not polished. Teacher is right, I was thinking too simplistically. Teacher Jiang wholeheartedly admired his teacher and said excitedly, I understand teacher's effort. Teacher, you don't want me to bear the feeling of guilt, so you gave Li Xiaobai such a great inheritance, right? It is good that you know that. Hua Song smiled. You are my student, you were selected this time and will be nurtured to become an immortal. You must concentrate wholeheartedly and not split your attention because of other matters. Concentrate on cultivation, don't ruin my reputation. Yes, teacher, I will definitely use all my strength. Teacher Jiang cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. Although Profound Literature Grotto Heaven maintained neutrality and was not willing to participate in any fights, they understood chaotic times were coming, so they did not hold back in cultivating Gu immortals. Teacher Jiang and others were handled and given plenty of resources, with many Gu immortals guiding them personally. Teacher Jiang studied and practiced hard every day, using his time to the fullest. Despite him using all his strength to study, his performance was still at low to mid-level. This showed the talents of this batch's Gu masters. Even the teaching Gu immortals were secretly pleased. This batch was indeed full of the elites of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, and everyone was an excellent Gu immortal seed. Over half a month passed, Teacher Jiang and the rest welcomed the most crucial moment of their lives, immortal ascension. With several teachers protecting us, the success rate of immortal ascension is high. Once I become an immortal, my future will undergo a complete transformation and elevation. Teacher Jiang was looking forward to it and studied with even more effort. However, just as the first among them was about to undergo tribulation, there was an explosion and the whole of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven shook fiercely. Following the explosion, an evil dragon with the length of mountain ranges descended, filling the sky of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Large numbers of enemy Gu immortals appeared in all areas of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven and attacked at the same time. The flames of war burned everywhere. The place where Teacher Jiang's group was in was given considerable attention. Die! Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace and slammed down. It is Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, we can't block it! Retreat! The Gu immortals who were guarding this place were pale with fright as they retreated. Rumble! Earth quaked and mountains shook, dust and stones flew everywhere. This learning palace that was arranged meticulously was completely destroyed. Teacher Jiang and the rest could not even dodge and were squashed into pulp, dying miserably. The Gu immortals who taught them felt their hearts bleeding at this scene. Their weeks of guidance were just about to show results. The greatest future potential of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was destroyed all at once by this attack. Completely destroyed. Wu Shuai, my Profound Literature Grotto Heaven has remained neutral and never created any difficulties for you. But you actually attacked my land and slaughtered innocents. You are too overbearing and sinful. Old Immortal Huayu was alarmed and shouted in fury. Wu Shuai laughed heartily inside Dragon Palace. Suddenly, his laughter stopped. Old Immortal Huayu, you don't know when to advance or retreat, you don't know what's good for you. I sent messages for you to join time and time again, but you actually made excuses to ignore them, you simply show no regard for me. Today, I will make you and the entire world realize what the outcome of defying my will is. Attack! Chapter 2009. Following willingly. Attack! Wu Shuai's shout triggered boundless wind and clouds, resounding throughout the Grotto Heaven. Many Gu immortals in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had a change in their expressions, feeling panicked and worried when they sensed Wu Shuai's ferocious might. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had lived in peace for too long and had never experienced such an ordeal. Even the current Grotto Heaven owner, Old Immortal Huayu, was extremely surprised. Because Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven and was most specialized in gathering all kinds of information and clues. They would definitely detect any invasion in advance. However, Old Immortal Huayu and the rest were completely unaware of this invasion, and Wu Shuai's surprise invasion could even be considered a masterpiece. He was able to teleport his Gu immortals to various areas of the Grotto Heaven, launching violent attacks at the various important areas in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals. This ambush could be said to be extremely successful. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven suffered disastrous losses. Not only did the meticulously selected future potentials like Teacher Jiang perish, even most of the Gu immortals of profound literature Grotto Heaven were killed. Persevere, this is our home, we cannot lose it. I have already requested for reinforcements, we cannot let these despicable thugs succeed. Old Immortal Huayu shouted, slightly stabilizing the morale of the soldiers. He then opened his mouth and moved his tongue, spitting out text characters. These characters were like a storm as they shrouded Dragon Palace with dense frost energy. Immortal Killer Move, Cold Words. The moment Dragon Palace was struck by this move, layers of frost solidified on its surface which greatly slowed its speed. The frost continued to condense and spread, and in a blink of an eye, was already as tall as an adult's calf. If this went on, the whole of Dragon Palace would be sealed in ice. Wu Shuai snorted as he activated his defensive killer move. The frost on Dragon Palace's surface began to melt gradually, and Dragon Palace's power continued to rise, letting out rays of orange light. The orange light shot towards Old Immortal Huayu, who immediately changed the words he recited and used a movement method. Immortal Killer Move, Quick Words. At the next moment, his speed surged and he perfectly dodged the orange light. Immortal Killer Move, Vicious Words. Old Immortal Huayu spat out tides of characters from his mouth. These purplish-black words were like poison arrows that shot and detonated on Dragon Palace. Rumble. The series of explosions forced Dragon Palace to retreat constantly. At the same time, large amounts of toxic smoke infiltrated Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai was seated on the main seat. He did not panic upon seeing this and immediately activated defensive methods to resolve this danger. Old Immortal Huayu's reputation was not undeserving. He truly had some skills to be able to confront Dragon Palace without losing his ground. Naturally, this was because Dragon Palace was an enslavement path Immortal Gu house and was most proficient in the enslavement aspect. Moreover, Wu Shuai did not reveal the 4 dragon generals although he had already gathered them. What he used normally was the Evil Dragon, which had already become a trump card of Dragon Palace. The Evil Dragon was rampaging. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals were killing and looting. Wu Shuai was not in a hurry at all, because the situation was extremely favorable to him. Old Immortal Huayu became increasingly anxious as the battle continued. He knew he was already tangled up with Dragon Palace and would have to rely on external force to save profound literature Grotto Heaven from the danger. But could the reinforcements arrive in time? Old Immortal Huayu was awaiting the reinforcements, but he knew there was not much hope. Although he had a high reputation, and profound literature Grotto Heaven's relationship with the surrounding Grotto Heaven forces was also quite close. But asking these people to reinforce him in fighting against such strong enemies? Old Immortal Huayu placed himself in their position and thought, if a surrounding Grotto Heaven was attacked and asked him for reinforcements, and the enemy was the 2 Heavens Alliance, he would also hesitate. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals continued to wreak havoc. Flames of battle rose everywhere as living beings were exterminated. Old Immortal Huayu, use your trump cards if you have any left. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to save your Grotto Heaven. Ha! Wu Shuai laughed wildly. Old Immortal Huayu was silent, his expression grim. The after-effects of their fight harmed everything around them, causing holes to appear in the Grotto Heaven aperture walls, linking the inside to the outside world. Suddenly, Wu Shuai's laughter stopped as he shouted in fury. Old geezer Qi Si! The moment he finished speaking, boundless Qi currents surged in from outside and gathered into a giant hand. The hand was as large as a mountain as it slammed into Dragon Palace and sent it flying far away. Following which, a tall and sturdy figure appeared in the Grotto Heaven's sky, looking down at Dragon Palace. Qi Si Ancestor! Old Immortal Huayu looked up and said with surprise and joy. Qi Si Ancestor's appearance surprised him, but thinking about it carefully, he felt it was natural. Qi Si Ancestor was the biggest enemy of Wu Shuai. He would not sit by and watch Wu Shuai leading the 2 Heavens forces to do whatever he pleased. Roar! Dragon Palace moved back while the Evil Dragon took its place. Qi Si Ancestor, however, held his hands behind his back with no intention to attack. Wu Shuai, stop now, I can let all of you retreat. If we truly fight, your 2 Heavens Alliance will cease to exist. You! Wu Shuai's furious voice came from Dragon Palace. Qi Si Ancestor. The Evil Dragon stopped. Wu Shuai seemed to be thinking. Old Immortal Huayu let out a sigh of relief, looking towards Qi Si Ancestor with an extremely grateful look. Qi Si Ancestor did this to preserve profound literature Grotto Heaven and not let it turn into ruins. This was not easy. The 2 Heavens Alliance's Gu immortals were scattered everywhere, Qi Ancestor could take the chance to attack them and deal heavy damage to the Two Heavens Alliance. But Qi Ancestor did not do this. Instead, he considered profound literature Grotto Heaven. Moreover, prior to this, old immortal Hua Yu had never come into contact with Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor took such protective action for an outsider like me. He is truly worthy of being a famed expert and the leader of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Old immortal Hua Yu was extremely moved. However, at the next moment, the evil dragon attacked and Dragon Palace followed closely behind. Qi Ancestor, it has been too long since the battle that day. Face my move again! Wu Shuai shouted. Despicable! Old immortal Hua Yu cursed when he saw Wu Shuai sneak attacking. But Qi Ancestor was smiling as if he was already prepared. Come! Boom! At the next moment, the evil dragon and Dragon Palace crashed into a firm and solid Qi wall. The Qi wall broke down, but the evil dragon and Dragon Palace's momentum was also completely exhausted. Old geezer Qi, I am relieved that you are so energetic. We shall battle later. Wu Shuai saw he was unable to gain any progress and started to retreat slowly. Dragon Palace and Evil Dragon left the battlefield and moved out of the Grotto Heaven. The Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals did not dare to stay any longer and started retreating. They were afraid of Dragon Palace leaving them behind in this dangerous place. Wu Shuai's group arrived fast and left just as quickly, leaving behind flames of war and ruin. Old immortal Hua Yu did not rush to provide disaster relief and stabilize the situation. Instead, he flew towards Qi Ancestor and bowed deeply. Ancestor, you helped us in repelling the enemies. Everyone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is grateful for your kindness. Qi Ancestor smiled brightly as he held old immortal Hua Yu's hands and pulled him up. We are both humans. It is natural for us to band together and help each other against the variant humans. Old immortal Hua Yu said with hatred. Wu Shuai is trying to overturn humanity's rule. He is a lunatic and a despicable fellow. He is an enemy of everyone in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. We won't rest until he dies. Qi Ancestor nodded. In the current era, chaotic times are coming. Who can stay out of it? It is good that you realize this. Old immortal Hua Yu cupped his fists and bowed again. Looking at the immortals in this world, only Ancestor's might and prestige has spread everywhere. Your moral conduct is worthy of being respected. From today onwards, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will be at your command. We will listen to your arrangements. Qi Ancestor smiled. Brother Hua Yu, let's join hands in fighting the variant humans. We will protect our homelands and fight for a beautiful future. Chapter 2010. Influencing the Five Regions. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A tea ceremony was in session. Old immortal Hua Yu sat on the lower seat while he let Fan Yuan have the main seat. Fan Yuan used Qi Ancestor's identity to talk with the Gu Immortals, obtaining first-hand information regarding the part of White Heaven above Eastern Sea. There were not just Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals who participated in the tea ceremony. After Qi Ancestor repelled the enemies, Gu Immortals continued to arrive to reinforce them. These Gu Immortals were from the surrounding forces and were late in reinforcing Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but old immortal Hua Yu asked them to stay and join this tea ceremony regardless. Qi Ancestor said frankly, he had already allied with Heavenly Court and wanted to recruit the human forces in the Two Heavens, to fight against Wu Shuai's variant human alliance, and defend the righteous path of humanity. Old immortal Hua Yu was naturally the first to support it. The other forces also responded quite passionately. Many of the Gu Immortals even expressed their willingness to join Qi Ancestor's faction to fight Wu Shuai's violent and lawless alliance. Some Gu Immortals hesitated while many others had to report to their superiors to come to a decision. The tea ceremony ended. Fan Yuan was quite satisfied with the result. The first step was important if he wanted to interfere in the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens. With Wu Shuai's active cooperation, almost all the Two Heavens Gu Immortals recognized Wu Shuai's might and felt insecure. Everyone realized they could not evade this calamity because even a powerful force like Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was almost exterminated. If not for Qi Ancestor lending a hand, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven would have ceased to exist. Chaotic times were coming and no one could stay out of it. Only by stepping on the waves of chaos could they survive and grow stronger. Qi Ancestor needed only slight effort to persuade 5 Grotto Heaven forces. Of course, it would take some more effort to integrate them. And important details like profit distribution and other rules had yet to be finalized. Even so, Qi Ancestor's action had already caused a huge change in the Two Heavens forces. even affecting the overall situation of the conflict between humanity and the variant human races. Fan Yuan naturally would not conceal this news. The moment the tea ceremony ended, he spread this news in treasure yellow heaven. In an instant, the goo immortal world of the 5 regions was shaken. Some sighed at the changing state of the world and the impending chaos. Some praised Qi ancestor's righteous move and felt he could shoulder the responsibility to lead humanity. Some were guessing Wu Shuai's next move, and some were thinking of Eastern Sea's political situation. Qi ancestor was publicly recognized as the most powerful expert in Eastern Sea. Now that he was so close with Heavenly Court, how would Eastern Sea's righteous path forces face this relationship? The 5 regional walls were gone, the independent 5 regions merged into one. Changes in any one side could change the whole situation of the 5 regions. Every move of an expert with an identity and status like Qi ancestor could deeply influence the whole world. Eastern Sea, Shin clan. Are there still no clues on Ancestor Shinshang's whereabouts? Shin Songxing sighed. I don't blame you. Qi tides are appearing everywhere. Divine Emperor City is a very tightly protected area. A Shin clan Gu Immortal asked. First Supreme Elder, Qi ancestor has already allied with Heavenly Court now. They even handed over the latter half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. What should we do? Shin Songxing replied. I have already discussed this with Song Qi Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and other First Supreme Elders. Qi ancestor is our Eastern Seas expert. He cannot be recruited by Heavenly Court. Every clan will take out a portion of cultivation resources from their treasuries and gather them into a big gift to build a good relationship with Ancestor. Shin clan's Gu Immortal nodded, not objecting to it. Qi ancestor was the most valuable existence to rope in. Besides his battle strength, it was also because he cultivated Qi Path. Currently, Eastern Sea's superforces were thinking of developing Qi Path, and they would have double the results if they could get Qi ancestor's help in this aspect. Fan Yuan put on a great show before. Everyone in Gu Immortal World thought Qi ancestor liked to give guidance and support the younger generation. This made Eastern Sea's superforces feel there was a high possibility in this matter. Western Desert, Fang clan's headquarters. Fang Gong's expression was dark. We are willing to pay such a huge price, but Heavenly Court still doesn't want to release Fang Dichang? One of the gathered Fang clan Gu Immortals said. First Supreme Elder, in my opinion, Heavenly Court is not sincere at all. They are just stalling for time and fooling us. Humph. Fang Gong slammed his right fist on the table. He was furious but helpless. In the Fate War, Fang clan's losses were the largest. Not only did they lose Divine Beam Palace, even their strategist Fang Dichang was captured by the enemy, and there was no news of him until now. Fang clan naturally thought Fang Dichang was captured by Heavenly Court. Thereupon, they secretly contacted Heavenly Court and wanted to pay a huge price to redeem Fang Dichang. But Heavenly Court had all along been stalling their request. Fang Dichang was extremely important to Fang clan. Without him, Fang clan would be without a strategist. After Fang clan refined Divine Beam Palace, they had the possibility of raising their status and becoming the leader of Western Desert's righteous path. But Divine Beam Palace and Fang Dichang were gone, destroying Fang clan's dream of becoming the leader. Fang Gong was in a very bad mood, especially after hearing of Qi ancestor's actions. Qi ancestor has already begun to lead Eastern Sea, but me? Fang clan? We are just stagnating at the same spot. Sigh. Fang Gong felt helpless. The only thing that gave him some joy was that Fang Dichang had already prepared for the future, and had passed on Fang clan's wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun. Since Heavenly Court is not willing to release Fang Dichang, we can only prioritize on cultivating Fang Yun. Fang Gong made the decision. They could not wait any longer. Time waits for no one. Cultivating a Gu Immortal, especially a competent wisdom path Gu Immortal, required a long time. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Qin Dingling looked at the intel and smiled, muttering to herself. Fang clan is actually willing to pay such a huge price to buy back Fang Dichang. If they knew Fang Dichang was already replaced and is now Fang Yuan's clone, what would they feel? Heavenly Court already knew of Fang Dichang's identity. The current Divine Emperor City was guarded by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's will. He had already informed Qin Dingling of this. Although Fang Dichang was sealed in Divine Beam Palace's painting, he had a portion of the authority, and was resisting stubbornly. Even Genesis Lotus will could do nothing about it. But it will be over soon. Qin Dingling smiled. That earlier batch of Gu Immortal seeds we sent in are developing extremely well. They already possess strength to defeat Fan Dichang. As long as we capture him, we can use the close connection between him and Fan Yuan to search for the location of Fan Yuan's main body. Spectral Soul was secretly searching for Fan Yuan's main body. Heavenly Court was doing the same as well. Qin Dingling knew Fan Yuan was in a poor state currently, and it was the best time to kill Fan Yuan. If they could kill Fan Yuan, not only would it restore Heavenly Court's reputation, there would even be enormous spoils of war. Be it the various inheritances on Fan Yuan, his goo worms, his sovereign immortal aperture, secluded domains of heaven and earth, and so on, they were all things Heavenly Court wanted. Qin Dingling was taking control of Heavenly Court in place of Fairy Ziwei. Although she was only a luck path goo immortal, she tried her best and was busy every day. Her hard work was showing results. Internally, Heavenly Court was leading the 10 great ancient sects, actively cultivating talents and recovering their strength. Externally, Heavenly Court was allying with Eastern Sea. They roped in Shi-Si ancestor first, but the price was half of Primordial Origin's true inheritance. They would soon capture Fan Dichang, and their hopes of capturing Fan Yuan's main body were even higher than Spectral Soul. Everything will get better. My Heavenly Court is and will continue to be the supreme leader of humanity. Chapter 2011. Divine Being Soldier Calamity. Divine Emperor City. Inside the painting, Fan Dichang waved his hand. Immediately, a large amount of white sand flew out and scattered around. The white sand fell on the ground and immediately melted into puddles of milk that seeped into the ground. Blop blop. Air bubbles rose from the ground. The beans buried under the ground devoured the milk and grew rapidly. In 3 minutes, Fan Dichang expended the small amount of rank 8 immortal material milk sand he had. The barren land became extremely fertile and green bean sprouts broke out of the ground's surface. Again, Fan Dichang took out a snow path immortal material. The immortal material was thrown to the air and was digested by Divine Emperor City, turning into broken lightning rays that covered the whole bean field. The broken lightning slightly touched the tender bean sprouts and agitated their growth potential. The bean sprouts began growing with a visible speed. Continue. After the lightning rays dissipated, Fan Dichang took out the third immortal material. Time continued to pass. About 3 days and 3 nights later, Fan Dichang slowly stopped his actions. He looked at the field. The beans had already grown into divine bean soldiers. They were standing in rows, silent and still like statues as they waited for Fan Dichang's orders. Fan Dichang sighed, thinking, "This is the last batch of divine bean soldiers. My immortal materials are basically all spent." As a clone of Fan Yuan, after Fan Dichang was schemed by Genesis Lotus Will, he had been trapped in the painting. Over this period of time after the Fate War, he had been waiting for his main body to rescue him while using all his strength to accumulate troops. But even by now, the main body had not come to save him. Fan Dichang could only prepare to save himself. He was now trapped in the painting, unable to contact the main body and even unable to access Treasure Yellow Heaven. But he had refined Divine Being Palace, so he still held a portion of the authority. This was the reason Genesis Lotus Will was unable to do anything to him in a short period of time. Fan Dichang used this authority to borrow Divine Being Palace's strength in cultivating Divine Being soldiers. He was constantly accumulating Divine Being soldiers, and now, their size had already reached an enormous scale. "It is time, move out, invade and seize control of all the paintings." Fan Dichang gave a command without any hesitation. The Divine Being soldier army began to set out. They split into countless divisions as they moved towards the edge of the painting and invaded other painting worlds. Outside Emperor City was a large farmland. Wheat billowed in the autumn wind and many farmers were harvesting them. "This year is an abundant year. Yes, every family has made good harvests. What is this noise?" The farmers were talking happily when they suddenly heard strange sounds and were bewildered. A group of over 300 Divine Being soldiers charged into this painting world. They discovered these farmers and behaved like sharks that smelled blood. They moved extremely quickly and killed anyone they saw. "Run! There are monsters, run! Spare me! Spare! Guh!" Blood splattered everywhere. The last farmer's head and body were separated, falling into a pool of blood. Divine Being soldiers killed all the humans and occupied this painting world. At another painting outside of Emperor City. It was spring and the scenery was beautiful. A large group of scholars, students and young ladies went for an outing. In the midst of their joyful talks, several Divine Being soldiers appeared suddenly, causing the girls to scream. They dare to offend our young ladies! What are these things? The scholars and students looked curiously as the guards surrounded the Divine Bean soldiers. The Divine Bean soldiers began to attack. The guards were already on guard, so the battle went to a standstill. These strange things have bad intentions. Where did these things come out from? Forget that, let's talk after killing them first. The scholars and the students cooperated with the Goo Master Guards and attacked, killing these Divine Bean soldiers without wasting much energy. But soon, an army of 1,000 Divine Bean soldiers arrived in this painting world. This time, the guards, scholars, and students were unable to resist. After a bitter struggle, most of them were killed and stepped on mercilessly by the Divine Bean soldiers, while a small portion retreated from this painting world and managed to survive. Each Divine Bean soldier had extraordinary strength and was at least of Desolate Beast level, but in the painting world, they had to follow its rules, where the gap between immortal and mortal was minuscule. Moreover, Divine Bean soldiers were transported to other painting worlds randomly, so their scales were not equal. Fang Dichang made a heavy attack, but the Divine Bean soldier army was scattered everywhere, and engaged in their respective invasions. Thus, some Divine Bean soldiers made good progress, some met strong resistance, while some were directly annihilated by the Goo Masters in the painting world. Even so, Fang Dichang soon revealed a satisfied smile. My guess was right. Divine Bean Palace's paintings are connected with Emperor City's paintings. Although I am sealed here, my Divine Bean soldiers originated from Divine Bean Palace and are of the same origin as the whole of Divine Emperor City, so they can move out. The more painting worlds these Divine Bean soldiers occupy, the more control I will have over Divine Emperor City. After gaining a certain amount of control, I can even go a step further and suppress Genesis Lotus Will, becoming the owner of Divine Emperor City. Fang Dichang's huge move this time made the Goo Immortal Seeds, sent by Heavenly Court into Divine Emperor City's painting world, gather and discuss a plan. What is going on with these Divine Bean soldiers? Chen Dejiang frowned. Sun Yao's eyes were red. I also don't know. These monsters appeared and began killing wantonly. They are extremely vicious. Those pitiful beggars and homeless people were all killed by these monsters. Maybe this is our fortuitous encounter, or maybe it is a test? Tang Ruchi guessed. Ing Xingji frowned. I killed many Divine Bean soldiers, but I have not made any gains until now. Wei Wushang analyzed calmly. Divine Bean soldiers are a product of Divine Bean Palace. According to rumors, Goo Immortals can raise these Woodpath soldiers in a large scale in Divine Bean Palace. When it is time to battle, the Goo Immortal can release them to fight the enemies. Previously, when Divine Bean Palace was with Western Desert, they scattered a large number of Divine Bean soldiers to fight our central continent's 10 great ancient sections. So what is the reason behind these Divine Bean soldiers' sudden appearance? Zhao Shui asked. Wei Wushang shook his head. I don't know, it has been some time since we arrived here, but the painting world here is too vast and profound, we don't know a lot of its secrets. What is the point of trying to figure out the reason? Right at this time, Xiao Qixing walked over. Ah, it is Brother Xiao. What information do you have? Or do you know the truth of the matter? These Goo Immortal Seeds asked one after the other. They thought highly of Xiao Qixing because he had the best progress among them. He mixed into the military faction and continued to advance in ranks and was already a junior officer now. Xiao Qixing said. I don't care about the reason behind these Divine Bean soldiers' appearance. I only know the higher-ups have sent the order to mobilize the army to exterminate these Divine Bean soldiers. This time, I am leading my troops alone and need assistance. We will cooperate and kill these Divine Bean soldiers. There will definitely be rewards after the battle. It is fine with me. These monsters should be killed, Chen Dejiang said. Sun Yao nodded. These Divine Bean soldiers are too vicious, they are simply disregarding human lives. I will take revenge for those pitiful beggars and homeless people. Count me in too. Zhao Shui also expressed her stance. Soon, all of these Goo Immortals agreed and temporarily joined Xiao Qixing as his subordinates. Xiao Qixing laughed heartily. He was pleased and proud with this huge increase in strength and manpower. Move out! Let us kill these Divine Bean soldiers. Chapter 2012. Fang Dichang's Death. Divine Emperor City, Painting World. In the vast plaza, Xiao Qixing led a large group of troops and was facing a group of Divine Bean soldiers. The scale of this group of Divine Bean soldiers was bigger than Xiao Qixing's side. How do we fight them? Sun Yuanhua had just asked when the Divine Bean soldiers charged. Xiao Qixing stopped his side from attacking and smiled. Everyone, please stay put for now and look at how I fight them. Saying this, Xiao Qixing flicked his fingers repeatedly. A large amount of goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms fell to the ground and turned into human shapes. Most of them were ordinary soldiers, a few clearly looked like elites, and an extremely small number of them looked much more brave and valiant. These are Soldier Goo, Sergeant Goo, Lieutenant Goo? Gu Ting narrowed his eyes. They should be. Wei Wuxian counted roughly. There are over 500 of them. Looks like Xiao Qixing progressed really well in the military camp to be able to accumulate so many human path goo worms. Formation! Xiao Qixing shouted while activating arrow formation goo. These soldiers immediately gathered. Captains led lieutenants, lieutenants led sergeants, and sergeants led soldiers. And the entire army formed a giant arrow that rushed head-on towards the incoming Divine Being soldiers. Charge! Xiao Qixing's army roared loudly. On the contrary, the Divine Being soldiers were silent like there was no life. The two sides were like colliding waves which began to mix into each other. Xiao Qixing's gaze was like lightning as he put all his attention on controlling his troops. In the chaotic battle, his troops were further divided, but they always maintained the most basic military formation. On the contrary, the Divine Being soldiers were a messy and disordered group. After the initial stalemate, the situation began to slowly fall into Xiao Qixing's grasp. Once he occupied the upper hand, this advantage snowballed and soon, it turned into absolute dominance. Finally, Xiao Qixing's side won a complete victory with all Divine Being soldiers killed off. How is it? Xiao Qixing returned with victory and showed off to the other Goo immortal seeds. Zhao Shuyi rolled his eyes, not bothering to reply. Brother Xiao is truly amazing. Chen Dijiang raised his thumb. Ha! Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and said to Chen Dijiang, if you had walked the same path as me back then, you would also have such accomplishments today. We should continue. We have only cleared up one painting, Wei Wuxian said. Don't be careless. These soldiers are only yellow bean divine soldiers. They are the most basic type of divine being soldier, Gu Ting said. They continued to march forward and fight divine being soldiers. After a while, they arrived at the most flourishing street of Divine Emperor City. Divine Being soldiers were wantonly killing the people in the city, and it was a scene of chaos. Sun Yao's eyes turned red with fury. The first time she entered here, she had arrived at this street and enjoyed its flourishing scenes. She had never expected such a beautiful scene to be completely destroyed by the Divine Being soldiers. Everywhere was littered with corpses and blood flowed into a river. This will need everyone's assistance. Xiao Qixing was modest for once. The paths are narrow and vision is not clear. My troops won't be able to move properly. The other Goo immortal seeds had no objections as they charged to the front lines and attacked. Xiao Qixing stayed at the rear, observing this situation while controlling the soldiers to move forward. He was deeply aware that he came to compete for Genesis Lotus True Inheritance. These Goo masters beside him were his greatest competitors. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. This was the best opportunity to gain information about these people. These Goo master elites of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were indeed extraordinary. Xiao Qixing had made a lot of progress. These Goo masters were also not any inferior. Yingxingji continuously took out Dr. Goo, which took human forms and saved people everywhere. Chen Dijiang went through the outer gate. A group of officers moved around him as he joined the front lines with a long sword and a steel chain. Sun Yao gave a bigger surprise to Xiao Qixing. 3 female dancers moved around her. Their long sleeves fluttered in the wind and weakened the Divine Being soldiers. Moreover, Sun Yao also held a human path killer move, Joy in Helping People. This move strengthened her allies. As for Wei Wuxian, he appeared and disappeared as he moved in the chaotic battle like a fish in water. This guy has already mastered Thief Goo, Xiao Qixing realized. These elites immediately shone brightly the moment they made their moves. Xiao Qixing also felt heavy pressure, as he warned himself. I really cannot underestimate these people. This chaotic battle lasted for 5 minutes before the whole street was cleared. Without staying any longer, Xiao Qixing's group marched towards other paintings once again. The Divine Being soldiers in their path were all annihilated. Naturally, they were not the only group who were counterattacking. The warriors in the painting worlds also organized many groups and participated in the battle, killing the Divine Being soldiers. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed among other groups. They were secretly conversing. These Divine Being soldiers are really odd, there are so many types of them. The 10 great ancient sects members have also grown. We need to conceal ourselves and not be discovered by them. They were the earliest people to enter the painting world. At this moment, their accumulation far surpassed the Central Continent elites, but Yi Fan and Hong Yi could only move secretly. After all, the 5 regions world was the main world. Once they were discovered by Heavenly Court, the situation would become a mess. The counterattacking groups became faster the more they killed, their efficiency was increasing continuously and casualties were reducing. After they had sufficient experience, they completely saw through the types of Divine Bean soldiers. Yellow Bean Divine soldiers were only cannon fodder, Green Bean soldiers could shoot flying arrows, Red Bean soldiers could self-detonate, Black Bean soldiers had the greatest defense. After understanding the characteristics of the different Divine Bean soldiers, they began to launch targeted attacks. These Divine Bean soldiers were far weaker than their external appearance. The counterattacking groups continued to gain victories and seized back more territories. Finally, they gathered on the city walls of Divine Emperor City. There was an ocean of Divine Bean soldiers outside the city walls. Xiao Qixing could not help taking in a sharp breath when he saw this. The enemy force was overwhelming. It was not something their group could handle. They could only have a chance of defending the city by allying with other groups. Divine Bean soldiers rushed forward without any formation. Xiao Qixing's group attacked with long-range skills from top of the city walls. Divine Bean soldiers were like ants as they began climbing the city walls. The ones guarding the city staked their lives to counterattack, not retreating a step. The whole battlefield was like a huge meat grinder. Large amounts of lives were lost every second. This battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Xiao Qixing collapsed and sat weakly on the ground. His snowy white military robe was already dyed red with blood. Cheers spread continuously in the surroundings. They had won. This largest group of Divine Bean soldiers was completely exterminated by them. Victory was assured. Next would be to clear up the remaining small groups of Divine Bean soldiers in every painting. Wait a second, we seem to be able to walk out of Divine Emperor City. We can follow the path the Divine Bean soldiers took and attack their base. When they were clearing up the battlefield, many made a big discovery. The troops began to gather once again and battled their way to Fang Dichang. In this painting world, Fang Dichang's strength was greatly reduced, but he still had a group of Divine Bean soldiers around him. So you are the main culprit behind all these? You are going to pay for your sins? Why do you need to kill these innocent people? What grudge do you have against them? Emotion surged, but Xiao Qixing's group glanced at each other and moved towards the rear silently. So the cause of the Divine Bean soldier calamity was him. He is a Gu immortal of Fang clan, Fang Dichang, who had once refined Divine Bean Palace. I did not expect him to still be alive, and he is creating chaos in the painting world. Don't tell me, did our sects send us here to get rid of him? Strange, why didn't Heavenly Court attack and kill Fang Dichang directly? Maybe this is a test for us, or maybe we can only deal with him while following the rules of the painting world. Xiao Qixing's group conversed quickly. Their expressions were extremely serious. They were the ones chosen and nurtured by their respective sects, thus they had a lot of information about the Gu immortal world. They had detailed information about the participants of the Fate War. Kill. Take revenge for our friends and family. I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. The Gu masters of the painting world attacked Fang Dichang. A bunch of trash. Fang Dichang stood at the center and commanded his troops calmly. The Divine Bean soldiers beside him changed their formation and moved smoothly like water. The cooperation between the various types of soldiers was extremely smooth and fluid. Instantly, the warriors of the painting world suffered heavy casualties. Xiao Qixing's group was also shocked. The scale of these Divine Bean soldiers is quite small. How could they have such results? With the Gu immortal commanding them, they are completely different from before. What should we do? Battle or retreat? Fight. We have numbers on our side. Fang Dichang might be strong, but the gap between us is not the gap between immortal and mortal. We have a high chance of success. Slaughter the immortal. Someone shouted the slogan, which made Xiao Qixing's group extremely excited. The moment they joined in the battle, the Gu masters in the front lines felt like they had received strong reinforcements. In fact, not only them, even Yi Fan and Hong Yi were also mixed in the battle, helping out secretly. Fang Dichang snorted coldly. Under his command, the Divine Bean soldiers' formation kept on changing while being extremely stable. Xiao Qixing's group battled hard for a long time, but to their horror, they discovered that the casualty difference between the enemy and their side had reached a terrifying level. There were only negligible losses to the Divine Being soldiers. What should we do? An immortal is still an immortal in the end. Let alone when Fang Dichang is a wisdom path Gu immortal. Xiao Qixing's group's morale fell sharply and they had the thought of retreating, not daring to fight with Fang Dichang. But at this time, Fang Dichang's body shook suddenly as he coughed a mouthful of blood. He snorted coldly and looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Genesis Lotus Will, you couldn't endure it and took action after all. Fang Dichang was suppressed by Genesis Lotus Will. His control over the Divine Being's soldiers was no longer as smooth as before. Xiao Qixing's group immediately felt the pressure on them reducing sharply. They were surprised and happy as they attacked once again. Fan Dichang's Divine Being soldiers continued to fall till they were all annihilated. Fan Dichang had no choice but to attack personally. He rampaged through the army, killing everyone in his path with no one being able to rival him. This did not last long. His condition continued to deteriorate as he began to receive injuries. After some more time, Fang Dichang was soaked in blood and started to stagger. To think that I, Fang Dichang, would actually die in such a place! Fang Dichang shouted in sadness as he self-detonated resolutely. Boom! The Gu masters surrounding him were wiped out with no intact corpses. After a short period of shock, the surviving Gu masters shouted in joy. We won! We finally killed the demon! Sob! Father, mother, I have avenged you! Xiao Qixing's group was also excited and their faces were flushed red. We killed an immortal! We succeeded in slaughtering the immortal. Chapter 2013. Survival through death. Xiao Qixing's group strolled along the streets. The huge battle had just ended. The flourishing and bustling street had turned into a scene of desolation, with no pedestrians moving around. Even if there were, they were mostly injured ones. Fang Dichang is not worthy of being in Western Desert's righteous path. He slaughtered innocents and caused many deaths. Letting him die like this is really letting him go easy. Chen Dijiang said hatefully. Ing Xingji sighed as he added. Yes, this was once a place filled with rich vitality. You guys are truly funny. Wei Wuxian laughed. This is only a painting world, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. The people here are not real existences. No matter how many are dead or injured, after a few years, it will be restored back to normal. Yes. Compared to these things, I am more curious about the rewards the sects will give us, Gu Ting said. Xiao Qixing's eyes brightened. We killed an immortal as mortals, and even got rid of the hidden disaster in Divine Emperor City. With such a huge contribution, not only our sects, even Heavenly Court should personally reward us, right? Ha! Xiao Qixing laughed heartily and was inwardly pleased. He had the best performance, and had contributed the most in putting down the Divine Being soldiers and eliminating Fang Dichang. In terms of rewards based on contribution, he would be at the top. In an alley which the group passed by, two beggars were sitting at a corner, looking at everything with indifference. The behaviors of these 10 great ancient sects Gu immortal seeds naturally fell into these two beggars' view. I owe my thanks to you, Brother Shin. One beggar transmitted his voice. The other beggar laughed. Should I address you as Fan Yuan, or Fan Dichang? The other beggar replied. I am only a clone, and strictly speaking, I can't even be considered a clone now, I am only a remnant will. So, you don't need to address me as Fan Yuan. As for Fan Dichang, he is already dead, having died by self-detonation. I am a nameless person now, just a lowly beggar remains. Xinshan's eyes shone. You are too modest. Even without me, you were already prepared to use death to escape. The other beggar nodded, not denying it. In my previous plan, if I could occupy and seize the painting worlds with the Divine Being soldiers, it would have been the best result. But the chance for this was not high. By preempting the actions to take after defeat, I was naturally prepared for everything. Self-detonation destroyed my body and soul, but this will was secretly left behind. Pausing for a moment, Fan Yuan's will continued. I have to thank you for your help regardless. If I relied on just my methods, there is a high probability of Genesis Lotus will discovering me. But with you shielding me, it is a completely different case. Xinshang, your human path attainment continues to grow by the day. Xinshang chuckled. That is true. Since the Fate War, after I deciphered the venerable human path killer moves, my human path attainment rose quite a bit. And after I arrived in this painting world, I acted as a beggar, observing and experiencing life, which gave me a lot of insight. A beggar has a beggar's advantage. Beggars stand at the lowest level of society. They can observe the attitudes of people, experience kindness and harshness, feel hunger and fullness, warmth and cold. Xinshang then changed the topic, asking, "What do you plan to do now? Leave here or continue to stay?" Fan Yuan's will did not hesitate. "I am unable to leave here. Even if only a will remains of me now, it has only temporarily escaped the observation of Genesis Lotus Will and has not grasped a way to leave." "What about you?" Xinshang also shook his head. "I also haven't found the method to leave. I have already secretly checked those Gu immortal seeds of the 10 great ancient sections. They are able to enter and exit here because they have obtained the approval of Genesis Lotus Will. But I believe that as long as I continue to stay in hiding and research, my human path attainment will continue to accumulate and attain a qualitative change. By that time, I can find a method to leave this place." Fan Yuan's will looked deeply at Xinshang. He could see Xinshang was happy to stay in here. However, when Fan Yuan thought of it, it was also not strange. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had made this huge move. He created a special small world to develop human path. Over here, human path was supreme and other paths were secondary. Human path had the greatest development while other paths had little progress. At the same time, this world followed the rules of the mortal world. There was an insignificant gap between immortals and mortals, which was more beneficial for the development of human path. Moreover, the inside and outside were separated. When outsiders came here, they would be isolated from the 5 regions and could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. This stopped information from spreading outside or entering and corrupting the people here. Thus, it created an isolated sacred land of human path. Xinshang primarily cultivated human path. In here, he was like a gluttonous monster that saw absolutely rare delicacies. He was like a fish in water and even felt deeply attached to this place. Fan Yuan's will was currently possessing a body. It was created from Xinshang's beggar Gu. He had 2 choices in front of him now. One was to wait for the main body to rescue him, the other was to cultivate alongside Xinshang and use Xinshang's strength to get free. All the information concerning the Divine Being Soldier calamity was gathered in Qin Dingling's hands. Fang Dichang died by self-detonation? Qin Dingling frowned. This result somewhat disappointed Qin Dingling. She had been hoping to capture this clone of Fang Yuan alive, and through him, deduce the location of Fang Yuan's main body. I did not expect Fang Yuan's clone to resolutely kill himself, but this also conforms to Fang Yuan's vicious personality. Qin Dingling did not hold much doubts. If we could capture him alive, that would have been better. In the painting world, the gap between immortals and mortals is not big. Unfortunately, these Gu immortal seeds have not grown enough and were unable to grasp the opportunity. Qin Dingling sighed inwardly. Xiao Qixing's group thought they made important contributions by slaughtering an immortal, but in her mind, Qin Dingling reviewed it poorly. However, even so, Qin Dingling decided to reward these Gu immortal seeds heavily. They were important cultivation targets after all. After dealing with the matter of rewards, Qin Dingling put her attention on Eastern Sea's conflict once again. Eastern Sea's conflict was the clash between humans and variant humans. One side was led by Qixi Ancestor while the other was led by Wu Shuai. They had fought several times in the immemorial 2 heavens as well as sea areas of Eastern Sea, and the battles were becoming increasingly fierce. After Qixi Ancestor saved Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, he united several Grotto Heaven forces in the 2 heavens. Although Wu Shuai was defeated, he was not willing to show any weakness. On one hand, he gathered the forces of the 2 heavens that joined him. On the other hand, he ambushed and invaded those Grotto Heaven forces that wanted to wait and see. Wu Shuai's direction was extremely clear and blunt. Before attacking the 5 regions, he must clean up the 2 heavens to stabilize their base. On one hand, this was because the distance between the 2 heavens Grotto Heavens was short, and they could dispatch troops easily. If Wu Shuai ignored this, when the main army was outside in the future, the Grotto Heavens only needed to pose an attack, and it could cause Wu Shuai's army to end up losing their home ground. On the other hand, Qi harvest fruits of various sizes had appeared in Grotto Heavens of Wu Shuai's subordinates. Every time Wu Shuai attacked another Grotto Heaven, he would test the variant human Gu Immortal's suggestions to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits. Wu Shuai's side was in dire need of such trial and error. Because of Wu Shuai's violent strategy, more and more human forces in the 2 heavens sought Qixi Ancestor's protection. Qixi Ancestor defended the Grotto Heavens while integrating various forces. But on the whole, they were still at a disadvantage. Wu Shuai's Two Heavens alliance was strengthening at a much faster speed than Qixi ancestors. He was actively protecting the variant humans' benefits, which caused increasingly more variant human grotto heavens to join him. In the Two Heavens, variant human grotto heavens were much larger in numbers than human grotto heavens. The final batch of variant human forces who adopted the thought of waiting and seeing took the initiative to side with Wu Shuai. On one hand, they were forced to because of the situation; on the other hand, if they did not surrender, there was no hope in resolving the hidden danger of the Qi harvest fruits in their grotto heavens. Wu Shuai's prestige soared, but the Qi harvest fruits issue was still troubling him. The Two Heavens Alliance tested many methods, but they had all failed in eliminating Qi harvest fruits. Over at Qixi ancestors' side, the progress in researching the mysteries of Qi harvest fruit was also quite slow. Wu Shuai's and Qixi ancestors' sides fought frequently, but there were not many casualties. It was because both sides were not focused on eliminating the other side, but on clearing up the danger of the Qi harvest fruits. The one who knows the most about the mysteries of the Qi harvest fruit is probably Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Unfortunately, my strength is restrained at present, and unable to deal with him. Fan Yuan sighed in pity. He had already resolved the huge problem of Heaven's will, but he still had no clue as to how to refine Heaven Path Dao marks. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who Fan Yuan was thinking about, had currently arrived at Western Desert. It should be nearby. Demon Immortal Qi Ju flew low and searched everywhere. He did not succeed in borrowing goo from Qixi ancestor, so he used Qi Path investigative methods to search for other Qi Path immortal goo. And on this search, he found several Qi Path immortal goo. These Qi Path immortal goo were mostly wild immortal goo. They were naturally born after enormous Qi tides. As for the rest, they were looted from other goo immortals. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not go overboard. He only looted Qi Path immortal goo and spared the goo immortals. Moving and stopping along the way, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gradually left Eastern Sea and arrived at Western Desert. I deduced that a Qi Path immortal goo is near here. Just as Demon Immortal Qi Ju was mumbling, a goo immortal suddenly appeared within his investigative range. Rank 8 Goo Immortal, Red Heart Traveler. Chapter 2014. Qi Ju takes Blood Qi. Seeing this goo immortal, who was wearing a headband and a green robe, having a tall and powerful stance and handsome appearance, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's mind shook. That Qi Path immortal goo I deduced, could it be on this person? The moment this thought emerged, Demon Immortal Qi Ju attacked. With a loud sound, a giant white Qi hand moved to catch Red Heart Traveler. Almost at the same time that Demon Immortal Qi Ju discovered Red Heart Traveler also discovered Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not recognize Red Heart Traveler, but Red Heart Traveler already had Heavenly Court's first-hand information on Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Seeing the white Qi hand fly towards him, Red Heart Traveler's heart jumped, and he quickly evaded. Red Heart Traveler was a Heavenly Court Goo Immortal and the previous Demon Judgment Board leader. He was very strong. During the Fate War, he came to Western Desert, and disguised as a Blood Path Demonic Immortal, attracting the attention of many super forces of Western Desert's righteous path, thus restraining a large number of hostile forces for Central Continent. Looking at the whole of Western Desert's Goo Immortal world, Red Heart Traveler had the confidence to fight against almost any Western Desert Goo Immortal. But right now, his opponent was Demon Immortal Qi Ju, one of the strongest Goo Immortals in the present age. Red Heart Traveler was well aware that he was not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match. The gap was too large, and the loser of this battle was certain to be him. So Red Heart Traveler retreated without any hesitation. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju saw a lump of blood-red light emerge behind Red Heart Traveler's head, after which the latter's speed increased sharply and was able to dodge his Qi hand. Demon Immortal Qi Ju exclaimed slightly, mumbling inwardly. Blood Path again? It seems like Blood Path is very prolific in this age. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was naturally not willing to let go of Red Heart Traveler so easily, so he gave chase. One chased and one fled. They had soon traveled over 10,000 li. To his surprise, Demon Immortal Qi Ju discovered his main movement method was actually unable to catch up to Red Heart Traveler. Naturally, he was not left behind in the dust either. I have already modified my movement method, but I am still unable to catch up to this person. Who is this person? A rank 8 Blood Path Goo Immortal. Demon Immortal Qi Ju searched his memories and gradually found some clues. He had previously soul-searched Qinghuizi and obtained a lot of information. Red Heart Traveler's true identity was not exposed, but he created havoc in Western Desert, and with the sensitive identity of a rank 8 blood path expert, information regarding him was already spread in Treasure Yellow Heaven and every Gu immortal in the world had learned of it. After chasing for some more time, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly shouted, "Where exactly are you running to?" His preparation was finished, he activated a killer move. Red Heart Traveler immediately felt the surrounding chi currents engulf him, severely affecting his speed. He sighed inwardly, he could only turn around and fight Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's moves were majestic and powerful, milky white chi currents surged like a tsunami with unstoppable might. When they truly fought, there was no surprise Red Heart Traveler fell into a disadvantage. But his methods also were not weak, blood red light spread and blood red flowers bloomed. There was no evil feeling, on the contrary, they were warm and righteous as they defended him. Red Heart Traveler struggled with all his might, but in just several rounds, his whole body was soaked with sweat. He sighed internally. As expected of a monster that was recorded in history, he is too strong. Red Heart Traveler felt he was like a small boat that was using all its strength to dodge and delay for time under the tidal wave-like attacks of Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. After several more rounds, Red Heart Traveler was already in a perilous situation. At this time, there was suddenly a beast roar. An immemorial desolate beast drilled out from the desert, and went for a surprise attack on Demon Immortal Chi-Ju from behind. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was caught off guard, but he did not panic. He waved his hand and a mountain-like giant chi hand slammed into the immemorial desolate beast. But just as this immemorial desolate beast was about to be struck by the giant hand, it suddenly let out bright light and transformed into an immemorial swallow that shot towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju like a black arrow. So it is a transformation path Gu Immortal. Haha, interesting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was slightly surprised. He praised while he fought against this immortal. The aid was from 9 Spiritual Fairy. She and Red Heart Traveler had come to Western Desert together to help each other out. With her reinforcement, Red Heart Traveler's situation immediately turned better. He managed to escape from the horrible outcome of death. "We can't fight for long. This old demon is truly terrifying. We are not his match. We are only able to resist him now because he is not familiar with our methods yet." Red Heart Traveler hurriedly transmitted his voice. He had fought Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and felt the terror of an expert at the peak of the present age. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was unable to get rid of him because he had resurrected not long ago and had yet to completely adapt to the changes. If they truly fought, it was only a matter of time before Heavenly Court's 2 immortals were killed by Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. "I have an idea, follow me!" 9 Spiritual Fairy transmitted her voice, retreating while fighting. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju chased after the 2 immortals all the way to a desert. 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly transformed into an immemorial desolate beast and held Red Heart Traveler in her mouth before plunging into the desert. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted coldly. "Foolish action!" With a clap of his hands, heaven and earth shook. Milky white chi current slammed the desert surface like a tsunami. The surrounding 100 li of desert was forcibly pressed down to over 10 feet deep. 9 Spiritual Fairy let out a muffled groan as she suffered heavy injuries. Red Heart Traveler quickly used healing methods on her. 9 Spiritual Fairy did not dare to return to fighting and concentrated only on moving deeper into the ground. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was just about to plunge into the desert and continue chasing when he suddenly heard a beast roar. At the next moment, a huge immemorial soul beast flew out of the nearby desert ground. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this immemorial soul beast. This immemorial soul beast had a strange shape and looked quite furious. It had a tortoise shell, for tiger paws, dragon tail, snake neck, and a human head. Its head was full of disheveled hair, and its eyes were letting out ominous light and fury. This was a legendary immemorial desolate beast with many immortal goo. "Oh, you found Qingqiu." Seeing Demon Immortal Chi-Ju tangled with the immemorial soul beast, Red Heart Traveler exclaimed in shock. This immemorial soul beast was Qingqiu. After Divine Being Palace was seized by Fang Clan, Qingqiu left Divine Being Palace and hid itself in some areas. But in the Fate War, Divine Being Palace and Emperor's City had merged into one and Genesis Lotus was in control of it. After the Fate War, Genesis Lotus will naturally handed all kinds of information to Heavenly Court. Not only did Qin Dingling know of Fang Dichang's true identity, she also obtained information on Qingqiu. Divine Being Palace had imprisoned Qingqiu for so many years, Genesis Lotus will had an extremely high understanding of it, and knew of a secret method to find it. Qin Dingling obtained this secret method and secretly commanded 9 spiritual fairy to search for Qin Chou and subdue it. Qin Chou was a legendary immemorial beast. Not only did it have outstanding battle strength, it also had a natural ability to recognize everything related to spectral soul. If Heavenly Court obtained it, not only could they deal with Fan Yuan, they could even deal with spectral soul. It could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. 9 spiritual fairy had found Qin Chou's location not long ago, but her strength was insufficient, and she had no confidence in succeeding. When Red Heart Traveler ran into Demon Immortal Qi Ju, she thought of a plan to lure Demon Immortal Qi Ju into fighting with Qin Chou. Amazing, like this, we can watch from the sidelines and even possibly benefit from their conflict. Red Heart Traveler smiled. Qin Chou is not Demon Immortal Qi Ju's match. We need to observe the situation before making a decision. 9 spiritual fairy talked while moving deeper into the ground. The further away they were from the battlefield, the better. However, beyond the expectations of Heavenly Court's 2 immortals, Demon Immortal Qi Ju felt something amiss and breathed out boundless qi currents that filled the sky. He entered them and quickly disappeared. Without an opponent, Qin Chou also chose to leave the battlefield, escaping to the horizons. Deep underground, Heavenly Court's 2 immortals looked at each other. Red Heart Traveler suddenly said, "Damn it! That Blood Sea True Inheritance is going to be taken." 9 spiritual fairy was stunned for a moment before reacting. "You really found that Blood Path True Inheritance?" Red Heart Traveler nodded, sighing. Heavenly Court's clues were not wrong. The crucial key was the Qi tide that exposed the Blood Sea True Inheritance. I searched for over half a month before finally arriving at the location. But I ran into Demon Immortal Qi Ju over there. 9 spiritual fairy was silent. Meanwhile, Demon Immortal Qi Ju returned back to the original spot. "It is really here." He inspected for a while, discovering the target was still here and had not moved. After trying for a while more, he successfully obtained this Blood Sea True Inheritance. Back then, Blood Sea Ancestor had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance sites that spread over Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. Among them, there were 9 true inheritances. One of the true inheritances had now fallen into Demon Immortal Qi Ju's hands. Blood Path True Inheritance. Amazing, with this true inheritance, it will be several times easier for me to deal with Blood Path Gu Immortals. And this Blood Qi Immortal Gu is really suitable for me. Ha! Demon Immortal Qi Ju laughed heartily. Almost all the killer moves he activated before consumed Qi Path Immortal materials. Now that he obtained a Qi Path Immortal Gu, his strength was raised further. Although there was still some difference from his peak condition in history, he was already much stronger than when he fought Fan Yuan. Chapter 2015. Sand Wolf City's Huge Change. Western Desert. Wind blew hard and sand flew everywhere. A merchant caravan pulled by camels was moving with difficulty through the barren desert. Oh heavens, we finally returned to Sand Wolf City. Inside the caravan, Pingda spoke with deep emotions as he showed an exhausted expression. Gu Master Mo Li was sitting on a camel to the side. He looked at Pingda and laughed. "Kid, your words are quite different from when we moved out the first time." Pingda's face flushed a little. When Mo Li had just organized the merchant caravan, Pingda had been extremely excited and thought the adventure would be amazing and fun. But after a few caravan trips, Pingda had already fully realized his former naivety. In this world, peddling was not only difficult and extremely dangerous, it was also extremely tiring. With even some slight carelessness, his fragile life would be lost in the vast and merciless desert. However, Pingda's emotions resonated with other Gu masters in the merchant caravan. "Yes, we are back home again. We did not encounter any danger in this journey, but it was truly exhausting. I am going to take a good bath after returning. I am already unable to control myself. I'll go drink my fill at the tavern, haha." Amoli smiled. He thought of his wife as well as his son, who had changed a lot recently. His son was selected and was heavily cultivated. His prodigal son had truly turned over a new leaf. These beautiful wonders of life gave Amoli brand new hope and motivation. Being a caravan merchant was difficult, but he found joy in his own way. "Wait, something is going on!" The investigative Gu master who was at the forefront of the caravan suddenly shouted. Pingda immediately tensed up while also feeling somewhat strange. According to common sense, this was near Sandwolf City, and there should be no danger here. So why was there the sudden warning? Amoli immediately activated his investigative Gu worm, his body slightly stiffened as he shouted. The situation is strange, rush forward with full speed. Pingda and the rest did not know the reason, but seeing Emily take the lead, they naturally believed in the merchant caravan leader and followed quickly. When they got close to Sandwolf City, they did not even need to use goo worms to discover the abnormalities. Puffs of gray smoke curled upwards. There was also fire and a burnt smell in the air that all came from Sandwolf City. Everyone in the merchant caravan had a bad feeling as they moved even faster. Finally, they arrived in front of Sandwolf City's gate. Impossible! What exactly is going on? Oh heavens, this is a dream, right? It must be a dream. Some of the merchant caravan members simply knelt on the ground, some broke down and started crying. Even the most stable, leader Emoli, was standing in a daze. Pingda's eyes were wide open as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The flowering Sandwolf City had now become ruins. There were corpses everywhere, rubble and wreckage littered the roads, fire burned and smoke was everywhere. The scene was too horrible to look at. Emoli mumbled when he suddenly jolted, running towards the inner city. His movement jolted many people. Goo masters began rushing to their homes. Pingda did not have a home, so he rode a camel and followed Emoli. Emoli was fast, and with anxiety burning his heart, he directly left Pingda far behind. Fortunately, Pingda had returned to Sandwolf City several times and knew the path to Emoli's home. When Pingda reached Emoli's home, he saw ruins. Emoli was kneeling on the ground, silently looking at his wife's corpse that he had dug out. Pingda, however, sensed deep sadness from Emoli's silence. How could this be? What exactly happened here? While Pingda was sad, even more so, he was bewildered. As far as he was concerned, Sandwolf City was a large city with many goo masters stationed here, but it was actually destroyed and turned into a city devoid of life. What kind of strength could have the power to destroy the whole of Sandwolf City? Was it a Cheetide disaster? But it did not look like that at all from the traces. This world is truly too dangerous. People are living in danger, even goo masters are the same. There is simply no safe place. Pingda felt his insignificance growing increasingly. He looked at Emoli, who was kneeling like a statue, and opened his mouth several times before finally saying, "Uncle, we need to pull ourselves together. Don't forget you still have a son." These words shook Missouri. His eyes lit up with some hope once again. "Pingda, thank you for your reminder. My son is still in the inner city area. He is a goo immortal seed and is heavily nurtured. He must be okay. He has to be guarded properly. Let's go find him." Emoli carried his wife's corpse and rushed towards the inner city area with Pingda. The whole inner city area had turned into a huge crater. The inner city area was gone. Several caravan members were standing at the edge of the crater, watching it blankly. Emoli walked towards them and looked at the huge crater in front of him. His face turned extremely pale and his lips trembled, unable to say anything. Pingda took in a sharp breath of air. He could see this huge crater was a beast's footprint. Such a large footprint meant this beast was unimaginably huge. This is not man-made. A beast calamity. A mountain-sized beast attacked Sandwolf City and killed everyone. The caravan members analyzed and started weeping again. Emoli fell into deathly silence and Pingda did not know how to console him. Emoli once had a beautiful home and now it was all gone. Only he himself was remaining. As far as Emoli was concerned, as far as the surviving caravan members were concerned, fate was simply too cruel. Boom! Just at this time, there was a sonic boom in the sky above everyone. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Could it be that the giant beast did not leave? Pingda quickly raised his head and saw two figures floating in the sky. "Goo Immortals!" The other goo masters shouted. "Disaster befell this place as well." The goo immortals in the sky talked, their voices echoing and spreading below. They did not conceal it. "This damned beast, it has caused my Emo clan to suffer such disastrous losses. Wait until I capture it, I will pull out its tendons and flay its skin to ease my anger." Another goo immortal said in fury. "Let's go, we will catch up to it soon." The two goo immortals quickly flew away. The goo masters on the ground were silent for a while when someone suddenly started to cry out loud. "Father, mother, you died so miserably. I, your son, cannot avenge you, but the immortals will uphold justice for you." Pingda was silent, his mood was extremely heavy. At this moment, he suddenly had a realization: even if one becomes a goo master, even if they are a rank 5 goo master, what use is it? Only by becoming a goo immortal could they have some sort of control over their own fate in this world. "I want to follow them to take a look." Emoli suddenly said with a resolute expression. Leader, are you crazy? The surrounding Goo masters quickly persuaded. Emoli's attitude was firm. I am incompetent. I cannot avenge my wife and child, but I will stake all my strength to see the death of the culprit with my own 2 eyes. If I can't even grasp this chance, even if I live on, I will feel regret for the rest of my life. These words resonated with the remaining Goo masters. They agreed and expressed that they wanted to move alongside Emoli to see justice being upheld. Uncle, I also want to follow you, Pengda said. You should stay behind, kid. Emoli's expression softened somewhat as he looked at Pengda. Pengda smiled bitterly. Uncle, you have saved me time and time again. You are my closest person in this world. Since I followed you, I will definitely not separate with you at this crucial moment. Let me continue to follow you, Uncle. Emoli looked deeply at Pengda for a good while before nodding and saying with a hoarse voice, Then follow me, rascal. The group of Goo masters followed the direction the Goo immortals flew towards and left the ruins of Sand Wolf City. On the way, the footprints of the giant beast was exceptionally obvious, which kept them on the correct path. They rushed like this for a day and a night when they suddenly heard thunder in the horizon. This is not thunder, it is the fight between the Goo immortals and the giant beast. Listen closely, you can vaguely hear a beast's howl. The Goo masters were excited as they sped up, wanting to get closer. But at this time, a dark chi current sprayed out like a rainbow crossing the sky. A thread of the chi current fell near the Goo masters. A trace of the dark chi brushed past the Goo master's shoulder. That Goo master suddenly cried out in terror. His skin and muscles started rotting and he soon melted into a white skeleton. Everyone was horrified at this shocking change and quickly escaped in all directions. Fortunately, the dark chi dispersed with the wind and did not linger. It is too dangerous to go closer. This is only the after effect of the fight between the Goo immortals and the giant beast. We have no strength to resist it. If we move in any closer, we will lose our lives. Most of the Goo masters stopped and turned back. I still want to try it. You can leave. Emoli was the only remaining Goo master. Pengda still wanted to follow him, but this time, Emoli's attitude was firm. He drove him away. Alone, Emoli moved some distance with difficulty. When he climbed up a sand dune and looked, he could not help taking in a sharp breath at what he saw. Far away in the horizon, dark fog covered everywhere. The fog was clearly the dark chi current from earlier. In the dark fog, Emoli could vaguely see a figure of a mountain-sized beast as well as the occasional lightning flashes. Emoli breathed in deeply and was about to continue moving forward when he was suddenly hugged from behind. Uncle, do you want to die? Don't go any forward, you will lose your life. Pengda shouted. Brat, why haven't you left yet? Emoli was furious. Pengda said with sincerity, Uncle, you are my benefactor, how can I forget your kindness and watch you send yourself to death's door? I know you want to die, your condition is not right, I have been following you all the way but you were unable to discover me. Uncle, live on, don't kill yourself. But Emoli was not persuaded. Brat, get lost. I won't. Screw off. This has nothing to do with you. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you, don't come here to die. Uncle, I will save you. I don't need you to save me, even if I die, I will stake my life to take revenge. Even if it is an insignificant attack, as long as it lands on that damned beast, I will be satisfied. Boom! Just as the two were bickering, a hurricane flew over from the battle on the horizon. The hurricane was like a pillar that connected heaven and earth, it moved quickly towards the two. Damn it! Pengda and Emoli simply did not have the time to dodge, and were swept away by the hurricane. The two insignificant figures disappeared into the violent hurricane in an instant. Chapter 2016. Dazzling Smile. Western Desert. Dark clouds covered the sky and thunder rumbled as the fierce fight of the Emo clan Goo immortals with the mysterious giant beast continued. Die, beast! I will tear out your bones and tendons as resources to compensate for the losses my Emo clan suffered. The two Emo clan Goo immortals were furious. The giant beast brought disaster to Emo clan, causing heavy losses. The areas these two were responsible for suffered even more severe damage. You want to kill me? During the battle, the mysterious giant beast suddenly spoke human words. Emo clan's two immortals were shocked and their hearts jumped wildly. At the same moment, the giant beast opened its mouth and shot out its long purple-red tongue. The long tongue moved with astonishing speed and pierced through Emo clan Goo immortal's body. Almost instantaneously, This Mo Clan Gu immortal was corroded by the strong poison and turned into nothingness. Only the immortal aperture turned into an indistinct light speck and fell to the ground. You are a legendary immemorial beast! The remaining Mo Clan Gu immortal was horrified and retreated in panic. But it was already late. The mysterious giant beast was Qing Cho. It laughed coldly as ghost chi started surging around it. The dense layers of ghost chi turned into ghostly figures which blocked the Mo Clan Gu immortal. Qing Cho closed in slowly. Didn't you want to kill me and pull out my bones and tendons? Mo Clan's Gu immortal shouted in fear. Spare me, I belong to Mo Clan. Spare me and Mo Clan won't pursue you any further. Pursue me? Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed past Qing Chao's face. You two idiots do not even know you are being used by others. Go and die. Ah! The Mo Clan Gu immortal let out a painful shriek as ghostly figures pounced on and killed them. After killing these two Gu immortals, Qing Cho looked towards the desert. Sand flew wildly on the ground, turning into a giant monster. It was an immemorial sand monster. This was the assistance brought by the Mo Clan Gu immortals. They were able to restrain Qing Cho by using it. But the Mo Clan Gu immortals had not expected Qing Cho to be a legendary immemorial desolate beast with wisdom that surpassed ordinary humans. Qing Cho took advantage of this point, pretending to be an ordinary immemorial desolate beast, which made the Mo Clan immortals complacent and relaxed their guard. Then with Qing Chao's fierce counterattack, the immortals died. With the death of the Mo Clan immortals, this immemorial sand monster was no longer controlled. Its movement began to slow down, and it stood on the ground while looking at Qing Cho. Qing Cho stared at the immemorial sand monster. Get lost! The immemorial sand monster shook with fear and immediately turned around, plunging into the desert and escaping. Qing Cho scared away the monster, but the surrounding ghost chi intensified further. It looked at a certain area in the sky and sneered. Two despicable worms, are you still not coming out? The moment its words came out, Heavenly Court's two immortals, 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler, slowly showed themselves. They were floating in the sky side by side and were looking down at Qing Cho. Previously, when Red Heart Traveler was searching for the Blood Sea True Inheritance, he was obstructed by Demon Immortal Qi Ju. After realizing Demon Immortal Qi Ju's goal, Red Heart Traveler resolutely gave up on the Blood Sea True Inheritance and continued to chase Qing Cho with 9 Spiritual Fairy. After all, Qing Chao's matter concerned Heavenly Court's plan. And even if he got the Blood Sea True Inheritance, it would only raise Red Heart Traveler's strength. The more important thing was clear with one glance. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler possessed Heavenly Court's secret method, so they continued to trace and soon discovered Qing Cho. But the two did not dare to make a move rashly. This was Western Desert, enemies were all around them, and it was not the territory of these two immortals. If they rashly started a fight, with the other being a legendary immemorial desolate beast, once the fight entered a stalemate, Western Desert's native Gu immortals would interfere and the situation would become too unstable. After some discussion, 9 Spiritual Fairy transformed into an immemorial desolate beast and destroyed the surrounding resource points, attracting some Mo Clan Gu immortals. The two Mo Clan immortals brought an immemorial sand monster, but they were not even able to make Qing Cho expend its energy. Instead, Qing Cho discovered traces of the two Heavenly Court immortals. With their plan failing and Qing Cho exposing their position, the two Heavenly Court immortals showed themselves and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. The two immortals were both rank 8 and were extraordinary indeed. Their moves were violent, and their attacks were like unceasing waves. Qing Cho immediately fell into a disadvantage. But Qing Cho was an immemorial desolate beast, its body was extremely tough and thick. There was no injury even after getting hit by several rank 8 killer moves. After dozens of exchanges, it became familiar with the techniques of the Heavenly Court immortals and began to slowly turn around the situation. However, this did not last long. A chi tide began to appear. It was because the immortal apertures of the dead Mo Clan immortals had opened the entrance and started to absorb heaven and earth chi to stabilize themselves. There was a difference in the heaven and earth chi in these two immortal apertures and the outside world, and along with the accumulated impact from the fights between the Gu immortals and Qing Cho, a giant chi tide was formed. Qing Cho suffered heavy restriction in the chi tide, its strength fell sharply. On the contrary, the two Heavenly Court immortals had offered their immortal apertures and only had phantom apertures, thus they were not affected too much in the chi tide. Qing Cho roared and struggled, but it was all in vain. It then realized that the two Heavenly Court immortals still had another layer of planning. They did not just use the two Western Desert immortals, they even calculated their immortal apertures in their plan. Just as Qingqiu was fighting bitterly, Ping De shook his head and opened his eyes. Where am I? After a moment of daze, he discovered he was being carried by Emoli and they were moving on a huge sand dune. Uncle, you saved me again. Ping De sighed. You are awake. Emoli smiled. Uncle, you can put me down. But Emoli shook his head. Your injuries are severe. Although I healed you, you should not move within a short period of time. Ping De smiled bitterly. I have troubled Uncle again. Where is this? Emoli replied. Sigh, we were swept away for over 10,000 li by the hurricane. We are now going back. Emoli had lived many years in the desert. He naturally had a method to distinguish the directions. Ping De was immediately worried after hearing Emoli's words. Uncle, you still want to return? You want to go back and die? Emoli was silent for a while. His voice was low and deep, containing resolution. I also know returning is risky, but if I don't even see the appearance of the killer of my wife and son, I will never be able to rest easy. Uncle. Ping De did not know what to say. He understood the sadness and hatred Emoli was feeling right now, and it was because of this, he was unable to persuade him further. Emoli continued, Brat, I am thankful for your concern. After we travel a bit further, I will drop you off with enough water and food. It won't be an issue for you to cross the desert and get to the nearest city. Uncle, I won't leave. I can't leave you alone. Don't make a scene. I am not making a scene, you are the one who is irrational. Just as the two were quarreling, the sand below Emoli began to move and formed a huge whirlpool that sucked both of them inside. Emoli quickly used his goo worms, but it was of no use. He was pale with shock. What is going on? My goo worms actually have no effect. Ping De also tried with no result. His face was extremely pale. Is this quicksand? We are going to be sucked in. This quicksand was too strange, their methods were useless on it. The two were getting closer and closer to the center of the quicksand, their bodies were slowly buried under the sand and their faces were ashen. Am I going to die? Ping De mumbled. Emoli heaved a deep sigh. I implicated you, Ping De. I don't blame you, Uncle. It was all my choice. Ping De felt his heart beating wildly and his throat parched. He did not know what to express. The feeling before impending death was really the worst. But soon, Ping De's attention was caught by another thing. He found that Uncle Emoli, who usually had great mental fortitude, was actually crying. Emoli sobbed. I am going to die, but my revenge has yet to be done. I did not even see the killer's true appearance. I am too weak, too weak. I don't even have the qualifications to approach the enemy. The gap between immortals and mortals is too big. I am only a mortal. I am like an ant. Ping De opened his mouth to console Emoli, but he did not know what to say. At the next moment, the hot sand poured into his mouth as Ping De quickly closed it. His whole body was buried and his sight was filled with darkness. Am I going to die? I am dying like this? He. I am truly pitiful, to think that my journey in this new world is going to end like this. I really don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Suddenly, in his dark vision, there were specks of starlight. Huh! I didn't die? Ping De sat up and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was now at the bottom of a dry well. The quicksand whirlpool continued to rotate in the entrance of the well, but the strange thing was that the sand did not fall down. There was a mysterious force here that stopped the quicksand whirlpool and only allowed Ping De and Emoli to enter it. Uncle, Uncle? Ping De immediately saw Emoli and shouted twice before he got a reaction. Kid, you are awake? This is an immortal opportunity. We have struck gold. Emoli turned around, saying with excitement and shock, This is very likely an inheritance left by a Gu immortal. Uncle, you are certain? Ping De's eyes opened in incredulity. This was too dreamlike. The ups and downs of life came too suddenly. He was not a greenhorn who had just transmigrated. The current Ping De had traveled with Emoli's caravan many times and knew about the Gu world. Gu immortals and Gu immortal inheritances were always a topic of discussion among Gu masters in their idle time. He did not expect the unreachable thing to appear in front of him now. Damn it, damn it! Why is there no reaction? Emoli attempted many things and was getting restless, but the starlight showed no reaction. Uncle, this might not be a Gu immortal inheritance, right? I feel like you are thinking too much. At this time, Ping De finally stood up and walked towards Emoli. Emoli did not retort. he also began to doubt his previous judgment. But right at this time, the starlight suddenly made a movement. Like tidal waves, they passed by Emily and entered Ping Da's body. The two were shocked. This happened so fast that when they reacted, the starlight had already entered Ping Da's body. Without the starlight, the well fell into darkness. Emily activated his goo worm, creating a lump of fire in his hand that brightened the well once again. Ping Da was standing on the spot and dazed like a statue with his eyes wide open. Emily quickly neared him. Ping Da, are you alright? Only then did Ping Da react. Uncle, you were correct. This is truly a goo immortal inheritance, and it is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance. What, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable? Emily was shaken. They had a lot of understanding regarding venerable existences as well. Due to the current time and situation, the goo immortal world's knowledge was no longer secret among mortals. Emily's gaze turned slightly complicated. This means to say, Ping Da, you are an otherworldly demon? No wonder the inheritance did not respond to me. Ping Da felt ashamed. Uncle, I didn't intentionally conceal it from you. It was just that. All right. Emily waved his hand. So what if you are an otherworldly demon? You are still Ping Da, the person I know, isn't that so? Ping Da was extremely moved and nodded his head quickly. Yes. Thank you for understanding, Uncle. Emily shook his hand. All right, you really struck it big this time. Since you inherited the Demon Venerable's inheritance, then use the method to leave here quickly. Ordinary methods are useless here. Ping Da felt ashamed. The situation is like this, Uncle. Although I have many goo worms, I cannot use them. This is the first time I am seeing these goo worms and need a lot of practice. Moreover, according to the inheritance, I must use one of the killer moves to leave here. Then practice it quickly. Ask anything you don't understand. Uncle will guide you. Yes, thank you, Uncle. Is there still a need for thanks between us? Emily smiled. Practice quickly. We don't have much water and food. As the inheritor, it did not matter if Ping Da ate or drank in the well, but Emily could not share the same benefit. Over the next few days, Ping Da practiced without resting. He was only a mortal, so the goo worms he practiced with were all mortal goo. This was the first time he was coming in contact with these goo worms. Although there were detailed explanations in the inheritance, he still needed to practice and master these goo worms. Emily helped Ping Da to study and learn. Once they had some progress, Ping Da would hand the goo worms to Emily for demonstration and guidance. Emily was an experienced goo master. Although he did not have the qualifications to inherit the Thieving Heaven true inheritance, he had much more efficient ways to probe these goo worms. Finally, Ping Da was barely able to master the usage of several goo worms and found a way to use a killer move. Go on, Ping Da, try to succeed in one attempt. Emily encouraged Ping Da. Watch this, Uncle. Ping Da used the killer move for the first time, but it did not succeed. The killer move activation failed and he suffered backlash. He coughed blood and fell on the ground. Ping Da, are you okay? Emily quickly inspected Ping Da's body. Ping Da squeezed words out through his mouth. I have disappointed you, Uncle. But rest assured, I will definitely. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. He then looked at his chest with an incredulous expression. His chest was pierced through by Emily's hand. His heart was destroyed because of this sneak attack. Uncle! Even more blood started flowing out of Ping Da's mouth. Emily raised his head slowly. His eyes were filled with tears and his expression was extremely twisted. Unfamiliarity and fear filled Ping Da's mind. Emily's voice was extremely hoarse. I want revenge. But the true inheritance chose you. Uncle had no other options. Ping Da. You are too young. You practiced for so long, but you could not even master a killer move. Uncle cannot wait any longer. Uncle cannot depend on you. Emily then took out his hand. Ping Da powerlessly fell onto the ground, his eyes helplessly looking at the entrance of the well. He was dead. But Emily did not stop. He activated his goo worms and captured Ping Da's soul. All right, the Thieving Heaven true inheritance is mine now. Emily laughed. Ping Da's blood was splattered on his face. His blood-stained face had a dazzling smile. Chapter 2017. By Ningbing vs. He Lu Lan. Central Continent, on a certain nameless and ordinary peak. 4 goo immortals arrived at the base of the mountain while concealing themselves. He Lu Lan is on this mountain. Ing Wuxia looked at the peak and spoke. At his sides were Fairy Ziwei, Old Man Jingyuan, and Bai Ningbing. After Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan forced Bai Ningbing to surrender, they obtained Ing Wuxia's whereabouts. Ing Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul, and his mission had always been to rescue his main body. But due to his strength and Fan Yuan's arrangements, Ing Wuxia could not enter Heavenly Court. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed and Fan Yuan escaped, while Ing Wuxia wandered around Central Continent, resenting Fan Yuan for not saving Spectral Soul's main body. After Fairy Ziwei provided enough evidence, Ing Wuxia learned his main body was no longer in Heavenly Court, and had gotten free by himself. Ing Wuxia was exulted. He directly abandoned Fan Yuan and joined Fairy Ziwei's group. Through Ing Wuxia, Fairy Ziwei's group learned that he had just recently separated from He Lu Lan. Thus, the four immortals quietly arrived at this place. Ing Wuxia said softly, "He Lu Lan is a formidable person, although her cultivation is low and her battle strength is not high because future self has lost its effect. She has great endurance, and knows how to wait patiently. She is ambitious and cannot be looked down upon." Ing Wuxia did not doubt his side strength, but what he was most worried was if He Lu Lan would side with them and betray Fan Yuan or not. In this aspect, Fairy Ziwei was confident. She said with a smile, "I have full confidence in making He Lu Lan surrender. She has a complex relationship with Fan Yuan, but it is not firm. He Lu Lan wants to kill her own father for revenge. This is her greatest wish. Fan Yuan has captured He Qing, and because his strength is higher than He Lu Lan's, she has always been controlled by him. We can use this to make her surrender. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Back then, Fairy Ziwei tried all sorts of methods to deduce Fan Yuan's position, but could not do anything because Fan Yuan was slippery like an eel and his most skilled wisdom path aspect was in blocking deductions. Fairy Ziwei could not do anything against Fan Yuan, but she investigated everything about Fan Yuan's subordinates. But at that time, even if she wanted to use these indirect ways to find Fan Yuan's location, they all ended up in failure. But now, Fairy Ziwei was going against He Lu Lan. Those past failures had now become her source of confidence. Immediately, Fairy Ziwei made arrangements. "This time, Ing Wuxia, you stay behind. Bai Ningbing, you will approach He Lu Lan. You can say you obtained news from Ing Wuxia and came to visit. When you near her, sneak attack and seal her in ice. After you get her under control, I will persuade her. How about I go with her?" Ing Wuxia did not feel assured. Bai Ningbing glanced at him and flew away. Ing Wuxia quickly looked at Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei, however, shook her head. "We will watch it from here." Bai Ningbing flew across the sky like a flash of white light. She looked down at the peak and shouted, "He Lu Lan, are you here?" After a while, He Lu Lan came out from a mountain cave and frowned slightly as she looked towards Bai Ningbing. "Why are you here?" Bai Ningbing laughed and pointed at He Lu Lan. "I have joined Spectral Soul now and have come to capture you. He Lu Lan, if you are smart, then just let yourself be captured." He Lu Lan's eyes opened wide. "Are you for real?" At the base of the mountain, Ing Wuxia almost stomped his foot in anger. I knew that Bai Ningbing would spoil the matter. Her nature is eccentric, and she prioritizes fun. She did this on purpose. She definitely felt this way would be more interesting. Sure enough, Bai Ningbing's laughter was heard. "Of course I am for real." Saying so, she turned into white light and charged at He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had already been preparing, and with a shout, she raised her hands and sent out a large amount of flames to counter the white light. Bai Ningbing was caught off guard and was forced back to the sky. But she looked even more excited. "Fire path method? You actually changed to this path? Haha, interesting. I already wanted to fight you. But how long can you block me for?" "Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang." Bai Ningbing directly activated her trump card method. Her body was no longer a flesh and blood body, and was covered in overflowing frost chi that even shrouded the mountain peak. He Lu Lan entered the mountain cave, and Bai Ningbing gave chase without being afraid of any traps. The two fought inside the cave, causing explosions that cracked and shattered the mountain rocks. After several exchanges, He Lu Lan fell into a disadvantage, and her situation did not look good. He Lu Lan's aptitude, temperament, and natural talents were at top level, but her fortune was not good, and she ran into Fan Yuan too early. Fan Yuan dominated her and used He Qing to control her, which greatly influenced her cultivation. He Lu Lan's strength Qi Immortal Gu, Flying Bear's strength Immortal Gu, and self-strength Immortal Gu became Fan Yuan's possessions. Slavery Immortal Gu was also borrowed by Fan Yuan and consumed. Divert disaster Immortal Gu was destroyed when she underwent tribulation. During the period of the Fate War, He Lulan almost always relied on the killer move Future Self. Once the Future Self was broken, He Lulan returned to her previous self. Fan Yuan did not summon her back. He Lulan also held ambitions and did not want to be controlled by Fan Yuan, so she actively searched for a way to be free. She possessed her aunt's true inheritances, and after enough pondering, she resolutely changed to cultivating Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Path. But unfortunately, before she had good progress, she was discovered by Fairy Ziwei and was now chased by Bai Ningbing. He Lulan felt bitter inside. She wanted to retreat but was chased closely by Bai Ningbing. When she slowly lost the strength to attack and was about to be captured by Bai Ningbing, a white light flew over from the horizon. This white light appeared slow but was extremely fast. Bai Ningbing's Bai Xiang form actually could not dodge it, and was struck. In an instant Bai Xiang froze in the air, no longer moving. He Lulan has reinforcements. Ing Wuxia was shocked. Not reinforcements, this should be Longevity Heaven's members, Fairy Ziwei said with a smile. Ing Wuxia realized, Fairy Ziwei had already taken Bai Ningbing's nature into her calculations. Her main goal had been to use Bai Ningbing to trigger Longevity Heaven's ambush. The reason she did not send Ing Wuxia was in fact because she wanted to protect him. Ing Wuxia was Spectral Soul's clone after all, he was truly one of them. And Bai Ningbing, who possessed Bai Xiang, was the perfect candidate to probe the ambush. This is a time path killer move, is it Fan Yuan? He Lulan had a complex expression as she looked towards the horizon through the gaps in the cave. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar appeared in the horizons, and in almost an instant, arrived at the center of the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar sent out a strong light that shone on the unmoving Bai Ningbing. Although the killer move by Xiang was amazing, Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house that was personally created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If Bai Ningbing was struck head-on, her death was certain. Fairy Ziwei quickly made a move, sending out a purple aurora to cover Bai Ningbing while blocking Calamity Luck Altar's powerful light. I was wondering who it was, so it turns out to be the leader of the defeated Heavenly Court. Bing Sichuan's voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Ziwei shook her head slightly and flew to the sky with Old Man Jingyuan. We have already joined Lord Spectral Soul, we are no longer in Heavenly Court's faction. Bing Sichuan sneered. Like I care about which side you are on. He Lulan is my Longevity Heaven's descendant, she is a member of Northern Plains. Don't even dream of harming her. Fairy Ziwei retorted. The 5 regions have merged, all the regional walls have disappeared. What do you mean by Northern Plains? We will need to fight to decide where He Lulan goes. Bing Sichuan did not speak any nonsense, he directly controlled Calamity Luck Altar to collide into Fairy Ziwei. A huge battle erupted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were put under control, unable to budge. He Lulan's face was ashen, she was fully aware that be it Heavenly Court or Longevity Heaven, they were trying to use her to search for clues about Fan Yuan. This was the result of having low cultivation level, she had become an object for the two sides to fight over. No one asked her if she was willing or not. This battle did not last long, both sides were holding back. It was Fairy Ziwei who took the initiative to stop. No need to fight anymore, there's no harm in giving He Lulan to you. Bing Sichuan had Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar while Fairy Ziwei was without Star Constellation chessboard and was in a weakened state. The reason she attacked was because she wanted to trigger a Chi Tide and use it to claim victory. But Bing Sichuan clearly knew of Fairy Ziwei's plan and made Calamity Luck Altar use all its might. Fairy Ziwei saw the battle turning increasingly fierce and knew her side would have to use their full strength if they wanted to hold on until the Chi Tide arrived, so she directly chose to stop. We have a common objective, it doesn't matter where He Lulan ends up in. Fan Yuan is at his weakest state currently. If we miss this rare chance and let him recover, it will be too late. We can even work together, what do you think, Bing Sichuan? Fairy Ziwei made a proposal. Then, she showed evidence to prove her current faction. Who could have thought that there would be a day when we cooperate? Bing Sichuan was silent for a while before sighing. Both sides had their own venerable as their backer, and they both wanted to kill Fan Yuan. They had the qualifications to cooperate as well as a common goal, so working together was indeed a wise choice. Chapter 2018. Impending Fatal Calamity. Central Continent, deep beneath a certain earth trench, Calamity Luck Altar was floating in the air. There were tall cliffs on both sides, while below it was unfathomable darkness. It was emitting soft light and did not conceal its aura, scaring away any beast that tried to approach it. At the middle of the cliff was a giant cave that was dug by Fairy Ziwei and the rest. Purple light flickered in the cave and a wisdom path formation was already set up. Fairy Ziwei sat at the center and old man Jingyuan sat at the assistant's position. On one hand, he was using human path methods to cooperate with Fairy Ziwei. On the other hand, he was using a portion of the immortal formation to guard against Bing Saichuan. After all, it was the first time these two sides were collaborating. They had to err on the side of caution. There were several formation cores at the edges of the formation as well. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia were sitting in these formation cores as the crucial clues. Purple light swayed, rising and falling at times like tides. After a long while, Fairy Ziwei opened her eyes slowly and stopped this wisdom path immortal formation. The overflowing purple light dissipated slowly. How is it? Bing Saichuan's question came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Ziwei sighed and shook her head. It is still not enough. But this method is absolutely effective. These three have set alliance agreements with Fan Yuan. Their connections are extremely tight. As long as we capture even more Gu Immortals, we can deduce Fan Yuan's exact location. The large formation was dismantled and the Gu worms flew back to Fairy Ziwei's immortal aperture. Ing Wuxia and the others stood up. Bai Ningbing smiled. This is not difficult. During the Fate War, Fan Yuan had dispatched not only us but also a large number of Transformation Path Gu Immortals. He Lulan added. From what I know, these Transformation Path Gu Immortals were incorporated after Fan Yuan annexed an immemorial grotto heaven. After the Fate War, Fan Yuan disappeared without leaving behind any traces. These people should still be scattered around Central Continent. Ing Wuxia shook his head. But these Transformation Path Gu Immortals don't have a close connection with Fan Yuan. It is better if we look for Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Ying. These two are crucial characters that are only second to us. Fairy Ziwei had stored all the Gu worms by now. She did not have formation flag Gu or similar methods. It was rather time-consuming every time she dismantled the formation. She looked towards Calamity Luck Altar which had been guarding from the side. It is better if we split our forces to search for White Rabbit and Miao Ying. If we encounter Fan Yuan's Transformation Path Gu Immortal subordinates along the way, we can make the decision to make a move at our own discretion. Shortly after, Bing Saichuan's response came from Calamity Luck Altar. Of course. For our following plans, we will need more communication between us. Fairy Ziwei nodded. Indeed. Although the scale of this cooperation was small and duration was short, it had huge significance and both sides had begun to trust each other. Calamity Luck Altar picked up He Lulan while Bai Ningbing and Ing Wuxia stayed with Fairy Ziwei. Both sides separated and departed on their own. Immemorial 2 Heavens. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Fairy Crescent Moon, you won't surrender even if the alternative is death? Xiao Hejian, Lady Cold Ash and the rest were looking down from high above, looking at the dying Gu Immortal in the ruins. Fairy Crescent Moon had rank 8 cultivation and was the owner of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. She had the terrain advantage but she was completely outnumbered. She was only hanging on her last breath now. She spat and said with hatred, You bandits, my Crescent Moon Grot Heaven has no conflicts with the outside world and has never provoked you nor had any ambitious plans. I will never surrender to you. Then die. Lady Coldash was already impatient. She pointed her finger. A grey light shot out and struck Fairy Crescent Moon. Lady Coldash put her hand inside her sleeve. Fairy Crescent Moon's soul was carried by the grey light and brought to her. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal soul. Devouring her soul will be much more effective and also much easier to absorb. Lady Coldash was Spectral Soul, but he was able to conceal it from the whole of Wu Shuai's alliance. Xiao Hejian looked at her. Lady Coldash, you battled in the front lines and slaughtered countless enemies, collecting a vast number of mortal souls and many Gu Immortal souls. Those are your battle spoils, but Lord Alliance Leader specially asked for this rank 8 soul. You cannot take it. Spectral Soul was slightly stunned before smiling and handing this rank 8 soul to Xiao Hejian. Since our alliance leader wants it, why would I dare to take it? Inside her heart, however, she was snorting coldly. I shall hand this to you for the time being. In the future, I will settle both our old and new grudges together. Xiao Hejian nodded with approval and took Fairy Crescent Moon's soul while consoling Lady Coldash. Let's go, let the others clean up here. Follow me to see the alliance leader and report the battle. I can finally get close to Wu Shuai. This is a good chance. Spectral Soul's mood lifted upon hearing that. However, when the two arrived in Dragon Palace's hall, they only saw Wu Shuai's while sitting on the main seat. Wu Shuai's will heard the report and praised. Lady Coldash, you made the most contributions in this invasion of Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven, well done. It is our duty to work for Alliance Leader. Lady Coldash was extremely disappointed but showed a smile on her face. All right, you can leave. When we hand out the rewards based on contribution later, you will not be disappointed. Wu Shuai's will waved his hand. The two left Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul, however, felt discontent inwardly. It is really a pity that we were not able to see Alliance Leader. Xiao Hejian glanced at her, feeling some disdain towards Lady Coldash's conduct in trying to flatter the Alliance Leader when they were not even in front of him. How can Lord Alliance Leader be available whenever you want? He has been in closed cultivation to resolve the danger of the Qi harvest fruits. We only need to follow his orders. Yes. Xiao Hejian's expression softened as he patted Lady Coldash's shoulder. Work well and follow me. You will be able to play a key role in the Alliance one day. Then I will depend on Lord's guidance. Spectral Soul put up a performance while internally scheming on when to capture Xiao Hejian. It is good that you understand. Xiao Hejian smiled and walked forward. He had joined the Alliance because of Qi Ju's true inheritance. As a lone force, he was suppressed by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and others. But Xiao Hejian's strength surpassed ordinary rank 8s. He was slowly stabilizing his footing in the Alliance, and had won over some Gu immortals under him. Lady Coldash's performance had been extremely outstanding in the latest battle, and she had displayed extraordinary battle strength, so despite her being a pure human, Xiao Hejian wanted to rope her into his side. On the other side, Granny Skeleton has arrived. The doorman shouted. Granny Skeleton entered the hall and saw Qi Ancestor on the main seat. She quickly cupped her hands and bowed, getting straight to the point. Skeleton Grotto Heaven is willing to come under Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor nodded. Ha ha ha, Granny Skeleton, you are wise. You will not regret joining my side. Granny Skeleton sighed and asked, I wonder when Lord Ancestor can get rid of the Qi harvest fruits problem? I have already made good progress in this, you can rest assured. Fang Yuan changed the topic. Skeleton Grotto Heaven is the nearest to Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven. Crescent Moon Grotto Heaven has now already fallen to Wu Shuai's side. I am willing to send troops and station some Gu immortals in Skeleton Grotto Heaven. I hope you can cooperate. Granny Skeleton sighed. Although Fang Yuan did not show the ability to resolve the danger of Qi harvest fruits, due to the outside world's condition, Granny Skeleton could only lower her head and join him. With the current situation, there is really nothing else I can do. Currently, there are almost no unaffiliated Grotto Heavens left in the immemorial Two Heavens. They have either joined Wu Shuai or have been recruited by Qi Ancestor. Sigh, I wonder what the future will be like. Granny Skeleton did not obtain the answer she wanted and left worriedly. The pressure on Fang Yuan was also increasing. A wisdom path great expert was deducing about me just now. The strength is also quite high. It seems like Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei was deducing the whereabouts of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan naturally sensed it. This was the same as a contest of the two's wisdom path methods across space. According to my luck, this situation is not looking good. The fatal calamity is impending, danger is lurking everywhere, and there is only a trace of hope. Fang Yuan's cooking luck pot might only be at rank 7, but he could glance at a portion of his luck and deduce the entirety from it. Fang Yuan had already made positive progress regarding the Qi harvest fruits, but he was still at his wits' end on how to refine Heaven Path Dao marks. He was aware that this trace of hope fell on the Heaven Path Dao marks. Only by refining the Heaven Path Dao marks and recovering his strength could he get free from the incoming calamity. If he could not refine them or did not refine them in time, it would be dangerous. But where is this breakthrough point that I seek? Chapter 2019. Rank 8 Hatred Gu. Western Desert. The intense rank 8 level battle was still continuing. Qingqiu roared, its tongue shot out with lightning speed. Bam bam bam. The blood-red figures that surrounded Qingqiu were easily pierced and destroyed by its tongue. Every time the blood-red figures exploded, Red Heart Traveler's face would turn a shade paler. His brows were furrowed and his teeth were clenched shut, but his fighting spirit did not diminish as he used all his strength to maintain the battlefield killer move. Red Heart Traveler won't be able to hold on for long like this. 9 Spiritual Fairy, who was fighting Qingqiu, had been paying attention to Red Heart Traveler's condition. They had tied down Qingqiu with a lot of difficulty. Red Heart Traveler had used a battlefield killer move and was able to temporarily entrap this legendary immemorial desolate beast. However, Chincho had intelligence comparable to a human's. After it discovered it was unable to break free from this battlefield killer move, it concentrated its attacks on Red Heart Traveler in order to break through. Once Red Heart Traveler was unable to hold on, the battlefield would dissipate and Chincho could walk out free. With this experience, it would definitely be extremely vigilant, and it would be almost impossible to capture it again in a short period of time. Fine. I can only use that move. Nine Spiritual Fairy gritted her teeth and made a huge decision. Immortal Killer Move, 9 Spiritual Transformations. Her body suddenly shook as she transformed back to her human form. She was a transformation path great expert, and should be much stronger after transformation to another form. But right now, even though she returned to her human form, her aura was surging and she was even stronger than her previous self. 9 spiritual lights shot out one after another from her immortal aperture and formed an enormous 9-colored barrier of light. The barrier had 9 layers with distinct colors. Chincho had been concentrating on Red Heart Traveler, so it felt a great shock from 9 spiritual fairies' sudden outburst and quickly split some of its attacks towards her. But at this stage, the killer move 9 spiritual transformations was already completed and had no flaws. 9 spiritual fairy gave a clear roar, the 9-colored barrier shook and the 9 layers of light mixed together, becoming extremely dazzling. The mixed light sphere then transformed into a rhinoceros with a large head and small body, and was shining with various colors. It charged towards Chincho. Chincho roared and gave up on Red Heart Traveler for the moment, and without dodging, it charged towards this rhinoceros. With a loud explosion, the surroundings shook intensely. After the two enormous monsters collided, it was actually Chincho who had to take a small step back while the huge rhino only stopped in its spot. Chincho was shocked and furious. It had not expected this rhino to be so strong. As far as it was concerned, this multicolored rhino was translucent, and it could even see 9 spiritual fairy who was in the center. There was no feeling of it being a solid transformation. But the collision made Chincho realize this multicolored rhino was stronger than the previous solid transformations. Chincho fell into a disadvantage in the collision. This is the first time since the battle started. 9 spiritual transformations is indeed worthy of being a legendary transformation path killer move. Red Heart Traveler was happy and worried at this sight. The price of using 9 spiritual transformations was very high. After a Gu Immortal cultivates the killer move 9 spiritual transformations, they can only use it 9 times in their life. 9 spiritual fairy had chosen to expend one usage of such a valuable killer move on Chincho. It showed her determined will. Chincho roared, its bestial nature was agitated, it charged at 9 spiritual fairy again. But the multicolored light sphere that 9 spiritual fairy was in changed suddenly, from a large rhino to a southern fire sparrow. The fire sparrow spread its wings and flew to the sky. Chincho charged at empty space. Without even looking up, it activated its defensive methods. Sure enough, at the next moment, Chincho heard the sharp cry of the fire sparrow, then the sparrow collided onto its back. Whoosh, blazing flames engulfed it. Chincho's hurriedly activated defensive methods only lasted for a few breaths of time before they broke. Chincho counterattacked fiercely, beast roars and bird cries mixed together, the two sides were at a deadlock. Red Heart Traveler finally had a brief respite and quickly used the time to adjust his condition. While regulating his breath and observing the battle, he started to feel worried. Chincho is too sturdy, although it is being suppressed and the battle tempo is firmly held by 9 spiritual fairy, it has sufficient stamina. On the contrary, 9 spiritual fairy might hold the upper hand and have control over the battle, but she cannot last for long. If there is no external help and this goes on, she will definitely run out of stamina and die. Red Heart Traveler decided to take a risk. He accumulated his strength while waiting patiently. After waiting for 2 hours, he finally saw a chance. The chance was momentary. Red Heart Traveler immediately made his move. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The fragrant blood flew to the air and started rotating. Like a miniature blood sun, it emitted endless blood-red light, rushing to Chincho. Although Chincho was in a fierce battle with 9 spiritual fairy, it had never let go of its vigilance against Red Heart Traveler. However, when it used its killer move to block this tiny blood sphere, it was of no use. The blood sphere seemed to be illusory. It passed through the obstruction and struck Chincho's chest, turning into a red sun insignia. Chincho's expression changed immediately. it could feel that its every movement was being tied down by the red sun insignia. This was an extremely powerful seal. It quickly showed its might. It slowed down movement, interfered with killer moves, and lowered fighting spirit. Damn it, damn it! Chincho roared and started attacking wildly. 9 Spiritual Fairy used all her strength to hold Chincho back, but was being beaten back little by little. With a loud explosion, Chincho finally broke through Red Heart Traveler's battlefield killer move. However, Red Heart Traveler had a smile of victory on his face. Chincho's whole body was bound by blood threads. The source of the countless blood threads was the blood sun insignia at the center of its chest. Success. Cough, cough, cough. Red Heart Traveler coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, his face pale like paper. 9 Spiritual Fairy quickly suppressed the increasingly slower Chincho while transmitting her voice. Red Heart, do you need my help? Red Heart Traveler shook his head slowly and used the killer move with difficulty, healing his wounds while enduring the intense pain. 9 Spiritual Fairy spent much effort before finally suppressing Chincho. Looking at Chincho, who was bound by the blood threads like a mummy, 9 Spiritual Fairy praised. What method is this? It could actually capture Chincho. Red Heart Traveler was barely able to reply. This is a temporary move I created. I have not named it yet. 9 Spiritual Fairy looked towards Red Heart, slightly widening her eyes. I am truly amazed. Red Heart Traveler shook his head, smiling bitterly. Don't overestimate me. I detected that Chincho's vital goo was rank 8 hatred goo, so I made this move. If it were other legendary immemorial beasts, this move would be a joke. I could have the chance to use this move because you did not hesitate to activate 9 spiritual transformations. 9 Spiritual Fairy also shook her head. Capturing Chincho concerns the plan of capturing Fan Yuan. This is an important matter for Heavenly Court and for the people of the world. How could I refuse to pay such a small price? But is this hatred goo the one recorded in the legends of Renzu? Yes. Red Heart Traveler nodded. 9 Spiritual Fairy sighed. This explains why Chincho can distinguish its enemies. Unfortunately, it did not have a killer move to make full use of it. Now that we have captured it, we can take out the hatred goo and use Heavenly Court's killer move to find the location of Fan Yuan, Spectral Soul, and other demons. Red Heart Traveler restrained his aura. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. They had engaged in a fierce battle for a long while, although the battlefield killer move saved a lot of time and also concealed most of the traces of battle. There were bound to be goo immortals who would come to check this place. Not to mention other forces, Mo Clan's assembled troops might already be rushing on their way. 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler had battled for a long while. Their conditions were not perfect. They detained Chincho and moved towards Central Continent. Sure enough, just a short while after they left, several goo immortals of Mo Clan arrived with surging momentum in an immortal goo house. There was a fierce battle here. Although there are few traces, it can be seen that it was a rank 8 level fight. No wonder my clan's goo immortals perished so quickly. Give chase, we have an immortal goo house with us, they won't be able to run far. Mo Clan's group followed the traces and chased the 2 Heavenly Court immortals. Several days went by again. A sandstorm blew and a goo master was struggling to move in the desert. He reached the center of the battlefield and saw the deep craters that were mostly buried by the sandstorm. He raised his head and roared. This person was Emoli, who killed Pingda and seized Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. He went through all kinds of troubles to get here as soon as possible, thinking of seeing the true appearance of the culprit that killed his wife and son, but he was too late. I am going to find you and cut you to pieces. No matter who you are or what monster you are, I will kill you. Emoli knelt on the desert and roared towards the sky. Pingda's soul was floating beside him. Pingda gave a cold laugh. You, a mere mortal, wants to take revenge against an immortal beast? So what if it is an immortal beast? Emoli's eyes were red as he stared at Pingda's soul. His expression was malevolent. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I have Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. I can definitely become a goo immortal and succeed in taking revenge. Pingda laughed again. There is another possibility as well. This immortal beast was already killed by the goo immortals. You have no target to take revenge against already. Emoli was stunned and was silent like a statue. After a long while, he suddenly moved his hand and grabbed the throat of Pingda's soul. He seemed to be in a state of insanity. No. It won't die. I won't allow it to die. It must die by my hands. Emoli continued to shout. I will become a goo immortal. I have thieving heaven's true inheritance. I can definitely take revenge. I can definitely take revenge. Tell me how to use the next goo worm. While grabbing Ping Da's soul, Mo activated his goo worms. Wisps of white smoke and sizzling sounds came from the area where Mo's hand touched Ping Da. Ping Da's soul immediately let out a sharp screech from the unbearable pain. I will speak. This is called electric circuit goo. Electric circuit goo? What is this thing? Ping Da's soul hesitated for a bit. How can I explain this? You are not an otherworldly demon, you won't be able to understand what an electric circuit is. Simply speaking, it is the path that electric currents move along. Mo sneered. What is so hard to understand about it? It is not like I have not read the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu has recorded that Lightning Goo chose to cooperate with Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance to find a way out. They eventually managed to leave immemorial blue heaven. This should be the true meaning behind electric circuit. Ping Da's soul was stunned. Mo kept on praising. Thieving heaven demon venerable is truly worthy of being a venerable. He actually has such creative thoughts. He must have obtained the inspiration from the Legends of Renzu, thus creating electric circuit goo. Ping Da's soul. Chapter 2020. Rank 9 Lightning Goo. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, you betrayed the Two Heavens Alliance and actually colluded with Qixi Ancestor. This is an unforgivable sin, and you will be executed for it. Xiao Hejian looked down from above. Behind him were a large number of Goo immortals from the Two Heavens Alliance. They were all standing silently and expressionlessly, showing the numerical superiority. On the contrary, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was facing the enemies alone, his strength paled in comparison. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord gave a bitter smile. Since you found out, I don't have anything to say. But do you think I am willing to collude with the enemy? The Alliance wants to experiment on the Chi Harvest fruit in my Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. None of the Alliance's previous attempts have succeeded and all the Grotto Heavens they have tested on have detonated. I sided with the Two Heavens Alliance for self-protection. But now you want to sacrifice my home? Since that is the case, it is better to surrender to the enemy. I might even have some new hope. Xiao Hejian frowned, snorting coldly. You have no confidence in our Two Heavens Alliance and Lord Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Perhaps this time we'll succeed. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord chuckled. If Alliance leader Wu Shuai had a fair disposition, I would have nothing to say. But he is clearly protecting variant humans while sacrificing humans. The Grotto Heavens the Alliance has experimented on are all human Grotto Heavens. Wu Shuai is a dragon man after all. I have seen through this Alliance's farce. Human Goo immortals present here, watch carefully, this will be your outcome in the future. After me, it will be your turn. Hearing this, the human Goo immortals clearly had a slight change in expressions. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had no doubt spoken of what they were worried about. Wu Shuai and Qixi Ancestor were the same person, they naturally had a tacit agreement. They looked to be confronting each other on the surface, but were secretly dividing the Two Heavens forces. By now, there were no neutral Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens. The Grotto Heavens in the Two Heavens were either destroyed or had joined Wu Shuai or Qixi Ancestor. After the two sides divided the Two Heavens, they ceased fighting and began to find a way to solve the Chi Harvest fruit problem. Compared to Qixi Ancestor, who was researching in closed cultivation, Wu Shuai's Chi path attainment was clearly much weaker. So, Wu Shuai's Two Heavens Alliance had no choice but to experiment, and be very rough with their actions to pursue efficiency. The experiments to eliminate the Chi Harvest fruits had failed many times and destroyed many Grotto Heavens as a result. When it was Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's turn, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not willing to bet his home, so for self-protection and survival, he secretly contacted Qixi Ancestor. He was truly an unfortunate guy. Qixi Ancestor and Wu Shuai were in essence the same person. Qixi Ancestor was Fang Yuan's main body, and he informed Wu Shuai directly. Wu Shuai thus sent the command to Xiao Hejian to gather some Goo immortals to punish the traitor. Looking at Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, Xiao Hejian sneered silently and said with impatience, "Who is going to get this criminal?" Lady Koldash stepped forward like she wanted to be the vanguard. "Let me." Xiao Hejian nodded. "Good." Lady Koldash directly charged towards Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Xiao Hejian was inwardly happy and thought, Koldash is perceptive and has a lot of capability. My efforts to win her over were not a waste. Lady Koldash fought with Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Both were at rank 8 and went at each other, either yielding a step. The other Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were watching the battle from atop the clouds. In a fight between Gu Immortals, for a group attack to work, they would have paid attention to cooperation. Different paths would cause conflicts between Dao marks. If there was no skillful cooperation, it might instead waste their efforts. Naturally, this did not hinder the observing Gu Immortals from accumulating their energy and attacking when there was a chance. But the Two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals did not find any opportunity to sneak attack. Lady Coldash gradually gained the upper hand and control of the battle. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord saw the situation was bad and immediately escaped below ground. Lady Coldash was Spectral Soul's disguise after all. How could Forest Lightning Grotto Lord be her match? The deadlock earlier was only a deception. It was nothing more than Spectral Soul's act. Xiao Hejian saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord fleeing and laughed heartily. Chase! The Immortals gave chase. They did not care about the large Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven and only targeted Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. As long as they got rid of this Soul Rank 8, other resistances would not be an issue. They even took the initiative to maintain the safety of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. After all, this Grotto Heaven needed to be tested on, and they would have a share in the distribution of the resources inside it. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept on moving deep underground. Lady Coldash did not give chase and stayed beside Xiao Hejian. Soon, the first group of Gu Immortals who had entered deep underground returned with Soot covering them. When he obtained their report, Xiao Hejian was slightly stunned. There is such a thing? There is a lightning forest deep underground? The returning Gu Immortals naturally brought evidence. Through methods similar to Shadow Image Gu, the Two Heavens Alliance's Immortals saw a vast lightning forest. In the pitch-black underground, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled every moment. The flashes of lightning formed a tall silver tree. The tall tree only lasted for a moment, but it had large thunder leaves, many silver lightning branches and so on. They were materialized and tempted all the Immortals. Heaven, these are all priceless Lightning Path Rank 8 Immortal materials! This is only the superficial wealth of the Lightning Forest. According to the records in the legends of Renzu, the source of Lightning Forest is Lightning Gu. The size of this Lightning Forest is enough to prove there is a Rank 8 Lightning Gu here. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord wants to resist by relying on Lightning Gu. Humph, wishful thinking. How could a mere Rank 8 Immortal Gu oppose our Two Heavens Alliance? The Immortals discussed, but no one was willing to enter the forest. After all, the Lightning Forest was a dangerous area and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord possessed an enormous terrain advantage here. If they rashly invaded, it was very likely to be an unrewarding venture. Xiao Hejian frowned. Who will go capture Forest Lightning Grotto Lord? Lady Coldash stood up once again without hesitation. Xiao Hejian showed a pleased smile. Coldash, if you win, your contribution will be at the top for this battle. Thank you. Lady Coldash was about to move. Wait. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord also walked out. The Lightning Forest is a dangerous region. Let me accompany Coldash. If there is any unexpected mishap, I can be of some assistance. Let's do it that way then. Xiao Hejian agreed to Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord's request. Thereupon, the two Immortals charged towards the depths of the underground. Other Gu Immortals along with Xiao Hejian were floating in the air, watching the battle as well as waiting patiently. Lady Coldash charged to the bottom and arrived in front of the Lightning Forest. She directly opened her immortal aperture and let out countless soul beasts. The soul beasts charged towards the Lightning Forest like a violent tide. Rumble. Lightning struck continuously and explosions resounded unendingly. There were severe losses to the soul beasts. They used their lives to forcibly pave open a path. Lady Coldash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord smoothly entered the depths of the Lightning Forest. I didn't think Lady Coldash would actually deal with the Lightning Forest like this. She is really resolved to suck up to Xiao Hejian regardless of the cost. There have been many rumors recently about the Alliance leader wanting to make Xiao Hejian a Vice Alliance leader. The Alliance only has one Vice Alliance leader, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, currently. It is not strange for Lord Wu Shuai to make this arrangement to keep the balance between his subordinates. Lady Coldash might be a human Gu Immortal, but she doesn't want to have the same outcome as Forest Lightning Grotto Lords. So she wholeheartedly wants to climb ranks in the Alliance. She is doing her best to protect her Grotto Heaven. Gu Immortals observed the battle while conversing secretly. After a while of effort, Lady Coldash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord fought their way to the center of the Lightning Forest and saw Forest Lightning Grotto Lord once again. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was refining rank 8 lightning goo and quickly stopped the refinement when he saw the two immortals. He shouted in anger. Stop! If you take one more stop, I will destroy this lightning goo. The immortals were surprised. So this lightning goo is still a wild immortal goo and Forest Lightning Grotto Lord has not actually refined it? What is going on? Haha, I understand. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's ambition is not small. Oh, please explain. If I am not wrong, this lightning forest should have been just an ordinary lightning path resource point at the start. But at a certain point, it gave birth to a wild lightning goo. Because of this lightning goo, the lightning path resource point gradually transformed into a small lightning forest. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord did not refine this wild lightning goo, instead he added resources to grow this lightning forest. The larger the scale of the lightning forest, the lightning goo, which is the source, will also keep on advancing further. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord kept on investing resources and finally advanced this wild lightning goo to rank 8. The two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals saw through the ambitions of Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was a lightning path goo immortal and was not proficient in refinement path. But this lightning forest was created naturally, it was simply nature refining goo itself. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord cleverly borrowed the power of nature and added momentum to the original foundation. His goal was to advance lightning goo to rank 9 level. And during this process, if he refined this wild immortal goo, the process of nature refining goo would be interrupted and could not be recovered. Thus, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had left this wild lightning goo in its state and did not refine it. It was extremely difficult to seize others' goo worms. But wild immortal goo were different. A rank 8 wild immortal goo, the crucial thing was that it even had the possibility of advancing to rank 9. This discovery was extremely huge. Xiao Hejian and the rest opened their eyes wide, revealing greed and wariness. This is of vital importance, we cannot be rash. Xiao Hejian quickly transmitted his voice to Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord paused their attacks. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord spoke conditions. As long as you spare me and my Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven, I will offer this lightning goo to you. Xiao Hejian quickly contacted Wu Shuai and reported this matter. The matter concerned a future rank 9 lightning goo. Xiao Hejian did not dare to decide by himself. Chapter 2021. Blue Heaven Shatters. Soon Xiao Hejian received the reply. He personally flew underground and faced Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Alliance leader has said that he can let you go, but Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven must belong to the Alliance. Of course, the Alliance will not carry out any risky attempts on the Chi Harvest fruit in the Grotto Heaven. No! Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's attitude was extremely firm. This Grotto Heaven is my home, I will not give it up. It won't change owners, this is my territory, what qualifications does the Alliance have to seize it? I will look after the lightning goo for the moment, retreat and don't try to invade again from now on. I can set an agreement with the Alliance to never seek lightning goo. If the Alliance wants rank 9 lightning goo, you can provide the resources to raise it in the lightning forest here. Xiao Hejian did not respond and only reported Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's request to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai mumbled for a while, unable to come to a decision. He then sent this information to the main body through secret methods and let the main body decide. Fan Yuan fell into deep thought. Rank 9 immortal goo have supreme might, it is indeed worth yielding a step. But this lightning goo is only rank 8 currently. To raise it to rank 9, who knows how many resources and how big of a price we have to pay. And there could be many unexpected mishaps during this process. Another crucial point is that lightning goo's information cannot be concealed. This news will definitely lead to chaos. Be they Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, or other forces, they will all interfere. Wu Shuai's and Qixi ancestors' forces must have an all-out battle in the end. Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was deep and immediately deduced the future changes. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord concealed the secret of lightning goo because he wanted to keep it for himself. But now that he could not keep it, he could only use this chip to negotiate. Since he could secretly contact the enemy, he would not just negotiate with Wu Shuai's alliance, he was sure to contact Qixi ancestor. Fan Yuan's Qixi ancestor disguised protected humanity, and had allied with Heavenly Court. He could never let a variant human force like Wu Shuai's alliance obtain rank 9 lightning goo. Thus, Qixi ancestor would have to send troops. At that time, Forest Lightning Grotto Lord would surely curry favor with both sides and strive to win some respite. This Forest Lightning Grotto Lord truly had high astuteness, and was deeply aware of the way of survival of the weak. But like this, it was bound to increase the friction between Qi Ancestor and Wu Shuai. This was exactly what Fan Yuan had been trying to avoid. And at that time, Heavenly Court would definitely add fuel to the fire, even Longevity Heaven, Demon Immortal Qiju, and the 5 regions' forces would stir up the situation from the dark. Although Fan Yuan was the leader of both sides, he was unable to restrict every subordinate. In the fight between these subordinates, if anyone died, Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor would need to take some action to preserve their side's benefit and prestige. The situation would escalate and continue being irremediable until it finally leads to an all-out battle. But if Fan Yuan suppressed the situation, this would not fit the attitudes of Wu Shuai and Qi Ancestor. It would definitely be filled with giant loopholes in the eyes of Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Heavenly Court would start to have doubts, and the whole situation would turn even more dangerous. Thus, this situation was not as simple as just a lightning Gu. This would implicate many things. It would involve variant humans, and even the overall situation of the 2 heavens and 5 regions. Fan Yuan was unable to come to a decision immediately for such a huge matter. After all, he had to think of many factors. The important thing was that his current strength had fallen. He was at his weakest state, and now was the time when he needed to rest and recuperate. I remember Lightning Gu is recorded in the Legends of Renzu. The power it showed was quite strong. Fan Yuan browsed through the Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 30. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were sent flying away by Fate Gu and were forced to leave Renzu, arriving at immemorial blue heaven. Rumble. Thunder rumbled unceasingly here. Lightning flashed, imprinting the sky and forming a forest of lightning. I am angry! I am angry! The source of this lightning forest was a lightning Gu. It was roaring continuously. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, and myriad gold wondrous essence were extremely afraid. The lightning was too strong. So long as a lightning bolt struck them, they would be heavily injured or even die. They did not move at all, afraid of Lightning Gu discovering them and bombarding them to death. They waited patiently for Lightning Gu's anger to dissipate. They would move once it calmed down. But Lightning Gu was extremely angry, and its anger did not show any signs of decreasing. The lightning forest kept on growing in size. What should we do? Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence was worried. How can we return to Father? Brother, do you have any good suggestions? Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance shook his head, his brows furrowed. It is all Fate Gu's fault. It forcefully separated us from Father. I am definitely going to take revenge in the future. Arg, my heart hurts every time I think of Fate Gu. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance held his chest. He found his heart aching more and more. How could this be? He quickly opened up his chest and looked at the depths of his heart. Oh, why is there a Gu in my heart? Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was astonished. It is no wonder my heart is in constant pain. This Gu was biting on my heart. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence also saw this Gu worm. Isn't this Love Gu? I heard Father mentioning it before. No, I am Hatred Gu. The Gu worm spoke, although I look similar to Love Gu on the surface. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence urged. Hatred Gu, why are you gnawing on my brother's heart? Please stop quickly. But Hatred Gu said, I won't. I am building my home here. I am changing your brother's heart into a heart of hatred. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was furious. Who allowed you to build your home in my heart? Get out quickly, I don't welcome you. If you don't get out, I will crush you to death. Hatred Gu laughed loudly. I was attracted by Lightning Gu's anger, but unexpectedly discovered that your heart is more suitable for my home. I won't leave. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was furious. He actually put his hand inside his heart and grabbed Hatred Gu. Hatred Gu was like a curved blade without a handle. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's hand was pierced and bled as he grabbed it. He clenched his teeth and exerted strength, crushing Hatred Gu to death. But at the next moment, Hatred Gu resurrected from the blood and became even bigger. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance crushed it to death again. Hatred Gu revived once again, its size becoming slightly bigger again. It is useless. Hatred Gu said. Hatred cannot be killed. Vengeance only breeds more hatred and grudges. The more you treat me like this, the more your hatred will increase. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence was somewhat stunned and helpless against Hatred Gu. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Blazing glory lightning brilliance covered his chest, his face pale from the pain. Hatred goo was drilling in and out of his heart, creating holes after holes, transforming his heart into a heart of hatred. The current blazing glory lightning brilliance hated Fate goo even more. If I was not sent flying here by Fate goo, how could I have encountered hatred goo? How could my heart be pierced by hatred goo? I will definitely destroy Fate goo, I will definitely take revenge. The more blazing glory lightning brilliance thought, the more he hated. He was no longer afraid of angering lightning goo. He stood up suddenly. Sister, let's go, I don't want to stay here. Blazing glory lightning brilliance held Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence's hand. But Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence hesitated. Brother, there is lightning all around us, we don't know when it will strike, it is too dangerous. Blazing glory lightning brilliance said. Sister, don't be afraid. The hatred in my heart has shown me a path, that is the path of revenge. There is no lightning on this path, as long as I follow it, I can find Fate goo and take revenge against it. Quick, follow me! Blazing glory lightning brilliance dragged Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence. The strange thing was that despite lightning bolts crackling around them, not a single one struck blazing glory lightning brilliance and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence. The two ran and ran when they suddenly collided into something. What is ahead? Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence touched the air in front of her and found it was like a transparent wall. This is the Heavenly Wind-Chi Wall, the border of the immemorial 9 heavens. Hatred goo explained. Brother, there is a wall ahead, we cannot leave. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence said helplessly. But blazing glory lightning brilliance had a different perspective. Where is the wall? I only see the path ahead. As long as we follow along this trail, we can definitely leave and find Fate goo. Time and again, blazing glory lightning brilliance got up and rushed forward before colliding into the Heavenly Wind-Chi Wall. His head bled as he fell to the ground. Then, he climbed up and charged forward again. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence wanted to stop him, but blazing glory lightning brilliance did not listen. Hatred goo laughed. It is useless. I have already built my home in his heart. Although his eyes are open, he can only see the path that I point towards, he cannot see any other thing. Ha! Right at this time, lightning goo sensed blazing glory lightning brilliance and Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence. The terrifying lightning forest began to quickly spread towards them. There was no road to advance or retreat. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence was extremely anxious but did not have any ideas. It would have been great if we still had wealth goo. Blazing glory lightning brilliance did not listen to her. He continued to collide into the Heavenly Wind-Chi Wall. Blood filled the ground. Lightning goo finally reached closer. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence cried. Am I going to die here? But lightning goo restrained its power and approached slowly. It let out a rumbling sound. Don't worry, O humans, I won't harm you or injure you. On the contrary, I want your help. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence stopped crying and asked curiously. Lightning goo, you are so strong, how can we possibly help you? Lightning goo, I have been trapped here all along. Immemorial blue heaven is large, but I am already sick of it. I want to go out, but I am unable to find a path that leads to the outside, thus I am angry. Anger often leads to hatred, so hatred goo was attracted here. But from your brother, I can see the path to exit. Therefore, humans, let us cooperate. I will help you break the Heavenly Wind-Chi Wall, and you will bring me out of here, alright? Lightning goo proposed. Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence and Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance were very happy at this suggestion. I agree to it. Your help will be great. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance replied. Thereupon, Lightning goo landed on Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's hand and started to emit a terrifying radiance. Hatred goo laughed loudly. Let me lend you a hand. Lightning goo obtained Hatred goo's strength and became extremely powerful. Rumble rumble. Lightning goo erupted with fierce strength, not only destroying the Heavenly Wind-Chi Wall but even shattering the whole of immemorial blue heaven. Quickly leave! Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was greatly shocked and knew that they had created a huge disaster. He quickly grabbed his sister and left with Lightning goo and Hatred goo. Chapter 2022. Heavenly Court seeks to fight. According to the legends of Renzu, Hatred goo and Lightning goo can cooperate and amplify each other's power to form a terrifying killer move that directly destroyed immemorial blue heaven. Fan Yuan read it carefully again as he wondered, did this mean that these two goo worms could counter Heaven Path? Where were Heaven Path Dao marks most gathered in? Undoubtedly, the immemorial 9 heavens. Besides them, there was Fan Yuan's body. This seems to be an avenue to resolve my current predicament. Fan Yuan pondered. But only lightning goo is here, it won't work without hatred goo. Where is this goo worm? Is there currently such an immortal goo in existence? If not, how do I refine it? If it exists, the situation is even more troublesome as I will need to scheme and plan to seize it. In fact, even if I have these 2 core immortal goo, it is still a mystery on how to form them into that killer move. The legends of Rinzhu is too vague about it. Just at this time, Qin Dingling personally sent a letter through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan opened and read it. The letter goo directly talked about Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven's matter. Qin Dingling was very eager about lightning goo, and even wanted Qi ancestor to stop researching the Qi harvest fruits for the time being and lead his subordinates to cooperate with Heavenly Court in fighting for lightning goo. Why is Heavenly Court so anxious? Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Also, they obtained the information too quickly. Looks like they have arranged some spies on Wu Shuai's side. Qin Dingling was not Fairy Ziwei after all, she was slightly hurried in doing things, which allowed Fan Yuan, who had deep wisdom path attainment, to deduce some possibilities. Since that is the case. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. Heavenly Court's urgent letter made him come to a decision. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven. Xiao Hejian's expression changed slightly. He had received Wu Shuai's command. His gaze turned cold as he shouted. Alliance leaders sent the command to kill Forest Lightning Grotto Lord without worrying about lightning goo. It is nothing to lose a mere rank 8 immortal goo. We must execute all the goo immortals of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven and then attempt to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. Don't worry about the Grotto Heaven's resources, use all your strength to complete the task in the shortest time possible. What? Hearing these words, not only Forest Lightning Grotto Lord, even Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord were astonished. This was the future rank 9 immortal goo. Wu Shuai gave up on it so resolutely. For an instant, none of the 3 immortals made a move due to the shock. Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord was Heavenly Court's mole. He naturally thought of helping to preserve Forest Lightning Grotto Lord to harm Wu Shuai's alliance. And Lady Cold Ash was basically Spectral Soul. He also thought of preserving this point of conflict that would incite a fierce battle between Wu Shuai and Qi ancestor. As long as there was chaos, he could gain many chances to act. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord suddenly shouted. Xiao Hejian, such audacity, you actually gave a false command. Wu Shuai is expanding his strength, how can he give up on the future rank 9 immortal goo? As someone who joined recently, you truly have ill intentions. Xiao Hejian's expression turned cold from Forest Lightning Grotto Lord's incrimination. He did not retort, instead glaring at Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. This is our alliance leader's command. Are you going to believe a traitor or me? Attack! Saying so, Xiao Hejian did not wait for the 2 and charged in by himself. Bam bam bam. Killer moves were let out, destroying a large portion of the lightning forest. Charge! The Alliance Immortals who were above ground also received Xiao Hejian's order, and came over, besieging this lightning forest. Since the situation became like this, Lady Cold Ash and Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord could not care about their own schemes. They sighed and joined the group in attacking. Wu Shuai, you are really cruel! You are so narrow-minded, you will definitely die miserably. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord knew he was going to die and let out a vicious curse while exerting strength to destroy lightning goo. In your dreams. At the next moment, Lady Cold Ash suddenly appeared behind him. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord stiffened. Lady Cold Ash took the chance and actually seized lightning goo from his hands. What method is this? The immortals were astonished. Although Spectral Soul's attainment levels had fallen to a miserable level, he still had plenty of methods. The accumulation of a venerable could not be estimated by ordinary rank 8 goo immortals. Great job! Xiao Hejian was exulted. He had held no hope in taking lightning goo, but who could have thought it would truly be seized? This was Lady Cold Ash's merit and his as well. By now, his Vice Alliance leader position was already half confirmed. The remaining half would be by completing the task given by Wu Shuai. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord counterattacked madly. To preserve lightning goo, Lady Cold Ash had forcibly endured his attacks and got injured. Retreat and guard lightning goo! Xiao Hejian quickly came to help. He blocked Forest Lightning Grotto Lord for Lady Cold Ash. To prevent interference, other immortals began to plunder resources while watching Xiao Hejian fight Forest Lightning Grotto Lord alone. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord had already fought with Lady Cold Ash before. His condition was not optimal and almost all of his methods were exposed. Based on the superficial strength shown, Xiao Hejian was stronger than Lady Cold Ash as well. This battle held no suspense, and soon, Xiao Hejian defeated Forest Lightning Grotto Lord. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was not resigned to being defeated and was still thinking of escaping. But the surrounding Goo immortals had been observing the battle and encircled Forest Lightning Grotto Lord with no way for him to flee. Forest Lightning Grotto Lord was beheaded and Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was destroyed. The Alliance's experiment on the Qi Harvest fruit failed this time as well. Moreover, because Wu Shuai asked for the battle to be finished as quickly as possible, most of the resources in Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven were destroyed. The participating Goo immortals could only collect very few resources. The greatest gain was that wild rank 8 Lightning Goo. But it was clear this was going to be handed to Alliance leader Wu Shuai. Fan Yuan thought for a good while before finally deciding to deal with the problem directly, getting rid of Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven so that the conflict could not grow. Wu Shuai's fast decision not only astonished the Alliance members, it even destroyed Heavenly Court's plan. Qin Dingling had obtained first-hand information from Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and immediately contacted Qixi Ancestor. Fan Yuan received the letter. In the letter, Qin Dingling was still insisting on seizing Lightning Goo even though it had already fallen into Wu Shuai's hands. Even if they could not seize Lightning Goo, they had to destroy it. Looks like Heavenly Court is determined to get Lightning Goo. Heavenly Court should have Lightning Goo's immortal goo recipe, they can refine it themselves if this goo is destroyed. Fan Yuan was even more curious. Why was Heavenly Court so anxious to get Lightning Goo? Why did such the powerful Heavenly Court have such pressing needs for this immortal goo? Lightning Goo was not Fate Goo after all. Fan Yuan did not understand Heavenly Court's scheme, but Qin Dingling's attitude made Fan Yuan's previous plan fall through. Fan Yuan made Wu Shuai destroy Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven without any regards for the safety of Lightning Goo to strangle the possible conflict to death and prevent a war between the two sides. But Heavenly Court held an attitude akin to asking for battle. Fan Yuan also could not refuse it easily. After all, Qixi Ancestor was allied with Heavenly Court. How should he deal with this? Chapter 2023. Inviting Qixi. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Capital City Su Clan. There was a book house erected inside a certain guest room's courtyard. This book house was a mortal goo house. It had the form of a tree house, covered with green leaves and branches. Right now, Li Xiaobai was sitting cross-legged inside the book house. A beautiful girl was standing in front of him. She was Su Qihan. Su Qihan's expression was somewhat serious. Xiaobai, have you really thought it through? A vital goo cannot be changed easily. Li Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Qihan, don't be too worried. I have thought it through properly. I am most interested in composing poems. So to me, poetry goo is the most suitable vital goo. It was just that I was not qualified to change my vital goo before. But since this book house has extraordinary might, and has the function of assisting me in changing vital goo, how can I let go of such a chance? Su Qihan sighed. Since you have decided, I won't urge you anymore. I will guard you from outside. Li Xiaobai did not stand on ceremony, directly closing his eyes. After he obtained this book house inheritance, he returned to the capital city and reunited with Su Qihan. Although he lost in the poetry competition, he had already proven himself. Su Qihan invited him to stay temporarily in Su Clan. No one opposed to it. Instead, this became a beautiful story. Li Xiaobai was not stingy. After staying in Su Clan, he shared this book house inheritance with Su Qihan. The two spent almost every day in the book house, continuously cultivating, researching, and communicating intimately with each other. Although the two had undergone intimate activities because of a coincidence, they did not have close feelings for each other. Su Qihan's previous actions came from her own high moral character. But over these days of contact, Su Qihan increasingly appreciated Li Xiaobai's talents and started to feel an attraction to him. Li Xiaobai obtained this fortuitous encounter but did not conceal it from Su Qihan and shared it with her. From this, Su Qihan saw that Li Xiaobai's character was pure and kind, willing to give her anything. He was definitely not a heartless scholar. Although the two had not been officially engaged, Su Qihan had already treated Li Xiaobai as her sole lifelong partner. Su Qihan walked out of the book house with worry. This book house has high value and contains many branches of information path like verses, ditties, odes and songs. However, these branches are limited to Gu master cultivation and there are no ways to advance to Gu immortal. I have already hinted Xiaobai many times that as long as he marries into and lives in my Su clan, he can obtain Su Clan's calligraphy immortal cultivation technique. Unfortunately, he has no interest in calligraphy and is wholeheartedly focused on poems. Oh, since he likes it, I have no way to persuade him otherwise. If he accomplishes nothing in the future and stays as a Gu master, I will work hard to become a Gu immortal and an official of the imperial court. I will protect and take care of him for the rest of my life. I will watch him compose and recite poems. As long as he is happy, I am also happy. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had an imperial court. The high-ranking officials of the imperial court were all Gu immortals. Su Qihan was Su Clan's most beloved daughter and the apple of their eye. Her aptitude and talents were astonishing as well, so it was natural for her to come in contact with Su Clan's immortal cultivation technique. Young miss, you should take a rest, you will be tired if you keep on standing. With us here, great scholar Li's safety is guaranteed. The guards and the maids urged Su Qihan. Su Qihan shook her head. Stand guard outside the courtyard. I will personally guard him here. The book house started shaking, gentle light spread from the inside to the outside through the windows. A few minutes later, the book house turned silent, the leaves and the branches were no longer shaking. Inside the book house, Li Xiaobai opened his eyes slowly. The process of changing vital Gu went smoothly. Li Xiaobai looked inside his aperture and saw a Gu worm that looked like a heart. It had a red jade-like texture and was covered by a layer of light gold radiance. It was his new vital Gu, rank 5 Gu worm, Poetry. Poetry Gu was classified in Information Path and belonged to a side branch of Information Path cultivation. The most common form of Information Path cultivation were oaths and vows, like Sea Oath Gu, Mountain Pledge Gu, Promise Gu, Black and White Paper Gu. Second was transmitting information like Goose Gu, Paper Crane Gu, Butterfly Letter Gu, Flying Sword Letter Gu, Messenger Dove Gu, and so on. Thirdly was watching, listening, reading, and writing. For example, Water Text Gu belonged to the writing category. Beast Language Gu was related to reading and speaking. Verses, ditties, odes, songs, and so on were simply not mainstream. Li Xiaobai had made such a decision. It was no wonder Su Qihan was worried about his future prospects. But she did not know Li Xiaobai's true intention. This Grotto Heaven's environment is special as it is under the effect of the killer move, assisting literary talents. As long as I create great poems, I can obtain rewards and advance quickly. The 5 regions chaotic war is drawing close, such a way that can quickly increase one's strength with no side effect is priceless. Although Su Qihan can get in contact with Gu immortal cultivation methods, she does not know the outside world situation. I have changed my vital Gu to Poetry Gu. Next, I will practice Poetic Gu and Emotion Poetry Gu, use Gather Poem Gu to gather poems externally and advance Poem Wall Gu. Additionally, I should also practice Poem Boundary Gu. This is an extremely outstanding Gu worm which effect is similar to a battlefield killer move. Just as Li Xiaobai was thinking, the door was opened slowly, and Su Qihan entered with a concerned look. Xiaobai. Su Qihan spoke softly. Li Xiaobai gave a light smile and nodded towards her. Everything went smoothly. Su Qihan smiled, her beautiful watery eyes revealed delicate concern. That's good. Boom! Suddenly, the sky shook and an explosion resounded throughout the Grotto Heaven. What's going on? Li Xiaobai and Su Qihan were alarmed and rushed out of the room. They looked at the sky, but it was clear and blue. A gust of wind blew past them. The wind only lasted for a very short period of time, and after it passed by, there was no other abnormality. The mortals, Gu masters, and even Gu immortals living in the capital city sensed this suddenly appearing and disappearing abnormality. Most of the people were baffled, but a few Gu immortal officials who knew the inside details were joyous. Success. In a certain area of profound literature Grotto Heaven, old immortal Hua Yu bowed deeply towards Qi Ancestor in excitement. Congratulations to Ancestor for successfully handling the Qi harvest fruit calamity. Ancestor has saved the whole of profound literature Grotto Heaven. This favor is the same as giving us new life. From now on, if you have any orders for me, I will undoubtedly use all my strength without question. Qi Ancestor laughed heartily, lifting old immortal Hua Yu up. No need to be so courteous. The immortals standing at the side were extremely happy. Ancestor has divine might. Wu Shuai's side tested repeatedly and destroyed so many Grotto Heavens. Ancestor tried for the first time and succeeded. Wu Shuai can never match you. I wonder when Ancestor can resolve our Qi harvest fruit problem? Yes, our Grotto Heaven's Qi harvest fruits have already become extremely large and are getting closer to self-detonation. Gu immortals praised loudly while also urging Fan Yuan to continue his work. Fan Yuan waved his hand. This test was a success, but I sensed some flaws in it. I need to be in closed cultivation for 3 days to solve this issue. At that time, I will clear up the danger for everyone. Wouldn't that be even better? The immortals were exulted. We shall listen to ancestors' arrangements. Fan Yuan smiled, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. Heavenly Court. Soon, Qin Dingling received this news and immediately showed joy. Good. My choice to cooperate with Qi Ancestor was indeed correct. Qi Ancestor did not let down their expectations, not only creating a method to resolve the Qi harvest fruit problem, but even succeeding after using it once. According to the information, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Qi harvest fruit was not only safely removed, the fruit also burst and formed a harmless Qi tide that swept past the whole Grotto Heaven and raised the Grotto Heaven's foundation by a good amount. Qin Dingling was in a great mood. Over this period of time, Heavenly Court had already walked out of the shadow of defeat in the Fate War. With Qin Dingling and the other Heavenly Court immortal schemes and efforts, good news came one after another. Firstly, the variant human forces were restrained. Secondly, Qin Chou was captured, and now, the Qi harvest fruit's danger was eliminated. But now, should we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court first or try to fight for Lightning Gu? Qin Dingling could not come to a decision by herself and gathered the Heavenly Court immortals for a meeting. Qi Ancestor is worthy of being a Qi Path great expert. With this method, his force will be stable and in an impregnable position. Wu Shuai's alliance is still experimenting with various methods, their Qi Path attainment is too shallow. As long as Qi Ancestor defers for some time, there might not even be a need to start a fight and Wu Shuai's alliance will break apart by itself. Qin Dingling shook her head at this optimistic plan. Wu Shuai is a formidable person. Even a rabbit will bite if it is forced to a corner, let alone this dragon man. Once he obtains this news, he might immediately lead his troops to fight Qi Ancestor. That's right. Qi Ancestor can safely remove the Qi harvest fruits, but Wu Shuai cannot. The longer their fight is delayed, the more unfavorable it is to Wu Shuai. It is very likely for Wu Shuai to send his troops. In that case, we have to move ahead of time and ask Qi Ancestor to resolve the Qi harvest fruit in Heavenly Court. You are right. Once the battle starts, Qi Ancestor will not be able to deal with too many matters. He will definitely have to bear the full force attack from Wu Shuai. This situation is already like a conflict between fire and water. The fight won't be stopped easily once it starts, and it might really be a life and death battle. Qin Dingling looked at Nine Spiritual Fairy. How is the refinement of Hatred Gu going? Nine Spiritual Fairy shook her head. There has been a breakthrough just recently. Hatred Gu's condition is extremely strange. It has already merged into Qin Chou. We found a method to refine Hatred Gu just recently. It will take quite long to refine Hatred Gu. But the good news is that if we succeed, we can manipulate Qin Chou as well. Qin Dingling nodded. Since Hatred Gu has yet to be obtained completely, there is no need to hurry in seizing Lightning Gu. We will conceal this news as much as possible and invite Qi Ancestor to come to Heavenly Court secretly and deal with the Qi harvest fruit. After finishing this matter, we will then fight with Wu Shuai. The immortals did not have any objections. But how should we reward Qi Ancestor? A Gu immortal asked. This is not difficult. Qi Ancestor is very interested in the Qi Path immortal Gu in my Heavenly Court's treasury. In the previous letters, he had repeatedly asked to borrow these Qi Path immortal Gu, but I did not agree and kept on making excuses. Qin Dingling smiled. Another Gu immortal added, we also need to be on guard against another person, Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Qin Dingling nodded. I have also considered it. This demon is also a Qi Path great expert. If he collaborates with Wu Shuai, it will balance the situation of both sides again. He is a huge threat. It is difficult to track Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Who knows where he has gone now? He has just revived and is not familiar with the various paths of the present age. He is currently purchasing Qi Path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven and exchanging for inheritances of every path. He is taking even Gu Master inheritances. Wu Shuai has chips to transact with him. Qin Dingling stressed once again. So the current plan is to immediately invite Qi Ancestor to Heavenly Court while hiding the information and striving for every second we can get. Chapter 2024. Strategies of the Three Parties. Within Dragon Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. The situation has become like this. What do you all think about it? Wu Shuai was the only person seated. He had already gathered the Alliance's immortals and explained to them the actions that Qi Si ancestor took inside Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Heavenly Court tried all ways to conceal the information, but at the same time, Wu Shuai informed all of the Gu immortals within the Two Heavens Alliance. After hearing this nightmarish news, the response was huge as all of the immortals' expressions changed. Is this for real? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch asked immediately before reacting to what he had said. His face turned pale. I am not questioning Lord Alliance Leader, but this is truly too sudden and surprising. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Do I need to lie to you? This is not good. Xiao Hejian's expression was solemn. Qi Si ancestor is a Qi path great expert. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju was able to use a Qi harvest fruit to revive, then there is also a high chance that Qi Si ancestor can get rid of the threatening Qi harvest fruits. If the enemy has a method to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits, they will have a complete upper hand in this situation. Indeed. What do we do now? My tribe's Grotto Heaven's Qi harvest fruit has already grown to a huge size. If we do not get rid of it, it will explode soon. But our experiments have not succeeded once. We already ruined many Grotto Heavens. It is impossible for us to come to a peaceful truce with Qi Si ancestor. We should be wary of them using this chance to attack us. The immortals discussed as their tone contained fear and panic. Spectral Soul, who was acting as Lady Coldash, stood among them, cheering secretly. He wanted the war to start as soon as possible. If there was chaos, he would gain a great opportunity to take action. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord showed the same attitude as the rest, but he was happy on the inside. He had already joined Heavenly Court. This situation was very advantageous to him. Panicking to this degree, what a disgrace. Gu Tribe's leader suddenly shouted. Everyone looked towards him. Even though Gu Tribe's leader joined the Two Heavens Alliance, he had always been silent. But everyone knew that he was the closest person to Wu Shuai. In terms of Wu Shuai's trust, he surpassed Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian, who were both Vice Alliance leaders. Gu Tribe's leader suddenly spoke. Xiao Hejian shook internally as he realized something. Before he spoke, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had already taken the initiative. With Lord Alliance leader here, we have nothing to fear. At this crucial juncture of life and death, I am willing to follow Lord Alliance leader and listen to your commands. Xiao Hejian cursed internally, but he quickly followed. I will listen to Lord Alliance leader's decision. Wu Shuai nodded slightly, snorting. The current situation is critical. If we sit and wait here, we will definitely perish. There is no exception. We have to fight with all our strength now for a hope of survival. They are able to eliminate the Qi harvest fruit because of Qi Si ancestor's method. As long as we do our best and kill Qi Si ancestor, we will gain complete victory. Even if we cannot kill him, as long as we gravely injure him, the situation will also be alleviated. After Wu Shuai said that, Gu Tribe's leader immediately shouted. Alliance leader is wise. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. These two Vice Alliance leaders immediately shouted. Alliance leader is wise, this plan is superb. What ideas do you all have? If anyone has a better suggestion, you can tell us now. Wu Shuai purposely asked the other Gu immortals. But what ideas could these people have? In fact, Wu Shuai said he was going to attack the enemies because he had no other choice now. This was their only hope. Other than this, could they surrender to Qi Si ancestor? It was not that they did not know this, but nobody had the guts to say it. Forest Lightning Grotto Heaven was the best example. Everyone saw that pitiful end. Who would still dare to follow in its footsteps? Since everyone agrees, we will discuss about the way we will send our troops. We will use our time efficiently, and catch the enemy off guard. Wu Shuai said as he decided with lightning speed. Gu Tribe's leader added. Lord Alliance leader is right. Every second we waste now will mean the enemy gets an additional second of advantage. Immediately, the immortals started to discuss their offensive strategy. This discussion lasted nearly an hour before they came up with a refined plan. Wu Shuai opened the door of Dragon Palace, ordering the immortals to make preparations. They would move out in 7 days. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. He mobilized his forces and gathered more troops while quickly informing Heavenly Court of this new development. After Qin Dingling received the information, she summoned the Heavenly Court immortals for a meeting. The situation has changed. It seems that Wu Shuai has some spies around Qi Si ancestor. Like I said before, we cannot underestimate Wu Shuai. Since Wu Shuai is going to take the initiative to attack, let's use this chance to take him down. That will be hard. They have Dragon Palace and Di Zhangxing to defend them. Unless we can awaken some immortals from the graveyard, we will not have sufficient strength to deal with the enemies. Time is too pressing. We have 7 days and the situation will occur far away in Eastern Sea. We can only inform Qixi Ancestor now and ask him to make preparations while pretending to be ignorant. When Wu Shuai attacks, he will definitely suffer a setback. Did you forget that Wu Shuai has spies around Qixi Ancestor? If Qixi Ancestor learns this information from us, it will also likely alert Wu Shuai. Prince Fengxian suddenly spoke at this time. Why must we inform Qixi Ancestor? The discussions suddenly stopped. Qixi Ancestor is our ally. If we do not tell him about this, it will not benefit our alliance. Prince Fengxian shook his head slowly as he smiled. As long as we keep quiet, why would Qixi Ancestor find out that we know this? Our spy in the Two Heavens Alliance has always been kept as a secret. If we tell him now, the spy might get exposed. We ally with Qixi Ancestor because we need his strength to resolve Heavenly Court's problem of the Qi Harvest Fruit. We also want to use him as our pawn to gather an external force that can resist the variant human forces from getting stronger. Prince Fengxian continued to speak. And thirdly, if possible, we want to recruit Qixi Ancestor into becoming a Heavenly Court member. Qin Dingling looked at Prince Fengxian. Then in your opinion, what should we do? Prince Fengxian breathed in deeply. In my humble opinion, we should pretend that we do not know this and act according to our original plan. Now that Qixi Ancestor has already secretly moved out, he will arrive in Heavenly Court in 3 days. By then, we can get him to solve our problem of the Qi Harvest Fruit. Heavenly Court is huge and has immense foundation. The Qi Harvest Fruit here is the largest in the world. Qixi Ancestor suggested us to create a Qi Path Immortal formation. It will take at least 6 days to get rid of the Qi Harvest Fruit. We can purposely delay the formation creation time. If Wu Shuai's invasion succeeds, Qixi Ancestor's force will suffer a huge loss. Qixi Ancestor will become anxious and want to return to help them, but as the person controlling the formation, how can he leave? Qixi Ancestor's force will be without a leader. They will not be able to defeat Wu Shuai. In fact, even if they get wiped out, so what? Our strength will not fall while Qixi Ancestor will become a loner. By coming to Heavenly Court secretly and failing to protect his force, causing its destruction, his reputation will fall to rock bottom. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world will also look down on him. Who would respect someone who goes missing in battle while helping forces of other regions? At that point, Qixi Ancestor will understand that his status in Eastern Sea will never recover. By then, we will have no worries anymore. We can send people to take revenge for him. During the process, we can move him with logic and emotion. By tempting him with future gains, I am sure there is a high chance we can get him to join Heavenly Court. The immortals were silent. They looked at each other before looking towards Prince Fengxian. At this moment, all of the immortals' gazes became different from before. After hearing Prince Fengxian's strategy, their impression towards him changed completely. Prince Fengxian's arms were behind his back. He stopped speaking as he smiled. This scheme was vicious. None of the Gu immortals here thought of it except him. The reason was because of his own life experiences. Prince Fengxian came from Spirit Affinity House. He was used as a spy initially to develop in Northern Plains. After many years, he became rank 8 and also married into Gong tribe. He was the strongest spy in Northern Plains that came from Central Continent. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals have been too used to being overlords. Their mindsets were also too fixed in place. But all of the immortals here were rank 8 elites. They soon understood that Prince Fengxian's plan was the most advantageous to Heavenly Court. Even if Wu Shuai claims victory, so what? Only the Grotto Heavens and the Two Heavens would suffer. Even if Eastern Sea gets involved in the fight, its foundation would not be affected. Even if Eastern Sea's righteous path was toppled, that would only be one region. Humanity would still be the ruler of the world. All right. Qin Dingling looked at everyone's expressions as she said, making a decision. We will act according to Prince Fengxian's proposal. Chapter 2025. 3 Qi Immortal Gu. Heavenly Court was constantly filled with bright light. Fan Yuan, who was disguised as Qixi Ancestor, had already arrived in Heavenly Court. He floated in the air as he observed the Qi Harvest Fruit in front of him. The Qi Harvest Fruit in Heavenly Court was large beyond common sense. It was like a towering mountain range, vast and colossal. Such a huge Qi Harvest Fruit cannot even fit in an ordinary rank 8 grotto heaven. It will destroy the aperture walls from its sheer size. Only Heavenly Court has such a deep foundation, and because of the use of Sun Xianzi's space path fruits, the space inside is large enough to accommodate this Qi harvest fruit. Fan Yuan sighed internally. The last time he came to Heavenly Court, he had participated in the Fate War with his original appearance, and caused Heavenly Court to lose badly. This time, he was acting as Heavenly Court's friend. He was here to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Changes in situations and circumstances were often hard to predict. How is it? Qin Dingling stood beside Fan Yuan, asking. Fan Yuan nodded. This is the first time I've seen such a huge Qi harvest fruit. It shows that your foundation is truly unfathomable. This is truly the #1 force in the world. After pausing for a while, Fan Yuan continued. After my inspection earlier, even though my method is effective, this Qi harvest fruit is too big. We need to set up the immortal formation first. The larger the Qi path immortal formation, the more time we can save. Qin Dingling was slightly surprised. Ancestor, to think that you have already come up with the immortal formation's design. Fan Yuan shook his head. No, the Qi path immortal formation that we will set up is only going to amplify my Qi path killer moves. The actual way to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit is still through the Qi path killer moves that I will use. Qin Dingling nodded upon hearing this. The explanation was logical. She smiled as she took out a Qi path rank 8 immortal goo. Heavenly Court does not lack Qi path immortal goo to resolve the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Heavenly Court is willing to use up our Qi path resources. Ancestor, look at this immortal goo. Fan Yuan's attention was drawn to this immortal goo. Don't tell me this is human Qi immortal goo? Fan Yuan's pupils expanded as his expression changed. Human Qi immortal goo resembled a bee. It was thumb-sized and constantly moved its wings, floating above Qin Dingling's palm. It emitted a cloud-like qi. Qin Dingling handed human Qi immortal goo to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan extended his hand and held the goo. He looked at it fixedly and praised. Good goo, good goo. This goo is related to human path. It has immense potential for development. Qin Dingling smiled as she took out a second immortal goo, handing it to Fan Yuan. This was Earth Qi immortal goo. It resembled a butterfly, brown in color. It also gave off a cloud-like qi. Fan Yuan's left hand held human Qi immortal goo while his right hand held Earth Qi immortal goo. He looked at them with great interest. Wonderful, wonderful. And this is Heaven Qi immortal goo. Qin Dingling said as she passed Fan Yuan a third rank 8 immortal goo. Heaven Qi immortal goo resembled a dragonfly. It was green in color, and had 8 pairs of thin bluish wings. When it moved its wings, its entire body would emit a translucent Qi current. Fan Yuan had a solemn expression. This Heaven Qi immortal goo is tightly connected with Heaven Path. Truthfully speaking, the method that I created to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit only succeeded after I comprehended a trace of Heaven Path's profundity. If I had this goo, I would have succeeded much earlier. Goo immortals cultivate all sorts of paths. Human path and Heaven Path are the most unique. Ancestor, you have already reached the peak of Qi path. Thus you are able to mimic other paths easily and comprehend the true meaning of various paths. Qin Dingling praised before changing her words. These 3 Qi immortal goo are the core of triple Qi retraction killer move. They are priceless treasures of Heavenly Court. Only Heavenly Court members can have them. Qin Dingling saw Fan Yuan's expression and felt internally happy. She hinted to him that these goo worms would be available if he joined Heavenly Court. After hearing this, Fan Yuan showed a hesitant expression, but he was smiling to himself internally. All of the expressions he showed were just an act. If he really cultivated Qi path solely, these 3 Qi immortal goo would be incredibly alluring. Fan Yuan had tried many times already. These 3 Qi path immortal goo were the cores of triple Qi retraction. They could not be replaced. If he used other Qi path immortal goo in place of them, even if he manages to create a triple Qi retraction killer move, its value in battle would fall drastically. Thus, even though Fan Yuan had the complete primordial origin Qi path true inheritance now, he did not benefit much from it. Furthermore, Qi ancestor was just one of Fan Yuan's identities. He also had no lack of rank 8 immortal goo. Attitude, mutation, wisdom sword, years flow like water, soul beast token, regret, spring, summer, big Qi, region, addition, steel life, water refinement, advanced refinement, dream token. He simply had too many of them. In Fan Yuan's eyes, only rank 9 immortal goo could truly excite him. But rank 9 immortal goo were too rare. He originally had one, which was wisdom goo. But this immortal goo was tampered by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable long ago. He had no choice but to sacrifice it in the Fate War. Qin Dingling lent all 3 Qi immortal goo and let Qi ancestor familiarize himself with them. she also arranged several Gu immortals to modify the Chi Path Immortal Gu formation with Chi Si Ancestor. Having everyone's help, the Chi Path Immortal formation was finalized in a few days. Fan Yuan and the Heavenly Court Immortals started to set up the formation. This Chi Path formation's main owner was naturally Fan Yuan. But in the other formation cores, there would be Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals stationed. They could help him out while also supervising his actions. Chi Si Ancestor was an outsider after all. Even though he underwent an alliance agreement, he was still not a Heavenly Court member. How could Heavenly Court not guard against him? The truth was, the assisting Gu Immortals were not the only ones guarding against him. The core Immortal Gu of this Chi Path formation, Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi, were temporarily lent to Fan Yuan by Qin Dingling. If any situation occurs, Heavenly Court could immediately take them back and make Fan Yuan lose control of the entire Chi Path formation. This Chi Path formation was modified along with several Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Even if they had low Chi Path attainment, they still had general knowledge. It was hard to deceive them. Also, Fan Yuan did not conceal anything inside this Chi Path formation. The formation was definitely not an issue. Earth Chi Gu, go! Fan Yuan first tossed Earth Chi Immortal Gu as he instilled Immortal Essence. Earth Chi Immortal Gu quickly flew out. It went into the ground below the Chi Harvest Fruit. Boom! Suddenly, with a loud explosion, the ground below the Chi Harvest Fruit started to shake. Earth Chi started to rise up continuously. Fan Yuan started to collect the Earth Chi. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals around him also took action. Some helped with the gathering while others set up small formations around the small holes that the Earth Chi emerged from. While Fan Yuan was setting up his formation, deep underground at another area of Heavenly Court, there was a huge underground square. Qin Chao's mountain-like body was deep within this underground square, unmoving like a statue. Bam! Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard from afar. The underground square shook slightly, several cracks appeared on the ground. But Red Heart Traveler, who was defending this place, was not flustered. He immediately acted to stabilize the situation. The cracks on the ground could be seen disappearing at an observable rate. What's the commotion? Qin Cho suddenly spoke, but strangely, its voice was actually 9 spiritual fairies. 9 spiritual fairy was actually inside Qin Chao's body, trying to forcefully refine hatred Gu. From this commotion, Chi Si Ancestor must have started to create his formation. He used Earth Chi Immortal Gu as the first foundation of the formation. It involved the Earth Vein. Meanwhile, we are at one of the main Earth Veins, thus we could feel the influence. Red Heart Traveler spoke. Earlier, you were at a crucial moment, so I did not inform you of this. But don't worry, this cannot interrupt our plan. 9 spiritual fairy stopped worrying as she said. Then let's hurry up. If we can refine hatred Gu at the same time as the elimination of the Chi Harvest Fruit, Heavenly Court will have a double celebration. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had already recovered from the trauma of the Fate War. They became braver after the humiliation. They worked harder and had greater morale now. Days later, the Chi Path formation was created. Fan Yuan was the main user and activated his method to eliminate the Chi Harvest Fruit. The Chi Harvest Fruit was continuously shaved off from Fan Yuan's killer move, but this Chi Harvest Fruit in Heavenly Court was just too big. Some time was needed to completely destroy it. Days passed, the Chi Harvest Fruit was removed by over 10%. Qin Dingling hurried to Fan Yuan as she showed a solemn expression. Ancestor, the situation in Eastern Sea has changed. This is not good. Fan Yuan looked shocked. What happened? Wu Shuai suddenly led his alliance to launch an invasion. They have split into 3 groups. They are attacking the Grotto Heaven forces that have submitted to our side. Because we were caught off guard, our losses are quite severe. Qin Dingling said. News that I came here should have been kept a secret. How did this happen? How did Wu Shuai find out so quickly? Fan Yuan's expression changed. There was anxiety in his tone. Ancestor, you want to return to help Eastern Sea? Qin Dingling purposely asked. That is so. Fan Yuan frowned. But this method needs my full attention. If I stop halfway, there might be problematic consequences. Qin Dingling cupped her fists at Fan Yuan. Ancestor, please consider the big picture. It is unexpected that Wu Shuai attacks so soon, but if you return now, that will be what Wu Shuai wants to see. Only after eliminating the Chi Harvest Fruit can we have a safe territory to count on. By then, you can lead our Heavenly Court's Immortals to return to Eastern Sea and retaliate. You can say that you went to seek reinforcement from Heavenly Court, but Wu Shuai attacked and trapped you temporarily. By gathering our strength, we will kill Wu Shuai and get rid of the Two Heavens Alliance. That is the true way to seek victory. Fan Yuan did not speak, he only looked at Qin Dingling deeply. Long after, he spoke in a grim tone. Wu Shuai attacked with his full force, he must have been prepared for this. Does Heavenly Court know of their plans in advance? Definitely not. Qin Dingling shook her head, showing a firm expression. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, he showed a struggling expression as he sighed helplessly. Forget it, I will stay here and control the formation until we get rid of the Qi harvest fruit. But during this time, I need Heavenly Court to send people to assist Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling sighed as well. We will do our best. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth as he said, once I get rid of the Qi harvest fruit, I will need to return and help them. But these days of unceasingly controlling the formation will cause my battle strength to fall. I need Heavenly Court to give me the 3 Qi immortal goo to kill the enemies and claim victory. Qin Dingling's expression changed. Even though Fan Yuan spoke politely, his request for reward was really absurd. It far exceeded Qin Dingling's bottom line. She rejected as she shook her head. The 3 Qi immortal goo are the treasures of Heavenly Court, only our members can. Before she finished, Fan Yuan interrupted. Eastern Sea's immortals are all my subordinates. Qin Dingling still shook her head. We will remember ancestors' sacrifice, but even as Heavenly Court's leader, I cannot give you 3 rank 8 immortal goo. At most, we can give you 1 as compensation. How can 1 goo compensate for the people in the Grotto Heavens? Fan Yuan showed slight anger. Boom! While the two were negotiating, a loud sound could be heard in the sky. A rank 8 immortal goo house directly charged in with a fierce aura. Heavenly Court's immortals were all shocked. The immortal goo house that invaded Heavenly Court was Dragon Palace. How can this be? Qin Dingling could not waste time with Fan Yuan anymore. She immediately flew out of the formation to face the enemies. Dragon Palace's door opened as Wu Shuai sat on his throne, speaking from deep within Dragon Palace. Qin Dingling, we meet again. Wu Shuai, why are you here? Qin Dingling shouted as several goo immortals gathered behind her. Wu Shuai smiled coldly as he kicked a head that was near his feet. This head fell from the stairs of the Dragon Throne, rolling into Central Great Hall. The person had died with his eyes wide open. It was Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord. Old scoundrel Qi can get rid of Qi harvest fruits. Your Heavenly Court wants to conceal this information and secretly eliminate your internal threat? Hee, wishful thinking. I am here to destroy your Heavenly Court, and also kill that old scoundrel Qi. Let's see who in this world can stop my rise to supremacy. Wu Shuai said that as he stood upright, he waved his hand and shouted, Kill! At the next moment, immortals rushed out of Dragon Palace, attacking with ferocious expressions. Chapter 2026. Fan Yuan appears. Central continent, deep beneath a certain earth trench. Fairy Ziwei controlled the Wisdom Path formation. Purple light flickered within it without spreading out. Within the formation, other than Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia, there was Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, as well as several other goo immortals. After the Fate War, these goo immortals were all left outside by Fan Yuan. Fairy Ziwei and the rest worked together with Bing Sichuan's group, capturing all of these people. As the purple light faded, the formation stopped working. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was uncertain while Lady White Rabbit had anger in her eyes. They were both unable to move. Aren't you surrendering? Ing Wuxia laughed coldly. Humph, you traitor! Lady White Rabbit shouted angrily. Bai Ningbing also came over with a cold and indifferent expression. I would advise you to reconsider. After all, you have just lost your greatest value. Fairy Miao Yin heard this. She became more uncertain. At this moment, Fairy Ziwei stored away the formation as she stood up. She was very weak now after using her full strength to make the deduction. The cost was high. But joy was apparent on her face. It looks like she succeeded. Bing Sichuan was waiting outside the formation. He smiled upon seeing this. He Lulan walked towards Bing Sichuan from Fairy Ziwei's position, stopping behind him. Fairy Ziwei smiled lightly. We have enough clues. We achieved success. I have already deduced Fan Yuan's location. Guess where this crafty demon is hiding? Bing Sichuan frowned. Your question is an obvious hint in itself. Don't tell me that this scoundrel Fan Yuan has been hiding in Heavenly Court? Fairy Ziwei nodded. According to my deductions, he is indeed in Heavenly Court now. The immortals heard this and showed varying expressions. Ing Wuxia gritted his teeth. He is crafty indeed. His departure from Heavenly Court earlier was just a smokescreen. He must have been hiding in Heavenly Court all along. Old man Jingyuan sighed. No wonder we could not find his main body. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, praising. Exciting! This is truly Fan Yuan's attitude. Bing Sichuan frowned. But how could he possibly hide until now without getting detected by Heavenly Court's Gu immortals? Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with bright light. I can only deduce that he is in Heavenly Court now. He might not have been there the entire time. But in terms of ability, this demon is unfathomable. His growth is too fast. Every time he fights, his enemies will see an explosive growth in his strength. Bing Sichuan sighed. Now that Fan Yuan is hiding in Heavenly Court, what can we do? Do we go and attack Heavenly Court? Should we inform Heavenly Court about this and let them kill him, but wouldn't that allow them to get all of his inheritances? Bing Sichuan represented Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. They cared about the benefits of Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Furthermore, they had spent a lot of effort to deduce Fan Yuan's location. Telling Heavenly Court about it was quite a loss for them. Old man Jingyuan reminded, no matter what, we need to tell our master about this important information. Fairy Ziwei replied, I have already reported it to master when I stored the formation away. Heavenly Court. Intense battle erupted. Boom! Lady Cold Ash dodged with rapid speed, avoiding the explosion of a killer move. She was the disguise of Spectral Soul. He had just received Fairy Ziwei's information. He was not in a good mood. Fan Yuan is in Heavenly Court now? Of course he is. I knew about that long ago. Memories surfaced in Spectral Soul's mind regarding the event that happened days ago. The Gu Immortals were called to assemble in Dragon Palace. Wu Shuai used the excuse that they were going to discuss the matter about attacking Qixi Ancestor. But halfway through the meeting, Wu Shuai suddenly took action. Dragon Palace roared. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was caught off guard. He was hit by the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke and was taken down without putting up a fight. Everyone, don't panic. This person is a spy in our alliance. He is the informant of Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai pacified the immortals while taking out evidence. Looking at the concrete evidence, the immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted Night Wolf Grotto Heaven to pay the price for this betrayal. Wu Shuai shook his head. We definitely need to punish Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, but the urgent matter is not this. We need to look at the big picture. Gu Tribe's leader frowned. Lord Alliance leader, because of this traitor Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, our plan to attack has been exposed. If we go ahead with it, we will no longer hit our enemies by surprise. Wu Shuai smiled grimly. There is important information I have yet to tell you. Qixi Ancestor is not in Eastern Sea now. He has already gone to Central Continent's Heavenly Court many days ago. This is good news. Many Gu Immortals heard this and rejoiced. But Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's expression was grim. What's good about this? The reason why we are attacking Qixi Ancestor is because of his ability to get rid of the Qi harvest fruits for others. Now that he is not around, what is the point of our assault? The Gu Immortals who cheered became stunned. After realizing the situation, the atmosphere in Dragon Palace became much grimmer. Don't worry, everyone. Wu Shuai spoke as everyone's gazes landed on him. He continued, it is quite simple to resolve this problem. Since Qixi Ancestor has gone to Central Continent's Heavenly Court, we will also head to Heavenly Court and kill Qixi Ancestor who is over there. What? This. The Gu Immortals in the palace hesitated. It is not easy to attack Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court is the #1 human force in the world. Even though it lost in the Fate War, we cannot possibly defeat it. Many Gu Immortals wanted to give up. But Wu Shuai snorted coldly. You fools. He scolded them in public. The loud noises in the palace became silent. All of the Gu Immortals did not dare to speak anymore. Why aren't you thinking about the reason why Heavenly Court invited Qixi Ancestor to visit them in secret? Wu Shuai purposely asked with a stiff expression. Xiao Hejian, who reacted quickly, said instantly, does this mean that Heavenly Court also has the problem of the Qi harvest fruit? Wu Shuai chuckled. Your grotto heavens have the problem of the Qi harvest fruit. Heavenly Court is also a grotto heaven situated in White Heaven. Why wouldn't they have the same problem? After hearing this, the immortals realized at once. This was actually just their own mentality. In their mind, Heavenly Court was the supreme organization. Even though it lost the Fate War, they still displayed terrifying might and foundation. They had only lost because of enemies like Fan Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. From the variant human Gu Immortals' perspective, this was not an illogical loss. It did not undermine Heavenly Court's terrifying strength. And because of this, The variant human goo immortals subconsciously thought that even if Heavenly Court had the problem of the Chi harvest fruit, they could resolve it themselves. After all, Heavenly Court was created by primordial origin immortal venerable, who became venerable through Chi path. Lord Alliance Leader is wise. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch patted his forehead. Heavenly Court invited Chi ancestor to resolve their threat of the Chi harvest fruit, because even though they have their Chi path inheritance, they lack a Chi path goo immortal. Also, why did Heavenly Court choose to ally with Chi ancestor? Other than wanting to resist us, they also want to alleviate their own problems. Precisely. Wu Shuai looked at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch with an expression of praise. You guys are not too stupid after all. Heavenly Court is at its weakest state now, while Chi ancestor has gone to resolve the Chi harvest fruit problem. As long as we attack them during this period, the result will be shocking when we catch them unguarded. If we attack Heavenly Court before Chi ancestor starts working on the Chi harvest fruit, we will attack the Chi harvest fruit and force them to go on the defensive. This way, we will hold the initiative and be able to retreat or advance at will. If Chi ancestor is using his killer move to eliminate the Chi harvest fruit while we attack Heavenly Court, that will be even better. We can disrupt him with our full strength and cause Chi ancestor's killer move to fail and suffer a backlash. If we work harder, we might be able to kill him on the spot. Wu Shuai said calmly. But what if Chi ancestor has already gotten rid of the Chi harvest fruit by the time we attack Heavenly Court? A goo immortal asked with caution. Wu Shuai snorted coldly. Heavenly Court's foundation is too deep, their Chi harvest fruit is also very extraordinary. If Chi ancestor spends effort to get rid of it, his own condition will definitely slip. Of course, this is just the worst case scenario. But we are in an urgent situation in the first place. We will need to take risks for any hope. Other than this, do you have other ideas? Facing Wu Shuai's question, everyone was silent. In this situation, they had no choice but to follow Wu Shuai and attack Heavenly Court. But many of the Goo Immortals were still hesitant, including their Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. Or perhaps, we can try to experiment and find a way to get rid of the Chi harvest fruit? A Goo Immortal asked softly. Wu Shuai's expression sank a little, he scolded in his head. These variant human Goo Immortals have been cowards for too long, they have absolutely no courage to take risks. But Wu Shuai predicted this earlier, he started to laugh. Why is Lord Alliance Leader laughing? Goo Tribe's leader asked. Wu Shuai stopped his laughter as he said, The truth is, I am also worried about bringing you fools to attack Heavenly Court. But I have invited a strong reinforcement to help us. Because of him, I learned about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord's betrayal. Oh? Who? The immortals were curious. Lady Cold Ash's gaze flickered, having a guess. At this moment, from behind Wu Shuai, a Goo immortal walked out. He wore a white robe, his black hair extended to his waist, he had a peerless face with divine brilliance, cold light oozed out of his abyss-like eyes. Ah! Fan Yuan. It's him, it really is him. The immortals' pupils shrunk as their expressions changed. All of them were shocked. Under everyone's gaze, Fan Yuan spoke slowly in a cold tone. Heavenly Court has gone too far. Now that I have regained my strength, I am about to attack them. Without Duke Long, who can stop me? His voice resounded in the palace. Nobody dared to retort to him. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had palpitating hearts. With a monster like Fan Yuan leading them, they gained a huge boost in morale and confidence. Fan Yuan was someone who had defeated Heavenly Court. His battle strength was apparent to the whole world. Undeniably, he was the #1 demon in the current world. Chapter 2027. Heavenly Court's Crisis. Roar! The evil dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, whipping up storms and clouds. Its mountain range-like body moved at the front, followed by the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance, and finally Dragon Palace at the end. Primordial Chi Wall. This was the method left by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It appeared once again when Heavenly Court was attacked, but it could not stop Di Zhangxing's advancement. The 5 regions became one. This evil dragon has gotten much stronger. Furthermore, ever since the Fate War, after Fan Yuan broke the Primordial Chi Wall, even though it recovered a little, it is much weaker than before. Qin Dingling frowned. She quickly analyzed the situation. With just the Primordial Chi Wall, they could stall for some time, but they could not stop this evil dragon. Lady Qin, do you need me to battle? At this moment, 9 spiritual fairy transmitted and asked. Heavenly Court once had transformation path great experts, Zhang Fei Xiong and Flesh Whip immortal, but now they were dead. 9 Spiritual Fairy was the only transformation path great expert left. No, we are only one step away from subduing Qin Chou. Continue to refine hatred Gu. Qin Dingling transmitted before shouting. Shabi 95, Wan Dan, aren't you going to fight yet? Hearing a tiger roar and crane cry at once, 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts appeared in front of Di Zongxing. The 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts fought intensely, causing the entire place to rumble. After just a few rounds, Wan Dan and Shabi 95 started to retreat. They were in pitiful states. With just physical brawling, they were not Di Zongxing's match. Thus, they started to use killer moves. Instantly, gray light shot out like blades, pill light exploded. Di Zongxing roared, purple gold light appeared on its body, blocking all of the offensive killer moves. Next, the golden light faded away. Di Zongxing's whiskers grew out rapidly, each of them shot out like countless snakes. The commotion was huge. Facing this attack, Shabi 95 and Wan Dan had to retreat. This evil dragon actually has immortal goo now. It can use killer moves. Qin Dingling's heart sank. She took a look at Dragon Palace. Di Zongxing was a legendary immemorial beast to begin with. It had superior intelligence and could use goo worms to activate killer moves. But before the Fate War, it was enslaved by Dragon Palace and had no time to obtain goo worms. Thus, during the Fate War, it could only fight using its physical body. That was why it could not resist Feng Jiuji's Destiny Song. It was handled very quickly, even against other killer moves. It could only resist using its body. But after the Fate War, Wu Shuai made considerations to prepare goo worms for Di Zongxing. At that time, Wu Shuai was quite poor. He did not have excessive immortal goo. Even though the main body had many immortal goo, Fan Yuan was moving around in Western Desert. He did not meet with Wu Shuai initially. Also, even though he had immortal goo, they were not suitable for Di Zongxing. But Wu Shuai had great luck. He grasped onto his opportunity and became the leader of the Two Heavens Alliance. With sufficient resources, Wu Shuai started to equip Di Zongxing. By now, Wu Shuai and his main body had taken over the Two Heavens Alliance. By using the excuse of eliminating the Qi Harvest Fruit, he destroyed several grotto heavens and made forceful transactions with the goo immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance. Di Zongxing finally gathered enough goo worms to form some basic killer moves. Di Zongxing suppressed Wan Dan and Shabi 95, forcing them to retreat as it charged forward ferociously. Qin Dingling yelled as she flew up into an immortal goo house. Several immortal goo houses flew towards Di Zongxing. They formed a defensive line. Di Zongxing's advancement was halted. Shabi 95 and Wan Dan also joined the encirclement. We finally stopped it. Qin Dingling calmed down slightly. But at this moment, she saw Dragon Palace flying around, towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Heavenly Court's Qi Harvest Fruit was too huge and too eye-catching. Wu Shuai was too vicious. He attacked the enemy's weakness. Qin Dingling's expression changed as she quickly moved a portion of the immortal goo houses to block Dragon Palace. The situation is critical. If the Qi Harvest Fruit is destroyed, the whole of Heavenly Court will face destruction. Quickly awaken the people sleeping in the immortal graveyard, Zhou Xiong Xian urged. Or we can let 9 Spiritual Fairy and Red Heart Traveler join the fight, Bai Sengshui suggested. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth, deciding. Awaken those in our immortal graveyard. More than half of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard was destroyed. There were only a small number of goo immortals left sleeping in it. But with the awakening of these people, they formed sufficient force to handle the pressure. Their defensive line that was precarious became stable now. Go and attack the Qi Harvest Fruit! Wu Shuai gave an order to the Alliance army. These goo immortals had dispersed earlier. They were like scattered sand, trying to make their way through the Qi wall and towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Seeing this, Qin Dingling felt enraged. She gritted her teeth. She was furious. I will grind the bones of these variant humans into ash. I will kill them all. The Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were not very strong, but they had the numbers, and right now, Heavenly Court's weakness was their lack of manpower. Don't worry, there are many variant human goo immortals, but they are all cowards. As long as we send one person to kill several of these invaders, they will lose their morale and not dare to progress further. Prince Feng Xian suggested. Who can take on the task? Qin Dingling quickly asked. Che Wei replied with his actions. He turned into a flash of light and flew out of the immortal goo house, towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Die! He flew like a great eagle, unleashing killer moves that were extremely powerful. His might could not be resisted. Ah! What killer move is this? Out of two variant human goo immortals, one was heavily injured, the other was killed on the spot. At the crucial moment, Chie-Wei displayed outstanding battle strength. Both sides were similarly shocked. After all, he had just defeated two variant human goo immortals with rank 8 cultivation level. That killer move seems to be from a whole new path? Too terrifying. Before we can understand its background, if I charge towards him, I will definitely be split into two by his blade. Let's wait for Fan Yuan to attack instead. The goo immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance were hesitant. They stopped moving forward. These useless trash! In the depth of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai frowned with anger showing on his face. At the crucial moment, these variant human goo immortals were completely useless. They were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. But Wu Shuai was prepared for this. He waved his hand. Your turn to fight! 4 figures flew out of Dragon Palace. They were the 4 dragon generals, Jian Yin, Granny Rong, Yang Ziyi, and Old Man Bei Feng, who took the place of Shimiao. These 4 rank 8 goo immortals were enslaved by Dragon Palace. They had absolute loyalty and did not fear death. They split up into 4 different directions and advanced. Even though Chie-Wei was strong, he could only block one person. Protect me! Qi-Si ancestor transmitted to Qin Dingling. Now is a crucial moment. If we stop here, the consequences will be unthinkable. Qin Dingling almost wanted to grit her teeth till they shattered. The 3 dragon generals were very close to the Qi harvest fruit. She had to take a risk and mobilize immortal goo houses to block them. At the same time, 2 goo immortals flew out of the immortal goo houses to resist the dragon generals. Roar! Right when Heavenly Court managed to block the 4 dragon generals, over on Dragon Palace's end, it exerted force to stop Ruan Dan. Using this chance, Di Zhangxing rammed Shabi 95 away as it charged forward, managing to reach the Qi harvest fruit. Di Zhangxing opened its mouth and spat out a torrent of green Qi. The green Qi shattered the immortal formation and hit the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook intensely. Qi-Si ancestor's expression changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The killer move was halted. He seemed to have suffered great backlash. Oh no! The expressions of Heavenly Court's immortals changed. We succeeded! The subordinates of Wu Shuai started to cheer. Their morale rose. The Qi harvest fruit was damaged. It implicated Heavenly Court. The land of Heavenly Court cracked. Earth trenches appeared. Earth Qi rumbled. Heaven Qi shook. The sky became chaotic as countless clouds and gusts of wind stirred. Crack, crack. The aperture wall of Heavenly Court started to crack. Large pieces of the wall fragments fell off and created huge holes that connected to the outside world. Even the Fate War did not deal such great damage to Heavenly Court. The appearance of the Qi harvest fruit created a fatal weakness in Heavenly Court. Die! Chie-Wei was enraged. His left hand was like a blade. His right hand was like a spear. Both hands pushed forward as 2 gold and silver lights pierced Yang Ziyi. Yang Ziyi died. Wu Shuai laughed loudly, shouting, Today is the day Heavenly Court faces destruction. Qin Dingling's eyelids twitched. Even though Wu Shuai's side suffered more losses, he was not wrong about it. With their greatest weakness, the Qi harvest fruit, Wu Shuai had the initiative in this battle. Heavenly Court is facing a crisis. What should we do? Even someone like Qin Dingling felt lost at this moment. Amidst her feeling of loss, she also felt fear. Don't tell me Heavenly Court is going to be destroyed in my hands? Right at this moment, Qi-Si ancestor transmitted to her. The situation is quite critical. We need to take a risk. Qin Dingling responded subconsciously. What risk? Earlier, my Qi Path Immortal Goo were destroyed. I can no longer use the previous method to eliminate the Qi harvest fruit. But I had created a killer move that is incomplete. It can cause the Qi harvest fruit to shrink temporarily. Qi-Si ancestor said. Qin Dingling's eyes shined. She saw hope in this desperate situation. She quickly said, Ancestor, please use it. As long as we get through this crisis, Heavenly Court will not disappoint you. Heavenly Court's greatest problem was the Qi harvest fruit now. It was too big, like a mountain range. It was the biggest target for killer moves. But if it shrunk, it would be much easier to protect. We need to be fast. This killer move is not complete. I can only hold on for some time. Qi-Si ancestor said as he flew towards the Qi harvest fruit. When he was about to crash into it, he turned into a human-shaped Qi current that fused into the Qi harvest fruit. The Qi harvest fruit shook. As expected, it started to shrink. After a few breaths of time, it went from a mountain range-like size into the size of a horse carriage. This change made the Heavenly Court Goo Immortals surprised but also happy. An immortal Goo house flew down and floated above the Chi Harvest fruit. It shot out a grand pillar of light that enveloped the entire Chi Harvest fruit. Wu Shuai's side rained down a torrent of killer moves, but they could not affect the pillar of light at all. Di Zhangxing and Dragon Palace arrived again. "Stop them!" Qin Dingling shouted, but their situation was too passive, they had no choice but to retreat. The Chi Harvest fruit shrank again, it went from a horse carriage to the size of a normal gourd. Seeing that they were about to lose again, Qin Dingling quickly asked, "Ancestor, can you move the Chi Harvest fruit away?" Qi Ancestor replied weakly, "This is already my limit. I researched on Demon Immortal Chiju's revival method. I can only shrink the fruit, but I cannot move it. This method has only been created haphazardly. It is not complete. You need to quickly think of a solution." Qin Dingling was out of ideas already. She originally wanted to send the members of the 10 great ancient sects here to fight. But Central Heaven Gate of Heavenly Court, which could deploy members, was destroyed by Fairy Ziwei during the Fate War. But at the next moment, the primordial Qi wall shattered, countless Qi currents landed on Di Zhangxing's body. Di Zhangxing's battle strength fell rapidly, its threat level was lowered. This was the backup method of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It was used on Fan Yuan during the Fate War. At that time, Fan Yuan could not break away from it. Limitless Demon Venerable had to take action to help him block these Qi currents. But now, the chess game had ended, the 2 Venerable silhouettes were gone, there was nothing that could help Di Zhangxing. In an instant, Di Zhangxing was suppressed by Shabi 95. Heavenly Court's crisis was temporarily alleviated. On Wu Shuai's side, they lost their most important battle strength. Dragon Palace had to step up and use the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. As Heavenly Court had no way of countering it, Dragon Palace's demonic might surged. "This cannot go on. Our Heavenly Court lacks people with peak battle strength after all." Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. If Duke Long was here, how could these enemies act so ferociously? Qi Ancestor has peak battle strength too, but he faced backlash from the failure of the killer move. He is also not a member of Heavenly Court. Why would he fight to the death for us? While Qin Dingling was thinking of this, Qi Ancestor transmitted again. "The biggest key now is to get rid of the Chi Harvest fruit. As long as it is removed, we can go on the offensive without worries. There is still hope now. My killer move only lacks the final part for completion. There is a high chance of success." Qin Dingling's heart shook. "What do you need?" Qi Ancestor replied. "I need Heavenly Court's Heaven Path True Meaning. I need to raise my Heaven Path attainment level and conceptualize the complete killer move rapidly to get rid of the Chi Harvest fruit." Chapter 2028. Heaven Path Research Results. After hearing that Qi Ancestor wanted Heaven Path True Meaning, Qin Dingling smiled bitterly. "Even though Heavenly Court has deep foundations, we have never seen nor heard of Heaven Path True Meaning." "Oh? Why is that so?" Qi Ancestor asked. "Because nobody can cultivate Heaven Path. If it can be cultivated, why would our Heavenly Court create Heaven Overseeing Tower to make use of Fate Goo?" Qin Dingling's words were filled with deep emotions. No Goo Immortal could cultivate Heaven Path, therefore, Heaven Path True Meaning had never existed. It was not easy for a Goo Immortal to leave behind True Meaning. To leave behind True Meaning, Wisdom Path and Rule Path had the greatest ease. As for other paths, they had to reach a certain level of mimicking these paths to leave their true meaning behind. For example, Long Hair Ancestor's Refinement Path True Meaning or Reckless Savage's Transformation Path True Meaning. After hearing Qin Dingling's reply, Fan Yuan did not feel dejected. He came prepared. His request was actually his probing towards Heavenly Court's foundation. What if they had it after all? Heavenly Court not having Heaven Path True Meaning was not unexpected. Qi Ancestor sighed deeply as he transmitted to Qin Dingling. "Then there is no hope. I can only come out and fight alongside Heavenly Court to kill these variant humans." Qin Dingling instantly became anxious. The Chi Harvest fruit was Heavenly Court's fatal weakness. The reason why they could still maintain a deadlock was because Qi Ancestor made the fruit smaller. Once he lets go and it returns to being mountain size, Heavenly Court would be in a difficult spot. The situation would be hard to turn around. Qin Dingling was facing immense pressure now. Some of her pressure came from the enemies, but a portion came from within her. After the Fate War, the Immortal Graveyard was heavily damaged. Heavenly Court's foundation was reduced. Qin Dingling had to take on this responsibility, and manage all the affairs of Heavenly Court, which was on the brink of destruction. She worked hard over these days, she had given it her all, she exerted her body and mind for Heavenly Court, trying to restore its former glory. Similar to the other Heavenly Court members, Qin Dingling had an intense feeling of belonging to Heavenly Court. But now, the enemies were attacking suddenly, they even had the fatal weakness of the Qi harvest fruit. Qin Dingling sensed a huge danger. Was Heavenly Court going to be destroyed in this fight? Was it because of her failure to defend it? Would she be the biggest sinner of Heavenly Court's history? Rumble! The intense battle continued. Dragon Palace rampaged unhindered. Qin Dingling took charge of the situation, observing the battlefield, while mobilizing the people and communicating with Qi's ancestor. With both internal and external threats, the pressure was pushing her to make a gamble. Qi, do not give up. Even though Heavenly Court does not have Heaven Path true meaning, we have abundant Heaven Path research results. I will hand them to you. Qin Dingling passed an information path Immortal Gu to Qi's ancestor without hesitation. My plan succeeded. Fang Yuan received this information path Immortal Gu. He sighed deeply in his heart as he looked into it immediately. Brilliant! Wonderful! Astounding! Fang Yuan only saw a small portion, but his eyes shined with bright light. He praised it continuously in his heart. For the last 3 million years, Heavenly Court rose to become the #1 human force in the world. These years, they initially followed the will of heaven, before trying to resist it later, followed by altering heaven's will and interfering with the heavenly Tao. Their Heaven Path research results were abundant. They undeniably had the most progress in the world. Fate Gu was a Heaven Path Immortal Gu. It could not be used by anyone. But Heavenly Court forcibly created Heaven Overseeing Tower and unleashed a portion of Fate Gu's might. In the 500 years of his previous life, why did Spectral Soul infiltrate Heavenly Court? A large portion of the reasons were to try obtaining the Heaven Path research results. As for why Limitless Demon Venerable decided to make a bet with Star Constellation's will and set up a game of chess, wasn't it because he wanted to use Heavenly Court's Heaven Path research results to help in his plan within Crazed Demon Cave? And now, they ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan looked into them, his heart shook. He saw 2 killer moves. One was named Heaven Human Sensation, the other was called Human Executing Heaven's Work. They were both created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Heaven Human Sensation allowed a Gu Immortal's will to interact and fuse with Heaven's will. Human Executing Heaven's Work was built on the foundation of Heaven Human Sensation. It allowed a Gu Immortal to replace Heaven's will to a certain degree. Precisely because of these 2 killer moves, Star Constellation's will could interfere and affect Heaven's will. She could even replace Heaven's will to control Fate Gu and allow Heavenly Court to have a decisive rule for 3 million years. The solution lies in this. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that these 2 killer moves were the key to breaking out of his current predicament. He took a risk to come to Heavenly Court now and deceive Qin Dingling. It was to achieve his goals, which were finally reached. Qi, I wonder if these research results can help you complete the killer move? Qin Dingling asked while in intense battle. Fang Yuan coughed. Your Heaven Path research results are quite helpful to me. But modifying a killer move right now carries risk. I need you to fight and stall for time. Get me as much time as possible. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Ancestor, you need to be fast. We can only do our best. In the worst case, we have to give up Heavenly Court and save the Gu Immortals instead. She had already made plans for the worst-case scenario. Fang Yuan continued to read. Following the 2 killer moves were the concepts that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came up with. Fang Yuan looked at them and gained deep enlightenment. My will represents Heaven's will. Heaven's will represents my will. So that's it. Fang Yuan remained stationary as he focused on comprehending this information. He allowed his clone, Wu Shuai, to continue leading the 2 Heavens Alliance to fight against Heavenly Court. Because of Primordial Origin's method, Di Zhangxing was no longer as strong. Ruan Dan suppressed it. As for Shaobi 95, it had already rejoined the defensive line, to become part of the force that resisted Dragon Palace. Under Wu Shuai's control, Dragon Palace charged around the battlefield unhindered. Heavenly Court was greatly troubled by its power. But on the other hand, the Gu Immortals of the 2 Heavens Alliance were suppressed. They were not as powerful as each Heavenly Court Gu Immortal. Compared to the Heavenly Court members, they were lacking in strength. Only 2 people had equivalent battle strength. They were the 2 Vice Alliance leaders, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian. As for Spectral Soul, who was pretending to be Lady Cold Ash, he continued to conceal himself. On the surface, He was desperately fighting and unable to put up strong resistance. This is a prime opportunity. Fairy Ziwei, bring everyone and participate in the battle in Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul gave instructions. Fan Yuan is in Heavenly Court. I will kill him, the members of Heavenly Court, and Qixi ancestor. Fairy Ziwei received the instructions and asked, do we include Longevity Heaven's group? Do we tell them about the situation in Heavenly Court? Fairy Ziwei had only deduced Fan Yuan's location. Bing Sichuan knew about it too. But he did not know about Heavenly Court's current situation. He just thought that they were being cautious. In that case, Bing Sichuan would need to conceal the information of Fan Yuan's location. Even though he wanted to let them fight each other as well, if Heavenly Court captures or kills Fan Yuan, they would gain all of his inheritances and immortal goo. Wouldn't that be benefiting them? Thus, Bing Sichuan's plan was to continue working with Spectral Soul's side and try to attack Heavenly Court together next time. Spectral Soul recalled the attack from Giant Sun during the Fate War and snorted coldly. He did not hesitate. No need to tell them, hide this from them, your group will come alone. Thus, Fairy Ziwei did not say anything. After leaving Bing Sichuan's group, her group headed towards Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was damaged and the aperture wall was cracked. It became connected to the outside world. Fairy Ziwei and the rest could get in very quickly. Fairy Ziwei's group cannot turn the situation around. We need to wait until both sides suffer mutual loss before we can exert the maximum impact. Spectral Soul considered. For him, the best case was for Wu Shuai and Heavenly Court to cripple each other's battle strength. By then, if he took action, he would reap huge gains. But why hasn't that scoundrel Fan Yuan done anything? Spectral Soul observed Dragon Palace while at the same time, an immortal goo house from Heavenly Court attacked him. Spectral Soul withheld his killing intent. He abandoned a group of soul beasts, retreating continuously. In order to lay low, he decided to wait and endure. But this immortal goo house came for him and used the killer move. A ray of profound light shot out towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's heart shook as he hesitated. He had the ability to dodge this, but Lady Coldash did not. There was no choice. He abandoned another group of soul beasts to block the immortal goo house and stall for time. Die! Che Wei suddenly appeared behind Lady Coldash. His body shined in golden light. His aura was sharp as a blade. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Spectral Soul was deeply enraged, but he decided to keep up the act. Boom! Che Wei's attack landed on Lady Coldash. She fell towards the ground as she coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Lady Coldash's aura weakened continuously until it was completely still. Dead? I killed another one. Che Wei did not sense Spectral Soul. He flew away in the immortal goo house, towards the other areas of the battlefield. Spectral Soul remained on the ground like a corpse, not moving and pretending to be dead. Boom, boom, boom. A while after he landed on the ground, a series of immortal killer moves turned into lightning as they shot down, erupting around Spectral Soul's body. Lady Coldash was turned into char. Half of her flesh was cooked and emitted the fragrance of meat. I'll endure! Spectral Soul gritted his teeth. Bam! With a loud sound, Di Zhangxing also fell. It landed on top of Spectral Soul. Next, Wan Dan flew towards Di Zhangxing and shouted excitedly. Attack, 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 attack! Bam, bam, bam. The ground shook intensely. Spectral Soul's bones were almost all crushed. I'll endure! Di Zhangxing and Wan Dan flew away. Soon, an immortal goo house came. It was Dragon Palace. Immortal killer move, dreamy light smoke. Wu Shuai used a dream path killer move and chased after Qin Dingling relentlessly. Qin Dingling dodged the attack rapidly. The dreamy smoke killer move could not turn around in time. It was about to land on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul. Enough is enough! At the next moment, he rose up abruptly. Waving his hand, black chi permeated throughout the entire battlefield. Whoosh, the ground shook, mountains rumbled. All of the goo immortals present were blown away by the impact. Chapter 2029. What's the situation? What? What's the situation? As black chi surged, Xiao Hejian was forced to retreat with shock on his face. He saw the moment when Lady Coldash was killed by Che Wei. He felt a little pity for her. To think that soon after, she would actually revive. Was she pretending to be dead earlier? But because of bad luck, the Dream Path killer move almost hit her, so she had to retaliate? But why does Lady Coldash have such battle strength? Not only was Xiao Hejian shocked, the other goo immortals had the same doubts. But compared to Heavenly Court, the two heavens alliance was also filled with joy. After all, even though Lady Coldash was deeply concealing her strength, she was still one of them. That hit earlier has power similar to Duke Long. Is Lady Coldash someone on Duke Long's level? Humph, I refuse to believe it. A Gu immortal on Heavenly Court's side flew out again. It was none other than Che Wei, who was displaying great might in this battle. Che Wei flew towards Lady Coldash. All sorts of signs showed that the move earlier was Lady Coldash's trump card. It could not be used often. Die. Che Wei's body radiated with golden light as he flew towards Lady Coldash like a crashing meteor. At the same time, somewhere underground far from the battlefield, two Heavenly Court members were still trying to forcefully refine Hatred Gu. Red Heart Traveler controlled the formation, while Ching Cho remained unmoving like a statue. 9 Spiritual Fairy's voice came from within the statue. We are almost done. In just a few more minutes, we will thoroughly refine Hatred Gu. Once she said that, Ching Chow's dim eyes burst open, endless blood-red light shot out of its eyes. What is going on? 9 Spiritual Fairy shouted in shock. What happened? Red Heart Traveler asked while instilling immortal essence, raising the power of the immortal formation. But Ching Chow's body started to shake with greater intensity. It's Hatred Gu. Oh no! 9 Spiritual Fairy suddenly shouted. She flew out of Ching Chow's body like a flash of light. Roar! Ching Cho regained freedom. It roared towards the sky. Its voice resounded throughout the area, exploding with thunderous impact. Boom! At the next moment, Ching Cho charged out of the formation, flying towards the surface, leaving behind a damaged formation and 2 immensely shocked Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu immortals. Red Heart Traveler, who was controlling the formation, suffered a considerable backlash. He quickly assisted the falling 9 Spiritual Fairy as he asked. Ching Cho has flown to the battlefield. What in the world happened? 9 Spiritual Fairy was still in a daze, she said in uncertainty. Maybe I saw wrongly, but at that moment, rank 8 Hatred Immortal Gu burst out with terrifying power. It had a trace of a rank 9 Immortal Gu's aura. At this time, the battlefield had already shifted its attention from Dragon Palace and the Chi Harvest Fruit to Lady Coldash. Lady Coldash's attack was too powerful. It shocked all of the Gu immortals. Che Wei arrived before her. Lady Coldash only snorted coldly as her body flew up, turning into black light as she charged towards Dragon Palace. At the same time, Lady Coldash shouted in a loud voice. Fan Yuan, it is time for us to settle the score. Spectral Soul had a straightforward idea. Since Fan Yuan was not showing up, he would force him out. Times were different now. During the Fate War, Spectral Soul was very weak. He could only escape and recuperate using Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan's strength. But now, he had already gained much of his strength. He was no longer weak. What is going on? The immortals were truly stunned. Lady Coldash actually ignored Che Wei. She went straight for Dragon Palace. Internal strife? Che Wei's movement halted for a moment. Wait and see first. This might be their scheme. Qin Dingling wanted to play safe. She got the immortals together. Wu Shuai frowned. He moved Dragon Palace to retreat. But Lady Coldash was faster. She placed her palm at the top of Dragon Palace. It seemed like a weak action, but it made the entire Dragon Palace fly out like a cannonball. At the same time, the silhouettes of immemorial soul beasts appeared on the surface of Dragon Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Each immemorial soul beast silhouette that flickered would deal a huge attack to Dragon Palace. After more than 10 immemorial soul beasts appeared, there was already a huge hole at the top of Dragon Palace. The pillars broke and tiles cracked. It was a terrifying sight. Che Wei watched with sweat on his forehead. He knew the power of Dragon Palace, but Lady Coldash had dealt such damage to it with just one palm strike. So Lady Coldash is actually so strong. I was simply courting death earlier by attacking her. Che Wei immediately changed directions as he retreated. Lady Coldash, what are you doing? Xiao Hejian shouted. What soul path killer move is this? It has such power. Even though Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed an angry expression, he was enveloped in cold sweat. Dragon Palace was still retreating. Can you escape? Lady Coldash smiled coldly. She was about to attack again when a huge shadow enshrouded her body. Lady Coldash turned back to take a look. She saw Qin Cho, having the size of a mountain. It had gotten close to her at some point, opening its bloodthirsty mouth as it tried to devour her. Seeing this, even Lady Coldash's gaze froze for a second. Spectral Soul was aware of Qin Chao's existence. But he did not expect to meet Chincho at this place and time. Seeing that Lady Cold Ash was about to die, suddenly, her body turned into black smoke as she drifted away, dodging Chincho's attack. "Beast, scram!" Lady Cold Ash shouted. She stretched out her hand and placed it on Chincho's head. The scene from earlier was seen again. Immemorial soul beast silhouettes appeared around Chincho as they flickered. Bam, bam, bam. Each time a silhouette appeared, an explosive sound would follow. Chincho was soon covered in injuries, but it did not retreat even in the danger of death. Spectral Soul was just about to chase after Dragon Palace when Chincho blocked his path again. "Spectral Soul, I will kill you! I will kill you!" Chincho shouted as it pounced at Lady Cold Ash. Spectral Soul was enraged. "I have no time to waste with you." He controlled Lady Cold Ash's body as he prepared a terrifying killer move. Black smoke started to come out of Lady Cold Ash's 7 orifices. Her aura was growing at a terrifying manner. Black smoke gathered and moved towards Chincho. Chincho's offensive killer move went into the black smoke. After a breath's time, the black smoke scattered. Chincho's killer move landed on Lady Cold Ash without becoming weaker at all. Lady Cold Ash's expression turned to shock. She was sent flying after being caught off guard. Rank 9 Immortal Goo? No, just an incomplete product. Lady Cold Ash swallowed a mouthful of blood. She squinted her eyes and looked at Chincho. Her expression was stern. 9 Spiritual Fairy had just arrived in the battlefield. Her pupils shrunk. I did not sense wrongly. Rank 8 Hatred Goo is going to become rank 9. Chincho originated from the souls that Spectral Souls slaughtered. The core immortal goo that created Chincho was Hatred Goo, but Hatred Goo and Chincho had an extraordinary connection. Not only did Hatred Goo create Chincho, Chincho is also nourishing and nurturing Hatred Goo. Maybe Hatred Goo was just rank 6, or even 4 or 5 at the start. But as Chincho grew, its endless hatred allowed Hatred Goo to continuously grow until now. It is already moving from rank 8 to rank 9. Rank 9 Hatred Goo. Chapter 2030. Spectral Soul's Demonic Might. What was this situation? Seeing that Lady Cold Ash got sent flying by Chincho, the immortals present were stunned. The rank 9 Immortal Goo aura was not fake, but it was too weak. The main part of the aura was still at the level of rank 8 Immortal Goo. This was something that was unheard of. An incomplete rank 9 Immortal Goo? All the immortals were bewildered. Goo refinement had always been a strict process, be they human or hairy man refinement methods, they had their specifications. This was true for both Fang Yuan and Long Hair Ancestor. There had never been a case where a goo worm could still be used in battle during refinement. But the truth was in front of them, the immortals had to admit the fact. What refinement method is this? Many goo immortals became quite excited. This will start a new trend of refinement path. Spectral Soul? Chincho possesses Hatred Goo, it should not be wrong. To think that Lady Cold Ash's body was actually taken over by Spectral Soul. Seeing what Spectral Soul said, it seems that Fang Yuan is here too, hiding in Dragon Palace? The Goo immortals were startled and puzzled. Too many unexpected incidents had happened in this battle. Heavenly Court, the two heavens, Spectral Soul, and Fang Yuan all had their own plans. Nobody knew the entire situation clearly. Even though Fang Yuan was reborn, he was the same. Spectral Soul's identity was exposed. Fang Yuan felt quite relieved about it. Dragon Palace retreated even more quickly. Wu Shuai recalled the 3 dragon generals. At the same time, the Goo immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance guarded Dragon Palace against Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai did not dare to risk letting the immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance into his Dragon Palace. The appearance of Spectral Soul made everyone else suspicious as well. I can't wait anymore. Qi Ancestor gritted his teeth before activating his hidden method. He was originally intending to wait some more, but with Spectral Soul's appearance and Chincho's assault, he understood that the situation was out of his control. He needed to act quickly. Fang Yuan immediately contacted Qin Dingling. The modification has some results. Protect me well. We will go into the critical period now. Understood. Joy flashed on Qin Dingling's face. This was the best news she had heard since the battle started. Heavenly Court's Goo immortals shrunk back to form a tight defensive circle. They defended against Spectral Soul and Wu Shuai's Dragon Palace. Roar! Chincho charged towards Lady Cold Ash. Hatred Goo's rank 9 aura was getting stronger. It seemed like Spectral Soul's appearance had summoned the deepest hatred in Chincho's heart. This intense feeling of hatred was rapidly helping to refine Hatred Goo. Hatred Goo activated. amplifying Qing Chao's strength comprehensively. Especially offensive killer moves, their might was increased to a terrifying level. Spectral Soul and Qing Chou fought. He actually got suppressed for some time. The killing intent on his face became denser. After a few rounds, he spat out a mouthful of black qi. The black qi was small and insignificant, but once it flew towards Qing Chou, it made Qing Chao's movements slow. Its attacks were no longer rapid. Spectral Soul's body shook, turning into countless phantoms and surrounded Qing Chou tightly. Qing Chou possessed hatred goo. It should be able to find out the real Spectral Soul. But against the countless Spectral Souls, it showed a confused expression, having lost its target. Spectral Soul's main body suddenly appeared on the back of Qing Chou. He stretched out his palm and his entire forearm was stabbed into Qing Chao's body. Qing Chao's body started to shiver. It felt extreme pain as it raised its head and roared. Qing Chou unleashed immortal killer moves consecutively, ignoring its own state as it assaulted Spectral Soul who was on its back. Spectral Soul endured the endless assault but continued to sustain his current method. Qing Chou fell on the ground. With a loud sound, the earth rumbled. A huge pit was created. Qing Chou rolled on the ground. It was unable to shrug off Spectral Soul. Oh no, he is trying to refine Qing Chou. Qin Dingling saw what was happening. Her heart jumped. She wanted to order the Gu Immortals to disrupt Spectral Soul. But Wu Shuai moved one step earlier. Dragon Palace unleashed dreamy light smoke as a cloud of pink smoke flew towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not afraid of other methods, but Dream Path methods were still threatening. He had no choice but to stop and retreat for now. Qing Chou regained freedom as a result, but it was very weak. It almost fell to the ground. In contrast, Spectral Soul flew to the sky with an increased aura. Evidently, the method used against Qing Chou earlier was not just enslavement, it also had a special ability to extract its strength. Seeing this, almost all the Gu Immortals' hearts sank. Qing Chou has a quasi-rank 9 hatred Gu. Its battle strength rose drastically, reaching the levels of Fan Yuan, Duke Long, and Feng Jiugu during the Fate War, but it was ineffective against Spectral Soul. Other than catching Spectral Soul off guard initially, once he was prepared, Qing Chou got easily countered afterwards. In the end, Qing Chou was still an immemorial soul beast. It was against Spectral Soul, who was primarily a soul path cultivator, and had the deepest knowledge of this. Spectral Soul had a bunch of methods to counter immemorial soul beasts. In fact, the reason for the creation of soul beasts was Spectral Soul himself. What a pity, I was so close to enslaving this legendary desolate beast. Humph! Fan Yuan, you are courting death. Spectral Soul's plan was foiled. He emanated killing intent with a cold expression, attacking Dragon Palace again. The two sides fought again. Wu Shuai put in all his effort, but he could not resist Spectral Soul's methods. He was forced to retreat. Spectral Soul's demonic might was overwhelming. He dominated the entire battlefield without difficulty. Dragon Palace, which was showing great performance earlier, could not defend against his unparalleled power. His killer moves were endless. They either had great strength or peculiar effects. They were all hard to defend against. Spectral Soul had already recovered, even though he was not at the level when he refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu on Yitian Mountain. He had mostly regained his strength. Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to fight against Spectral Soul. During this time, Qing Chou and the rest also interfered, but they were all suppressed. The situation was getting increasingly dangerous. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Dragon Palace was heavily damaged. The 3 dragon generals all died at Spectral Soul's hands. Thankfully, there was the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke that Spectral Soul was worried about. The Gu Immortals of the Two Heavens Alliance could not be depended on. They all hid at one side. Spectral Soul's might was too terrifying. Whoever got close would die. The time is about ripe. Wu Shuai finally received the instructions from his main body. He let out a breath of air, driving Dragon Palace towards the Qi Harvest Fruit. Qin Dingling and the rest had formed into a defensive line. They became alarmed. They shot out endless profound lights. Wu Shuai shouted, "Heavenly Court, if you still refuse to take action, after Spectral Soul kills me, you will all die as well." Qin Dingling retorted, "Stop right now. Whoever comes here will face our full-on assault." During the fight between Spectral Soul and Dragon Palace, Heavenly Court had been watching at the side, not doing anything. Qin Dingling and the rest were waiting for Fan Yuan. As long as he stayed motionless, they would not attack. Nobody knew what vile schemes this demon Fan Yuan was preparing after all. Wu Shuai did not care. he steered Dragon Palace to get close to Heavenly Court's defensive line. Behind him, Spectral Soul chased relentlessly. Qin Dingling's expression was grim. She ordered, "Attack Dragon Palace, force it back!" Rumble. All sorts of killer moves landed on Dragon Palace, creating beautiful ripples of various colors in the sky. Dragon Palace was like a crumbling boat, riding against the dangerous waves. Large numbers of goo worms died, including immortal goo. This battle caused severe losses to Dragon Palace. The price to repair it would be extremely high. "Oh no, it is getting close!" They watched as Dragon Palace almost went past Heavenly Court's defensive line. At the crucial moment, Shabi 95 and Wan Dan came out to block Dragon Palace despite the danger. But soon, Spectral Soul also arrived. Chaos ensued. Die! Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. He soon gained the upper hand. Heavenly Court's defensive line was collapsing. Right at this moment, Qi ancestors' laughter could be heard. Swish, swish, swish! The originally condensed Qi harvest fruit exploded into a tsunami, engulfing heaven and earth. Clouds and winds raged. At once, the entire battlefield was filled with Qi currents over a massive range. At once, all the goo immortals lost their sense of direction. They could only see white Qi in front of them. They could not even see their own fingers. At the center of the Qi currents, there was a baby-shaped gathering. It devoured the white Qi. In a few breaths of time, the baby grew rapidly, turning old as it became Qi ancestors' appearance, having rank 8 cultivation level. Fan Yuan's main body flickered. He waved his sleeves. A split soul that was prepared in advance flew out, carrying goo worms and immortal essence into Qi ancestors' body. After the split soul arrived, the Qi clone opened his eyes, while Fan Yuan's main body used the opportunity to enter Dragon Palace. Chapter 2031. Chasing, Escaping. Fan Yuan had always taken action after planning. Even though this venture to Heavenly Court was dangerous, he had made ample preparations. He refined Heavenly Court's Qi harvest fruit into his Qi path clone, while the main body went into Dragon Palace at this very moment. Even though there were many goo immortals in the battlefield, nobody found out the truth. Fan Yuan's Qi path clone breathed in deeply. All of the white Qi got absorbed into his body. Next, he pushed with both arms as a thunderous sound occurred. A dense Qi wall formed and pushed towards Dragon Palace and Spectral Soul with overwhelming might. Spectral Soul's eyes shined with bright light. Black Qi burst out of his body and crashed into the Qi wall, emitting a loud sound. The Qi wall was corroded, but the surrounding Qi wall came to fill it up again. Spectral Soul made use of this timing to turn into black light and penetrate through it like a flash of lightning. A portion of Spectral Soul's focus was kept on Qi ancestor, while most of his attention remained on Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was huge. It would not be easy to pass the Qi wall. Once Dragon Palace exposed the weakness while resisting the Qi wall, Spectral Soul would take action and make use of Qi ancestor's killer move to deal a huge blow to Dragon Palace. Right when the Qi wall was about to crash into Dragon Palace, its door opened. Fan Yuan stood upright, appearing in front of everyone. Immortal killer move, unlimited Qi. Fan Yuan was already well prepared. He raised his right arm now as he grabbed towards the Qi wall with his 5 fingers. The colossal Qi wall shook as it collapsed. Countless Qi currents were drawn by a formless force, going into Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan! He was here after all. This move again. During the Fate War, he used this move to unravel primordial Qi wall. The immortals saw Fan Yuan's appearance as all of them shook. Heavenly Court's goo immortals were all ashen. After they lost the Fate War, Fan Yuan had turned into a nightmare that shrouded over their minds. The two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals were joyful instead. Seeing Fan Yuan's action, it was clear that he was on their side. Spectral Soul's pupils shrunk. Fan Yuan's performance was quite shocking. He was troubled by the Heaven Path Dao marks after all. How could he still display such immense battle strength? The entire battlefield fell into peculiar silence. Fan Yuan and Qi ancestor appeared at the same time. The entire battlefield's situation was turned around in an instant. Heavenly Court protected Qi ancestor. Spectral Soul was alone. While Fan Yuan was standing in front of Dragon Palace, the 3 strongest goo immortals prepared to face off against each other. In the goo world, strength reigns supreme. The following battle would depend on these 3 people. To think that this day would come when Heavenly Court fails to be the leader of this confrontation. Qin Dingling sighed in her heart as she transmitted to Qi ancestor, asking about his condition. Qi ancestor immediately replied, "Even though I got rid of the Qi harvest fruit, I suffered considerable injuries. I will need everyone from Heavenly Court to work together to survive this crisis. Qin Dingling said again. Heavenly Court's greatest threat was resolved thanks to you, Ancestor. After we survive this, Heavenly Court will definitely reward you satisfactorily. Qin Dingling was trying very hard to gain Qixi Ancestor's help. At this moment, Dragon Palace flew out like an orange meteor towards the sky. After this catastrophic battle, Heavenly Court was completely covered in holes. Dragon Palace escaped along one of these loopholes, easily leaving Heavenly Court and entering immemorial White Heaven. The remaining immortals looked at Dragon Palace's figure with stunned expressions. Even though Fan Yuan appeared and cooperated with Wu Shuai, the two of them had actually escaped. Was this the showing of the number one demon? It seems that Fan Yuan has not recovered. Even though that move was ferocious and broke Qixi Ancestor's Ji Wall killer move earlier, he was likely at his limit. Do we chase them? This demon Fan Yuan is too crafty. I am afraid that this is just his plan to lure us out. He might have an immortal formation outside lying in ambush, waiting for us to head into his trap. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals hesitated while the two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals cursed in their hearts. The expert and leader that they placed their hopes and morale on had actually escaped. They fled so quickly. All of these two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals were left in Heavenly Court. They were abandoned. Fan Yuan, where are you running to? Die here and now. Spectral Soul snickered as he used Lady Cold Ash's body to rush out of Heavenly Court, chasing after Dragon Palace. Roar! Qin Cho roared. It was gradually recovering the strength that it lost. Even though the rank 9 aura of its hatred goo was not complete, it was already much denser than before. Spectral Soul, I want you to die! Qin Cho, who had unresolvable hatred, did not hesitate. It chased after Spectral Soul. Thus, in the battlefield, only Heavenly Court's immortals, Qixi Ancestor, and the two Heavens Alliance's Gu Immortals were left. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian looked at each other. They were in an awkward situation now. We will chase them. Protect Dragon Palace. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian worked together for the first time. They shouted something that they did not believe in as they charged out of Heavenly Court. The remaining two Heavens Alliance Gu Immortals followed after them, shouting and jeering as they also went out of Heavenly Court along with the two Vice Alliance leaders. Are we going to kill these variant human Gu Immortals? Prince Feng Xian asked Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling looked towards Qixi Ancestor. She thought about it before saying resolutely, No! These variant human Gu Immortals are just minor problems. The most important thing is Fan Yuan. 2 people will stay behind to take care of the place, the rest will follow me to pursue and kill Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was not in good condition now. It was the best time to kill him. If they managed to kill Fan Yuan, the loot they could gain would be extremely favorable to Heavenly Court. Fan Yuan had too many good things. He had countless immortal Gu and exceptional inheritances. Even without them, as long as they could capture his soul and extract the memories of his previous life, it would be incredibly precious to Heavenly Court. In fact, even if Heavenly Court gets nothing from killing Fan Yuan, just the fact that he died at their hands would allow Heavenly Court to regain their morale. They would break free of the trauma of the Fate War. They would be at the top of the world again. Even if we cannot kill Fan Yuan, we cannot let Spectral Soul kill Fan Yuan. Furthermore, Qin Dingling was also wary of that old monster Spectral Soul. Ancestor. Qin Dingling was about to speak when Qixi Ancestor interrupted her. No need to say anything, be it Spectral Soul or Fan Yuan, they are both demons, us Righteous Path members should execute them all. Time is pressing, our opportunity is slipping, we need to chase them now. At the crucial moment, Qixi Ancestor displayed the demeanor of a heroic leader of the Righteous Path. The Heavenly Court Immortals felt much closer to him after hearing that. Qin Dingling nodded gravely. Without Qixi Ancestor's help, they would not be able to chase Fan Yuan safely. The main body's situation is strange. I need to look after him. These Heavenly Court Gu Immortals are much better cannon fodder than those two Heavens Alliance Immortals. Qixi Ancestor made his plan internally, leading the Heavenly Court Immortals as they chased. This way, Dragon Palace was at the front, followed by Spectral Soul, who was getting closer. Followed by Qin Cho. Followed by Qixi Ancestor and the Heavenly Court Immortals. As for the two Vice Alliance leaders of the two Heavens Alliance, they had already escaped from Heavenly Court with the other Immortals. They scattered all over the place thinking only of escaping. Nobody dared to join this battle anymore. At this moment, Dragon Palace was still tightly shut. Fan Yuan sat on the ground, modifying the two killer moves, Heaven Human Sensation and Human Executing Heaven's Work. Fan Yuan lacked more than half of the goo worms needed for these killer moves. He had to modify the moves and swap out the goo worms so that he could use these moves. Immortal Goo were unique, these two killer moves were newly obtained. Fan Yuan had quite a bit of difficulty in the modification. After attempting it for some time, Fan Yuan changed his tactic. He gave up on the Immortal Goo level and targeted the aspect of a mortal killer move. Fan Yuan connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and soon gathered the relevant mortal goo worms. With the necessary goo worms and after modifying the move from an immortal killer move to a mortal killer move, the difficulty became nearly non-existent. With these two mortal killer moves, Fan Yuan stopped the formation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, no longer using chi tides to cleanse the Immortal Aperture's 9 heavens and 5 regions. Soon, Heaven's Will was produced. Fan Yuan sent a portion of his will towards the Heaven's Will. Next, he activated the killer move Heaven Human Sensation. Fan Yuan fused into the Heaven's Will. After that, he activated Human Executing Heaven's Work. After a while, Fan Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I sensed a certain group of Heaven Path Dao marks. If he had to replace the word sensed, Fan Yuan would choose another word, caught. Originally, Fan Yuan knew about the Heaven Path Dao marks in his body, but he could only let them be. But now, when he could sense them, it meant that these Heaven Path Dao marks were under his control temporarily. With this crucial breakthrough and Fan Yuan's expertise in goo refinement, it was only a matter of time until he refined all of these Heaven Path Dao marks into his own. Chapter 2032. Target, Crazed Demon Cave. Rumble. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace shook intensely from the impact. A large portion of its roof cracked and fell. While falling, these fragments turned into goo worm corpses, scattered by the intense winds in the sky. Spectral Soul had caught up. He was extremely fast. Even though Wu Shuai was moving Dragon Palace at top speed, he could not reach Spectral Soul's speed. Spectral Soul's body was covered in pitch black smoke. Each time he attacked, Dragon Palace suffered great damage. Wu Shuai had to put in his effort to repair it. Thankfully, he had many goo worms in his storage. He was amply prepared. Fan Yuan frowned tightly. His expression was slightly grim. He came to Heavenly Court using Qi-Si Ancestor's identity to find a way to resolve his Heaven Path Dao mark problem. Once his goal was achieved, he chose to retreat. Fan Yuan had never cared about the title of the number 1 demon. However, even though Fan Yuan got what he wanted, he needed time now. What he lacked was sufficient time to execute his plan. Now Spectral Soul is chasing after me. Heavenly Court will do the same. These people will not let me retreat easily. It is very difficult to escape from this situation. Fan Yuan's movement ability had always been improving. Long ago, his strongest movement method was the killer move Sword Escape after transforming into an ancient sword dragon. After that was omnidirectional travel, followed by fixed immortal travel and the killer move comprising fixed immortal travel as the core. But among these methods, even omnidirectional travel could not match Spectral Soul's speed. Fixed immortal travel's killer move might be usable, but Fan Yuan was very weak now from the disturbance of the Heaven Path Dao marks. There was still some time until Fan Yuan could resolve this disturbance and fully refine the Heaven Path Dao marks. Fan Yuan tried to think about it from another perspective. Be they Spectral Soul or Heavenly Court, they wanted him dead. The former used all of his accumulations to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, but Fan Yuan snatched it away. The latter's headquarters were ravaged by Fan Yuan. Their biggest pillar of support, Fate Goo, was also destroyed by him. Heavenly Court was the leader of the righteous path. They cared about reputation, but in the Fate War, Fan Yuan destroyed their reputation. Before now, Heavenly Court could not find Fan Yuan, so they did not do anything to him. In the future, when he recovered his strength, they would also be unable to deal with him. Now that Heavenly Court found Fan Yuan, they would definitely try their best to kill him. Such opportunities seldom knock twice. They could not let this chance slip by. Fan Yuan knew about his circumstances clearly. Thoughts collided in his mind continuously as he tried to find a solution for this problem. But soon, his expression changed. The Heaven Path Dao marks on his body started to transform again, causing problems. Their disturbance became stronger by several times. When dealing with the Qi Wall earlier, even though Fan Yuan caused a huge scene, he was actually cooperating with Qi-Si Ancestor secretly. His true battle strength was not as it appeared. But just this much, with Fan Yuan secretly using human path methods to counter the interruption of the Heaven Path Dao marks, was already the greatest limit. Externally, Spectral Soul was attacking Dragon Palace furiously. The walls were cracking, tiles were sent flying all over the place. Internally, the Heaven Path Dao marks were wreaking havoc in his body, preventing Fan Yuan from doing anything. The situation was dangerous, even surpassing the Fate War. After all, Fan Yuan could still use Spring-Autumn Cicada then, but now, this greatest trump card was unusable. Fan Yuan could not rebirth. If he made a mistake now, he would die a pitiful death. Spectral Soul emanated deep killing intent. It pierced through Dragon Palace. Fan Yuan's hair stood on ends. Fan Yuan's lips curled up. He had already made a decision: head to Crazed Demon Cave. The Heaven Path Dao marks were interfering with Fan Yuan, preventing him from using many killer moves. Even if he could use them, the effect would be very low. Fan Yuan had to borrow external help to alleviate this crisis. Any other location would not be very helpful to Fan Yuan. After all, Dragon Palace was the one escaping and moving at the front. If he entered a dangerous place, Dragon Palace would face the brunt of the danger. The pursuer would benefit instead. Spectral Soul would have an easier time. But Crazed Demon Cave was different. At the lower levels of Crazed Demon Cave, Fan Yuan could use the sovereign immortal body to travel to the next layer quickly. The rest would all be stopped in their tracks. As for whether Spectral Soul could pass through, Fan Yuan did not know, but it was worth a gamble. Spectral Soul was not in perfect condition after all. He also did not have the sovereign immortal body. Even if Spectral Soul can forcefully make his way through, his battle strength would suffer. The lower layers are also extremely huge and mysterious. I can definitely stall for time against Spectral Soul in there. Fan Yuan made up his mind. He immediately moved Dragon Palace in another direction, towards the north. As for Wu Shuai, he focused on repairing Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul saw that Dragon Palace was escaping. He breathed in deeply before rapidly approaching it. He extended his hand and landed on Dragon Palace. Next, countless immemorial soul beast silhouettes flickered. Each time they attacked, a piece of Dragon Palace's walls shattered. After an entire round of attacks, several pillars holding up Dragon Palace had cracks emerging. Wu Shuai had a solemn expression. Oh no, this killer move is extremely powerful. It can attack the Immortal Goo House both internally and externally. The core Immortal Goo of Dragon Palace are quite damaged. Fan Yuan's main body squinted his eyes. Dragon Palace's door was shut but his vision was unobstructed. He could see the situation outside. Fan Yuan said calmly, Spectral Soul used this Soul Path killer move earlier, but it is much stronger now. Evidently, he has modified it during this bit of time. This was truly terrifying. Spectral Soul had great strength. Even though he was no longer rank 9, he was definitely at Duke Long's level of battle strength. Even though he lost most of his attainment levels, it seemed that Soul Path did not fall by too much. Even though Spectral Soul had only fought Dragon Palace for a short while, he had already comprehended the weaknesses of Dragon Palace. He could modify his killer moves to show much greater effect. Furthermore, Spectral Soul had abundant battle experience, far deeper than Fan Yuan. During his era, he was renowned for killing everything in his way in the entire world. After several more rounds, Dragon Palace could not resist Spectral Soul anymore. Fan Yuan sighed as he sent out another Immortal Goo House. It was a silver-white ship with a long and thin body. It flew like a flying sword with silver light shining around it, stabbing towards Spectral Soul. It was Myriad Year Flying Warship. Spectral Soul moved in a flicker and dodged it easily. Myriad Year Flying Warship turned around and used a killer move, targeting Spectral Soul. At once, Dragon Palace tried to escape, while Myriad Year Flying Warship helped to defend it. Spectral Soul chased after them with immense demonic might. The winds and clouds were raging around him. Fan Yuan's main body was disrupted by the Heaven Path Dao marks, but because Immortal Goo Houses were individual structures, they were not restricted by this problem. As long as the Immortal Goo House had Fan Yuan's will and immortal essence, Myriad Year Flying Warship could still continue to fight. However, Spectral Soul had formidable strength and all sorts of killer moves. Not only were they strong and hard to defend against, they mostly had peculiar effects and easily overwhelmed Fan Yuan's efforts, allowing Spectral Soul to firmly control this situation. Even with the power of 2 rank 8 Immortal Goo Houses, he was not Spectral Soul's match. Most importantly, the 12 Zodiac Battle Formation was completely destroyed during the Fate War. Otherwise, with the combination of 12 Zodiac Battle Formation and Myriad Year Flying Warship, even Spectral Soul would have some problems against them. Fan Yuan considered the situation and did not change his plan. He still focused on escaping. After getting the Heaven Path research results, Fan Yuan just needed time to gather his advantage. As long as he survives this problem, after he resolved the problem of the Heaven Path Dao marks, it would be Fan Yuan's turn to shine. Spectral Soul was going all out on offense. In his opinion, this was the best opportunity to kill Fan Yuan and reclaim the sovereign immortal body. Not just the sovereign immortal body, he could also get the dream realms that Fan Yuan obtained. Spectral Soul would be able to regain all of his attainment levels as a result. In this world, what could allow Spectral Soul to rapidly regain his strength? Undoubtedly, it was Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was simply a moving treasure chest in Spectral Soul's eyes. Spectral Soul, die! I want you to die! Qing Chou approached him with wind and lightning surrounding it. Myriad-year flying warship and Dragon Palace fought against Spectral Soul while moving. They could not travel quickly. Thus, Qing Chou caught up to them. Qing Chou's eyes were blood red, its face was distorted in a terrifying manner, it only cared about Spectral Soul. In just this period of time, the rank 9 aura of the hatred goo within it got denser again. It was quite shocking to see. Qing Chou got stronger again. It growled. A human-faced lightning ball flew out of its throat. The lightning ball was extremely fast, green-black in color, it was eerie and icy, moving without a sound. Spectral Soul waved his hand, a giant whip made of black fog appeared, seeking to send the lightning ball flying. But the face on the lightning ball snickered as it raised its speed, avoiding the whip as it approached Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was about to use another killer move when the lightning ball self-detonated. Rumble! The might of the explosion was terrifying. Spectral Soul was sent flying far away. The range of the explosion was wide, even Dragon Palace and Myriad-year flying warship were not spared, they both suffered some damage. Qing Chou endured the aftermath of the explosion as it approached Spectral Soul relentlessly. This senseless beast! After being disrupted for multiple times, Spectral Soul felt deeply enraged. Fan Yuan used the chance to flee. Spectral Soul saw Dragon Palace's movement, and became even more angry. Little scoundrel, don't think of escaping! Dragon Palace's speed fell instantly. At the areas where Dragon Palace was damaged, black smoke appeared and lowered its speed severely. What killer move is this? When did Spectral Soul use it? Fan Yuan was shocked. At once, he had an idea of moving into Myriad-year flying warship instead. But regrettably, black smoke also appeared on Myriad-year flying warship, it moved slowly too. The black smoke faded away very quickly, but Spectral Soul also regained his momentum. After forcing Qing Chou away, he approached Dragon Palace again. At once, the three parties engaged in a chaotic battle. Fan Yuan wanted to shrug off Spectral Soul, but Qing Chou was overwhelmed with rage. It did not have any intention to cooperate with him. Qing Chou only wanted to take revenge on Spectral Soul. It did not care about Fan Yuan. Almost all of its moves also implicated Dragon Palace. At times, to protect himself, Fan Yuan had to fight Qing Chou as well. After some time, Spectral Soul regained the upper hand again. Even though he was just the soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his battle strength was extremely high. He also fought differently from Duke Lung's dominance. He was more skilled at using ruthless attacks with piercing killing intent. He was vicious and maniacal. But he had a terrifyingly clear understanding of the situation. He often made use of his opponent's methods to make them cancel out each other's moves. Spectral Soul slowly attacked less and less, but in this chaotic fight, his advantage was rising bit by bit. After noticing this, even Fan Yuan's heart was turning cold. Chapter 2033. Chaotic Battle. In terms of battle experience, I cannot compare to Spectral Soul. During the three-way chaotic battle, Fan Yuan sensed the difference between him and his enemy. Even though he had been reborn many times, in terms of total battle experience, Fan Yuan could not compare to a venerable. The main problem is that Qing Chou is not being logical. Even though it attacks ferociously, it ignores its own condition. Spectral Soul made use of it many times. If this were a conscious Qing Chou, the battle would not be like this. Fan Yuan felt the situation was unfortunate in his heart. Even though Hatred Gu was progressing towards rank 9 and Qing Chou was getting stronger, without any wisdom, no matter how strong it was still toyed around by Spectral Soul. Even after using Dragon Palace and Myriad-year flying warship, Fan Yuan still felt helpless. This was something that had never happened before. Fan Yuan was still focusing on retreating, he fought while escaping. Even though he was the weaker side now, as long as Spectral Soul could not activate a battlefield killer move to trap him, Fan Yuan was still free to escape. Dragon Palace was the first to break through the heavenly wind Qi wall, heading towards Central Continent. Myriad-year flying warship did its best to protect it. Spectral Soul moved behind like a trail of black smoke, following after them closely. Behind them were Qin Chao's colossal body, crashing through the Qi wall and leaving immemorial white heaven, reaching Central Continent. Qi's ancestor, Qin Dingling, and the rest had all left Heavenly Court. They were chasing behind. When they found that Fan Yuan and the rest had entered Central Continent, Heavenly Court's immortals became anxious. This scoundrel Fan Yuan could have traveled through the vast immemorial white heaven, but he chose to go to Central Continent. Since he is in trouble, he wants to implicate the innocent people as well. He truly deserves a pitiful death. Qi's ancestor snorted coldly. Fan Yuan has been a problem for too long. If we can kill him this time, it would be the fortune of the people in the world. As he said that, he used a secret method to tell the main body about their movement. Fan Yuan immediately understood that Heavenly Court's pursuers were arriving soon. But he had no solution. His speed was greatly dragged down by Spectral Soul. When Heavenly Court's group arrived, they found that Spectral Soul was suppressing Fan Yuan and Qin Chou. Qin Dingling frowned as she hesitated, telling Qi's ancestor, "Ancestor, please deal with Fan Yuan, kill him with your full strength." But how could Qi's ancestor attack the main body? He pondered and said, "In this situation, Fan Yuan is weak while Spectral Soul is strong. They are both demonic path overlords. If we deal with Fan Yuan and get hit by his final trump cards, Spectral Soul will be the eventual winner." Qin Dingling shook her head. "Ancestor, you are not familiar with Fan Yuan. He is too crafty. He definitely has methods left unused. Maybe this situation is only a layer of his concealment. We need to kill him now. We cannot give him any opportunities." Qi's ancestor. Heavenly Court had suffered too much at Fan Yuan's hands. Qin Dingling's wariness and fear towards Fan Yuan surpassed even Spectral Soul. But thinking about it, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not deal so much damage to Heavenly Court compared to the current Fan Yuan. It was quite easy to understand how Qin Dingling and the others felt like this. Qi's ancestor could only ask the main body secretly, what were they going to do? If there was no choice, Qi's ancestor would have to expose himself and fight Spectral Soul so that the main body could escape. Fan Yuan replied, "Don't worry, let me try something first." Dragon Palace's door opened, a pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. Pure dream reality seeker physique flew towards Spectral Soul. The latter's pupils shrank as he retreated immediately. Bam! The pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, turning into a large lump of dream realm that floated in the sky, turning into a barrier. Dragon Palace and Myriad-year flying warship used this chance to pull some distance away from them. Spectral Soul got around the dream realm as he chased again. But Qin Chou could not think properly, it got trapped in the dream realm. Roar! The aura of hatred goo burst out of Qin Chou's body as it broke free from the dream realm. It chased after them again. This is... Qin Chou actually broke away from the dream realm. It was not trapped. It's hatred goo. The Legends of Rinzhu has a vague description about it. Hatred has no dreams. Fan Yuan was also quite shocked about this. Qin Chou did not have any dream path methods, but it used hatred goo to break free. Dream path was ahead of the current era. It was unstoppable, but it could not stop Qin Chou's hatred goo. Hatred has no dreams. Or rather, against rank 9 hatred goo, the dream realm was not big enough. Fan Yuan had a thought. It was like the killer move Dreamy Light Smoke. If it landed on Spectral Soul, it would only trap him for some time before he got free. Dragon Palace would shatter from the internal impact. Dreamy Light Smoke was too weak against Spectral Soul, but if it rose to rank 9 level, the situation would be different. Even so, when Spectral Soul was attacked with Dreamy Light Smoke, he would still dodge it without hesitation. He was very fast, moving like a specter, in close distance. It was almost the same as teleportation. It was too hard for Dreamy Light Smoke to hit him. However, the good thing for Fan Yuan was that Spectral Soul could not deal with dream realms currently. I obtained the pure dream reality seeker physique method from Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul definitely knows about it. However, he lacks the crucial immortal goo. He cannot use relevant killer moves. After sensing this, Fan Yuan immediately created many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and self-detonated them. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Palace and Myriad-year flying warship were surrounded by dream realms. There was no gap between them. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, stopping his attacks. This Fan Yuan. Qin Dingling gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan's method was too shameless. Heavenly Court had no way to deal with it. Be careful of Spectral Soul, Qi Ancestor reminded them. Fan Yuan suddenly enclosed himself. Heavenly Court's members were in an awkward spot. Spectral Soul looked at them coldly. Qi Ancestor stood in front of them steadfastly. Qin Cho growled angrily. It attacked Spectral Soul again without fear. Spectral Soul said in displeasure, "Lowly beast. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish." His body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared on Qin Chao's back. But right when Spectral Soul was about to attack Qin Cho, a Chi Path killer move shot towards him. Spectral Soul had no choice but to resist it. Qin Cho used the chance to move away. It spat out a human-faced lightning ball again, escaping danger. Spectral Soul looked at Qi Ancestor with a cold gaze. Earlier, Qi Ancestor was the one who attacked him. Qi Ancestor looked at Spectral Soul warily. At the same time, he explained to Qin Dingling, "We cannot let Spectral Soul succeed. He seems to be able to absorb the power of the immemorial Soul Beast. Is it possible for Heavenly Court to capture Qin Cho again?" Qin Dingling sighed. "We have already lost the best opportunity. Qin Chao's strength rose greatly. We need to find another opportunity in order to forcefully refine hatred Gu." Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals did not blame Qi Ancestor for making a move on his own. After all, what he did was very logical. From the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals' perspective, Fan Yuan was trapped in the dream realm now. Qi Ancestor was helping Qin Cho to attack Spectral Soul for the sake of Heavenly Court. At the next moment, Spectral Soul attacked the Heavenly Court Immortals. Qin Cho followed closely behind him. The three-sided chaotic battle started again, but this time, Heavenly Court took the role of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was temporarily safe. He only had to take note of the moving dream realms. To form a tight defense, he needed to self-detonate pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to fix any gaps in his defensive line. Immortal killer move, Yin-Yang Great Killer Hands. Rumble. With a loud explosion, two huge hands, one black and one white, appeared out of nowhere. The two hands were so large they could loom over heaven and earth. They had an intrinsic pattern. At this moment, they grabbed at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul suddenly shouted shrilly. When he appeared again, he was already right in front of Qi Ancestor. At the center of the yin-yang hands where Spectral Soul was originally at, there was an immemorial Soul Beast. Spectral Soul shot out a wave of black smoke that landed on Qi Ancestor. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Combat Cloak. Qi Ancestor retreated. Heavenly Combat Cloak melted from the effect of the black smoke, but this strange move was blocked after all. Even though Qi Ancestor was a newly created clone of Fan Yuan's, he had incredible strength from originally being Heavenly Court's Qi Harvest Fruit. With sufficient Qi Path Immortal Gu, his battle strength was not any lower than before. Even so, Qi Ancestor was suppressed by Spectral Soul. The situation was getting increasingly passive. Qin Dingling led the Heavenly Court Immortals to help Qi Ancestor. She also ordered Spirit Affinity House to send Feng Jin Huang over to the fight. Feng Jin Huang had Dream Path Immortal Gu. She could use pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to break Fan Yuan's defensive line. Qin Dingling's target had always been Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's main body hid inside Dragon Palace as he watched the battle, using all of his time to refine as many Heaven Path Dao marks as possible. "Master, we have arrived!" During the chaotic battle, Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan led their group as they entered the battlefield. Before Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could react to it, far away, someone flew over as well. "Let this old man join in the fun as well." It was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Chapter 2034. Everyone wants to kill Fan Yuan. In this three-sided chaotic battle, the appearance of Fairy Ziwei's group and Demon Immortal Qi Ju made the situation increasingly complex. "Go and block Heavenly Court," Spectral Soul ordered. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan quickly attacked with killer moves. The shining wave of attacks assaulted Qin Dingling and the rest with ferocity. Other than Qi Ancestor, Qin Dingling and the rest were all inside their immortal Gu houses. They were not afraid of Spectral Soul's reinforcements. Heavenly Court's Immortals were only furious. They were not angry about Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Jingyuan's betrayal but the fact that he used a vicious method to enslave them. Heavenly Court believed in Fairy Ziwei's and Old Man Jingyuan's loyalty. They knew that it was because of Spectral Soul that they betrayed Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul snickered. How does it feel to fight against your former allies? It will be up to you to save them. If you miss this opportunity, you will likely never have another chance in the future. Heavenly Court's immortals heard this, their attacks halted for a moment. Qing Dingling had sharp brows, she frowned as she ordered. Spectral Soul wants to make us unwilling to attack, he is stalling for time. Forget about Ziwei's and Jingyuan's lives, killing them is the same as releasing them from this predicament. At the crucial moment, Qing Dingling displayed the foresight of a leader, she showed her resolute nature. Spectral Soul heard this, he frowned lightly. He started to act more quickly, attacking Qing Chou again. Fighting against him, Qing Chou soon got suppressed. Stop him! Seeing that Spectral Soul was trying the same thing again to extract Qing Chou's strength, Qing Dingling shouted. Ancestor, please stop him! Even without her reminder, Qi Ancestor had already flown towards Spectral Soul. But at the next moment, a gush of Qi currents flew out like a heavenly river, obstructing Qi Ancestor. Qi Ancestor stopped his movement, he looked at the attacker. Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju smiled lightly, blocking his path. Qi, our previous battle was interrupted by Heavenly Court, that was not satisfying. Let us fight fairly this time. The hearts of Heavenly Court's immortals sank. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Qi Ju actually came to help Spectral Soul. What sort of agreement did they make? Fairy Ziwei was surprised too. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was definitely an unexpectedly strong reinforcement. Purple light flickered in her eyes as she realized. Long ago, Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already started buying all sorts of inheritances in Treasure Yellow Heaven of various paths. He is from the Olden Antiquity era, he revived after the destruction of Fate Gu. Using these inheritances, he can catch up to the current Great Era. The reason why Qi Ju is helping us is likely because Master made a deal with him, he sold a large number of inheritances. Fairy Ziwei made an accurate guess. Even though Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not expose his identity in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he did not conceal himself either, his intentions were clearly known to everyone. Since Heavenly Court could notice Demon Immortal Qi Ju's actions, why wouldn't Spectral Soul? Because of historical reasons, Demon Immortal Qi Ju would not cooperate with Heavenly Court. But Spectral Soul was also in the demonic path, he had a vast number of inheritances, he was the most ideal person to transact with Qi Ju. Fan Yuan, you cannot escape today. Spectral Soul smiled coldly, he arrived at Qing Chou's back again. At the next moment, he attacked. Qing Chou growled angrily, but its strength was being absorbed by Spectral Soul. As an immemorial soul beast, even with the quasi-rank 9 hatred Gu, Qing Chou was completely countered by Spectral Soul. Qing Chou's aura fell greatly while Spectral Soul became more energized and lively. After he finished his absorption, he kicked, Qing Chou fell towards the ground. Next, he charged towards Fan Yuan at lightning speed. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace had a huge chunk missing, they turned into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies as they flew into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. Spectral Soul actually had enough immortal goo to unleash the killer move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had purposely let Fan Yuan go earlier without using this move. Now that he got rid of Qing Chou, he let his reinforcements block Heavenly Court and Qi Ancestor while he finally went after Fan Yuan. All the immortals were shaken. The battle had been in Spectral Soul's grasp since the start. In history, Spectral Soul was renowned for his killing intent, but that did not mean that he could only kill to solve his problems. He was aloof, crafty, and vicious, but when he was alive, he had no need to use any of these methods, his own strength was sufficient to kill all problems. But now that Spectral Soul's strength was not much higher than his enemies, he started to